Born as a prince of the Great Wei, I wish to live as a leisurely king in a flourishing era. My aspirations lie in the indulgence of vibrant colors and the sounds of horses and hounds, while my heart harbors concerns for the nation and the welfare of its people. Should my elder brother be virtuous and my younger brother wise, then you shall be the king. Chapter 1. The Disorder in the Wendy Hall. The Great Wei descends from the Ji family and the Zhao lineage. The current Emperor Zhao Yuansai ascended the throne at the tender age of 26 and has ruled for 16 years. He has encouraged the well-being of his people, reducing burdens and taxes while also leading military campaigns to vanquish the Song and expand territories, earning him the reputation of a sagacious ruler. Zhao Yuansai is not an ambitious emperor. He is content with the contributions he has made to the legacy of his ancestors and does not harbor dreams of annexing neighboring states. To unify the realm, his sole focus is to nurture an exceptional heir to carry forward the heritage left by his forebears. Yet, the challenge of selecting a suitable successor from among his royal sons has become his most pressing concern. Historically, the struggle for succession among princes has often led to fratricidal conflicts and turmoil within the court. Although Zhao Yuansai wishes to avoid such enmity among his sons, he understands that, even as the emperor, he cannot prevent such occurrences. He had hoped to delay the decision for another 2 years, but a decade and a half of diligent governance has left the once youthful emperor with graying hair and failing health. He is acutely aware that he must choose a successor while he remains in good health, lest his indecision lead to future discord. However, the question of whom to select has proven to be a perplexing dilemma, even for Zhao Yuansai himself. Tong Xian, the emperor called out. Tong Xian is a eunuch who has served Zhao Yuansai since he was merely the crown prince, and now, as the emperor, Zhao Yuansai has elevated Tong Xian to one of the highest positions among the palace eunuchs, granting him considerable authority. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yuansai inquired, "Whom do you believe would be a prudent choice for the throne among my sons?" Hearing this, Tong Xian's white brows twitched. Despite his decades of service and the emperor's trust, he felt the weight of the question regarding the crown prince was far too significant for him to answer lightly. With a face lined with wrinkles, he hesitantly replied, "Your Majesty, the matter of the crown prince is of great importance. Perhaps you should discuss it with the empress or the ministers. I am but a humble servant, unworthy to speak on matters of the imperial family." Zhao Yuansai frowned, growing impatient as he looked at Tong Xian. "I command you to speak your mind. There is no fault in doing so." Tong Xian found himself in a difficult position. Despite the emperor's permission, the sensitivity of the topic made it improper for him to delve into it. Discussions surrounding the crown prince involve not only the princes, but also the women of the harem, and a careless remark could easily offend certain factions. After a moment's thought, Tong Xian smiled awkwardly. "I believe, since your Majesty has appointed the eldest son as the crown prince, it stands to reason that you favor him." His words were cleverly crafted, presenting the crown prince as a beacon of hope, stating an obvious fact that would not offend anyone. However, Zhao Yuansai was not satisfied with this answer. He did not press Tong Xian further, understanding that those who have served him long tend to tread carefully when it comes to discussions of succession, as such topics are taboo. "Understood, Your Majesty." The next day, even before dawn, the emperor summoned his 9 princes to gather at the Wendy Hall. Yet, upon counting, he realized only 8 were present. Zhao Yuansai seemed unaware, preparing to announce the examination topics. Noticing this, Tong Xian quickly bowed and whispered in the emperor's ear, "Your Majesty, please wait, one prince is yet to arrive." Startled, Zhao Yuansai squinted and recounted the princes within the hall, confirming that indeed, only 8 were present. He could not immediately recall which son was absent, knowing that 5 of his favored princes were there. The eldest, Crown Prince Hongli, the second son, Prince Yong, Hong Yu the third son, Prince Xiang, Hong Jing the fourth son, Prince Yin, Hongjiang, and the fifth son, Prince Qing, Hongxin. These 5 princes ranged in age from 25 to 21, and aside from the crown prince, all had established their own households and were regarded as the most promising candidates for succession. The remaining sons were either yet to establish their own households or were too young, such as the 6th son, Hong Zhao, who was favored for his literary talents, or the younger sons Hong Yin, Hong Run, and Hong Xian, who were still in their formative years. Due to the youth of the 3 youngest princes, Zhao Yuansai had not included them in the list of potential heirs and had not paid them much attention. Which prince is missing? Zhao Yuansai inquired, furrowing his brow. It is the 8th prince, Hong Run, replied Tong Xian, the chief eunuch overseeing the examination. I have dispatched someone to urge him. I believe he will arrive shortly. Zhao Yuansai frowned again. The 8th prince, Zhao Hong Run, is his youngest son, who has just turned 14. Earlier, Zhao Yuansai had heard of his wayward behavior, indulging in play and neglecting his studies, leading the scholars at the palace school to voice their complaints. However, since the prince was young and lacked any notable abilities, he was not on the list for succession, and thus Zhao Yuansai had not paid him much heed. To Zhao Yuansai's dismay, the fact that Hong Run was late for the imperial examination today filled him with anger. The assembled scholars exchanged glances, hesitant to speak up. Meanwhile, the princes already seated bore indifferent expressions. Some were silent, while others appeared eager to witness the unfolding drama. Only the youngest, Prince Hong Xian, wore a look of concern. Among the princes, Hong Xian shared a close bond with Hong Run, as their mothers were sworn sisters, and Hong Run was raised under Hong Xuan's mother's care. Although they were half-brothers, they had grown up together, sharing the same nurturing. After some time, a group of palace attendants entered the Windy Hall, escorting a young prince. This prince was handsome and well-proportioned though youthful. He exuded a certain charm. However, he seemed to carry the remnants of sleep, his demeanor slightly languid, and his eyes lacked the brightness of the other princes. Observing the expression of the 8th prince, Zhao Hong Run, the emperor quickly deduced that he had likely been dragged from his slumber, yet he felt it inappropriate to expose this in front of the learned scholars. So he merely cast a stern glare at Hong Run, signaling him to take his seat. Once all the princes had assembled, Zhao Yuansai proceeded to announce the examination topics. There were 2 questions in total. The first assessed their talents, requiring each prince to express their aspirations in writing, drawing inspiration from the Shijing to compose a poem, with no restrictions on the style. The second examined their understanding of governance, asking them to write an essay on the wealth of nations, which could analyze the current state of the Great Wei, and discuss the merits and demerits of various policies implemented by the court, along with their personal opinions. In essence, anything that could enhance the strength of the Great Wei was permissible. After issuing the examination topics, Zhao Yuansai rose to attend the morning court, leaving the scholars to supervise his sons. Initially pleased, Zhao Yuansai's smile faltered as he surveyed the hall, realizing something was amiss. There should be 9 princes, yet one was still absent. Where is Hong Run? Zhao Yuansai inquired. This ungrateful child, the emperor of the Wei mumbled discontentedly, restrained by the presence of the esteemed scholars around him. He suppressed his rage and forced himself to say, "Humph, it seems my 8th son has everything under control. Who will read what he has written?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuansai pointed to the 9th prince, Hong Xian. "Hong Xian, you shall read." "Yes, father." Though they were nurtured by the same mother, the younger Hong Xian, who was a year junior to his brother Hong Run, exhibited greater royal etiquette. He gracefully stood up, bowed to his imperial father, and approached his brother Hong Run's desk, taking a careful look at the paper laid before him. Upon reading, the young Hong Xian immediately furrowed his brow. "Read," Zhao Yuansai urged impatiently. Yet, Hong Xian hesitated, finding it difficult to speak. Thus, he quietly addressed Zhao Yuansai. "Your Majesty, the recent winds have been strong, and the 9th prince is still young. He may have caught a chill, and his throat may be afflicted. Perhaps we should have one of the inner officials behind me read instead." Zhao Yuansai glanced at Zhao Hongxian and sensed something unusual about the situation. At the discreet signal from the chief eunuch, Tong Xian, a young eunuch quickly approached Zhao Hongxian, bowing as he took the examination paper from the helpless 9th prince's hands and began to read aloud. "The morning rooster has yet to crow. The sovereign summons his sons to Wunda. First, he inquires about their talents. Then he queries their evaluations. My elder brother has read myriad volumes. My younger brother writes with flair. Alas, I find my mind empty, scratching my ears in vain, unable to compose." Zhao Yuansai couldn't help but chuckle slightly. Being well-versed in the Book of Songs, he recognized that Zhao Hongrun's poem did not adhere to its traditional structure, yet it flowed with an appealing cadence, particularly the line, "Alas, I find my mind empty, scratching my ears in vain, unable to compose, vividly portraying Hong Run's predicament as he sat in the hall watching his brothers write with fervor while he struggled to pen his thoughts. Though the poem's form is peculiar, it is nonetheless quite well written. Why does Hong Xian hesitate to read it? Zhao Yuansai pondered. Meanwhile, the young eunuch continued reading. The world says being a prince is delightful, yet little do they know the hardships we endure. When the commoner rises, I'm already awake. When the commoner sleeps, I am still awake. Zhao Yuansai could not help but be moved. Although Hong Run's unconventional poem employed straightforward language, it articulated the tribulations of a prince, especially the line, when the commoner rises, I am already awake. When the commoner sleeps, I am still awake, resonated with the princes who had endured rigorous palace education from a young age, devoid of freedom. This statement also aptly reflected Zhao Yuansai's own experience. After 16 years of rule, he was diligent in state affairs, rising earlier and retiring later than all his officials. How many commoners could compare to him in such a manner? Thus, it was evident that being a prince was challenging, but being an emperor was even more arduous. To be a wise and virtuous ruler was indeed an endeavor of the highest difficulty. This line poignantly expressed Zhao Yuansai's innermost feelings. At that moment, the young eunuch was reading the final line. Perhaps my ambitions lie not in this, perhaps my ambitions lie not in this a reed. Zhao Yuansai urged, perplexed, thinking the poem was quite well written. Why had the reading halted? Under the repeated prodding of the Emperor of Wei, the young eunuch grew flushed, and suddenly he gritted his teeth and completed the final line. Perhaps my ambitions lie not in this, ha ha. Let it be. Upon the utterance of this line, the hall fell into a profound silence. The Emperor of Wei, Zhao Yuansai, was left utterly stunned. Ha ha. Let be. Let be. Impudence. The Emperor's fury ignited, causing all present in the Wanda Hall to bow in fear, trembling with trepidation. With Hong Run's peculiar poem, a whimsical verse that seeks to break free the morning rooster has yet to crow, the sovereign summons his sons to Wanda. First, he inquires about their talents. Then he queries their evaluations. My elder brother has read myriad volumes. My younger brother writes with flair. Alas, I find my mind empty, scratching my ears in vain, unable to compose. The world says being a prince is delightful, yet little do they know the hardships we endure. When the commoner rises, I'm already awake. When the commoner sleeps, I am still awake. Perhaps my ambitions lie not in this, ha ha, let it be. Hong Run's Wanda Hall's chaotic composition. Chapter 2. Peculiar poems and odd words. How outrageous. How outrageous. As the assembled courtiers prostrated on the ground in fear, the Emperor of Wei, Zhao Yuansai, clenched the armrests of his dragon throne in a furious grip, refusing to let go. Although, due to his age, Zhao Yuansai had not considered his eighth son Hong Run as a candidate for the throne, and furthermore, Hong Run had subtly suggested withdrawing from the competition for the imperial succession, which would contribute to the stability of the royal family and significantly reduce future rivalry for the throne, benefiting both the clan and the nation. However, the issue lay in Hong Run's nonchalant implication of relinquishing his claim to the throne, which Zhao Yuansai found difficult to accept. That was the imperial seat, the throne of Wei. How could Zhao Hong Run so casually discard it, as if it were a pair of worn-out shoes? What troubled Zhao Yuansai even more were the two words ha ha in that peculiar poem, which seemed to carry a heavy undertone of mockery. Indeed, disdain. Zhao Yuansai perceived a sense of contempt in that ha ha, a sentiment he could not tolerate. After all, the Wei throne was a legacy established by the ancestors of the Ji clan, and throughout the generations, emperors and the clan had striven to uphold this heritage. How could Zhao Hongrun view the throne as something so trivial? Did this imply that the ancestral legacy held no value in his eyes? Arrogance! Arrogance! Zhao Yuansai bellowed, striking the armrest of the throne in anger, tear that ungrateful child's poem to shreds. The young eunuch who had recited the poem immediately reached for the paper on which Hong Run had penned his peculiar verses, when suddenly someone in the hall shouted, "Do not tear." The young eunuch paused, looking up to find that it was none other than the emperor's sixth son, the renowned royal chillionaire, Hong Zhao. Zhao Yuansai was equally puzzled, casting a curious glance at his favored sixth son, Zhao Hongzhao. With a respectful bow, Hong Zhao petitioned, "Father, may I be granted that poem for my brother?" Before Zhao Yuansai could respond, Hong Xian, closely allied with Hong Run, could no longer contain himself and whispered angrily, "What does sixth brother mean by this? Do you wish for my eighth brother to continue his embarrassment?" Seeing that Zhao Hongzhao was not intent on adding insult to injury, Hong Xian felt a sense of relief, yet he found himself somewhat displeased with his sixth brother's request. Muttering inwardly, "What are you pretending for? You, Zhao Hongzhao, are only 5 years older than me." Hongzhou's words left the esteemed scholars in the hall momentarily stunned. Even Zhao Yuansai was taken aback. Waving his hand to signal everyone to rise, Zhao Yuansai inquired with a contemplative expression, "Hongzhao, do you believe your eighth brother's peculiar poem is well written?" It is known that Zhao Hongzhao, being a natural talent, despite his youth, possessed intellect that rivaled that of the esteemed scholars, and his poetry was highly regarded among the literati. Even the late scholar Wang Linzong, a former grand historian of the Hamlin Academy, had exclaimed, "Is there truly someone born with such knowledge?" Regardless of the veracity of this claim, it was undeniable that the sixth prince, Zhao Hongzhao, was celebrated as one of the most remarkable talents in the capital, far surpassing his brothers in reputation within scholarly circles. And even the scholars of the Hamlin Academy dared not presume to claim sufficient qualifications to instruct this Chiliner. Moreover, Zhao Yuansai held a particular fondness for this son due to his exceptional talents otherwise. At the age of 18, Zhao Hongzhao would have already been married and established a household, rather than remaining in the palace. The Emperor of Wei kept this son by his side simply because he could not bear to part with him. It must be said that after Zhao Hongzhao, the prodigy, provided his analysis, Zhao Yuansai found a newfound appreciation for that peculiar poem, gaining an insight into its carefree essence. As Hongzhao remarked, the phrase "haha," aside from its hint of sarcasm, indeed embodies a sentiment of though 1,000 words may fail to express it. Initially, Zhao Yuansai believed that the line "shuzi weiqi wa ichi, shuzi ishue wa weishue" was the highlight of the poem. However, his current perspective suggests that this line pales in comparison to the two has. Of course, it remains uncertain whether everyone concurs with the sixth prince's interpretation. Many, including the esteemed university scholars, found little merit in the poem. They considered its structure bizarre, with lines that scarcely rhyme, and a confusing mix of 4, 6, and 7 characters per line, rendering it a disjointed and nonsensical piece. Yet, they refrained from voicing their criticisms, perhaps viewing Zhao Hongzhao's comments as mere attempts to smooth over the situation. After all, Zhao Hongruan's strange poem had incited the emperor's fury, and now that the matter could be swept under the rug, who would be foolish enough to challenge it? In response, Zhao Hongzhao could only shake his head, asserting that these individuals lacked the insight to grasp the profound depths of his eighth brother's poetry. As he carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his sleeve, he contemplated when he might pay a visit to his eighth brother. Regardless of others' opinions, this innovative poetic form genuinely piqued his interest. The stir caused by the windy Dian Luan Fu was thus brushed aside by Zhao Hongzhao, and the court members acted as if it had never occurred. However, this incident gradually sparked Zhao Yuansai's curiosity about his eighth son, Zhao Hongrun. He suddenly wished to see Zhao Hongrun's Guofulin to discern whether this eighth son truly possessed the talent his favorite son, Zhao Hongzhao, had claimed. Yet he dared not let anyone read it aloud again, lest further complications arise. Thus, taking advantage of the opportunity to assess the scholarly achievements of several princes, the emperor leisurely approached the examination paper of his eighth son, Hongrun, and nonchalantly lifted another sheet from atop it. However, upon merely glancing at it, the emperor's brow furrowed. This time, the issue was not whether it was well-written or poorly composed, rather, it was the astonishing simplicity of Zhao Hongruan's Guofulin, which consisted solely of 4 characters. Min Fu Guochang that it was nothing short of a perfunctory effort. Nonsense. Zhao Yuansai could not help but mutter, inwardly lamenting that his most cherished son, Zhao Hongzhao, had likely misjudged this eighth son, who appeared to be nothing more than a fool. Just as Zhao Yuansai, in his irritation, prepared to dismiss Zhao Hongrun and examine the papers of the other princes, he suddenly seemed to realize something and picked up the paper once more for a closer look. Min Fu Guichong? After scrutinizing it several times, the emperor was taken aback. It is known that the common saying is Gui Fu Min Chong, yet Zhao Hongrun had written Min Fu Guichong. Although it merely involved switching the order of two characters, the implications were strikingly different. Nevertheless, he did not delve further, muttering nonsense under his breath to obscure the attention of those present, while secretly tucking the paper into his sleeve. Those four characters bore significant weight. It must be acknowledged that after encountering Hongruin's Min Fu Guichong, the other princes Guofulin seemed rather mundane to the emperor. Whether they adhered to orthodox teachings or proposed more aggressive militaristic strategies, or even analyzed the pros and cons of court policies, no matter how brilliantly crafted, they left the emperor with a sense of superficiality. After all, Zhao Yuansai deemed that the four-character Qianguolin presented by the eighth son was not suitable for discussion. However, one thing was certain. His eighth son, Hongrun, was indeed talented, as Zhao Hongzhao had claimed. Seated upon the dragon throne in Wendy Hall, with only the chief eunuch Tong Xian attending, Zhao Yuansai could not resist retrieving that paper once more, intently gazing at the for characters inscribed, Min Fu Guichong. He was unaware of how much time had passed when the chief eunuch softly reminded him, "Your Majesty, the time has come to proceed to Chue Gong Hall." Ah, the emperor nodded. In truth, throughout the ages, any wise and perceptive ruler of the Great Wei had experienced tremendous exhaustion within Chue Gong Hall, rendering its name somewhat ironic. Naturally, the emperor would also convene the 6 ministers for matters concerning the 6 departments. As for the daily morning court sessions, they were merely formalities where the ministers reported their work to the emperor and their colleagues, or performed political theatrics, as needed. The meetings that truly determined the policies of the Great Wei were held in the inner court located in Chue Gong Hall. As for urgent matters, such as disaster relief, they would not be submitted to Chue Gong Hall. The Ministry of Revenue would handle them directly. Officials from the ministry would promptly mobilize grain for disaster relief upon receiving urgent communications from local officials, for if such matters required passage through morning court or the inner court, the victims would have perished from hunger long ago. Your Majesty, please, no formalities. Zhao Yuansai waved his hand and proceeded to sit down at his dragon desk. The 3 ministers of the Central Secretariat paused their writing upon hearing this, and simultaneously turned their attention toward Zhao Yuansai, offering their praises. Excellent line. What a remarkable verse, Your Majesty. Zhao Yuansai stroked his beard, contemplated for a moment, and then recited, Bailiao Weiqi Zhen Xinqi, Bailiao Yishui Zhen Weishui. Bo are you long yu fu zhu wang, Rigao Zhang Wu Yu Pai Bei. The 3 ministers were moved, for Zhao Yuansai's poem could no longer be evaluated simply as good or bad. They all rose from their seats and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Your Majesty is a wise ruler. With you at the helm, the fortunes of the Great Wei are indeed promising. The blessings of the Great Wei, the blessings of the state, the blessings of the people. What are you doing? Quickly rise, quickly rise. I merely expressed a moment's frustration. Zhao Yuansai gestured for the 3 ministers to stand, secretly pleased with himself, for he had merely made slight modifications to Zhao Hongruin's poem and added 2 lines, thereby releasing years of pent-up frustration. Your Majesty seems particularly interested in poetry today, remarked Xiangxiu, the Chancellor of the Central Secretariat, stroking his white beard with a smile. Although he felt that the poetic form did not originate from the Book of Songs, he would not dare to speak against it, seeing the emperor's good spirits. Not all, I'm merely. Zhao Yuansai was about to explain that he was inspired by his 8th son Hongruin's peculiar poem when he suddenly had a thought. He pulled out the paper inscribed with Min Fu Guichong from his sleeve and summoned the 3 ministers closer, asking, What do you think of these words? The 3 ministers of the Central Secretariat curiously approached the dragon desk and peered at the paper. Min Fu Guichong. Instantaneously, the 3 ministers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. They looked at one another, none daring to speak. Such simple 4 characters held remarkable power, rendering the 3 ministers speechless. Chapter 3. Kite flying. The phrases Guo Fu Min Chong and Min Fu Guichong may seem closely related, yet they embody profoundly different connotations. Firstly, Guo Fu Min Chong is a term widely circulated in the current Great Wei, which prioritizes the concept of the nation over the people. What then does nation signify? It represents the foundation of the state, the ancestral legacy of the Ji and Zhao royal families, where the Son of Heaven and the nation are inseparable. In Great Wei, the Son of Heaven embodies the nation, and the nation is the realm of the Great Wei Son of Heaven. This notion aligns with the contemporary ethos of Great Wei, which emphasizes loyalty to the monarch and love for the country. Conversely, Min Fu Guochang stands in stark opposition to the former phrase. While it superficially suggests that if the populace is stable and prosperous, the nation will thrive, the underlying implication is one of placing the people above the nation and the Son of Heaven, thus advocating a people-centered approach. This brings us to the realm of political will. It is evident that in today's world, whether in Great Wei or elsewhere, the state is fundamentally nation-centered, with both the nation and the monarch prioritized, resonating with the Confucian principle of loyalty. However, Min Fu Guochang defines the national structure as people-centered, placing the welfare of the populace before imperial authority, which deviates from the ideology of monarchical governance. In other words, this statement embodies a political misstep in the context of contemporary Great Wei. It is no exaggeration to say that it is fortunate this phrase was uttered by Zhao Hongran, the eighth son of the Great Wei Son of Heaven Zhao Yuansai. Had it been proposed by an ordinary scholar, the consequences would have been dire. Consequently, the three officials of the Ministry of Central Affairs, He Xiangshu, Lin Yuyang, and Yu Ziki, dared not speak freely, exchanging furtive glances filled with trepidation. Perhaps they were speculating whether such a statement might originate from a newly appointed young scholar, for only those fresh to the bureaucratic world, brimming with youthful fervor, would audaciously disregard the lofty imperial authority in favor of the common people. It would take years of experience navigating the complexities of court life for them to understand that their purpose as officials was not to seek the welfare of the populace, but to assist the monarch in governing the subjects. Fully aware of this, none of the three ministers dared to voice their thoughts. Observing this, the elderly eunuch Tong Xian quietly cautioned Zhao Yuansai, saying, "Your Majesty, if the truth remains unspoken, the three ministers may hesitate to discuss this matter further." Noticing Tong Xian's relaxed tone, He Xiangshu felt a stirring in his heart, pondering that if the statement truly did originate from a presumptuous scholar, Tong Xian's demeanor would not be so casual. This was indeed a beacon of guidance. Nevertheless, He Xiangshu resolved to inquire, "May I be so bold as to ask, Your Majesty, from whose lips this phrase emerged?" In truth, the Great Wei Son of Heaven was aware of the implications, yet he had not anticipated that even his most trusted ministers would remain taciturn. With a smile, he explained, "It was spoken by my eighth son, Hongran." Upon hearing that it was a royal prince who had uttered the words, the three ministers of the Ministry of Central Affairs had collectively sighed in relief, thinking that since a prince had proposed it, the statement posed no significant political threat. The Great Wei Son of Heaven observed the expressions of the ministers and jestingly remarked, "I merely asked out of curiosity, and here you all are, trembling with fear." He Xiangshu, "You are 20 years my senior." Unperturbed by the jest, He Xiangshu humorously replied, "As the saying goes, the older one becomes, the smaller their courage. As an old minister over 60, my bravery is akin to that of a grain of rice. It cannot withstand any fright. Your Majesty, you cannot imagine how my heart was racing just now." Upon hearing this, the Great Wei Son of Heaven burst into laughter. "You old fellow, you were once audacious to the extreme. I do not believe you." The sovereign and his ministers exchanged light-hearted banter, and as the conversation progressed, they returned to the topic of Min Fu Guochang. This time, the three ministers had no reservations and eagerly engaged in discussion. Lin Yuyang, the left minister, was the first to speak, setting aside other matters. "I believe that His Highness the Eighth Prince's assertion of Min Fu Guochang indeed constitutes a strategy for strengthening both the nation and the people. The strength of a nation is primarily assessed by its military prowess. How do we evaluate military might? First, we consider the training of the soldiers, and second, the armaments. Throughout history, the military provisions of our Great Wei have required immense expenditure. From whence does this funding arise? From taxes, and taxes are derived from the people. If the populace is affluent, tax collection will naturally proceed smoothly, thus filling the national treasury and enabling substantial financial support for the military. Conversely, if the common folk cannot even afford a meal, how can they pay taxes? Without taxes, the treasury suffers, and how then can the Ministry of Revenue finance the military? The Great Wei Son of Heaven wholeheartedly agreed. Tax revenue is indeed the foundation of the state, a widely acknowledged truth. However, how can the populace be made prosperous? The right minister, Yu Ziki, solemnly proposed a strategy: emphasize commerce. The Great Wei Son of Heaven furrowed his brow in silence. The notion of emphasizing commerce implied robust support for the populace's engagement in trade, encouraging them to sell local specialties elsewhere and profit from the price differences. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that the path to wealth through commerce has historically been dominated by the affluent and powerful. If Zhao Yuansai were to vigorously support the development of commerce among the common people, it would undoubtedly encroach upon the interests of the wealthy elite. Typically, the affluent are backed by noble lords or even royal princes, representing the upper echelons of society, and the myriad issues involved are complex and interwoven, not easily resolved by merely proposing a commerce-oriented national policy. Seemingly sensing the monarch's apprehensions, Yuziki lowered his voice and remarked, "Our Great Wei's wealth is finite. There is a balance of abundance and scarcity, as is the natural order. I believe the crux of the issue does not lie in the quantity of wealth, but rather in where that wealth is allocated. As the saying goes, in the wealthy households, wine and meat rot, while on the roads, bones freeze to death. Some individuals may lack even a morsel of food, while others squander golden brothels." Coughing to interrupt Yuziki's overly radical statements, Xiangshu recognized that Yuziki's remarks directly targeted the privileged class within Great Wei. Yuziki glanced at Xiangshu and realized he had misspoken, falling silent. Lin Yang, sensing the gravity of the discussion, quickly intervened with a smile. "Minister Yu is overly cynical. When a wealthy young man spends lavishly to win a smile from a lady, it is often celebrated as a tale of romance. Yet in your words, it becomes something so dismal." Yuziki huffed softly, choosing not to elaborate further. The Great Wei Son of Heaven listened intently. In truth, he had heard of the issues Yuziki raised, but the lavish spending of the wealthy was not within his purview to regulate. Besides, had similar incidents not occurred among the royal family members? Just 2 years ago, 2 princes had brought shame upon the Great Wei Ji and Zhao royal family over a dispute regarding a courtesan. "Your Majesty, the time is approaching. Perhaps we should dine first?" Nearby, the elderly eunuch Tong Xian, noticing the Great Wei Son of Heaven's somber expression, swiftly shifted the topic. Zhao Yuansai nodded in agreement. Consequently, Tong Xian sent someone to arrange for the meal to be served. This was the daily life of the Great Wei Son of Heaven and the ministers of the Ministry of Central Affairs. However, after the meal today, the Great Wei Son of Heaven found himself contemplating other matters. Tong Xian, where is Hong Run residing? Who is attending to him? The Great Wei Son of Heaven nodded. Although among the princes there were those favored and those less so, the treatment specifications remained uniform until they were married, as per ancestral custom. "I wish to pay him a visit." Zhao Yuansai rose and cheerfully addressed the 3 ministers of the Ministry of Central Affairs. "Do you 3 gentlemen wish to accompany me?" Thus, the group set off from the Windy Hall, gradually making their way toward the quarters of the 8th prince, Hongrun. According to the ancestral system of the Dawei, royal sons are only eligible to establish their own residences and be conferred titles after reaching the age of 15. Henceforth, apart from their more distinguished lineage, they are not significantly different from the ministers in the palace. Prior to their establishment, the royal sons reside in the splendid gardens of the Bianjing Palace, which offers picturesque scenery and proximity to both the Eastern Palace and the imperial harem, facilitating the nurturing of fraternal bonds and visits to their mothers. Furthermore, the location is advantageous as it is distant from the main hall, the Dian, since the Dawei statutes explicitly prohibit royal sons from engaging with any court officials before their establishment, regardless of the nature of the interaction. As sons of the emperor, their sole responsibility is to diligently pursue their studies at the Palace Academy, without the need for external interactions. Notably, the chambers of royal sons are strictly off-limits to palace maidens, primarily to prevent premature loss of innocence and ensure their healthy development, as well as to protect them from the machinations of unscrupulous maidens seeking to exploit their naivety. Thus, the royal sons are surrounded only by eunuchs and guards assigned by the clan, with the sole female presence being their mothers. Consequently, their lives are not as idyllic as the world might envision. After a brief interval, the Dawei Emperor Zhao Yuansai, accompanied by the elderly eunuch Tong Xian and 3 ministers, arrived at the Wenzhao Ge However, upon glancing at the plaque adorning the pavilion, Zhao Yuansai was taken aback. For the inscription did not read Wen Zhao Ge, but rather Xian Yao Ge. Is this not Wen Zhao Ge? The Dao Wei emperor pondered, casting a curious glance at the leading eunuch, Tong Xian. Tong Xian, equally perplexed, thought to himself that this was undoubtedly Wen Zhao Ge. How could it have transformed into Xian Yao Ge? I have never heard of such a place as Xian Yao Ge within the palace, he remarked, further deepening the emperor's curiosity. As the sovereign of Dao Wei, Zhao Yuansai had never encountered any mention of Xian Yao Ge in the Bianjin Palace. Realizing this, Zhao Yuansai beckoned a guard stationed in the corridor outside, inquiring, "Is this indeed Wen Zhao Ge?" He pointed to the plaque with evident confusion. The Dao Wei emperor frowned, reflecting that the palatial structures were decreed by previous emperors and could not be arbitrarily altered. There are rules. Zhao Yuansai huffed in dissatisfaction, commanding, "Inform them that I am here and summon the 8th prince to receive me." The guard, visibly distressed, replied, "Your Majesty, the 8th prince is not within the pavilion." "What?" Zhao Yuansai exclaimed, momentarily stunned, then realized, could he be at the academy? He should not be there either. Could he have gone to visit his mother in the harem? He was there this morning. Then where has he gone? The Dao Wei emperor became increasingly bewildered, pondering where Zhao Hongrun could possibly be if he was neither at the academy nor in the harem, and certainly not in Wen Zhao Ge. At that moment, the emperor suddenly heard a cacophony in the distance. "I am truly flying, Your Highness. I am flying. Ha! Hold on tight, everyone. Fear not, Your Highness." Zhao Yuansai frowned, wondering who dared to create such a ruckus within the palace. Following the sound, he rounded the corner of the pavilion and was astonished to see a group of individuals gathered in the stone-paved courtyard, laughing heartily. Among them was none other than his 8th son, Zhao Hongrun, whom he had encountered earlier that day in the Wendadian. Looking up, Zhao Yuansai was further astounded to observe a peculiar contraption suspended in the air, and, astonishingly, it was tethered to a person, likely a guard assigned by the clan to one of the royal sons. What is that bizarre object that allows someone to fly in midair? The Dao Wei emperor was filled with astonishment as he stealthily approached the group. Zhao Yuansai noticed that the 9 guards surrounding his son were collectively pulling on a thin rope, which connected to the strange object above. It appeared that the airborne contraption was utilizing wind power to remain aloft. Clearing his throat, Zhao Yuansai coughed deliberately. At that moment, neither Zhao Hongrun nor his guards had noticed the emperor standing behind them, their attention solely focused on the sky. Upon realizing the emperor's presence, they were struck with shock, their fright causing them to abandon their task and hastily kneel in reverence. "Long live your Majesty." Just then, a cry of distress echoed from above. Zhao Yuansai looked up in disbelief to see the peculiar object plummeting from the sky, having lost its tether. "Oh no, Mu Qing is falling. Quickly, save him." Zhao Hongrun, in a panic, forgot to pay his respects to his father and hurriedly rushed with his 9 guards to rescue the fallen individual. As they scrambled to catch the guard descending from the sky, the Dao Wei emperor found himself at a loss for words. Behind him, the 3 ministers shared expressions of astonishment, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. "Your Majesty, the wind is strong here. It may endanger your health. Perhaps we should retreat to Wen Zhao Ge?" Tong Xian suggested cautiously. Zhao Yuansai took a deep breath, declaring, "Inform that wayward son that I await him in his chambers." After the uproar subsided, the Dao Wei Emperor Zhao Yuansai stood sternly within Wen Zhao Ge. On the table lay the large kite that had instigated the commotion. In the spacious hall, the 8th Prince Hongrun and his 10 guards knelt in unison, heads bowed, none daring to utter a word. Notably, the guard named Mu Qing had a bloodied bandage wrapped around his head, evidently injured from his fall, while the others bore minor scratches that were far less severe. With a resounding thud, Zhao Yuansai slammed his palm onto the table, reprimanding, "Hongrun, you have gone too far. What have you done to the palace? Your guard nearly met his demise. Is it not your fault, father? Had you not coughed, this incident would not have occurred," the 8th prince muttered. "What did you say?" Zhao Yuansai was taken aback by his son's audacity, raising his voice in anger. "Are you implying that this is all my fault?" "I did not say that," the prince retorted. Seeing his son relent, Zhao Yuansai was about to continue when he caught the faint murmurs of his son. "You yourself said so, father. You." Zhao Yuansai was momentarily speechless with indignation. Yet, being a wise and discerning ruler, he reflected that had he not coughed, the guard would not have fallen. In truth, He bore some responsibility for the incident. However, as the Emperor of Wei, Zhao Yuansai would not easily admit fault, for it concerned his imperial dignity. What is this? Zhao Yuansai shifted the topic, pointing at the large kite on the table. This is a kite, also known as a paper kite. However, my son's kite is not made of paper, but of lightweight, non-porous fabric, and its structure is constructed from resilient bamboo, making it exceptionally sturdy. Upon mentioning the kite, Hong Ruin's enthusiasm surged, and he eagerly began to elaborate on his creation to the Wei Emperor and the three ministers. Unfortunately, the Wei Emperor dismissed it with a wave, just a toy. Hong Run, feeling somewhat disheartened, retorted, "A toy? It can easily soar over the high palace walls. And you still deem it merely a toy?" Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the three ministers of the Central Secretariat subtly shifted. Initially, they were astonished that a mere kite could elevate a person into the air. However, upon listening to the eighth prince's remarks, they became acutely aware of the implications. Such an invention, if disseminated, could spell disaster. If it fell into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, the walls of the imperial palace would be rendered utterly meaningless. Minister Lin Yuyang, the left vice minister of the Central Secretariat, immediately wished to caution the Emperor of Wei. Yet, Zhao Yuansai raised a hand to halt him, for he too had come to a realization. Tong Xian, you are to discreetly destroy this contraption later, and additionally, order the imperial guards on duty today to keep this matter confidential. Yes, Tong Xian replied with a bow. Wait. Zhao Yuansai frowned at the speaker, Hong Run, and said with displeasure, "What do you wish to convey?" Zhao Hong Run extended his right hand and stated, 40 taels. What? The Emperor of Wei was taken aback. This kite cost the crown prince 40 taels. Zhao Yuansai was momentarily stunned, and then incredulously demanded, "Do you dare to ask me for money? If the crown wants to take it, he must naturally reimburse the crown prince for his expenses. Does father, as the Emperor of Wei, intend to extort his own son? You." Zhao Yuansai's beard trembled with rage, and he furiously commanded Tong Xian, "Fetch 40 taels from my treasury to return to the eighth prince." Yes, Tong Xian responded with a bow. The three ministers of the Central Secretariat stood by, dumbfounded, realizing that the eighth prince had the audacity to demand the cost of the kite from the reigning emperor. No wonder he could assert the phrase, "A prosperous nation is built on the wealth of its people." He was indeed audacious. They were astounded. Yet the emperor felt a sense of discomfort, forced to acquiesce to his son's demands. This left Zhao Yuansai feeling somewhat stifled, recalling that Zhao Hongrun had always been unruly, especially after his disrespectful behavior at the Winnie Hall that morning, arriving late to the imperial examination and daring to leave early. Zhao Yuansai believed it crucial to take this opportunity to discipline the royal scion, lest he grow wayward. With this in mind, Zhao Yuansai adopted a paternal tone and inquired, "Hongrun, at this time, you ought to be in the palace academy attending classes. Why are you frolicking outside the palace?" Zhao Yuansai found it amusing yet frustrating. Historically, princes were required to study at the palace academy, a tradition of Wei. Other princes would feign illness to avoid their studies. Yet this son boldly asserted that the academy was boring, openly skipping class. Bored, you say? Does that imply you believe the knowledge there is unnecessary for you? Zhao Yuansai intended to convey that his son was still far from meeting academic expectations and had no right to express such sentiments. Yet Zhao Hongrun shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "My aspirations do not include becoming an emperor. Why bother learning such things?" Upon hearing this, not only was the Emperor of Wei, Zhao Yuansai, taken aback, but so were the three ministers, all of whom were esteemed scholars. The teachings of the Palace Academy were based on the classics of revered sages throughout history. Yet to this prince, they were merely such things. Minister Lin Yuyang could not contain himself and interjected the teachings of Yao and Shan, and the lessons of the tyrants Jie and Zhou. Reading the works of the sages and acting with benevolence and righteousness is the essence of education. This is the foundation of teaching and the legacy of the sages. Your Highness's words, I must respectfully disagree. Zhao Yuansai was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to personally discipline his disobedient son, but unexpectedly, Lin Yuyang could not tolerate Zhao Hongruin's disdain for the sage's teachings and stepped in. This was fortuitous. The three ministers were all well-versed scholars, and with Lin Yuyang's support, the emperor was naturally pleased. However, no one anticipated that the eighth prince, Zhao Hongrun, tilted his head and regarded Lin Yuyang for a moment before suddenly smiling and saying, "I must respectfully disagree with your words, my lord." "Oh." Lin Yuyang chuckled lightly and asked, "Does your highness wish to debate with me? I am all ears." Seeing Zhao Hongrun directly challenge the left vice minister, the emperor found it somewhat amusing and waved for his son to rise. He was curious to hear what this notoriously unruly prince would articulate. "I do not dare to debate. I merely wish to ask this esteemed gentleman a few questions." Zhao Hongrun stood up, brushed off the dust from his legs, and casually inquired, "Did Yao and Shun have teachers? Did Jie and Zhou have teachers?" Before Lin Yuyang could respond, the right vice minister, Yu Ziki, furrowed his brow, thinking that Lin Yuyang might be in over his head. Sure enough, Lin Yuyang seemed to grasp the implications and frowned, saying, "As kings, Jie and Zhou naturally had teachers. But as for Yao and Shun, I have not heard of any known instructors. Then why is it that those with teachers became tyrants, while those without became sage kings? Can it be interpreted that teaching is less effective than not teaching?" Lin Yuyang's complexion changed slightly as he realized that if this argument held, then the prince's skipping of classes at the academy could indeed be justified. Thinking quickly, he interjected, "Although Yao and Shun were sage rulers, I believe they too must have had wise mentors. As for tyrants like Jie and Zhou, even if they had sage guidance, they likely lacked the will to learn." "How swiftly you alter your stance, my lord." Zhao Hongrun laughed heartily. Lin Yuyang, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the turn of events, found himself at a loss. Despite Lin Yuyang's rebuttal, Zhao Hongrun remained unfazed and continued, "Let me ask this esteemed gentleman another question. When we speak of reading the works of the sages and acting with benevolence and righteousness, who authored these sage texts? Naturally, they were penned by the sages of successive eras," Lin Yuyang replied, puzzled by the prince's seemingly trivial inquiry. "Then from where did these sages acquire their knowledge?" At this point, Lin Yuyang felt a pang of realization, understanding the trap within the question. "It seems you have deduced my thoughts correctly. Indeed, I wish to ask. During the time of Tsang Jie creating characters and the sages leaving behind their texts, who was the first sage to compose the sacred book? If there was a teacher, from whom did that teacher learn?" Lin Yuyang's face flushed with embarrassment as he admitted defeat. The emperor of Wei was inwardly astonished. He had intended to use Lin Yuyang to discipline his unruly son, but found that the prince's arguments had instead stumped the learned scholar. However, upon reflection, the emperor felt a sense of pride, as his notoriously unruly son had managed to challenge Lin Yuyang, indicating that the boy possessed genuine intellect. The emperor glanced at Yuziki, witnessing Lin Yuyang's flustered retreat, found amusement in the situation, and under the emperor's gaze, stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Yuziki, your servant, and I have come to meet the 8th prince. Are you here to pick a quarrel as well? Speak." Zhao Hongruin's tone was tinged with a hint of mockery, eliciting laughter from those present. Suppressing their amusement, Yuziki pondered for a moment before speaking softly. "The teachings of the sages, the reading of their texts, and the practice of benevolence and righteousness are fundamental to humanity. Without learning, how can one understand loyalty, filial piety, and propriety? Without learning, how can one grasp benevolence, righteousness, integrity, and shame? The crux lies not in teaching or not teaching, but in the pursuit of knowledge. Do you not agree, your highness?" Unable to find a flaw in Yuziki's argument, Zhao Hongrun was taken aback. "Not at all," Yuziki replied, casting a sidelong glance at the embarrassed Lin Yuyang, smiling warmly at the young prince. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hongrun suddenly grinned and said, before proceeding, "Let me pose a question to this esteemed gentleman. Pray continue. I have heard that centuries ago, before the establishment of our Wei, theft was punishable by death in the prevailing state. Indeed, the punishment for stealing a hook was death. As recorded," Yuziki nodded, somewhat perplexed. "And what are the laws in our Wei today?" Zhao Hongrun asked with a smile. "You are still young." The minister of the Central Secretariat, He Xiangxiu, muttered to himself with a shake of his head, recognizing that Yuziki had fallen into the 8th prince's trap. "Indeed," Zhao Hongrun inquired with a smile, "is it not reasonable to assert that our Wei's penal code stands in stark contrast to ancient laws, thereby suggesting that the state of affairs in Wei may not be conducive to the application of harsh penalties? By the same token, how can one presume that the treatises penned by sages centuries or even millennia ago are necessarily applicable to our Wei? Time has transformed the world. Perhaps the principles they espoused are now antiquated. Is there truly a notion of obsolescence in such principles? Yuziki furrowed his brow and asked. Why not? Zhao Hongrun retorted. In ancient times, military conduct was governed by decorum. A gentleman refrained from inflicting further harm upon the wounded enemy, did not capture the aged adversaries, and avoided seizing victory in treacherous terrain. Yet today, we embrace tactics of deception and schemes without hesitation. Would you not agree that with the changing times, the validity of such principles has also shifted? If that is the case, why should this esteemed gentleman believe that the wisdom of sages from centuries past is inherently suitable for our present circumstances? Yuziki was rendered speechless. Fully aware that the arguments presented by the young prince were flawed, yet he struggled to formulate a rebuttal. Observing this exchange, the emperor of Wei, Zhao Yuanci, was astounded. Chapter 5. Encouragement of learning astounded. Indeed, it was remarkable to witness the esteemed scholars, Minister Lin Yuyang and Minister Yuziki, being bested one by a mere 14-year-old child. The emperor silently praised his son as an extraordinary talent. Zhao Yuanci could not resist glancing at the Grand Minister, He Xiangshu, for at that moment, he was more interested in observing whether his remarkable son could also outwit He Xiangshu. If the old minister were to be bested as well, it would be a tale for the ages. Understanding the emperor's somewhat mischievous gaze, He Xiangshu could only smile wryly. He recognized that the emperor was indulging in a childlike curiosity, eager to witness a spectacle. However, how could such an event be allowed to unfold? The three prominent ministers of the Central Secretariat were left speechless by a prince nearing his 14th year. If word of this spread, it would be a disgrace to the ministers of the imperial court. To preserve the dignity of the Central Secretariat and his own reputation, He Xiangshu approached the 8th prince, scrutinizing the young man, whose demeanor was distinct from that of his brothers. What a spirited young prince you are, He Xiangshu mused, stroking his beard and smiling as he said. As an old man who has lived for decades, I cannot claim to possess much wisdom to impart to you. Instead, allow me to share a story. Please proceed, Zhao Hongrun replied. He Xiangshu recounted, once there were 2 saplings planted. One was diligently cared for, with weeds removed and crooked branches pruned, eventually growing into a towering tree, serving as a pillar for a grand edifice. The other, neglected, grew twisted and frail, unfit to serve as a pillar, and ultimately became firewood. Do you wish to be a pillar or firewood? The Emperor Zhao Yuanci nodded in agreement. Please continue, he urged. Zhao Hongrun, contemplating for a moment, responded, let me continue the tale of the esteemed elder. The towering tree was transported to the palace to become one of the pillars of the Grand Hall. However, without the other pillars, it alone could not support the structure. In the harsh winter, that solitary pillar lay silent and unutilized. Meanwhile, the twisted tree, though unremarkable, was cut down by locals to provide firewood, allowing hundreds to endure the bitter cold. So, esteemed elder, do you wish to be a pillar or firewood? He Xiangshu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What had begun as a well-intentioned fable had been transformed by Zhao Hongrun's continuation. The young prince had highlighted a critical truth. While a grand tree could indeed serve as a pillar, a solitary pillar was insufficient to construct a building. Without additional support, it would merely exist as an idle ornament. Conversely, the twisted tree, despite its unassuming appearance, provided warmth and sustenance to many during the harsh winter. Which then is superior? Ah, it seems my old face is difficult to preserve today, He Xiangshu lamented with a wry smile. While all present knew that the 8th prince's arguments were flawed, he articulated them with such conviction that they bore a semblance of truth. At this moment, the Emperor Zhao Yuanci was genuinely moved. What he had initially perceived as mere jest had revealed itself to be the brilliance of his 8th son, Zhao Hongrun, who had indeed outmaneuvered 3 learned ministers of the Central Secretariat, a feat even his 6th brother Zhao Hongzhao had not accomplished. Surely the ancestors of Wei have manifested their favor. Could this child's intellect rival that of Hongzhao? A true prodigy indeed, Zhao Yuanci thought to himself, though he concealed his delight, for he recognized that Zhao Hongrun's success in besting the 3 ministers would only serve to inflate his mischievous and rebellious spirit. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yuanci feigned indifference and admonished, these are mere fallacies. The 3 ministers were offering you sage counsel, yet you insist on being obstinate. It is truly outrageous. Such remarks should have been made by the emperor beforehand. At this juncture, they were insufficient to sway the young prince. Oh, Zhao Yuanxi chuckled at the response, stroking his chin with an enigmatic expression. In that case, allow me to pose one final question. If you can answer it, I shall overlook your truancy. Initially intending to say that if he could answer, he would be permitted to forego attending the Imperial Academy. He reconsidered, realizing that Zhao Hongrun was quite clever and might indeed have the answer. Is that all? Very well, father, please proceed, Zhao Hongrun replied, his expression somewhat sullen. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor unexpectedly asked, "This morning in the Windy Hall, you mentioned the phrase wealthy citizens, strong nation. Thus, I inquire, how can we make the people wealthy?" The three ministers of the Central Secretariat exchanged astonished glances, thinking that this was not merely a rhetorical query to the rebellious prince, but an actual challenge. How could a mere 14-year-old child provide insights on such significant state matters? Clearly, the emperor was attempting to put the young prince in a difficult position. Yet to their surprise, Zhao Hongrun answered without hesitation, "Promote commerce, reduce taxation." The implication was clear: support private enterprise and decrease levies. Yu Ziqi's eyes sparkled with interest as Zhao Hongrun's thoughts aligned with his own. Just moments ago, he had been displeased with the young prince's dismissive attitude toward the sage's writings, yet now he found himself wishing to engage in a lengthy discussion with him. His expression elicited bemusement from He Xiangshu and Lin Yuyang, who exchanged knowing glances. Fortunately, at that moment, the Emperor Zhao Yuanxi interjected, "Your perspective does not necessarily reflect that of our Wei's nobility. Do not be deceived by my status as the son of heaven. For if all the powerful figures of the realm harbor discontent towards me, I too shall find myself in a most troublesome predicament. At present, our Wei cannot disturb the interests of those influential nobles. In such circumstances, how can we fortify the strength of our people? This is my inquiry. Should you provide a satisfactory answer, I shall grant you exemption from attending the Imperial Academy and offer you an additional promise. Otherwise, you shall dutifully attend the Academy each day for your studies." The Emperor of Wei cast a bemused glance at the Minister of the Central Secretariat, pondering that it was he who initially sought to challenge me, yet now he pleads for my favor. Where your loyalties truly lie? With a subtle shake of his head, Zhao Yanwei chose to disregard this, focusing his attention on Zhao Hongrun, asking, "How can we enrich the citizens of Wei without infringing upon the interests of the nobility? Can you provide a response?" "This matter is quite simple," Zhao Hongrun replied casually. "Simple, you say?" Both the Emperor of Wei and the three ministers of the Central Secretariat were taken aback by Zhao Hongrun's assertion. The hall fell into a profound silence as Zhao Hongrun continued unabashedly. "To illustrate, consider the wealth of the nobility as the coins in the left pocket of His Majesty, while the wealth of the citizens of Wei resides in the right pocket. His Majesty wishes to see an increase in the right pocket without transferring any coins from the left pocket. There is but one solution." "What solution?" Zhao Yanwei could not restrain his excitement as he inquired. Zhao Hongrun glanced at the emperor and replied calmly, "Transfer the coins from others' pockets into His Majesty's right pocket." Absurd. The Emperor of Wei was utterly disillusioned, responding with displeasure. "Am I to seize the wealth of others by force?" Before his words had fully settled, Yu Ziqi urgently interjected, "Your Majesty, wait." Zhao Yanwei looked at Yu Ziqi in astonishment, only to see him gazing at Zhao Hongrun with a mix of surprise and delight. He asked, "Does your highness mean to take from other nations?" Realizing his misunderstanding, Zhao Yanwei suddenly grasped the concept. "Indeed, apart from Wei, there exist other nations. If we could devise a way to acquire their wealth, it would undoubtedly enrich our citizens without affecting the interests of our own nobility. However, we cannot simply dispatch troops to seize it, for that would render Wei a target for collective retaliation from other nations, resulting in far greater harm than benefit. How shall we implement this?" Yu Ziqi posed the question that lingered in the minds of those present, as he did not believe that Zhao Hongrun would suggest a direct military assault. Engaging in trade with other nations? Yu Ziqi gradually regained his composure, recalling that Wei had previously traded with other nations without yielding significant benefits. "What approach did you adopt?" Yu Ziqi recounted. "There was a year when the state of Wei faced a grain shortage. Their ruler sent envoys to Wei, beseeching His Majesty for a supply of grain, offering in return several fine horses, precious gems, and 10 beautiful maidens." "Maidens, you say?" Zhao Hongrun interjected playfully. Yu Ziki was caught off guard by the question and instinctively replied. Naturally, they were sent to the palace. Only then did he realize, glancing at the emperor's face, that the latter appeared shrouded in a cloud of displeasure. Your Highness is putting me in a predicament. Observing Zhao Hongruan's carefree laughter, Yu Ziki felt a wave of despair wash over him. Chapter 6. The Trade Theory. Coughing to ease the awkward atmosphere, the Emperor Zhao Yanwei remarked. Perhaps to extricate himself, the 10 maidens sent to the palace are currently attending to your various consorts. Zhao Hongrun blinked innocently, wearing an expression that suggested, I asked nothing. The Emperor could only transform his frustration into a fierce glare directed at the indiscreet Yu Ziki. Yu Ziki felt a cold sweat trickle down his back and hastily shifted the topic. Your Highness, let us return to the subject of trade. Yes, trade. What constitutes commercial trade? Profit. I exchange goods worth 1 copper coin for items or currency of several times that value. That is the essence of commercial trade. Yu Ziki was momentarily taken aback. Who would be foolish enough to pay several times the value for something worth merely 1 copper coin? That is not necessarily the case. Zhao Hongrun replied, shaking his head while pointing at the kite he had crafted. For instance, this kite which cost me 40 taels to make, I now wish to sell for 400 taels. Do you think anyone would be willing to buy it? Upon hearing this, Yu Ziki suddenly understood. Ah, I see. This item is unique and allows commoners to soar into the sky, unparalleled in its novelty. Forget 400 taels. Even 4,000 taels would likely attract a throng of wealthy buyers. Your Highness suggests that Wei trade some extraordinary items with other nations? Where would we find such extraordinary items to trade? Furthermore, this kite is merely a frivolity. What practical use does it serve beyond amusement? Zhao Hongrun scoffed. So, Your Highness's implication is, Zhao Hongrun stated earnestly, as the saying goes, rarity begets value. The items we trade with other nations must be those that are either entirely absent or exceedingly scarce in those lands, whereas Wei possesses an abundance of such items. Yu Ziki's eyes lit up with realization as he nodded vigorously. Wei produces a great deal of cotton, which could be sold to Qi and Han. However, before he could finish, Zhao Hongrun interrupted him. But such goods are plentiful in the state of Chu. If you sell it to Qi and Han at 10 times the price, the state of Chu could easily undercut you at 8 times the value. Yu Ziki's expression faltered, and he awkwardly responded. Your Highness means we should choose something that only Wei possesses? While our nation is vast and rich in resources, there is not a single item that is entirely unique to us. You truly are narrow-minded. Zhao Hongrun sighed, pointing at the kite. The materials used to create this kite, bamboo, fabric, are they not available in other nations? Amidst the laughter share between He Xiong and Lin Yuyang, Yu Ziki awkwardly nodded. Naturally, they exist. Then can they produce it? Yu Ziki hesitated, as if beginning to grasp the concept. Noting his dawning understanding, Zhao Hongrun elaborated further. I do not suggest you sell raw materials. They hold little value. For instance, wood is abundant in other countries. However, what if you gathered a group of skilled artisans to carve the wood into lifelike sculptures and then sold those to other nations? I am enlightened, Yu Ziki remarked, feeling as though a great revelation had washed over him. At this moment, Lin Yuyang, the left minister of the Central Secretariat, could no longer contain his enthusiasm and interjected. Your Highness's suggestion is excellent, but wood sculptures can also be replicated by other nations. How shall we address that? This leads us to the issue of technology. Zhao Hongrun turned to Lin Yuyang and stated, if we can ensure that the craftsmanship of the wooden sculptures we sell from Wei far surpasses that of other nations, the concern raised by this esteemed minister will be easily resolved. Technology? Lin Yuyang's face displayed a deep confusion, as if he did not comprehend the concept. This notion may indeed seem abstract. Let us consider another example. Weaponry. The quality of technology directly influences the combat capabilities of soldiers from different nations, making it a clear demonstration of technological prowess. It is said that Wei has developed tenfold iron, correct? Lin Yuyang pondered for a moment, responding with a hint of pride. To be precise, it is not merely tenfold. In terms of iron smelting techniques, very few can rival Wei. Zhao Hongrun smiled broadly. That is even better. This esteemed minister, might I propose that we manufacture a batch of weapons forged from tenfold iron and sell them at a premium to nations incapable of producing such weaponry? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyang's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, Your Highness must not. Weapons are vital national assets and cannot be sold recklessly. Should those weapons fall into the hands of our enemies, it would indeed be tantamount to aiding them. In such a case, the weapons we developed to protect Wei could turn against our own soldiers. How could we justify that to our ancestors? The three ministers of the Central Secretariat appeared to have glimpsed a promising path before them, invigorating their spirits. The issue of insufficient iron can be addressed by trading with nations rich in iron, or Wei can sell finished weapons, and they can pay us with iron ore. The handling methods of coal mines and iron mines, transportation and trading locations, border trade, and the deployment of heavy troops for protection. But what about countries that possess neither wealth nor mineral resources? Does our Wei engage in trade with them? Why not? We do not desire copper coins. Such items can be minted in abundance. Surely, we cannot melt them down to forge weapons. We seek iron, coal, jade, and gold and silver. You may manage as you see fit. People are also acceptable, not merely beautiful individuals, but the population as a whole. Moreover, horses, stones, and even cities, if the other party dares to offer, we shall gladly accept. Is there truly anyone born with innate knowledge? The minister of the Central Secretariat, He Xiangxiu, was deeply moved, exclaiming in astonishment. He felt it strange that, having lived a lifetime, he had yet to encounter a 14-year-old youth with such insight. Meanwhile, the son of heaven, Zhao Yuanxi of Wei, was already astonished. Although he had a son known as the Qilin heir, Hong Zhao, who excelled in poetry, music, and the arts, the reality was that Hong Zhao did not demonstrate the same prowess in matters of state as the three ministers before him. It was even more astonishing that the eighth prince, Hong Run, often criticized for his lack of scholarly pursuits, could converse so eloquently with the three ministers about matters of national significance. Even more incredible was the fact that these three ministers regarded him with such admiration, almost in awe. While they were indeed astonished, the proposals put forth by Zhao Hong Run were nothing short of extraordinary national strategies in the eyes of Zhao Yuanxi. It was perplexing where this clever youth had acquired such knowledge. Could it truly be, as He Xiangxiu suggested, that he was a prodigy endowed with innate understanding? However, the thought that this prodigy had little interest in academics or governance, preferring instead a life of indulgence and pleasures, caused Zhao Yuanxi some concern. Even more troubling was the notion that he seemed to inadvertently encourage this youth's disdain for learning. Thank you, Father Emperor, for your grace. Starting tomorrow, the royal son shall be able to forego attending the palace school, Zhao Hong Run said, smilingly expressing his gratitude. Zhao Yuanxi opened his mouth, speechless, his expression twisted in discomfort. He turned to the three ministers. Did I just say that? Yes, your majesty, you did, they replied in unison. Your words are not to be taken lightly. Zhao Hong Run's statement effectively silenced any thoughts of retraction from Zhao Yuanxi. Very well. With such talent, whether or not this child attends the palace school is of little consequence. Zhao Yuanxi sighed to himself, nodding. Hong Run, since you have responded, I shall honor my previous promise, and you may forego palace schooling. There is yet another promise, Father Emperor, Zhao Hong Run reminded him at the opportune moment. This little rascal, Zhao Yuanxi, shook his head helplessly. Very well. What do you wish me to grant? In Zhao Yuanxi's view, such promises were merely rewards of some kind. Yet unexpectedly, Zhao Hong Run knelt before him and said earnestly, Father Emperor, I wish to leave the palace. Leave the palace. Zhao Yuanxi's expression changed slightly, and without further ado, he resolutely refused. No. Chapter 7. The father-son conflict. Who could have anticipated that the matter of the prince leaving the palace would lead to a discord between the son of heaven, Zhao Yuanxi, and the eighth prince, Zhao Hong Run? How outrageous! As a son, to defy one's own father is truly preposterous. Within the Zhuigong Hall, Zhao Yuanxi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face filled with anger. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. The Grand Eunuch Tong Xian urged the emperor while discreetly signaling the three ministers. The three ministers exchanged glances, pondering whether it was their place to intervene in the royal family's affairs. However, after some contemplation, fearing that allowing the emperor to remain angry might affect his health, He Xiangxiu cautiously spoke up. Your Majesty, if you do not permit the eighth prince to leave the palace, is it not to prevent him from being embroiled in the matter of the heir apparent? According to the ancestral regulations of Wei, Princes were not eligible to contend for the position of heir apparent until they turned 15 and had left the palace to establish their own households and titles. This was precisely why Zhao Yuanxi had not included the 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, in the supplementary list of heirs. Of course, He Xiangshu's intention was not to imply that Zhao Hongrun was truly unqualified to compete for the position of heir. He merely brought up the topic to create a basis for persuading the emperor to calm his anger. As expected, Zhao Yuanxi fell into the trap, glancing at He Xiangshu with a cold smile and saying, "Competing for the position of heir? If that child truly wished to contest for the position, that would be better. Does he think I am unaware? That little rascal clearly finds the palace dull and wants to move outside. The old man is indeed wise." Lin Yuyang and Yu Ziki exchanged admiring glances at He Xiangshu. He Xiangshu smiled slightly, stroking his graying beard and feigning ignorance as he asked, "Why does your majesty not permit the 8th prince to leave the palace? Are you not asking what you already know?" Zhao Yuanxi shot a displeased glance at He Xiangshu. The fundamental reason for this matter was simple. Zhao Yuanxi had gradually grown fond of Zhao Hongrun, the often overlooked prince. Considering the previously strained father-son relationship, he wished to foster a closer bond. Logically, this would be a great honor, as any prince would desire to be close to the emperor. After all, winning the favor of Zhao Yuanxi would increase their chances of becoming the heir. Yet the 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, had an unusual mindset. He had no desire to be the heir and was solely focused on enjoyment. Thus, he remained indifferent to his father's affection. This made it difficult for Zhao Yuanxi to accept. It was always the princes who schemed to be close to the emperor. How could the reverse possibly hold true? However, after calming down, Zhao Yuanxi sighed, silently blaming himself for boasting and for making that promise to Zhao Hongrun. Now, Zhao Hongrun brazenly accused his father of being untrustworthy, a most audacious statement. As the son of heaven, Zhao Yuanxi could not refute it, and in his anger, he could only storm off with a stern expression. Did this child truly disdain being close to me? Zhao Yuanxi incredulously inquired of the 3 ministers. This is a good thing, He Xiangshu advised with a smile. It indicates that the 8th prince possesses a broad-minded disposition, with neither extravagant desires nor unreasonable thoughts. While this was said, Zhao Yuanxi furrowed his brow, hesitating to ask, "What do you 3 ministers suggest? Should I grant him this request?" "No." "Yes." The 3 ministers spoke in unison, yet their opinions were not aligned. He Xiangshu and Lin Yang believed that it was inappropriate to make an exception for a prince nearing the age of 14 to leave the palace, while Yu Ziki stood on the side of Zhao Hongrun. "Minister He, please share your opinion first." "Certainly," He Xiangshu replied with a formal bow. According to the laws of Court of Great Wei, a prince may only leave the palace and establish his own household upon reaching the age of 15. Yu Ziki frowned, ready to retort, but He Xiangshu suddenly shifted his tone, smiling lightly as he continued, "This is merely what is stated for outsiders. A prodigy, such as the 8th prince, who is born with innate understanding, constitutes a special exception. It would not be a significant issue to relax the rules a bit. After all, in previous dynasties, there have been instances of princes who were not yet 15 leaving the palace and receiving titles." The old minister expressed concern, stating, "I merely worry that this young royal seed, destined to grow into a towering tree, may grow crooked due to your majesty's momentary indulgence. If this seed grows awry, I fear your majesty would find it difficult to face the emperors of past generations." Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent. For what He Xiangshu spoke was precisely what Zhao Yuanxi feared the most. The 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, had long been criticized for being unruly and playful, neglecting his studies. While still in the palace, he had not caused much trouble, but if he were to leave, it would indeed be a case of the emperor is far removed from his subjects. It was uncertain where he would go, and in the future, Zhao Yuanxi might find it challenging to see him. "I share the same sentiment." Zhongshu Zhua Lin Yuyang clasped his hands and bowed, stating, "Your Highness, the 8th prince, possesses a vision and foresight that far surpasses our humble capabilities. I dare to implore your majesty to provide stringent guidance, nurturing the 8th prince into a pillar for our great way. Should this come to pass, it would indeed be a boon for our realm. Conversely, should there be indulgence, it would be a lamentable loss." While Zhao Yuanxi pondered, Zhongshu Yucheng Yuziki refrained from contradicting his 2 colleagues. He supported the 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, in this matter, believing that since the emperor made a promise, it ought to be fulfilled. However, from the perspective of the Wei state, Yuziki also acknowledged that the emperor's concerns, along with those of his two colleagues, were not mere fabrications of anxiety. Ultimately, what held greater significance? The promise of an emperor or the cultivation of a prodigious prince into a cornerstone of Wei? This decision was not particularly challenging. Thus, Yuziki hesitated and withdrew his support for Zhao Hongran. After all, he had been swayed by the various proposals put forth by Zhao Hongran, and he did not wish for this talented young prince to be extinguished by youthful frivolity, losing the innate brilliance he currently possessed. Nonetheless, Yuziki felt compelled to voice his thoughts. The eighth prince would not relent easily. As the emperor of Wei conversed, Lin Yuyang glanced at Yuziki. Indeed, would a highly intelligent, meticulous, and audacious prince like Zhao Hongran abandon the promises due to the wrath of his father Zhao Yuansai? I refuse to believe that lad can overturn the heavens. Furthermore, remove that Xiaoyao Pavilion plaque and restore the old name of Wenjiao Pavilion. Tong Xian opened his mouth cautiously and suggested, if the eighth prince obstructs, dispatch the imperial guards. Indeed, observing the chief eunuch Tong Xian hurriedly exit the Chue Gong Hall, the three Zhongshu ministers instinctively shrank their necks, harboring an unsettling premonition. It seemed the conflict between the emperor and the eighth prince was about to erupt. Merely an hour later, the imperial guards, acting under the command of the emperor Zhao Yuansai, removed the Xiaoyao Pavilion plaque from the eighth prince Zhao Hongran's quarters and reinstated the original Wenjiao Pavilion plaque. Throughout all this, Zhao Hongran stood coldly in the corridor, observing. Noticing the grim expression on his lord's face, the confidant Zhong Wei Muqing quickly advised, Your Highness, do not act impulsively. Those are the imperial guards. Upon saying this, he glanced at the throngs of guards amassed in the square below. Damn it, does an entire contingent of imperial guards need to be like this? The 10 guards surrounded their prince, fearful that this audacious prince might truly confront the guards. Although they had clashed with the imperial guards before, this time the numbers were overwhelming, 500 guards against their mere 10. The 10 guards exchanged anxious glances, secretly speculating whether this was a show of force from the emperor. An edict from His Majesty states, 8th Prince Hongran has contravened ancestral laws by privately altering the name of his quarters, showing disregard for his ancestors. Considering this is his first offense, his monthly stipend shall be reduced by 20%. An imperial guard saluted Hongran. Zhao Hongran glanced at the Wenjiao Pavilion plaque, then directed his gaze back to the 500 imperial guards. Your Highness, I shall take my leave, said the imperial guard hastily after the plaque was changed. Who does not know that the 8th Prince Zhao Hongran is notorious within the palace? Although this was the emperor's decree, should this prince hold a grudge, what good would come of it in the future? Coldly watching the 500 imperial guards swiftly retreat, Zhao Hongran raised his gaze once more to the Wenjiao Pavilion plaque and silently entered the hall. The 10 guards exchanged glances, their heads lowered as they followed the 8th prince inside. The main hall of Wenjiao Pavilion served as a reception area, adhering to ancient customs where guests knelt or sat, thus only featuring low tables for receiving guests and no chairs. Zhao Hongran silently occupied the host's seat, his eyes sweeping over the 10 guards kneeling before him. Muqing, Shenyu, Wei Jiao, Zhu Hong, Gao Qua, Zhong Zhao, Elmu, Zhu Gue Himiao, Zhou Pu. Zhao Hongran recited the names of his 10 guards. These individuals were not ordinary protectors. They were loyal guards dispatched by the clan to serve Zhao Hongran. All hailed from noble Wei military families, having been taken in due to their impoverished backgrounds, trained in martial arts from a young age, and appointed as personal guards to the princes upon reaching adulthood. Although they bore the title of guards, they were, in essence, akin to the prince's household retainers, sharing fortunes and misfortunes, ensuring no betrayal occurred. Should the prince ascend the throne, these individuals would rise to prominence as formidable generals. This was the ancestral tradition of Wei. We are here. The 10 guards clanked their armor and bowed deeply, their eyes fixed upon their prince. Zhao Hongran expressionlessly uttered, War is imminent. Chapter 8. Burning the zither and boiling the crane, who once claimed that the princes were surrounded by numerous charming maidens, living in blissful distraction, step forward, and I promise not to harm you. Beside the fish pond in the imperial garden, the 8th Prince of Wei, Zhao Hongran, sighed deeply. It was no wonder he felt aggrieved. Having lived in the Wei Palace for 14 years, apart from visiting his foster mother, the Shu Fei, where he could catch a distant glimpse of the beautiful maidens, he had seen no other females. The tales of princes being attended to by lovely maidens? Bah! Zhao Hongrun wished to spit on the face of whoever said that. It must be noted that not only did he lack maidens in his own one Zhao pavilion, but even other princes did not have any maidens in their quarters. This was the ancestral law of Wei. Daily, he faced either a gaggle of high-pitched eunuchs or a group of robust guards, which led Zhao Hongrun to worry whether his sense of aesthetics would undergo some strange transformation over the years. It is worth noting that some of the eunuchs were indeed remarkably handsome, with fair skin. Bah! 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 Zhao Hongrun hurriedly expelled that perilous thought from his mind. Yet, after enduring 8 long years, he could no longer bear it. In his eyes, the palace was merely a blend of a prison and a monastery, dreary, suffocating, and devoid of interest. If given the choice, he would prefer to be a commoner rather than remain in such a place devoid of freedom. Over the years, Zhao Hongrun's only solace lay in the fleeting moments spent gazing at the enchanting maidens during his visits to see his foster mother, lest his eyes be blinded by the handsome eunuchs and burly guards surrounding him. Regrettably, even though he was a prince, and the maidens harbored a desire to serve him, the strict ancestral laws of Wei forbade any maidens from approaching an unmarried prince. Should any impropriety occur, that prince would be sent to the clan's confinement room for reflection, while the offending maiden would face execution. What kind of life is this? Sighing deeply, Zhao Hongrun turned to fish he was roasting over the campfire. Huh? Where did the campfire in the palace come from? This is an excellent question. Just as Zhongshu Yucheng Yuziki reminded the Emperor of Wei, the 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun was not one to willingly suffer losses. After enduring 8 long years, he finally awaited the opportunity to emerge from confinement. How could he possibly let it slip away? The saying, "No one knows a child better than their father," holds true. Despite the limited interactions between Zhao Yuansai and Zhao Hongrun, they remained father and son. Zhao Yuansai, the Emperor of the Great Wei, has a keen understanding of Zhao Hongrun's temperament. Perhaps the emperor intended to admonish his son, but to Zhao Hongrun, this seemed nothing less than a provocation. War is imminent. The emperor acts on the first day of the month, while the prince acts on the 15th. It remains to be seen who will falter first. The roasted fish in hand gradually exudes an alluring aroma as it sizzles over the campfire. Zhao Hongrun inhaled deeply, a look of rapture spreading across his face. "Would you care to sample my culinary skills?" he inquired of his guard. "Shun Yu." "No, thank you, your highness. It is best you keep it for yourself," Shin Yu replied, swallowing hard, his tone awkward. His reluctance stemmed not from politeness, but from the origins of the roasted fish in Zhao Hongrun's grasp. It was a jinli, also known as a golden-scaled fish, a tribute presented to the emperor, raised in the royal garden's ornamental fish pond, one of his most cherished sites. In the Grand Palace, no one dared to harbor ill intentions towards it. Yet today, the audacious 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun commanded his guards to capture one from the pond, brazenly roasting it by the water's edge. The jinli, the most precious fish in the world, a royal tribute, was something Shun Yu would not dare to consume, even if given 10 lifetimes. Unable to bear the sight of such a precious fish being devoured by Zhao Hongrun, Shun Yu lowered his head, only to be drawn to the pile of firewood. The campfire, constructed from split bamboo, crackled and released waves of fragrant steam. Incredible? No, this was only to be expected. The firewood consisted of the 2 most valuable types of bamboo planted in the royal garden. The purple bamboo was renowned, while the bamboo with black spots was the famed tear bamboo, both among the emperor's favorite ornamental plants. "Hey, you all, move faster," Zhao Hongrun exclaimed, having wolfed down a jinli, tossing the fish bones to the ground. He called out to the guards fishing nearby, "Hurry up, let us catch all the fish from the pond before Father Emperor arrives." The guards, nearly losing their balance at the edge of the pond, exchanged worried glances. "Your Highness, isn't that a bit excessive?" Mu Qing, carrying a fish basket, approached Zhao Hongrun, looking sheepish as he advised, "His Majesty is your biological father. You are his own son. If things escalate, it could lead to trouble." "What is the matter?" Zhao Hongrun scoffed, glancing at guard Mu Qing. "He took down the plaque from my Xiangyao pavilion. That is a declaration of war. Am I to pretend nothing happened? I assure you, that is impossible, unless he allows me to leave the pavilion. This conflict will not end." The guards exchanged silent sighs, resigned to their fate. "We are unfortunate to be in the service of such a prince. Come on, roast all the fish you catch. Not a single one is to be hidden." Zhao Hongrun commanded the guards, who, despite knowing the severe consequences of stealing fish from the royal pond, felt helpless for they were indeed the 8th prince's guards, while they brazenly roasted fish. Passing eunuchs were startled and hurriedly reported the incident to the Chang'an Hall. What? Zhao Yuansai's brows furrowed in surprise, instinctively fearing a significant issue had arisen. The panting eunuch reported, "It's the 8th prince." Upon hearing the name, Zhao Hongrun, the emperor understood. In truth, he had anticipated that his son would not let the matter rest and would cause some commotion. However, he never imagined his son would have the audacity to attempt to capture his beloved Jinli from the pond. The 8th prince is by the ornamental fish pond, roasting fish. Zhao Yuansai's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. After all, what was so extraordinary about roasting fish? As long as he didn't set the royal garden ablaze, he would allow it. What fish is he roasting? Jinli, the eunuch hastily replied. Zhao Yuansai gasped, feeling the veins in his forehead tighten. How many has he roasted? The eunuch hesitated, lowering his head to respond, bones scattered everywhere. The emperor's heart sank. This rebellious son is truly ruthless. He dares to vent his anger on my most beloved Jinli? The 3 ministers and chief eunuch Tong Xian exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation, and hurried after the emperor. Upon reaching the ornamental fish pond in the royal garden, they indeed beheld the mischievous prince brazenly roasting fish by the pond. The sight of fish bones strewn about nearly made the emperor vomit blood from the heartache. Yet, as his gaze swept over the campfire, darkness clouded his vision. What a rebellious son! What cruelty! The emperor's heart ached. Yet, as the ruler of the Great Wei, he could not disregard ancestral etiquette and directly confront his disobedient son with slaps. Therefore, he approached with a stern expression. Following him were Tong Xian, He Xiangxiu, Lin Yuyang, and Yuziki, who were equally stunned by the scene before them. His Majesty has arrived. Tong Xian exclaimed sharply, alerting Zhao Hongrun and his companions, who were so engrossed in their tasks that they had not noticed the emperor's presence. Father Emperor? Zhao Hongrun's face lit up with surprise upon seeing the emperor, his expression devoid of the pent-up resentment he harbored. Father Emperor, what brings you here? Oh, what fortuitous timing. I have just roasted a fish, if you do not mind. Would you care to taste my culinary skills? Zhao Hongrun cheerfully offered a steaming roasted fish to the emperor, revealing his small tiger teeth, looking quite adorable. However, the emperor likely did not share the same sentiment. This boy is nothing short of demon. Gazing at the fragrant roasted fish presented before him, and recalling that it was his favorite Jinli, the emperor trembled with rage. At that moment, both the emperor and those behind him realized that this prince was not one to easily concede defeat. He is doing this deliberately. Despite Zhao Hongrun's beaming smile, the absence of genuine mirth in his eyes sent shivers down the spines of the 3 ministers. Yesterday, the emperor had removed the plaque from Zhao Hongrun's Xianyao pavilion. Today, Zhao Hongrun had burned the qin and boiled the crane, destroying 3 of the emperor's most treasured ornamental items. Indeed, this was an unambiguous act of revenge. As the 3 ministers had anticipated, the clash in this father-son struggle had already spiraled out of control. Chapter 9. The Prince's Fist. When it comes to the actions of an emperor, one must adhere to decorum and ensure a just cause. Thus, even though Zhao Hongrun had desecrated his most cherished ornamental items, the Emperor Zhao Yuansai had to suppress his fury and inquire about his son's motives, despite knowing the reasons all too well. Indeed, though his heart ached, the emperor accepted the roasted fish offered by his son, embracing the blatant malice. No, the supposed goodwill. The Jinli, once joyfully swimming in the ornamental fish pond, now transformed into a precious meal in his hands, compelled the emperor to take a deep breath, his tone becoming increasingly gentle as he asked, "My son, do you know the origin of this fish? It is a royal tribute presented to the palace, is it not? I believe it is called Jinli." Zhao Hongrun replied, feigning expertise. Oh, a series of laughter erupted from the emperor of Wei, though it appeared jovial. The veins on his forehead throbbed, rendering his smile exceedingly eerie and discordant. Deliberate. This ungrateful child is indeed deliberate. His face bore no trace of his inner turmoil. Yet, deep within, the emperor seethed with rage. Observing the emperor's demeanor, the 3 familiar ministers of the court exchanged alarmed glances, acutely aware that the emperor was on the brink of an explosive outburst. However, the audacious 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, maintained an air of unruffled calmness, a composure that left the ministers in awe. After a bout of raucous laughter, the emperor fixed his gaze on his son Zhao Hongrun and feigned indifference, inquiring, knowing full well it is a royal tribute. Why does my son so recklessly squander it? Is there resentment harbored against me? The attendees felt a chill at his words. Yet, Zhao Hongruan's expression remained placid as he questioned with apparent bewilderment. Father, what do you mean? This son would never harbor resentment against you. Merely timid? So, it seems you have contemplated it? The emperor's eyes sharpened, his words turning increasingly confrontational. At this moment, even the elderly eunuch Tong Xian recoiled slightly, while the other two young eunuchs, unable to withstand the emperor's fury, collapsed to the ground in supplication. Nevertheless, Zhao Hongruan remained unfazed, responding with a smile. Father, your suspicions are indeed heavy. You are my biological father, and I am your own son. How could there be any resentment between us? He then feigned a sigh, adding, This son bears burdens of his own. Oh, what burdens do you carry? The emperor's ire began to dissipate, replaced by a flicker of curiosity. Zhao Hongruan, with a formal bow, earnestly explained, Recently I invested considerable silver in crafting a kite. Although I had previously requested 40 taels from you, it merely covered the cost of the kite itself, excluding the expenses for earlier unsuccessful attempts. Alas, to create that kite, I spent several hundred taels, leaving my Xianyao pavilion. No, my Wanzhao pavilion, depleted of funds, insufficient to sustain myself and my 10 loyal guards. You know, even as a prince, one must pay for meals from the kitchen, as well as offer rewards to the palace eunuchs. According to the ancestral laws of Wei, the royal household allocates a monthly stipend to each prince as their allowance. Do not assume that princes dine for free within the palace. In fact, even they must inform the kitchen in advance and settle the corresponding payments to curb excessive indulgences. Furthermore, should a prince require assistance from the palace eunuchs, they too must provide rewards after the task is completed, a customary practice accepted in the palace. Thus, unmarried princes are, for the most part, impoverished. As Zhao Hongruan put it, they suffer the indignity of maintaining appearances while enduring hardship, possessing scant funds, yet still feeling compelled to offer rewards to the palace eunuchs, under the guise of upholding dignity. According to Zhao Hongruan, his last month's allowance was nearly exhausted on the kite, leaving him with little surplus, and this month's stipend had yet to be received. Consequently, he found himself with insufficient funds to support both himself and his 10 loyal guards, leading him to seek self-sufficiency out of necessity. Of course, this was merely Zhao Hongruan's one-sided narrative. Anyone present with knowledge could easily discern that he harbored resentment over the emperor's recent reduction of his monthly allowance by 20%, deliberately causing a disturbance to vex the emperor. Is this the reason you squander my precious golden-scaled fish and my treasured bamboo? The emperor, instead of growing furious, chuckled, trembling with suppressed rage. Is it so? Zhao Hongruan widened his eyes, expressing self-reproach. This son merely feels shame. Shame? The emperor was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, father, you see, I am now 14, yet I have led a life of luxury, my clothing and sustenance provided by the royal household. A man of my stature cannot even support himself. How could I not feel shame? Thus, I have resolved to be self-reliant. Pointing towards a fish pond, Zhao Hongruan beamed. On that day, while passing the fish pond, I noticed the fish swimming within. An idea struck me. Why not emulate the people of Wei and catch fish for sustenance? The emperor erupted into laughter, admonishing, what a fine notion of self-reliance. With such a flimsy excuse that even a 3-year-old could see through, you dare to claim. At that moment, Zhao Hongruan interjected with a composed tone. But is not play a trivial matter? The emperor halted, his anger momentarily frozen on his face. Zhao Hongruan lifted his head, his voice surprisingly firm for one of his youth. On that day in Wanzhao Hall, you chastised me for losing heart in play. Since you imparted this lesson, surely you would not reprimand me for trivial matters. Ultimately, what holds greater significance? The prince's resolve or mere trifles? The emperor narrowed his eyes, momentarily rendered speechless by his son's rebuttal. Indeed, regardless of how precious the golden-scaled fish and the bamboo were, they remained, at their core, mere ornamental items. Zhao Hongruan's insistence on categorizing them as trifles was not entirely unfounded. While the emperor might view Zhao Hongruan's self-sufficiency as mere pretense, he could not reprimand the prince further without risking the implication that the prince's resolve was less significant than mere objects. As the emperor seethed with barely contained fury yet could not act upon it, The three ministers watched in astonishment. They understood that the eighth prince, Zhao Hongrun, had deliberately ruined the emperor's cherished possessions out of spite. Under normal circumstances, had the reasoning failed, this prince would likely have been confined to the royal residence for reflection. Yet curiously, this eighth prince had managed to render the emperor speechless and unable to unleash his wrath. What a clever scheme. What articulate reasoning. The three ministers marveled. They had anticipated that the eighth prince would find himself in peril. Yet unexpectedly, it was the emperor who found himself in a dilemma. Now it remained to be seen how the reigning emperor would respond. Under the silent scrutiny of the three ministers, the Emperor Zhao Yuanshi's expression shifted between gloom and brightness before he burst in a hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent, truly a remarkable child. Come, let's roast fish together. With that, Zhao Yuanshi donned a congenial smile and instructed Mu Qing and the 10 loyal guards, quickly capture the golden carp from the pond. I wish to roast fish with my son. The emperor's proclamation left the assembly astounded, setting aside the ever-timid Mu Qing and his 10 loyal guards. The three ministers had long anticipated this turn of events. After all, Zhao Yuanshi was the emperor of Wei, and his composure was not easily swayed by mere trifles. They exchanged glances, noting the eighth prince's surprise, which starkly contrasted his previously composed demeanor. Indeed, Zhao Hongrun was taken aback. According to his initial plan, even if his father Zhao Yuanshi refrained from punishing him, he would never have expected such a magnanimous response, especially considering the precious ornamental items involved. Yet unexpectedly, Zhao Yuanshi not only refrained from reproach, but eagerly joined him in roasting fish, leaving Zhao Hongrun feeling a sense of disarray as his plans unraveled. Truly, he is worthy of being an emperor. His broad-mindedness and demeanor leave one speechless. However, I wonder how long he can maintain this? With this thought in mind, Zhao Hongrun deliberately feigned a look of dejection and remarked sincerely to the emperor of Wei, "Father, you truly embody the essence of our Wei sovereign, possessing a lofty spirit that your son can never hope to match. Is this when you finally think to amuse me? It is too late." Zhao Yuanshi scoffed inwardly. Yet, despite his thoughts, he felt a sense of joy at his son's praise. At that moment, Zhao Hongrun produced a wooden box from behind him, reverently presenting it with both hands, saying, "Though father has not reproached me, I find it difficult to reconcile my heart. I hope this small token may bring you joy." Could it be that this boy had prepared a gift in advance to placate me? Zhao Yuanshi pondered, accepting the wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered a most delightful peony within. However, it was regrettable that the flower had been severed from its roots rather than being unearthed whole. What a pity! Understanding the nuances of floral appreciation, Zhao Yuanshi frowned and admonished, "My son, you have acted too rashly. Such flowers cannot." At this juncture, the emperor of Wei suddenly froze, pondering how his son, who was not permitted to leave the palace, had acquired such a flower. Upon closer inspection, the emperor felt an increasing familiarity with the peony, as if it had originated from his most cherished flower bed. The familiar pang in his chest resurfaced, and with a trembling hand, Zhao Yuanshi pointed at the flower, cautiously inquiring, "My son, from whence did you obtain this flower?" "It is one of the few that I personally tend to." Seeing its vibrant bloom, Zhao Hongrun replied cheerfully, "I plucked it for you, father, in delight at its beauty." The emperor felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Those precious flowers were his prideful handiwork. How foolish of me to believe this child could find his way back to righteousness and kindly present me a gift. I never expected this. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yuanshi laughed heartily, his heart aching with anger. Chapter 10. The Emperor's counterattack. Is he truly not enraged? Is this for real? Observing the unchanging demeanor of the Emperor of Wei, Zhao Hongrun felt a twinge of confusion. His intention was to provoke his father into a furious rage, yet he found that the Emperor remained unfazed. To achieve this, Zhao Hongrun had not only squandered many of his father's cherished possessions, but had also secretly plucked one of the flowers he had nurtured with care. Yet, to his astonishment, his father, the sovereign of Wei, appeared calm. This is not good. Sensing an eerie calmness beneath the surface, Zhao Hongrun, usually audacious, felt an unusual sense of unease for the first time. The expressions of the three ministers of the court did not escape his notice. Undeniably, the audacity and eloquence of the eighth prince, Zhao Hongrun, along with his sharp retorts, left the ministers in awe. But the problem lies in the fact that your highness is confronting our great sovereign. Minister He Xiangxiu stroked his beard with an air of composure. Behind him, Ministers Lin Yuyang and Yu Ziki exchanged glances and shook their heads. They were all too familiar with Zhao Yuansai, and as they observed the growing mirth in his expression, they understood. The emperor was preparing to retaliate. While speaking, He Xiangxiu subtly glanced at Zhao Hongrun, causing him to feel a sudden jolt in his heart. All monthly allowances revoked? How ruthless! Zhao Hongrun felt as though he were a child whose pocket money had been confiscated, his vision clouded with dismay. Noting Zhao Hongrun's stiff expression, Zhao Yuansai could not help but smirk with satisfaction, feigning ignorance as he remarked, "My son wouldn't dare to give up, would he? Seizing the opportunity to strike while I am down?" Zhao Hongrun gritted his teeth. Faced with his father's provocation, his typically stubborn nature would not allow him to yield. "Father, you yist. I merely wish to prevent your garden from becoming a chaotic mess. Even at this point, you dare to threaten me with your obstinacy?" Zhao Yuansai chuckled. "No matter. For the sake of supporting you, I would not mind sacrificing the entire royal garden." With that, he rose slowly, casting a mocking glance at Zhao Hongrun before actually walking away. Is he truly leaving? Zhao Hongrun was left dumbfounded, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his brow. "Your Highness, what shall we do?" As the emperor departed with the eunuch Tong Xian and the three ministers, Zhao Hongrun's loyal guards quickly surrounded him, their expressions fraught with anxiety. For the sake of curbing the extravagant tendencies of the princes, the ancestral laws of Wei dictated that a certain allowance be granted to each prince monthly, which they would use to support themselves and their guards. This system was designed to control palace expenditures and prevent the princes from indulging in gluttony and extravagance. Now, with Zhao Yuansai ordering the cessation of the monthly allowance for Wen Zhaoge, it meant that Zhao Hongrun's future would not be easy. Of course, starvation was out of the question. After all, Zhao Yuansai could always seek a meal from his beloved consort, Shen Shufei, who would likely provide discreet support. The real issue lay with the 10 guard around him. Could they really follow him to seek meals from Shen Shufei? If word of this spread, it would surely become a source of ridicule in the palace. Moreover, without the allowance, it would become a challenge for Zhao Hongrun to employ those small eunuchs or the palace guards in the future. It was not that these individuals were unwilling to serve the prince. The problem lay in the fact that once they completed their tasks as a prince, he was obliged to reward them in some manner. Without funds, what reward could he offer? Ultimately, the crux of the matter was that his counterattack not only failed to strike at his father's vulnerabilities, but instead allowed Zhao Yuansai, the current emperor of Wei, to seize upon his weaknesses. This was something Zhao Hongrun could not accept. How underestimated I was. Zhao Hongrun furiously shook his fist, filled with regret over the squandered opportunity. "Your Highness, should we still go fishing?" queried the affable guard, Chu Hong, scratching his head. He had been salivating over the grilled fish from the golden-scaled fish, but had refrained from indulging earlier out of fear of the emperor's reprimand. Now that Zhao Yuansai had made it clear that Zhao Hongrun could wreak havoc in the royal garden, how could he resist such an opportunity? Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. In a few days, we might not even have a meal. The eldest guard, Shen Yu, reprimanded Chu Hong, causing the others who also wished to taste the golden-scaled fish to fall silent. However, witnessing the situation unfold, Zhao Hongrun regained his composure and waved his hand at Shen Yu, saying, "Shen Yu, this was my oversight, and it has nothing to do with Chu Hong. So do not blame him. Since we have come to this, let us all taste the golden-scaled fish." The guards, eager to savor the golden-scaled fish, quickly retrieved the fish from the basket, skewering them on bamboo sticks to roast over the fire. Observing these carefree individuals wearing smiles, the more composed guards, Shen Yu, Wei Jiao, and El Mu, could only shake their heads in resignation. "What are your plans now, Your Highness?" Wei Jiao inquired softly. Although opposing the Emperor of Wei was something they would have never dared to imagine in the past, now that they were assigned to Prince Zhao Hongrun, they had no choice but to stand by him through thick and thin. To comprehend the relationship between the prince and the royal guards is akin to understanding the bond between a boat and its passengers. Should the prince's vessel capsize, the royal guards would find themselves adrift without hope. Perhaps, Your Highness, it would be prudent to abandon your quarrel with His Majesty? Royal Guard El Mu advised with a wry smile. In my humble opinion, this matter could be easily resolved if you were to extend an apology to His Majesty. It is evident to us all that His Majesty's affection for you has grown. Otherwise, Would he so readily forgive you for the turmoil you caused today? It is said that before his majesty was born, the young crown prince inadvertently broke a flower bud that his majesty had been nurturing and was confined to the royal estate for 3 days as punishment. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu and Wei Jiao nodded in agreement. Apologize? Zhao Hongrun cast an irritated glance at the 3 royal guards, frowning as he replied. He was the one who broke his word first, dismantling the plaque of my carefree pavilion, and now I am to apologize? Hush! Seeing His Highness audaciously use the term he to refer to the current emperor of Wei, Shen Yu quickly cautioned him to choose his words wisely. Enough of your counsel. Zhao Hongrun waved his hand to silence the royal guards. At this juncture, there is no room for retreat. I have lost this initial skirmish, but let us watch what unfolds in the future. The 3 royal guards exchanged glances, only managing to smile wryly. After all, today's debacle was merely a means to provoke the Emperor Zhao Yuansai of Wei. Since he had failed, there was no further reason to remain here. It would be unwise to deplete the fish in the ornamental pond for sustenance. What would they do when hunger struck? Zhao Hongrun did not consider his father Zhao Yuansai's words to be mere jest. As the 8th prince departed with his 10 royal guards, several young eunuchs watching from a distance hurriedly relayed the news to the Chui Gong Hall. He has left? As expected. Upon hearing that the 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun had vacated the imperial garden, Emperor Zhao Yuansai of Wei displayed no surprise, calmly stating, "This child is indeed clever and possesses considerable intellect. It is a pity he has chosen to squander such talents on misguided pursuits, just as you have suggested. If this young shoot of our imperial family is not properly guided, it may indeed grow astray." Nearby, Chief Eunuch Tong Xian closely observed the emperor, noticing no signs of anger in his eyes, and boldly complimented. "Although the 8th prince is shrewd, the ultimate victory still belongs to your majesty." Zhao Yuansai chuckled lightly, feeling quite pleased. He thought to himself, "I am his father. How could I not subdue him, cutting off his monthly allowance? The 8th prince will surely have a headache now." He Xianshu also aligned himself with the emperor's sentiments, stroking his beard and smiling amiably. "Are you mad? Whose side are you on?" Left Minister Lin Yuyang glanced at his colleague with a bewildered expression, quickly diverting the topic. "Your Majesty, from my rudimentary understanding of the 8th prince, he will not easily relent. If you were back down now, I will be disappointed." The Emperor of Wei laughed spiritedly. "Let that rebellious son show all his abilities. I am eager to see what tricks he can conjure." Seeing that the Emperor seemed rather intrigued by this father-son conflict, the 3 ministers were left both amused and exasperated, finding it inappropriate to voice their concerns any further. This palace is bound to descend into chaos, they silently agreed. Chapter 11. Disruption at Chui Gong Hall. Ruling an empire is no easy task. To put in modern terms, the Emperor of Wei Zhao Yuansai rises at 4 in the morning, promptly holding court by 5, and after consuming a morning meal, he must hasten to Chui Gong Hall to commence a day filled with diligent governance. Such a grueling schedule has taken a toll on the health of the emperor. Despite being in his middle age, has already begun to feel the strain. In his youth, he felt none of this burden, but now, Zhao Yuansai increasingly finds himself overwhelmed. Consequently, after each morning assembly, if there are no pressing matters, he opts to have breakfast in the Window Hall, hoping for a brief respite to recharge for the day ahead. This precious nap time rarely exceeds an hour, as he must arrive at Chui Gong Hall before the hour of the snake to set an example for his ministers. However, today an unexpected visitor graced the halls. This uninvited guest was none other than the 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, who had faced a minor defeat in his contest with the emperor the previous day. It is rumored that this prince sleeps until the sun is high in the sky. Yet today he has come to Chui Gong Hall early, perhaps to seek forgiveness from his majesty? Yesterday, his majesty seemed to have caught this young man off guard, leaving him no choice but to submit. Just then, he heard Zhao Hongrun exclaim from behind him, Your Highness, you such trivial matters. I was too naive." At this moment, he finally understood that the 8th prince was not there to apologize to the emperor, but rather to wreak havoc upon the officials of the Zhongshu province. Though he understood, he could not voice it aloud. It was evident that the 8th prince had come with a well-considered plan to ensnare them, and it would be no easy task to catch him off guard. Do you doubt it? Try me. Is it because His Majesty has cut off your monthly allowance from the one Zhao pavilion that you find yourself unable to sleep? Lin Yang wanted to laugh, but refrained, opting instead to sip his tea as a distraction. Little did he know that the cup was already empty. Just as he was about to summon the eunuchs in Shui Gong Hall for more tea, Zhao Hongruan's voice boomed, commanding, "Bring tea for Minister Lin." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hongruan's royal guard Mu Qing entered with a large copper kettle, pouring scalding water into Lin Yuyang's cup. "Minister Lin, please enjoy some tea," Mu Qing said with a beaming smile, bowing respectfully. Lin Yuyang glanced at Mu Qing, then at Zhao Hongruan, whose face radiated enthusiasm. He cautiously lifted the hot cup, but the boiling water was nearly impossible to drink. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuyang shook his head and set the cup down, looking at Zhao Hongruan with a wry smile. "Your Highness, why must you make things difficult for us? You noticed?" Zhao Hongruan feigned surprise, eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation from the three ministers present. Mu Qing served tea to the other ministers. Zhao Hongruan waved his hand to instruct Mu Qing, then turned serious as he addressed the three ministers. "Esteemed ministers, you are the backbone of Wei. I have no intention of making things difficult for you. This situation arises solely because my father spoke without sincerity, first dismantling the plaque of my carefree pavilion. Having long been confined within the deep palace, I yearn for the freedom beyond its walls. If you could speak a few kind words on my behalf before my father, I would be eternally grateful." With that, he formally bowed to the three ministers. Seeing this, He Xiangxiu, Lin Yuyang, and Yuziki hurriedly stood to avoid Zhao Hongruan's bow, listening to Zhao Hongruan's coherent explanation. Even though the ministers harbored dissatisfaction with his disruptive presence in Shuigong Hall, their grievances dissipated. It is well known that the princes of Wei lead a life of hardship, a fact acknowledged by all court officials. The deep palace indeed resembles a prison. "This is a tricky situation, Your Highness," Lin Yuyang remarked with a wry smile. "Yesterday you ruined something His Majesty cherished. Even if we plead for you, our efforts may prove fruitless. Then speak ill of me." Zhao Hongruan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he suggested to the three ministers, "You should speak vigorously against me in front of my father, perhaps even to the extent that he might cast me out of the palace. Do you think His Majesty can be so easily deceived?" The three ministers looked at Zhao Hongruan with bemusement, their amusement growing as they realized that while other princes sought to curry favor with the emperor, this eighth prince was indeed an anomaly. "In any case, if you three do not assist me, I shall refuse to leave," Zhao Hongruan declared, employing his tactic of stubbornness. "Are you attempting to extort us?" Found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. He was acutely aware that should this matter not unfold to the satisfaction of His Highness, the eighth prince, the young man, would undoubtedly not relent. Yet, the crux of the issue lay in its inherent complexity. It was imperative to remember that on the previous day, the esteemed Emperor Zhao Yuansai of the Great Wei had articulated with utmost clarity that the eighth prince, Zhao Hongruan, possessed remarkable talents but exhibited a willful disposition, warranting strict discipline. With the emperor having decreed such measures, how could they, as loyal subjects, dare to openly oppose him at this juncture? Thus, the only course of action was to proceed with caution to avoid falling into the trap laid by His Highness. Resolute in his decision, chose to disregard Zhao Hongruan's incessant pacing beside him. He believed that by remaining vigilant, he could navigate the challenges posed by the eighth prince. Are you clearly indicating your unwillingness to assist?" Zhao Hongruan quipped, his demeanor lighthearted. The elegant script of Lord Lin was indeed commendable, each stroke a testament to his artistry. "Pray tell, what does this character signify? How could you possibly have written it thus?" "Oh, it appears I have erred. Please continue. Will you assist or not?" Zhao Hongruan asked with a playful grin. At a loss for words, Lin Yuyang hesitated momentarily before responding in a lowered voice, "Your Highness, this matter cannot be resolved solely by my word." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at He Xiangxiu and Yuziki, inwardly cursing the two ministers for their lack of integrity. I understand, Zhao Hongruan replied amiably, moving his stool to sit beside Yuziki. Before he could utter another word, Yuziki hastily lowered his voice, "Your Highness, I have always stood by your side." Lin Yuyang's eyes widened in disbelief, as did Zhao Hongruan's. "Lord Yu, please continue with your work. I shall not disturb you further," Zhao Hongruan said contentedly before taking his leave. "You are hardly in a position to criticize," Lin Yuyang retorted. "From the outset, I supported the eighth prince." Their gazes locked, silently contesting one another. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongruan had settled beside He Xiangxiu, who felt a surge of anxiety, pondering how he, an elder, might withstand the 8 princes' playful antics. "Old sir, does your shoulder ache? Allow me to massage it for you." "Ah, your complexion appears rather poor," he Xiangshu lamented silently. At that moment, a voice rang from outside the Chuegong Hall, announcing the arrival of the emperor. "His Majesty has arrived." In that instant, he Xiangshu, the chancellor, felt tears welling up. "Your Majesty, you have finally come." Chapter 12. The Imperial Decree. "Your Majesty, I humbly request my retirement due to my advanced age. I beseech you to grant this plea." The Emperor Zhao Yuansai had only just set foot in the Chuegong Hall when he was met with the sight of Chancellor He Xiangshu kneeling before him, imploring for permission to retire. What is this farce? The Emperor was taken aback, pondering why this venerable man sought to retire. Had he inadvertently offended him? A glance around the hall revealed the grinning 8 Prince Zhao Hongran, while the expressions of Lin Yuyang and Yu Ziki were shrouded in ambiguity, prompting the Emperor to deduce the underlying motives. But is this clever lad? After yesterday's defeat, he has come to wreak havoc among the ministers. Zhao Yuansai maintained a facade of composure as he assisted Chancellor He to his feet, offering soothing words before instructing the attendants to escort the elder to his seat. "Hongrun, what brings you to the Chuegong Hall?" Zhao Yuansai inquired nonchalantly as he approached the imperial desk. "Surely you have come to stir trouble," he mused inwardly, though his exterior betrayed no such thoughts. "What knowledge do you seek?" "Naturally, I wish to inquire about governance and state affairs," Zhao Hongrun replied cheerfully. I suspect otherwise. If you truly wish to learn about governance, why not attend the Imperial Academy?" "Your Majesty, that would be misguided. The Academy merely teaches theory. It cannot compare to soliciting insights from the esteemed ministers," Zhao Hongrun articulated, as Lin Yuyang had anticipated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuansai found himself at a loss for a retort. Despite knowing the 8 princes' intentions were dubious, he could not conjure a suitable rebuttal. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hongrun preemptively announced his departure. "Since father has arrived, I shall not intrude upon you and the esteemed ministers as you address pressing matters. I take my leave." "The 8 prince departs?" Lin Yuyang pondered, perplexed. Upon further reflection, he recognized the cleverness of Zhao Hongrun's maneuver. After all, with the emperor present, the young prince would be unlikely to play tricks on the ministers in front of his father. "I shall return tomorrow to seek the counsel of the 3 esteemed ministers," Zhao Hongrun declared as he bowed respectfully and exited. However, his words sent shivers down the spines of Chancellor He Xiangshu and Lin Yuyang. Returning tomorrow? He Xiangshu's eyes widened in alarm, hastily beseeching the emperor, "Your Majesty, I am of advanced age. I implore you to grant me permission to retire." Zhao Yuansai rubbed his temples in exasperation, wondering what mischief this wayward son had conjured. Lin Yuyang then recounted Zhao Hongrun's antics of the day, prompting the emperor to chuckle in disbelief. "He Xiangshu, you are of considerable age. Cannot you manage a mere boy? And you too, as prominent ministers, cannot best a 14-year-old scamp?" The emperor regarded the 3 ministers with a bemused expression. They exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their smiles. It was not that they were incapable of handling the 8 prince, but rather that they harbored a certain fondness for his cleverness and were moved by his youthful exuberance, finding his antics more amusing than vexing. However, while these pranks were harmless in theory, they became burdensome when directed at oneself. Thus, for the sake of his future, He Xiangshu hastily requested retirement, for he was indeed at an age that warranted such a decision. Yet, he believed he still had much to offer the Great Wei, and the emperor had placed his trust in him, elevating him to the position of chancellor after his lengthy tenure as minister of personnel. "To think that you 3 esteemed ministers are at a loss against a mere child." Zhao Yuansai shook his head in disbelief. He instructed the attendants to prepare a sheet of paper, upon which he inscribed the words "Hongrun is not permitted entry," and ordered them to affix it to the door of the Chuegong Hall. "Is this satisfactory to you, my ministers?" Yu Ziki was indifferent, having already made his stance clear, while He Xiangshu and Lin Yuyang breathed a sigh of relief. But was the situation truly so simple? As they continued their tasks, they suddenly heard Zhao Hongrun's voice from outside, as if he was in a dispute with the guard stationed at the entrance. "Why am I not permitted entry?" Hearing the 8 princes' incredulous inquiry, He Xiangshu and Lin Yuyang exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. The emperor's words held the weight of law. Even a simple note declaring Hongrun is not permitted entry bore the authority of an edict. Thus, The guards at the Chue Gong Hall dared not defy the emperor's order and allow the 8th prince to enter. Today, at last, they could find some peace. Lin Yuyang chuckled as he sipped his tea. Seeing his composed demeanor, Yu Ziki felt a surge of amusement and couldn't help but exclaim, "Not necessarily." He and Xiangshu exchanged puzzled glances. Although the emperor had forbidden the 8th prince from entering the Chue Gong Hall, that prince possessed remarkable abilities and perhaps had a way around it. "Your Highness, please be lenient and do not trouble us lowly officials. The emperor has clearly decreed, Hongrun may not enter. If I were to permit your Highness entry, that would be an act of dereliction of duty. Look closely at what you said. The emperor's decree states Hongrun may not enter, not Zhao Hongrun may not enter. Is there any difference? Oh, the distinction is significant. Consider this. Hongrun does not necessarily refer to me, Zhao Hongrun. It is quite possible that there exists a minister named Zhang Hongrun or Li Hongrun. Ah, indeed. I have heard that there is a gentleman in the Ministry of Rights named Li Hongshan. You see, it is just one character off. Thus, I believe it is likely that some minister has offended the emperor, leading to this decree barring him from entering the Chue Gong Hall. As fate would have it, he shares a name with me. Can you imagine? The emperor is my father. How could he deny his son entry? Alas, hearing the guards outside rendered speechless, Xiangshu silently lamented the situation. As expected, moments later, the 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, appeared before them, his face beaming with a smile that silently reminded the 3 ministers of stark truth. I have arrived. Let us endure. We shall endure until the emperor arrives. Glancing at the seemingly indifferent Yuziki, Xiangshu and Lin Yuyang exchanged a glance filled with despair. The emperor has arrived. In the midst of it all, the Grand Eunuch Tong Xian's loud proclamation nearly sent Xiangshu and Lin Yuyang into a frenzy. Upon entering the Chue Gong Hall, the emperor of Wei, Zhao Yuansai, was taken aback to find his son Zhao Hongrun still within. Did I not forbid you from entering? Zhao Hongrun feigned surprise, exclaiming, Father, did you not forbid your son from coming in? I thought it was some minister with the same name who had angered you. Hence your decree. Zhao Yuansai rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this nonsense. I have no mood for your arguments today. Get out. Oh. Zhao Hongrun pouted and was about to squat down. What are you doing? Zhao Yuansai exclaimed in alarm. Zhao Hongrun looked astonished. Did you not tell your son to get out? As the great emperor of Wei, your word is law. Since you said to get out, I must roll out. You. Zhao Yuansai was left speechless, thinking to himself, how could you act like this in front of the 3 ministers and the guards outside? You are only 14. It does not matter, but what about my dignity? Out, out, out. Zhao Yuansai pointed towards the exit in frustration. Should I roll out or walk out? Zhao Hongrun asked. Looking bewildered, Zhao Yuansai, both amused and exasperated, wanted to command his mischievous son to leave, but hesitated to utter the words. He feared that if he truly said roll, this shameless little rascal might indeed roll out, bringing shame to the Zhao royal family. Walk out. Just get out. Zhao Yuansai maintained a stern face, pointing towards the exit and scolding him. Father, do not be angry. Anger is harmful to the liver. Very well, I shall take my leave. Zhao Hongrun chuckled as he departed. The onlookers within the hall watched in amusement, and during the commotion, Lin Yuyang remarked to the emperor, Your Majesty, this cannot continue. Zhao Yuansai slowly approached the dragon table and composed himself. Do not fret, my loyal ministers. In a few days, this rebellious child shall have no leisure for such antics. Though he appears lively now, in due time, he shall be subdued. His implication was clear. Once Zhao Hongrun's funds were exhausted, he would cease his frolicsome behavior, and the emperor would have ample opportunity to discipline him. It seems your majesty intends to endure this with the 8th prince, which truly burdens us. Xiangshu and Lin Yuyang exchanged glances, their unspoken words lingering in the air. Tong Xian, Zhao Yuansai handed a well-inked brush to Tong Xian. Understanding the command, Tong Xian respectfully accepted the brush, stepped outside, and added a character to the decree, transforming it into Zhao Hongrun may not enter. However, after the events of the day, the chief minister Xiangshu and the left assistant minister Lin Yuyang had little hope left for the efficacy of this decree. Chapter 13. Intermission as anticipated by Lin Yuyang. In the days that followed, the 8th prince Zhao Hongrun continued to roam freely within the Chue Gong Hall, rendering the Emperor Zhao Yuansai's decree of Zhao Hongrun may not enter utterly ineffectual. The arguments of the decree does not necessarily refer to the Chui Gong Hall. Even with the surname Zhao added, it could pertain to another minister of the same name, and without an accompanying portrait of me, I refuse to acknowledge it refers to me, led to numerous amendments to the decree, which became exceedingly detailed. The text of the decree evolved into the 8th Emperor of Wei, by imperial edict, my 8th son, residing within the One Zhao Pavilion, the 9th Prince Zhao Hongrun, is forbidden from stepping foot into the Chui Gong Hall. Furthermore, he is prohibited from standing on the steps, peering into the hall, making loud noises outside, and cooking fish at the steps. Note, his guards are equally prohibited. A comprehensive series of prohibitions followed, and in addition, a portrait of Zhao Hongrun was appended to the decree, resembling a wanted poster, which elicited chuckles from the guards. Even the guards outside the Chui Gong Hall could not help but engage in discussions regarding the ongoing battle between the Emperor Zhao Yuansai and the 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun, wondering who would ultimately prevail. Life as a guard in the palace was rather dull. They were required to stand stiffly until their shifts changed. Yet during these days, the guards felt no burden, often speculating on what excuse the 8th Prince would concoct to sneak back in the following day. Eventually, upon learning of this, the Emperor ordered the 8th Prince to refrain from standing in the corridor. In response, the 8th Prince simply instructed his guards to create a ruckus within the Chui Gong Hall. Subsequently, when even his guards were prohibited from approaching the Chui Gong Hall, they somehow procured drums and gongs, performing outside the hall and claiming it was a tribute to the Emperor's virtues. Eventually, even the drumming and singing were banned, and the 8th Prince and his guards resorted to cooking fish outside the hall, a moment the guards would forever remember, witnessing the Emperor's blend of pity and fury. Later, both the 8th Prince and his guards were ordered to stay away from the Chui Gong Hall. It appeared the 8th Prince would not make an appearance today. After a prolonged wait, as the time approached, one guard could not help but sigh and mutter, "Where are the 8th Prince and his entourage? Have you lost your mind? Which side are you on?" His companion shot him a glare, urgently reminding him that their loyalty lay with the Emperor of Wei, thus naturally aligning them with his side, even though he secretly admired the 8th Prince's cleverness in evading the Emperor for so long. With the sound of soft footsteps, the Emperor Zhao Yuansai and Grand Eunuch Tong Xian entered. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The guards bowed respectfully. "Rise." The Emperor waved his hand and then glanced around, inquiring, "Has that rascal come to cause trouble today?" "I know he cannot last long." Zhao Yuansai entered the Chui Gong Hall with a sense of triumph. Within the palace, the Minister of State, He Xiangshu, and the Left Minister of State, Lin Yuyang, were plagued by a sense of trepidation until the arrival of Zhao Yuansai at the Chui Gong Hall, at which point they both exhaled with relief. Finally, at long last, they had endured the ordeal. In this moment, He Xiangshu was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, while Lin Yuyang was equally exhilarated. On this day, the 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun refrained from causing his usual disturbances at the Chui Gong Hall. Did this signify that he had finally run out of options? How delightful! The Emperor of Wei, Zhao Yuansai, celebrated with He Xiangshu and Lin Yuyang, which elicited a chuckle from the Right Minister of State, Yu Ziki, who observed the scene with amusement. It seemed that the 8th Prince had fallen on hard times. The chief eunuch, Tong Xian, remarked with a hint of insight, "I have sent someone to investigate, and it is said that the 8th Prince possesses merely a handful of silver." "What do you mean?" Zhao Yuansai cast a sidelong glance at Tong Xian and snorted, "That rascal is cunning. Do you truly fear he will starve? Even if he cannot support himself and his entourage, does he not have his foster mother, Shen Shufei, and the 9th Prince, Hong Xian? I've heard that he borrowed 200 taels from his brother. Otherwise, he would not have managed for so long." The bond between the 8th and 9th Princes was akin to that of brothers. "Your Majesty, you are unwilling to yield an inch." The 3 ministers exchanged glances, their hearts filled with bittersweet amusement. Conversely, they grew ever more curious about how the 8th Prince would respond to the Emperor's decisive strategy of halting the monthly allowances for princes. Indeed, Zhao Hongrun appeared to be in dire straits. The Chui Gong Hall had been strictly off-limits to him, and even with the 200 taels borrowed from the 9th Prince, his funds were nearly depleted after half a month. Faced with such a precarious situation, Zhao Hongrun was forced to temporarily cease his disturbances towards the ministers of the Chui Gong Hall and turn his thoughts toward the survival of himself and his companions. In the expansive One Zhao Pavilion, the minor eunuchs had been dismissed by Zhao Hongrun, who, along with his 10 loyal guards, sat around a candlelight, brainstorming strategies. Brothers, we are at a critical juncture. Do any of you have a plan? Seeing their prince speak of such peril with a serious expression, the guards could not help but chuckle. To them, this so-called conflict merely seemed like a squabble between their prince and the emperor, akin to a father-son dispute. As long as one side was willing to concede, it was hardly a significant affair. Of course, the issue lay in the fact that their rather obstinate prince would never concede. And on the other side stood the Emperor of Wei, who could compel the emperor to relent. Wenjiao Pavilion? Zhao Hongrun glowered at Shenyu. Xiaoyao Pavilion, Shenyu corrected himself, bemused. At this juncture, your highness should not be preoccupied with such trivial matters. This is a matter of pride, spirit, and willpower. Do you comprehend nothing? Shenyu, who was usually astute, dared not utter words of sympathy. He sighed and inquired, how long do you intend to contend, your highness? Do you have any plans? Zhao Hongrun pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, how much silver do we have left? The guard responsible for finances, Elmu, whispered in response, 17 taels remain, along with some miscellaneous coins, totaling around 20 taels. 20 taels? Zhao Hongrun furrowed his brow deeply. While 20 taels could sustain a common family for some time, for princes residing in the depths of the palace, it was akin to being utterly destitute. It is essential to note that the crown prince's eunuchs and guards typically receive rewards of at least 20 to 30 taels. In essence, the illustrious 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, now possessed less than what the crown prince would bestow upon palace servants in a single distribution. Then tomorrow, I shall continue to dine at my mother's side. You all can fend for yourselves. By the way, this is the support from our mother, Zhao Hongrun said, pulling out 50 taels of silver from his robe and handing it to Elmu. Has the Empress Dowager perhaps heard of our plight? The guards exclaimed in astonishment. Although Shen Shufei was not Zhao Hongrun's biological mother, she had showered him with affection since childhood, even more than her own son, Zhao Hongxian. Thus, in the eyes of the guards, Shen Shufei held a status akin to that of their prince's biological mother. Who knows if she is aware? In any case, she hasn't said anything, but she must be aware, for the palace is rife with gossip. After all, I have been at odds with father for half a month. How could anyone in the palace be oblivious? As Zhao Hongrun spoke, he seemed to recall something, narrowing his eyes as he stroked his chin. The guard were startled. They knew their prince well. Whenever Zhao Hongrun exhibited such behavior, it often signaled the emergence of a startling idea, reminiscent of extracting a golden-scaled fish from the depths of a pond. Chapter 14. Shen Shufei, it is customary for an emperor to maintain a harem of consorts to ensure the continuation of the royal lineage. Even the Emperor of Wei, Zhao Yuansai, had accumulated over 20 consorts, not merely for the purpose of indulgence, but as a duty incumbent upon him as the sovereign. The saying goes, among the 3 unfilial acts, having no heirs is the gravest. For the Emperor of Wei, prioritizing the stability of the realm meant that securing heirs was of paramount importance. This concern was not only monitored by royal relatives, but also by court officials who frequently urged the emperor to take more consorts to safeguard the integrity of the royal bloodline. According to the ancestral regulations of Wei, the emperor's consorts were categorized into 5 ranks, the foremost being the empress, followed by the noble consort, the noble concubines, and the 9 consorts. The next tier consisted of the 4th rank consorts, including Shufei, Jiyu, and Ronghua, while the 5th rank encompassed beautiful women and talented individuals, whose status paled in comparison to the higher ranks. The titles of the consorts were determined by their backgrounds upon entering the palace, but once inside, their position depended entirely on the emperor's favor, leading to a constant struggle for affection and power among the women of the harem. Shen Shufei, although the adoptive mother of the 8th prince Zhao Hongrun and the biological mother of the 9th prince, had only attained the 4th rank title of Shufei, a reflection of her disinterest in the harem's intrigues. Women of such modest demeanor often found it challenging to ascend the ranks in the competitive environment of the harem unless they bore a favored son. Unfortunately, Zhao Hongrun's notorious mischief had become common knowledge within the palace, and the young 9th prince Zhao Hongxian was still too immature, resulting in Shen Shufei's low standing in Zhao Yuansai's eyes, rendering her and her sons nearly superfluous. Recently, however, as Zhao Hongrun had unexpectedly captured the emperor's attention, Shen Shufei had gradually garnered more consideration from him. Regrettably, Her chronic ailments often rendered her unable to attend to the emperor, preventing her from seizing this precious opportunity. Nevertheless, certain envious consorts within the palace harbored ill will towards her. Today, the favored consort Chen Shuyuan approached Shen Shufei's quarters, Ningxiang Palace, accompanied by several handmaidens, and spoke in a mocking tone. Though Shen Shufei chose not to engage in conflict, her personal handmaiden, Xiao Tao, was incensed. That Chen Shuyuan is utterly intolerable. Were it not for the mistress's restraint, I would have certainly confronted her. As Xiao Tao tidied up the shattered porcelain and scattered embers, she muttered in frustration. Enough, Shen Shufei gently admonished, offering a smile. To understand, as one of the most favored consorts of the Great Wei Emperor, Chen Shuyuan's only rivals have traditionally been the Empress and a few others. In her eyes, Shen Shushi was merely an insignificant figure. However, yesterday, according to whispers in the palace, the Great Wei Emperor initially designated Chen Shuyuan, but for reasons unknown, he changed his mind midway and visited Ningxiang Palace, leaving Chen Shuyuan with a false sense of joy. This has now led to a deep-seated resentment, unable to bear the situation. Chen Shuyuan intentionally visited Shen Shushi at Ningxiang Palace today and spoke in a sardonic manner, indirectly criticizing Shen Shushi for approaching the emperor despite her frail health, clearly harboring ill intentions. This infuriated Xiao Tao, who several times felt compelled to disregard the social hierarchy and argue with this willful woman. The most egregious act was when Shen Shuyuan deliberately shattered a porcelain jar belonging to Shen Shushi upon her departure. It is known that due to her frail constitution, Shen Shushi's limbs and abdomen are often cold, and to warm herself, she had asked Xiao Tao to fill a porcelain jar with charcoal and wrap it in cotton cloth to serve as a heating device. As the days passed, Shen Shushi gradually grew attached to that jar and was reluctant to replace it. Now, it has been carelessly smashed by Chen Shuyuan, leaving shards and scattered charcoal all over the floor. Nevertheless, Shen Shushi, being a woman of knowledge and propriety, understood the source of Chen Shuyuan's resentment and had no intention of retaliating. Instead, she repeatedly instructed Xiao Tao not to disclose this incident to her eldest son, Zhao Hongrun, especially since the news of the 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, recently clashing with the Great Wei Emperor had already spread throughout the depths of the palace. You are just too polite to those people, Xiao Tao complained in frustration. All right, let the past be the past. Do not mention it again. By the way, perhaps Runner will come by at noon today, so tell the steward responsible for the meals to prepare an extra serving. I understand. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their mother. Although she did not mention it, Shen Shushi was aware that her eldest son Zhao Hongrun was not having an easy time these days, having been deprived of his monthly allowance by the Great Wei Emperor. Sure enough, at mealtime, Zhao Hongrun arrived punctually, shamelessly seeking a meal from his mother. Mother, where is Xiao Xian? Zhao Hongrun inquired, not having seen his younger brother Hong Xian. He is at the Palace Academy. Do you think he is like you? Shen Shushi extended her long, fair finger and lightly tapped Zhao Hongruan's forehead, advising him, Runner, I know you are naturally intelligent, but even so, do not become arrogant. You must attend the Palace Academy. What can one learn at the Palace Academy? It's just a bunch of old scholars spouting nonsense. It's not worth attending. Enough! You are old enough now, and your wings have grown. You need not heed your mother's words. Shen Shushi feigned a tone of now that my son is grown, he no longer needs me. Alarmed, Zhao Hongrun quickly expressed his intentions. All right, tomorrow I will wander over to the Palace Academy. Is that satisfactory? Only then did Shen Shushi smile in satisfaction, inviting her eldest son to take a seat and share a meal. Just as Zhao Hongrun settled onto the stool, he suddenly noticed that his mother had not brought out the porcelain jar she normally used for warmth, prompting him to inquire, Mother, where is your ever-present jar? Xiao Tao, upon hearing this, was about to voice her grievances to the audacious prince, but Shen Shushi cast her a rare, stern glance, which made her hesitate to speak further. Oh, I accidentally broke it, Shen Shushi explained nonchalantly. At that moment, Zhao Hongrun had been poised to pick up a piece of greasy braised pork with his chopsticks. But upon hearing this, his hand froze. He knew well that his nurturing mother was meticulous and cautious. How could she have accidentally broken that cherished porcelain jar? Casting a sideways glance at the hesitant maid Xiao Tao, Zhao Hongruan's understanding deepened. After all, he was the 8th prince, capable of provoking the Great Wei Emperor's ire without consequence, and making 3 high-ranking ministers helpless. he would not be easily deceived. Where are the fragments? Let the sun take a look, Zhao Hongrun said calmly. What is there to see? Shen Shushi, being a clever woman, understood the difference between an accidental break and a deliberate shatter. She would not allow Zhao Hongrun to examine the shards, insisting they had already been dealt with. Thus, Zhao Hongrun's suspicions were further confirmed. After lunch, Zhao Hongrun chatted with Shen Shushi for a while, recounting some of his recent exploits in troubling the three ministers at Juegong Hall, prompting Shen Shushi to chastise him for being unlearned while simultaneously laughing heartily. Due to Shen Shushi's frail health, she required a brief rest each afternoon. Therefore, Zhao Hongrun did not linger long. Noticing the hint of fatigue in his mother's eyes, he tactfully took his leave. Seeing this, Shen Shushi did not stop him, but instructed Xiao Dao to see Zhao Hongrun off. After all, her eldest son had been coming to Ningxiang Palace for meals ever since his father cut off his allowance, so Shen Shushi was not worried about not seeing him. Really? Zhao Hongrun smiled slightly and said, Xiao Dao, this palace is vast yet small. If I, as the prince, truly wish to inquire, how can I not find out? It merely differs in timing. Speak, Xiao Dao. With Zhao Hongrun's words prompting her, Xiao Dao hesitated briefly before divulging all of Chen Shiyuan's misdeeds, painting her as an utterly villainous figure. Oh, is that so? Zhao Hongrun's expression grew increasingly cold. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Dao felt a flutter of anxiety. She was well aware of the 8th prince's temperament and quickly asked, Your Highness, you wouldn't be contemplating any actions, would you? Please do not stir up trouble, or else the princess will scold me severely. Rest assured, Zhao Hongrun replied with a grin. Humph, how fortuitous. I was wondering which noblewoman in the harem to target to vex my father. Yet, Chen Shuyuan has delivered herself right to my doorstep. Then she shall be the first to bear the brunt of my actions. The suggestions from Shen Yu and his ilk are truly petty. Do they think capturing a few chickens and ducks to raise in the imperial garden will sway the current Great Wei emperor? Humph. If we are to act, let's make it grand. Create a stir throughout the entire harem, causing those consorts to compete in voicing their grievances, disrupting my father's peace, so that he cannot find a single chamber to rest in at night. Now that is what I call striking at the root. You should prepare to sleep in the windy hall for some peace, dear father. Ha. The second act of the father-son conflict has now commenced. Chapter 15. Chen Shuyuan is one of the most favored consorts of the Great Wei Emperor Zhao Yuanxi. It is said that she was sent to the palace at the age of 16 and, at 18, came under the emperor's favor, gradually rising in status within the palace. Now, at the tender age of 22, she has been bestowed the title of Shuyuan, subtly positioning herself as the foremost among the 9 consorts. Throughout the vast expanse of the Great Wei Imperial Palace, the only ones above her in status are the Empress and the 3 esteemed consorts. Strangely, Chen Shuyuan has yet to bear the emperor any children. A woman who has not produced a single heir is somehow able to attain the position of Shuyuan. It is undeniable that Zhao Yuanxi holds her in high regard. In contrast, Shen Shushi has given birth to the 9th prince Zhao Hongxian and is the adoptive mother of the 8th prince Zhao Hongrun, yet her title remains merely Shushi, 2 ranks lower than the childless Chen Shuyuan. This disparity has emboldened Chen Shuyuan, who, fueled by the emperor's favor, acts with impunity in the palace, showing little regard even for the empress and the 3 esteemed consorts. Perhaps she believes that should she bear a son for the emperor, her status could rival that of the empress. It is precisely due to such thoughts that Chen Shuyuan, within the palace, disregards the words of anyone other than the emperor of Wei. On several occasions, she has even openly contradicted the empress, and it has been proven that with Zhao Yuanxi's protection, the empress of Wei truly cannot do anything to her. The emperor's bias has only emboldened Chen Shuyuan. Despite being younger than most concubines in the palace, consistently adopts an elder sister's demeanor, coercing and enticing the other concubines to confront the empress. As for concubine Shen, although she is the mother of the 8th prince Zhao Hongrun and the 9th prince Zhao Hongxian, her sons have not garnered Zhao Yuanxi's affection due to their unremarkable childhoods. Furthermore, concubine Shen lacks the charm to captivate the emperor, and her poor health has led to several occasions where she has disappointed him. Consequently, over time, Emperor Zhao Yuanxi has ceased to visit Ningxiang Palace. In Chen Shuyuan's words, it is merely a decrepit matron leading 2 inconsequential princes. Is such a concubine worthy of her attention? Fueled by this arrogant bias, Qin Shuyuan has never regarded concubine Shun with any respect. However, she was taken aback when her eldest son Zhao Hongrun unexpectedly gained the emperor's favor, despite having caused chaos in the imperial garden. The emperor merely laughed and instructed the eunuchs not to intervene, regardless of how much havoc Zhao Hongrun wreaked. Oh my, what has happened to his majesty? What angered Qin Shuyuan further was the gradual elevation of concubine Shun's status in the heart of Emperor Zhao Yuanzi. According to the whispers of the palace eunuchs, the emperor has spent 6 or 7 nights in Ningxiang Palace over the past fortnight, and even though concubine Shun is too frail to attend to intimate matters, the emperor seems to take great delight in it. Hearing this unbelievable rumor, Qin Shuyuan could hardly believe it. Upon reflection, she could only conclude that concubine Shun must have employed some underhanded trick to deceive the emperor. She could not fathom how Zhao Hongrun, a prince with a notoriously poor reputation in the palace, could possess anything worthy of the emperor's favor, unlike the renowned Qilin child Zhao Hongzhao. Thus, Qin Shuyuan resolved to teach concubine Shun a lesson and suppress her arrogance. It is no wonder Qin Shuyuan made this decision, for her elevated status derives from the affection of Emperor Zhao Yuanzi. Should he cease his frequent visits to her Yoji palace, her standing would plummet. At that point, not only would the other concubines no longer heed her commands, but even the empress, whom she had previously offended, would likely be the first to deliberately make things difficult for her. After all, to this day, Qin Shuyuan remains merely a favored concubine, lacking the status of a mother who has borne children. This is also why she has struggled to vie for the emperor's affection, yet has never managed to supplant the empress, who has given birth to the crown prince Zhao Hongli, while she herself has not borne any offspring for Zhao Yuanzi. Little did Qin Shuyuan anticipate that after bullying concubine Shun, her seemingly inconsequential eldest son Zhao Hongrun would come to her palace that very afternoon, accompanied by a throng of followers seeking trouble. Concubine Shun, the 8th prince, requests an audience. When the attendant approached Qin Shuyuan while she was adorning herself in her chamber, she speculated that the emperor would likely visit her Yoji palace that day. Qin Shuyuan was no fool. She understood that after her confrontation with concubine Shun, the emperor, given his current favor toward Zhao Hongrun, would undoubtedly inquire about her actions. At that moment, she planned to feign innocence and employ a gentle approach to let the matter slide. If all else fails, she could merely offer concubine Shun a trinket of little value as a token of apology. After all, this could be framed as a gesture of goodwill in light of the emperor's favor, preserving her own dignity. It must be said that while Qin Shuyuan had devised a commendable plan, she unfortunately overlooked Zhao Hongrun's disposition. When she heard from the attendant that Zhao Hongrun had come with guards to visit her, she was momentarily taken aback. "What does he want in my palace?" The kneeling attendant cautiously reminded her. "Your Highness, could it be he seeks to confront you? Consider, you just chastised concubine Shun this morning, and now her son arrives here in the afternoon with company. Surely this cannot be mere coincidence?" Qin Shuyuan's brows furrowed slightly at the words, and she murmured in astonishment, "That audacious little brat dares to come to my palace?" Perhaps Qin Shuyuan was not entirely unaware of Zhao Hongrun's attitude. She simply underestimated his courage and determination, not anticipating that he would actually come to confront her. In her view, she, Qin Shuyuan, was the favored woman of Emperor Zhao Yuanzi, and thus, Zhao Hongrun was her junior. No matter how incensed he might be over his mother's mistreatment, he would not dare to intrude upon the chambers of an elder. At most, he would complain to the emperor. "Where is he now?" "In the main hall, commanding your attendants to serve him tea." Such disregard for decorum. Qin Shuyuan frowned. It is important to know that within the palace of Wei, unless granted permission by the owner of the chamber, no one, apart from the reigning emperor, is permitted to intrude without consequence. Otherwise, it constitutes a grave offense to disturb the imperial consorts. "Do I wish to see him?" Qin Shuyuan felt a twinge of anxiety. For this incident stemmed from her actions, and now the son of the wrong party had come to her doorstep, causing her to feel somewhat flustered. Steadying herself, Qin Shuyuan replied firmly, "Tell Zhao Hongrun that I have no time to meet with him." "That won't do," the attendant urged anxiously. "Zhao Hongrun has threatened that if you do not see him, he will demolish our Yoji palace." "What? Such audacity!" Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyuan was filled with rage, gritting her teeth as she seethed. "Very well, I shall see just what audacity Zhao Hongrun possesses to dare to destroy my Yoji palace." Upon learning that Chen Shuyuan was prepared to meet Zhao Hongrun, the attendant wore a worried expression and quietly cautioned, "Your Highness, Zhao Hongruan's guards appear fierce and menacing. It is evident they mean no good. It would be wise to inform the palace guards on patrol." "No need," Chen Shuyuan declared. "Are there not numerous guards stationed outside? I refuse to believe that Zhao Hongrun would dare to act violently in front of them." With that, Chen Shuyuan, disregarding her appearance, donned her outer garment and, accompanied by her attendant, made her way to the front hall of Yoji Palace. Meanwhile, in the front hall, Zhao Hongrun sat with utter disregard, just as the attendant had described. Behind him stood 10 guards, arms crossed, their expressions stern, clearly there to make trouble. Zhao Hongrun, however, remained unfazed, sipping tea while casting assessing glances at the trembling palace maids. Suddenly, Zhao Hongrun heard the sound of hurried footsteps. "The main character has arrived," he remarked with a slight smirk. Indeed, accompanied by the brisk and graceful footsteps, Chen Shuyuan, draped in luxurious attire, emerged from behind the hall. Upon seeing Zhao Hongrun, she reprimanded him without hesitation. "Who dare to boast about destroying my Yoji Palace? Ah, what a beauty indeed! No wonder His Majesty dotes on her so," Zhao Hongrun remarked, glancing at the unveiled Chen Shuyuan, who possessed extraordinary beauty and captivating eyes, making her the object of the emperor's affection. Regrettably, the internal does not match the external. Zhao Hongrun let out a light scoff, forcefully placing the teacup down. His sharp gaze coldly swept over Chen Shuyuan. It was indeed his palace, with 10 royal guards standing by him in support. His words carried a momentum that instantly subdued Chen Shuyuan. "You, Chen Shuyuan, were taken aback. Is this truly a presence that a mere 14-year-old mischievous prince can possess?" Chen Shuyuan's heart raced, for she felt that Zhao Hongruan's icy stare bore a striking resemblance to that of the Emperor Zhao Yuanxi, exuding an audacious disregard for others. Quickly summoned the imperial guards, Chen Shuyuan discreetly signaled to her personal maid. Her innate intuition as a woman made her acutely aware that the other party was far more than just a mischievous young prince. Chapter 16. Sliding together for a considerable time, the vast Yoji Palace fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, Zhao Hongruan's frostbitten expression broke into a smile as he said, "Ha, it was merely a jest, Chen Shuyuan. Do not take offense." "Ah, yes." Chen Shuyuan was stunned by Zhao Hongruan's sudden change in demeanor. Zhao Hongrun slowly rose, cupping his hands with a smile, and stated, "Yoji Palace is your residence, Chen Shuyuan, and you are indeed favored by the emperor. How could this humble prince dare to truly harm Yoji Palace?" This little rascal, Chen Shuyuan realized she had been played, and her beautiful face darkened slightly. However, at the same time, her restless heart gradually calmed. "The 8th prince has intruded into my Yoji Palace without permission. Do you understand that this is a grave offense?" Zhao Hongrun smiled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "I understand. However, there are reasons for this incident. Even if it reaches the emperor's ears, I believe he will be understanding of this humble prince. Wouldn't you agree, Chen Shuyuan?" Chen Shuyuan naturally understood what Zhao Hongrun was implying. After weighing her options, she decided not to pursue the matter of his unauthorized intrusion into her palace. After all, this incident arose due to her, and Zhao Hongrun was merely venting for his mother. Even if it reached the ears of the Emperor Zhao Yuanxi, it was unlikely that Zhao Hongrun would face serious consequences. Given the emperor's current regard for Zhao Hongrun, the most he would receive would be a few reprimands, and the matter would end there. With this in mind, Chen Shuyuan took her seat at the main position in the hall, absent-mindedly smoothing the folds of her garment, and casually inquired, "Very well, what brings you here, young prince?" Zhao Hongrun grinned, and, with a hint of ambiguity, remarked, "What brings me here? Does Chen Shuyuan not know in her heart?" "Impudent!" A voice of admonition echoed in the hall, not from Chen Shuyuan, but from an older palace maid. "Your Highness, the 8th prince, is your elder. How can you disregard the respect due to your superiors and question her?" It turned out that this palace maid had witnessed Zhao Hongrun boastfully threatening to smash Yoji Palace if he could not see Chen Shuyuan, only to change his tune immediately upon meeting her. Her earlier panic dissipated instantly. As a maid within Yoji Palace, emboldened by Chen Shuyuan's status, she had long been accustomed to wielding her power, and even in front of a prince like Zhao Hongrun, she likely felt little restraint. In their eyes, regardless of what transpired, with their lady Chen Shuyuan to protect them, they would remain unscathed. Elumu. Zhao Hongrun raised the teacup and casually called out a name. Instantly, the royal guard Lu Mu stepped forward, his expression as cold as ice, and approached the palace maid. He grabbed her by the hair and collar, dragging her out of the front hall of Yoji Palace. The other palace maids screamed at the sight. Zhao Hongrun, Chun Shuyuan, slammed her hand down on the table, her voice incredulous as she scolded, "In my Yoji Palace, before my very eyes, how dare you act so violently?" Zhao Hongrun remained calm, sipping his tea leisurely as he replied, "Chun Shuyuan, if you were to make such accusations, you must have solid evidence." Solid evidence. Everyone here witnessed your guards act brazenly. The other maids turned pale at the words. They had initially thought this eighth prince was merely a weakling who could only speak boldly, ready to offer support to their lady. However, upon witnessing the palace maid being dragged away and hearing Zhao Hongrun's clearly threatening words, they no longer dared to speak up, lowering their heads in fear and trembling. This is a warning to others. Zhao Hongrun is quite capable. At such a young age, he executes his plans flawlessly, scaring those useless individuals into a state of panic. Chun Shuyuan observed coldly. She was fully aware that Zhao Hongrun was indeed setting an example to intimidate others. Yet, Zhao Hongrun merely smiled faintly, effortlessly diffusing the tension. "My guards are somewhat clumsy. Losing a few strands of hair is nothing unusual. Besides, losing a few hairs is far better than losing one's head. Wouldn't you agree?" Faced with such blatant intimidation, the palace maids, who had just begun to calm down, were once again thrown into disarray. Chun Shuyuan cursed inwardly, "These useless creatures." This humble prince reiterates, "What brings me here?" Chun Shuyuan is well aware. If you are momentarily confused, it matters not. This humble prince has plenty of time. Whenever you remember, we can discuss this further, Zhao Hongrun stated leisurely. A flicker of resentment crossed Chun Shuyuan's eyes as she coldly replied, "Perhaps His Majesty will visit my Yoji Palace today. Would that not be appropriate?" "Ah, that would be excellent. It would provide an opportunity for my father to serve as a witness," Zhao Hongrun remarked with an indifferent expression. Chun Shuyuan felt her anger rise. "Very well. Let this boy revel in his triumph for a while. This matter arose because of me, and discussing it further in front of His Majesty would ultimately be to my disadvantage." Resolute in her decision, Chun Shuyuan chose to concede, hoping to expedite Zhao Hongrun's departure. Could it be that I inadvertently damaged that porcelain jar in Shen Shufei's Ningxiang Palace? Ah, for such a trivial matter, the eighth prince makes such a grand fuss. Those unaware would think Shen Shufei truly so petty. Zhao Hongrun cast a disinterested glance at Chun Shuyuan. "How did you damage it? How else could it have happened?" Naturally, it was a momentary slip of the hand. Chun Shuyuan feigned an innocent expression. "Ha!" Zhao Hongrun smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying her statement. Seeing this, Chun Shuyuan furrowed her brow, suppressing her irritation, and said with a forced smile, "Very well, I shall compensate." As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Zhao Hongrun, whispering just loud enough for him to hear. Who would have thought Shen Shufei was such a petty person? To this, Zhao Hongrun showed no reaction, remaining neither angry nor pleased. Before long, a palace maid brought forth a brand new porcelain jar and placed it on the table before Zhao Hongrun. Pointing at the jar, Chun Shuyuan declared proudly, "This new Ding Tao Song porcelain was a tribute from a foreign land to His Majesty, who then bestowed it upon me. Its value is considerable. Surely, offering this to Shen Shufei in place of her inconspicuous old jar will satisfy her." Her words were laced with an air of superiority, typical of one in a position of power, bestowing charity upon a subordinate. Zhao Hongrun continued sipping his tea leisurely and replied, "As you say, Chun Shuyuan, my mother's porcelain jar is indeed inconspicuous, worth merely 30 to 50 taels. Yet, she has cherished it for nearly 10 years, and even if it suffers minor scratches, she cannot bear to replace it. Why is that? Because she has grown accustomed to it, and it holds sentimental value, while your Ding Tao Song porcelain is precious. This humble prince does not covet it, nor does my mother." As he spoke, he slowly rose, grasped the rim of the porcelain jar, and extended it toward Chun Shuyuan. "Oof, you are blind to its value. This is a national tribute. If you do not want it, I would not part with it." Chun Shuyuan scoffed internally and gestured for the palace maids to take the Ding Tao Song porcelain jar. A palace maid comprehended the situation and took a few steps toward Zhao Hongrun. Just as she was about to reach out her hand to receive the precious Ding Tao Song porcelain vase. However, she watched in shock as Zhao Hongrun suddenly let go. The exquisite vase fell gracefully before the eyes of all present in the hall, crashing to the ground and shattering into countless pieces. The maid was stunned, and every other maid in the hall shared her astonishment, including Chun Shuyuan. It should be noted that this vase was not merely a foreign tribute to the Dewei, but a royal gift from the Emperor of Dewei to Chun Shuyuan, far surpassing the simple description of being valuable. As for Zhao Hongrun, the protagonist of this incident, he clenched his fist, displaying an expression of sudden realization. Alas, my hand slipped. Gazing at the scattered fragments, the occupants of Yoji Palace stood frozen in disbelief. At that moment, Zhao Hongrun smirked mischievously, lightly nudging a large porcelain vase beside him, placed near a column. The vase crashed to the ground, adding yet another layer of shattered porcelain to the scene. Alas, my hand slipped again. Before his words could fade, Zhao Hongrun raised a foot and kicked over a candlestick along with the decorative wooden window behind it. Alas, my foot slipped as well. No, it is as if I have slipped entirely. At this juncture, Zhao Hongrun's face flushed with intense anger. Grabbing the table before him, he proceeded to smash everything in sight to smithereens, right before the eyes of everyone in Yoji Palace. The sound of destruction echoed as all porcelain shattered. The decorative wooden railings and windows were sent flying, and the exquisite silk curtains were torn down by Zhao Hongrun's hands. Chun Shuyuan was left pale and trembling, seated on the ground, gazing in terror at the audacious eighth prince who wreaked havoc in her Yoji Palace. Yet, Zhao Hongrun showed no signs of stopping. He pointed to the entirety of the front hall of Yoji Palace, commanding the royal guards behind him. Destroy it for me. I do not wish to see a single intact item in this front hall. Yes. 9 royal guards surged forward, wreaking havoc in the hall, causing the maids within to huddle together in fear, collapsing onto the floor. Zhao Hongrun slowly turned his head to glance at the distraught Chun Shuyuan. I have always kept my word. When I say I will destroy your Yoji Palace, I shall indeed destroy it. Chun Shuyuan, in a fit of rage, shrieked and recklessly lunged at Zhao Hongrun, her long nails aiming for his face. She was utterly furious. What she failed to notice was that Zhao Hongrun stood his ground, unflinching and without a hint of avoidance. In fact, a strange smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 17. A great commotion. It seemed that the 8th prince had no intention of appearing at the Chue Gong Hall today. Inside the Chue Gong Hall, 3 ministers waited until the afternoon for Zhao Hongrun's presence, which was indeed a matter worthy of celebration. Yet, inexplicably, they felt a sense of loss. Unfortunately, the window offered no sight of the 8th prince. A peculiar loneliness enveloped them. What a lowly creature. Minister Lin Yuyang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, quite lowly, he continued, shaking his head in bemusement, a reflection of their collective self-mockery. At that moment, he suddenly heard the current emperor of Dewei, seated behind the dragon table, murmur, "It seems Hongrun does not intend to come today." Lin Yuyang sensed a strange atmosphere. It was as if, upon the emperor mentioning the 8th prince, he and his 2 colleagues felt a sudden surge of energy. "Your Majesty, please do not let your guard down." Minister He Xiangshu stroked his beard and cautioned solemnly. "I believe the 8th prince will not let this matter rest easily," echoed Yuziki, adhering to his usual perspective. Hey, how can you all lack such spirit? Just a few days ago, when the 8th prince played tricks on you, you all wore faces full of annoyance," Lin Yuyang remarked despite his thoughts. "I believe the 8th prince is likely contemplating his next move." The 4 of them exchanged knowing smiles, a silent agreement shared among them. Amidst their banter, their efficiency in handling state affairs noticeably increased. Observing this scene, the Grand Eunuch Tong Xian couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though he dared not express it. Bowing his head in restraint, time passed, and a eunuch rushed into the Chue Gong Hall, kneeling before the dragon table with a thud. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The 8th prince has gotten into a fight with Chun Shuyuan." "The Chun Shuyuan of Yoji Palace? The Chun Shuyuan whom your Majesty dotes on the most? Why would the 8th prince engage in a brawl with Chun Shuyuan? Though his behavior is peculiar, he does not seem like a prince who would commit such an outrageous act." The 3 ministers perked up their ears, listening intently. Although this matter pertained to the emperor's household, they felt no qualms about eavesdropping. "Chun Shuyuan? The Emperor of Wei, Zhao Yuanxi, set down his brush, perplexed. Why would Hong Run get into a fight with Chen Shuyuan? No sooner had he spoken than Grand Eunuch Tong Xian quietly interjected, "Your Majesty, I may know a thing or two about this." He proceeded to relay how earlier that morning, Chen Shuyuan led a group of maids from Yoji Palace to Ningxiang Palace to meet Consort Shen. Few were aware that the eunuch Tong Xian oversaw not only the management of the palace's various halls and chambers, but also served as an oversight body, assisting the emperor in monitoring any developments within the palace. It is not an exaggeration to say that matters occurring within the palace, even the most clandestine and sordid affairs, might escape the emperor's notice, yet they would certainly not evade the keen eyes of Grand Eunuch Tong Xian. Chen Shuyuan visited Consort Shen's Ningxiang Palace. The emperor, being a man of great discernment, immediately grasped that something must have transpired during that visit, given Chen Shuyuan's notoriously temperamental nature, of which he had heard whispers. He surmised that Chen Shuyuan likely did something in the Ningxiang Palace earlier, prompting the 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, to confront her later in the day. Tong Xian, go and take a look. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Yuanxi spoke calmly. Yes. Tong Xian bowed slightly, then asked quietly, "Your Majesty, will you not go yourself?" "I shall not go." The Emperor of Wei shot Tong Xian a displeased glare, internally lamenting the difficulty of his position. After all, on one side was Chen Shuyuan, the emperor's favored consort, and on the other was his increasingly cherished 8th son, Zhao Hongrun. How could the emperor possibly adjudicate this matter fairly? It was better to remain uninvolved and allow Tong Xian to handle it. Tong Xian respectfully withdrew. He was not foolish enough to pose such a naive question to the emperor. He was merely probing to ascertain the relative standing of Chen Shuyuan and Zhao Hongrun in the emperor's mind. Only by clarifying this would he be able to manage the situation in accordance with the emperor's will. Meanwhile, not far from the Chue Gong Hall, the Emperor of Wei, Zhao Yuanxi, anxiously awaited news. Tong Xian, accompanied by the eunuch who had brought the message and several patrolling guards, hurriedly made their way to Yoji Palace. After a short while, Tong Xian arrived at Yoji Palace, but as soon as he stepped into the front hall, the chaotic scene nearly left him speechless in shock. As one of the emperor's most favored consorts, Chen Xian's Yoji Palace was typically adorned in lavish decor. Yet now, what did Tong Xian behold? He was horrified to see that the front hall of Yoji Palace had been utterly demolished, with everything except the main pillars left in ruins. The decorations and furnishings completely destroyed. The 8th prince actually, Tong Xian had no time to ponder further, for he heard an even more shocking proclamation. The prince has been injured. Chen Shuyuan has openly assaulted the prince. What? The 8th prince has been injured? His heart grew increasingly anxious as he observed the chaotic scene within the hall. He swiftly produced the emperor's jade tablet and golden decree from his bosom, raising his voice to command, "Cease this tumult." The emperor's jade tablet and golden decree are present. All of you stand down. The agitated crowd within the hall gradually quieted, kneeling reverently upon noticing the jade tablet held aloft by. It was then that beheld, who had always exuded arrogance, now seated on the ground, her face awash with terror. In the midst of this, only the 8th prince stood proudly unperturbed, cast a wary glance at, gasping in shock. He observed the prince's neck and face marred by several deep lacerations, unmistakably inflicted by a woman's nails. Coupled with the sight of, crumpled and terrified, began to piece together the troubling scenario. "Your Highness?" Quickly, summoned the imperial physician, noticing his intention to kneel before the jade tablet. Now alarmed, hastily stowed the decree away and moved to support the injured prince, urgently addressing the guards present. "The prince has been harmed. This is a grave matter." Yet, maintained an air of composure, smiling at as he remarked, "There is no need for haste. I assume you have come on behalf of His Majesty's command?" Upon hearing this, appeared to find her resolve, abruptly rising from the ground and pointing an accusatory finger at, her voice laced with venom. "The 8th prince has shown blatant disrespect and has committed violence against my UNG palace. Look at what he has done to my palace. Where is His Majesty? I demand to see the emperor." Witnessing his disheveled and unreasonable demeanor, felt a headache brewing. He turned to and cautiously said, "Your Highness, UNG Palace is the residence of. Such actions are rather inappropriate." "Inappropriate?" Chuckled, responding, "What destruction has occurred here?" Glancing at the wreckage strewn across the hall, hesitated, contemplating his words. Sensing his thoughts, with an unwavering countenance, continued, Ah, this is merely a result of my hand slipping. Before it could process this, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "This is an act of revenge. He is retaliating because I accidentally broke a worthless porcelain jar belonging to. This is revenge." Upon hearing the phrase hand slipping for the second time, S' expression turned peculiar. Serving at the emperor's side, this esteemed eunuch was certainly not a fool. He could surmise the underlying truth. It was evident that, emboldened by the emperor's favor, had crossed paths with, which led to this immediate retaliation. Indeed, retaliation, regarded with a troubled gaze, pondering how such a slip could lead to the utter devastation of UNG Palace. Of course, it was not merely a slip of the hand. My foot slipped as well, and the entire situation spiraled out of control, including those guards who followed me. He added, mirroring's earlier words about unintentional mistakes. Naked revenge, thought, shaking his head in resignation. He had anticipated a mere quarrel between the two, but the situation had escalated to such extremes, resulting in the destruction of UNG Palace and the injury to the prince. What am I to do? Felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This matter is of great significance, and I cannot make an arbitrary decision. Perhaps he intended to suggest waiting for the emperor's judgment, yet was interrupted by, S' inability to make a decision is of no concern, for I have already notified them, and their representatives will arrive shortly. S' heart sank at the mention of the esteemed institution. He gazed at the wounds upon his face, his mouth agape. This is bound to escalate. Chapter 18. Kinship and distance. The commonly referred to as is the governing body responsible for managing disputes within the Zhao royal family of the dynasty, overseeing the conduct of its members. Officials serving in the hail exclusively from the Zhao royal lineage, particularly the positions of, and all of whom are esteemed individuals that even the reigning emperor must address with utmost respect. Given this, the authority of the is immense. They handle everything from trivial matters to the most severe crimes of treason. Any member of the Zhao family who incurs punishment is subject to their judgment, with no interference from the or. On occasion, decisions made by the are beyond the reach of the emperor himself, underscoring the institution's significant standing. Initially, S' indulgence of his guards in demolishing UNG Palace would place him at a disadvantage should they intervene. However, with now bearing visible injuries inflicted by, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. The injury sustained by a direct descendant of the Zhao lineage was a serious matter. Even a favored concubine would face severe consequences, ranging from confinement to potential demotion. With such a disparity in status, realized that would undoubtedly face dire repercussions due to the principles governing them. This eighth prince is indeed a master strategist. Could it be that he orchestrated the destruction of UNG Palace merely to provoke into a frenzied attack? If so, his cunning is indeed formidable, pondered silently. At this juncture, it was no longer within his purview to intervene. The moment that became involved, even the emperor would find it challenging to exert influence. Yet, S' primary concern lay in the fallout of this involvement, for it would undoubtedly escalate the situation. While would face some form of punishment, S' fate would likely be far more severe. "Your Highness, may I have a word?" Led to a secluded corner, lowering his voice to inquire, "Did you truly inform the?" His caution was warranted. Once they intervened, the matter would spiral into a complex quagmire, implicating not only but also numerous others, including the maids of UNG Palace and those who had recommended, with himself as the chief overseer of palace affairs facing the greatest peril. "Rest assured," replied with a slight smile, lowering his voice. "If I had truly done so, it would be my own mother who would suffer from an unjust accusation of improper guidance. I merely sought to intimidate her." He gestured subtly towards. Surely, it cannot be as simple as merely frightening, thought, casting a penetrating glance at the eighth prince. He realized that, who had recently entered the palace and had never encountered this formidable nature, was oblivious to the true terror that lay within. Surmised that words were a veiled message to convey to the emperor. Should the emperor's resolution not meet his satisfaction, the matter would be left to handle. With this realization, he respectfully stated "I shall promptly convey this matter to the emperor at the Chue Gong Hall." "Do as you see fit," replied with a faint smile, returning to his previous position, where his guards had arranged a table and laid out cushions. "No one in the hall is permitted to act rashly, otherwise the punishment will be doubled." Tong Xian's words echoed through the hall. Yet in truth, his reprimand was directed specifically at the guards summoned by Chen Xunwan. those who had just engaged in a brawl with Mu Qing and the other palace guards. The group of guards exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend why their act of protecting Qin Shunwan had resulted in a scolding from the Grand Eunuch Tong Xian. In stark contrast, Zhao Hongrun, who had caused chaos in Yoji Palace, remained unscathed and composed, observing them with a faint smile while under the protection of his 10 palace guards. Perhaps the most perplexed of all was Qin Shunwan herself. She witnessed Zhao Hongrun's destruction of her Yoji Palace, yet Tong Xian spoke to him in a congenial manner, even lowering his tone. She realized that this incident would not end well. How could this be? I am favored by His Majesty. Qin Shunwan found it hard to accept this reality. Confused? Zhao Hongrun regarded the now calm Qin Shunwan with a wry smile. Qin Shunwan glared at Zhao Hongrun with resentment and coldly declared, Zhao Hongrun, do not become too pleased with yourself. When His Majesty arrives, I shall see how you beg for mercy. Oh, is that so? Zhao Hongrun shook his head, looking at Qin Shunwan with a sigh. You are indeed quite foolish to the core. Do you truly believe your status surpasses mine? I am the one most favored by His Majesty. That is why you are foolish. Your only asset is the Emperor's affection, relying solely on your youth and beauty. What else is there? There are countless young and beautiful women in our Great Wei. Meanwhile, I possess the blood of the Zhao clan, the legitimate lineage of the Great Wei royal family. According to the ancestral laws of our dynasty, as long as I do not commit any unforgivable acts of rebellion, the worst that can happen to me is confinement by the royal court. Of course, the Emperor may not favor me and could demote me to commoner status. Even then, I could still live as a wealthy merchant. The royal court would never allow a descendant of the Zhao clan to starve in the streets. Even if I were to die, they would ensure my remains are retrieved and laid to rest in the royal mausoleum. Why? Because I carry the blood of the Zhao clan. And you? You are merely a favored consort who has yet to bear a single child for the Emperor. With only your looks and His Majesty's affection, what audacity do you have to bully the mother of 2 princes? Bullying the mother of 2 princes, Qin Shunwan. You truly are arrogant. As Zhao Hongrun's piercing words sank in, Qin Shunwan's face turned even paler. She finally understood what Zhao Hongrun's greatest advantage was. He was a prince, a true descendant of the Great Wei Zhao clan, while she was merely an outsider. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Qin Shunwan trembled as she covered her face. Refuse to believe it? Then we shall see. With that, Zhao Hongrun adjusted his attire and, accompanied by his 10 palace guards, strode away. What? Yoji Palace has been destroyed? Zhao Hongrun's face has been scratched and disfigured by Qin Shunwan? Upon hearing this shocking news, the Emperor of the Great Wei wore an expression of astonishment, while the 3 ministers of the central court were left dumbfounded. How could the 8th prince engage in such heinous acts? Minister Lin Yuyang exclaimed in disbelief. What do you know? Is it permissible for Qin Shunwan to flaunt her power in Ningxiang Palace while forbidding the 8th prince from retaliating in Yoji Palace? Although the retaliation was rather forceful, what does it matter compared to Zhao Hongrun being injured and disfigured by Qin Shunwan? Yu Ziki glanced at Lin Yuyang with irritation. Both of you should remain quiet. We have no authority to comment on this matter. Let us see how His Majesty decides. Minister He Xiangshu interjected, shaking his head. The 3 ministers exchanged silent glances. Under their watchful eyes, the Emperor Zhao Yuansai continued to rub his forehead, revealing a troubled expression. After a long pause, he finally spoke. That rebellious child has indeed done a commendable deed. Is this to punish the 8th prince? The 3 ministers felt a jolt of surprise. At that moment, the Emperor's tone shifted as he sighed. Qin Shunwan should know better. She is, after all, a relative of that rebellious child. Regardless, she should never allow a prince to be harmed. Tong Xian, is the injury serious? Tong Xian pondered for a moment and replied, though it is merely a superficial wound. Since it is on the face, I fear it may result in disfigurement. Send for the imperial physician to attend to that rebellious child in Wenjiao Pavilion. Ensure there are no lasting marks. Yes, Tong Xian bowed and reminded. As for Yoji Palace, very well. Tong Xian lowered his head and cautiously probed, Your Majesty, will you not personally visit Yoji Palace? Why should I go? Zhao Yuansai looked at Tong Xian in surprise. Is this not a matter for you to handle? Indeed. Tong Xian left the Chue Gong Hall, unable to suppress a sigh. Qin Shunwan is likely finished. Despite the incident of Yoji Palace being destroyed, the Emperor had not considered visiting Yoji Palace to comfort Qin Shunwan. Instead, He merely instructed Grand Eunuch Tong Xian to restore the front hall of Yoji Palace to its former glory. What does this signify? As night fell, when Tong Xian inquired about which consort the emperor intended to visit that evening and casually mentioned Yoji Palace, the emperor did not choose Qin Shunwan. Qin Shunwan is likely still upset. It would not be appropriate for me to visit now. Perhaps in a few days, he said, I shall go to Ningxiang Palace. I need to discuss with Consort Shen the outrageous behavior of that rebellious child today. That rebellious child truly cannot be left unchecked. Yes, Tong Xian bowed his head. In a few days? Huh. What does a few days mean for a consort whose status relies solely on the emperor's favor? After some time, will the emperor even remember Qin Shunwan? Comparatively, even though the emperor frequently visited Ningxiang Palace to inform Consort Shen of her eldest son's misdeeds, this would ultimately elevate Consort Shen's position significantly in the emperor's heart. Could this be the 8th prince's true intention? Tong Xian speculated, yet he was mistaken. The 8th prince, Zhao Hongruan's unconventional plan against his father was far from over. Chapter 19, Daily Life in the Palace Academy, 2 days later. The 8th prince, Zhao Hongruan, rarely made an appearance at the Palace Academy. The Palace Academy, as the name suggests, is a hall established within the imperial palace to educate the princes and princesses. Aside from the crown prince, who has dedicated instructors, the remaining unwed princes and princesses are required to attend classes daily. However, as the older princes gradually matured and established their own households, the only ones still attending the Palace Academy were the Qilin child Zhao Hongzhao, along with Zhao Hongrun and Zhao Hongxian, the 2 brothers. Additionally, there were a few princesses who appeared only a handful of times a year. Unlike the eccentric Zhao Hongrun, the 9th prince, Zhao Hongxian, was obedient and diligent, never missing a class. Although he may not possess the same brilliance as Zhao Hongzhao, he was respected by the instructors for his eagerness to learn. Brother, what brings you here today? While the instructor had not yet begun the lecture, Zhao Hongxian quietly inquired of his elder brother, who was a year older than him. Although both were sons of Consort Shen, since turning 8 and moving from Consort Shen's Ningxiang Palace, one resided in Wenzhou Pavilion, while the other in Tingfeng Pavilion, making spontaneous meetings rare. After all, Zhao Hongrun seldom attended classes at the Palace Academy. There was no way out. Yesterday, Father Emperor reported me to Mother Empress, who summoned me and scolded me harshly. Zhao Hongrun rolled his eyes, never expecting that the illustrious son of Heaven of Wei could be so petty as to slander him behind his back, embellishing the events that transpired in Yoji Palace and relaying them to Shen Shufei. This infuriated Shen Shufei, who summoned him to Ningxiang Palace early the next morning and reprimanded him severely, derailing all of Zhao Hongruan's planned activities for the day. He had intended to target a few favored consorts of the emperor, who were both arrogant and indulged, to continue vexing that father of his. I had heard about this incident from Sister Xiaodao. The 13-year-old Zhao Hongxian secretly gave a thumbs up and whispered in admiration, Brother, you truly live up to your reputation. Well done. Indeed, Zhao Hongrun chuckled, then sincerely advised, By the way, this noon, go visit Mother Empress and say a few good words for me. She was quite furious yesterday, and I might not dare to approach her recently. Leave it to me, Zhao Hongxian vowed earnestly, gazing upon Zhao Hongrun's familiar countenance. Zhao Hongxian felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon reflection, he felt a surge of happiness, for he was grateful to have such a responsible and capable brother. Brother, it is truly wonderful to have you around. Xiaoxian, have you taken leave of your senses? How nauseating, Zhao Hongrun exclaimed, a hint of horror in his eyes as he instinctively distanced himself from his brother. Ah, Zhao Hongxian exclaimed in frustration. Yes, having such a brother was indeed delightful, but not when subjected to his playful teasing. From the side, the 6th prince, Zhao Hongzhao, known as the Qilin child, looked on enviously at the playful siblings. Although the princes were technically brothers, the bond between them was rather tenuous, especially in the face of the allure of the throne. They truly exemplify what it means to be brothers, Zhao Hongzhao mused silently. As for the 9th prince, Zhao Hongxian, Zhao Hongzhao held a favorable impression, for he was a diligent and studious prince. Although his talents did not quite match Zhao Hongzhao's, he nonetheless possessed above-average abilities and would surely become a pillar of Wei in the future. Conversely, Zhao Hongzhao's past impressions of the 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, were limited to one observation. He was entertaining. In anything related to play, This prince was always enthusiastic, yet he exhibited no interest in learning and merely passed his time at the Imperial Academy, dozing off under the watchful eyes of the instructors. For such a self-indulgent brother, Zhao Hongzhao had previously maintained a distant relationship and felt no particular affection. Each prince of previous dynasties was similarly occupied with the pursuit of becoming the crown prince and ultimately the emperor of Wei. Under this overarching premise, even if the brothers had opportunities to interact, it was typically driven by self-interest. Zhao Hongzhao found this unappealing. However, after the imperial examination at Windy Hall, he was astonished to discover that his eighth brother was, in fact, a natural talent whose intellect might rival his own. Even more delightful was the fact that Zhao Hongrun exhibited no interest in the throne, going so far as to publicly compose a satirical poem, Wan Fu, to convey to their father his desire to be a carefree king in a prosperous era. Regrettably, this eighth brother seemed ungrateful, not having expressed any gratitude afterward. Nonetheless, Zhao Hongzhao was not perturbed. He merely hoped to deepen their relationship and engage in scholarly discussions, as he had learned that Zhao Hongruan's knowledge could impress even the three ministers of the Chui Gong Palace. However, due to Zhao Hongruan's preoccupation with contesting his father, Zhao Yuansai, over the past half-month, Zhao Hongzhao had refrained from approaching him. Yet, now that they happened to meet at the Imperial Academy, Zhao Hongzhao felt he could not let this opportunity slip. "You two share a wonderful bond," Zhao Hongzhao finally interjected. However, unexpectedly, his attempt to break the ice backfired. Zhao Hongxian mistakenly assumed that this sixth brother was annoyed by their noise and quickly apologized. "I am sorry, sixth brother. We will cease our chatter." Zhao Hongzhao was momentarily taken aback. He had not realized that, having always been the favored son of Emperor Zhao Yuansai, the other princes, except for the crown prince, Zhao Hongli, held a certain trepidation toward him. Oh, this did not include Zhao Hongrun, who consistently disregarded the attention bestowed upon his highly favored elder brother. Zhao Hongrun shot a displeased glance at Zhao Hongzhao. "It seems this eighth brother harbors quite a bias against me," Zhao Hongzhao thought in surprise. Such sentiments were not difficult to comprehend, akin to how overlooked students in school instinctively harbor animosity toward the favored high achievers. As one of the princes who had once been disregarded by the emperor of Wei, Zhao Hongrun naturally felt a sense of rejection towards this sixth brother, who enjoyed their father's adoration. Zhao Hongrun regarded Zhao Hongzhao with a look that seemed to say, "Are we familiar enough for this?" and coolly remarked, "Is that what you call assistance? More like a hindrance, wouldn't you say?" Zhao Hongzhao was perplexed. How could such a clever and astute individual fail to understand? He gazed at his eighth brother, who seemed to harbor resentment, and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Based on Hongruan's poem, it is clear that he does not wish to attract Father's attention. In other words, after being scolded by Father, he lost all expectations from him, which may very well be his desire. My attempt to assist him inadvertently drew Father's focus back to him, which is contrary to his original intent. Zhao Hongzhao was left both amused and exasperated. It seemed the sixth brother had come to understand the situation. Zhao Hongrun cast a disapproving glance at the instigator. "Forgive me for my ignorance. I have only now grasped the deeper meaning," Zhao Hongzhao said with a wry smile as he apologized to his eighth brother. Noting the uncharacteristic amiability of the typically favored sixth brother, Zhao Hongrun felt a twinge of surprise, while Zhao Hongxian's eyes widened in astonishment. Those who are unaware may be excused. "Hongrun, I sincerely apologize. Please do not hold it against me," Zhao Hongzhao implored. Zhao Hongrun silently assessed Zhao Hongzhao and inquired, "What do you intend?" "I merely hope to grow closer to you, eighth brother," Zhao Hongzhao replied. Zhao Hongrun widened his eyes and retreated a seat. Zhao Hongzhao was left puzzled, about to ask for clarification, when Zhao Hongxian pointed to his left sleeve with his right hand and cautiously whispered, "Is it this? Sleeve? Sleeve?" Zhao Hongzhao, being no fool, quickly pieced together the odd and somewhat distant expressions from the brothers and Zhao Hongshuan's cryptic gesture. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily explained, No. My intention was merely to discuss scholarly matters with you, eighth brother." Zhao Hongrun and Zhao Hongxian let out a collective sigh of relief. It was not that they intended to play tricks on their sixth brother. In fact, there have been instances in the Dawei Palace where princes developed an affinity for the same sex. Given their ample nutrition, princes tended to mature early. Yet the inner chambers lacked female attendants, leaving only a cadre of youthful, handsome eunuchs to serve them. Under such circumstances, the potential for neglecting proper upbringing was evident. It is worth noting that such proclivities existed among the upper echelons of society, albeit they were not widely accepted due to moral conventions. Nonetheless, following this incident, while Zhao Hongzhao felt a bit awkward, he had achieved his goal of fostering a closer bond with Zhao Hongrun and Zhao Hongxian. At this moment, the scholar Zhang, who was teaching at the Imperial Academy, entered the classroom, ready to impart the lesson of the day. Those who rely on strength become tyrants, while those who act with virtue become kings. This is the way of Confucius and Mencius. Chapter 20, Daily Life at the Imperial Academy. Part 2, Mengzi once stated that those who rely on force to establish benevolence may dominate. But such dominance invariably requires a powerful nation. Conversely, those who rule through virtue may reign without the need for vast territories. Tang ruled over 70 li, while Wen Wang governed 100. To compel allegiance through force does not engender true loyalty. It merely instills fear, while to inspire through virtue fosters genuine affection and devotion. Akin to the reverence the 70 disciples held for Confucius. Today, the esteemed lecturer, Zhang Xuesher, elucidated the day's topic in the classroom. It must be said that this lesson was of paramount importance, aimed at enlightening the princes on the distinctions between dominance and rulership, a knowledge that could very well shape the foundational principles of the future Wei. Regrettably, Zhao Hongrun displayed no interest in the proceedings. Gazing at the empty classroom, he finally comprehended why only the 3 princes were present today, with the absence of the enchanting princesses. How pitiful! Zhao Hongrun sighed despondently. Who would have imagined that the image of princes surrounded by beautiful companions was a mere figment of the imagination? The stark reality for unmarried princes was the presence of burly guards or a cadre of youthful eunuchs, with scant opportunities to encounter young maidens of the court. Although the princesses within the academy were indeed radiant, they were still royalty, sisters with different mothers. Aside from their mother, the only female company available was that of half-sisters, creating an undeniably sorrowful narrative. Even more tragic was the fact that 14-year-old Zhao Hongrun had once, in a moment of unconsciousness, dreamt of a princess in an inappropriate manner, awakening to chaos. From that day forth, he resolved never to return to the Imperial Academy, for it was a veritable purgatory of torment. He longed for freedom from this stifling environment. The verse states, from the west to the east, from the south to the north, none are unyielding. This encapsulates the essence of the lesson. Zhang Xuesher, holding a scroll in his right hand, approached the 3 princes and cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Hongrun. Humph. Zhang Xuesher silently scoffed, then lightly tapped the shoulder of the 6th prince, Zhao Hongzhao, and inquired amiably, what is meant by? Nodding, he continued, and what is meant by? He elaborated on the concepts of subjugating others through martial prowess and establishing a nation through force. After a moment of contemplation, he praised, well summarized. But what then is benevolence? Zhang Xuesher nodded in satisfaction, deeply moved by the rare intellect displayed by the young prince. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Xuesher turned his gaze towards Zhao Hongrun. It was evident that his expression towards Zhao Hongrun differed greatly from that towards Zhao Hongzhao, revealing a hint of reluctance. Are you unwilling? I am far less willing. Zhao Hongrun rolled his eyes. Indeed, in the eyes of Zhang Xuesher, the 8th prince was a considerable annoyance, yet there was no choice. As a prince, he had to be educated, regardless of whether this obstinate youth listened or not. What is? Zhang Xuesher pressed. Zhao Hongrun regarded him for a moment, then suddenly grinned mischievously, proclaiming, disobedient ones, execute them. Absurd. Zhang Xuesher nearly leaped in outrage. And what is? Those who comply, execute them as well. Zhao Hongrun retorted. What do you mean by? To kill while proclaiming divine retribution. What is the way of Confucianism? To inform the other party before executing. What is the imperial way? If I desire your death, you must perish. At this point, Zhang Xuesher could no longer continue the lesson, abandoning the 3 princes to report to the emperor, lamenting 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun's distortion of sage teachings. Zhao Hongzhao shook his head, bemused, reflecting that he had not anticipated Zhao Hongrun would turn the tables and question him. Did I err? Zhao Hongrun queried, prompting Zhao Hongzhao to contemplate deeply, realizing that his eighth brother's words possessed an undeniable logic, albeit presented in a rather blunt manner, stripped of the rhetorical embellishments typically employed to obscure the truth. This summary is even more incisive than my foolish brothers, remarked the ninth prince, Zhao Hongxian, somewhat displeased. Brother, why did you drive Zhang Xuesher away? I wish to learn about. What merit is there in such antiquated discourse? The more you learn, the more foolish you become. If you wish to acquire genuine skills, seek out those in power within the court. Remember, experiential knowledge outweighs mere rhetoric. With that, Zhao Hongrun suggested, let us dine. Indeed. Dining at the Imperial Academy? Zhao Hongrun turned to Zhao Hongzhao, pondering that this sixth brother might indeed be a worthy companion. Zhao Hongzhao, taken aback, felt a surge of joy. He had not expected the eighth brother to extend an invitation. The three departed the classroom together. By the way, sixth brother, is your calligraphy valuable? Zhao Hongrun could not resist asking. It is said to be, Zhao Hongzhao replied, sensing a hint of ulterior motives behind Zhao Hongrun's inquiry. Oh, just a casual question, Zhao Hongrun replied dismissively as they continued on their way. An hour later, after securing a meal at the academy, Zhao Hongrun lost interest in the afternoon classes, for his plans of rebellion had yet to be fulfilled. That rebellious child has done something commendable today. It must be noted that Zhao Hongrun's peculiar yet innovative remarks left the three court ministers in fits of laughter. After a prolonged silence, the left chancellor, Lin Yuyang, remarked, not entirely inaccurate. Though crude, the eighth prince's words do hold a kernel of truth. It was reported that he departed in a huff before even posing his question. The grand eunuch, Tong Xian, chuckled and explained, what a pity. Hearing this, the emperor of Wei fell into deep contemplation. What do you three ministers believe between it? Which holds greater merit? Given the foundational implications for Wei, the three ministers hesitated to respond. After a considerable pause, the chancellor, He Xiangshu, spoke with rare solemnity. Dominance does not sustain a nation. Rulership does not endure without strength. To govern with virtue fosters the populace, while to repel foreign nations necessitates dominance. Employ martial strength as the skin and civil governance as the bones. This is the path to eternal governance. The emperor of Wei nodded in agreement, fully aware that the so-called of Confucius and Mencius was ill-suited for times of strife. Without martial prowess, mere benevolence is of little use. Can the teachings of Confucius and Mencius withstand 100,000 foreign troops? At times, the imperial way must lean towards dominance, much like the seemingly absurd assertions of eighth prince Zhao Hongrun. To those who obey the emperor, favors and rewards should be granted, ensuring harmony among the populace and ministers, thus averting public discontent. Yet, for hostile foreign nations, both alliances and military action are essential, erecting the nation's prestige to secure a foothold in tumultuous times. In summary, the guiding principle is succinct. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. This is the essence of the imperial way. By the way, why has His Eighth Highness taken to attending classes at the academy today? Lin Yuyang expressed incredulity. The emperor of Wei chuckled inwardly, having heard that the previous day, Consort Shun summoned that rebellious child to the Ningxiang Palace for a stern reprimand, greatly enhancing his mood. To contend with me? I am your father. The emperor felt quite pleased. He mused that Zhao Hongrun would likely refrain from visiting the Ningxiang Palace for some time, and thus his life would become increasingly difficult. Perhaps, at some point, he would be unable to endure and would come to him, seeking forgiveness. Imagining the scene of that wretched boy bowing and admitting his faults before him, the emperor of Wei had even begun to contemplate what words he should employ to admonish and counsel his unruly son. However, unexpectedly, a small eunuch hurriedly interrupted, not only shattering the emperor's reverie, but also disrupting his good mood. No, your majesty, something is amiss. The eighth prince has quarreled with Lu Shui in Fangxing Palace. Within the Chue Gong Hall, both the emperor of Wei and the three ministers of the central secretariat furrowed their brows in unison. Chapter 21. The reckless son's antics. Did Lu Shui also venture to Ningxiang Palace to insult Consort Shin? Surely not. 2 days prior, the eighth prince vandalized Yoji Palace. The concubines there must know that this prince is not to be trifled with, and would not dare to stir trouble in Ningxiang Palace. The three ministers exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Indeed, those concubines in the harem, having attained their positions, could not possibly be foolish, given the precedent set by Chen Shuzhuang from Yoji Palace. Would they recklessly provoke consort Shun in Ningxiang Palace, fearing their own chambers might suffer a similar fate as Yoji? Upon further analysis, the ministers increasingly felt that something was awry. Could Lu Shuyi's Fangxin Palace have also been vandalized by that rebellious son? After a moment of silence, the emperor, feeling a headache coming on, inquired. To his surprise, the small eunuch shook his head and replied, "The eighth prince did not destroy Lu Shuyi's Fangxin Palace, nor did he damage any items within. He merely reproached Lu Shuyi for colluding with Chen Shuzhuang to bully consort Shen." Hearing that Zhao Hongrun had not wreaked havoc after all, the emperor secretly breathed a sigh of relief, though he was still puzzled. What connection could Lu Shuyi possibly have with Chen Shuzhuang? The emperor quietly asked Tong Xian. Amused, Tong Xian thought to himself that Lu Shuyi had previously been in fierce competition with Chen Shuzhuang for favor, their relationship being akin to fire and water. What camaraderie could exist between them? Lu Shuyi and Chen Shuzhuang have no friendship, and as far as I know, their relationship is quite strained. The emperor frowned upon hearing this. So, that rebellious son is merely stirring trouble for no reason? This old servant dares not make rash claims. Send a decree for that rebellious son to leave at once. Yes. After a brief interval, news reached the Chue Gong Hall that the eighth prince Zhao Hongrun had departed Fangxin Palace, although he had not damaged any of its belongings. His words had thoroughly enraged Lu Shuyi, to the extent that she was now venting her fury in her own chamber. What was initially thought to be the end of the matter took a turn when, merely half an hour later, news arrived at Chue Gong Hall again, stating that Zhao Hongrun had quarreled with Sun Shurong in Guanxue Palace, once again blaming her for colluding with Chen Shuzhuang to bully consort Shen. Similarly, Zhao Hongrun did not destroy anything this time either. He merely provoked Sun Shurong with his words, leaving her fuming yet too intimidated to retaliate. What does that rebellious son intend to do? Has he nothing better to occupy his time than to offend all the concubines in the palace? What benefit could this possibly bring him? And what advantage does it afford his mother, consort Shen? The emperor of Da Wei gradually began to sense that this situation was likely more complex than he had initially presumed, and thus he refrained from sending someone to warn Zhao Hongrun, choosing instead to observe what this rebellious son was truly up to. In less than half a day's time, Zhao Hongrun had visited the chambers of 8 different concubines, chastising each one in turn. Although these concubines, mindful of Chen Shuzhuang's fate, did not dare to argue back, they certainly did not swallow their indignation in silence. Consequently, they collectively resolved to inform the emperor of this matter when he arrived, embellishing their grievances to highlight the 8th prince Zhao Hongrun's rudeness and malevolence. Alas, the Emperor Zhao Yuansai remained blissfully unaware of this unfolding drama. Today he had opted not to visit consort Shun's Ningxiang Palace, as her health had not been well. While he could engage her in conversation, attending to more intimate matters would not be fitting. Thus, despite his frequent visits to Ningxiang Palace of late, when genuine physical needs arose, he would still choose other concubines. For instance, he might consider the once favored Chen Shuzhuang. Of course, the emperor had no intention of visiting Chen Shuzhuang's Yoji Palace for the time being, given that she had caused Zhao Hongrun, a prince increasingly favored by the emperor, to suffer disfigurement. There lingered a slight resentment on the emperor's part. Deciding upon Fangxin Palace, the emperor made his choice. Yet, upon stepping into Fangxin Palace, he was met by Lu Shuyi, who had knelt down and began to weep, simultaneously lamenting the 8th prince Zhao Hongrun's improprieties, to the point that the emperor found himself rather vexed, lacking any desire to remain in this palace. "Do not worry, my beloved consort. I shall handle this matter." Leaving behind this remark, the emperor disregarded Lu Shuyi's astonished expression and turned to depart. It was no wonder, for the emperor, having toiled through a day of state affairs, was utterly drained and sought only to relax in Fangxin Palace. Lacking any inclination to listen to Lu Shuyi's incessant complaints about Zhao Hongrun's misdeeds. To speak bluntly, did the emperor not already possess a clear understanding of Zhao Hongrun's past transgressions? Was there any need for Lu Shuyi to elaborate further? "Your Majesty, have you changed your mind and decided not to stay in Fangxin Palace?" "No. Lu Shuyi's continuous lamentations about that rebellious son have left me no heart to remain. I shall go to another palace." "Where does your Majesty intend to go?" The emperor, having spoken halfway, suddenly paused, recalling that this afternoon, Zhao Hongrun seemed to have unjustly offended the remaining 8 concubines. In other words, even if he went to another concubine's chamber, his experience might not differ much from listening to Lu Shi's grievances in Fangxin Palace. Could it be? The emperor felt a jolt in his heart, frowning as he pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he muttered through clenched teeth. So that is it. That rebellious son is truly ruthless. Your Majesty? To Wu Guiping's Meigong. Yes. The following day, Zhao Hongrun did not attend the Palace Academy to partake in lessons for the sake of a meal. Rather, he unusually visited the chambers of his 6th brother, Zhao Hongzhao, in the Yafeng Pavilion. Originally, Zhao Hongzhao had intended to attend the Palace Academy to discuss literature with the scholars, but upon hearing of his 8th brother's intention to visit, he exceptionally took leave from the academy and awaited him in his chamber. Before long, Zhao Hongrun arrived punctually. Zhao Hongzhao welcomed his 8th brother into the front hall and ordered a lavish feast to be served, already prepared in anticipation. Did you know I was coming to mooch a meal? Zhao Hongrun laughed. Zhao Hongzhao chuckled without response, for he was well aware that his 8th brother had been living rather frugally of late, having been cut off from the royal monthly stipend. He often resorted to dining in Consort Shun's Ningxiang Palace or in Zhao Hongshuan's chambers, and just yesterday, out of desperation, he had attended the Palace Academy to partake in lessons for a meal. To be a prince reduced to such circumstances was indeed unprecedented. Surely you have not come merely to mooch a meal? Zhao Hongzhao inquired with a knowing smile. He had heard that after parting ways with them, Zhao Hongrun had inexplicably visited the chambers of various concubines, unjustly blaming them for grievances, including the earlier incident with Chun Shuzhuang. Zhao Hongrun had managed to offend all 9 concubines. Zhao Hongzhao did not believe that Zhao Hongrun was simply idling about, seeking trouble. Considering the circumstances, the purpose behind the actions of this 8th prince was not difficult to surmise. 8th brother, do you intend to use this method to pressure father? Zhao Hongzhao asked curiously. At that moment, Zhao Hongrun was gazing around the front hall, captivated by the walls adorned with the esteemed works of his 6th brother, which were plentifully displayed. To Zhao Hongrun, these were treasures beyond measure. Truly, nothing escapes the notice of my 6th brother. Zhao Hongrun cast a glance at his 6th brother, smiling as he remarked, Indeed, Father Emperor lacks integrity. Not only did he refuse to allow me to leave the palace as promised, but he also withheld my monthly stipend. This is truly intolerable. Within the palace, whispers circulated regarding the contest of wits between the current emperor and Zhao Hongrun, which amused Zhao Hongzhao. Throughout history, no prince had engaged in such a fervent dispute with the reigning emperor over leaving the palace. It was simply inconceivable. Fortunately, Father Emperor is a wise ruler. Otherwise, with such behavior, one might have already been confined to the ancestral halls for reflection. Zhao Hongzhao shook his head in contemplation. After a moment, Zhao Hongrun lowered his voice, saying, I came today to ask a favor of my 6th brother. To his surprise, Zhao Hongzhao waved his hand nonchalantly, saying no problem. Later, I shall visit Meigong to see Mother Empress and kindly request her to speak ill of you before Father Emperor. Zhao Hongrun, despite being perceptive, found himself momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, he could not help but indulge in self-deprecation. Who was this person before him? He was none other than Zhao Hongzhao, revered as the Qilin heir, a paragon among the gifted men of the realm. Engaging in conversation with such a clever individual is indeed effortless, isn't it? Zhao Hongzhao interjected with a smile. After some interaction, he discovered that both Zhao Hongrun and Zhao Hongxian were quite amiable, and thus he felt no need for restraint. Zoongrun Shukulat. However, this means you owe me a favor. How do you intend to repay it? What did this 6th brother imply? The poetry gathering. Zhao Hongrun frowned slightly. He had heard of Zhao Hongzhao's poetry gatherings, where he invited learned scholars and the sons of ministers to the Yafeng Pavilion for wine, tea, and poetry. While such gatherings appeared refined to the world, Zhao Hongrun was, to be honest, rather disinterested. If 8th brother is unwilling, then let this matter rest, Zhao Hongzhao cheerfully replied. With me explaining, 8th brother could never provoke Mother Empress to anger. Is this a threat? Zhao Hongrun felt somewhat vexed. Not at all. I simply look forward to 8th brother joining the next poetry gathering. Zhao Hongzhao expressed earnestly. Zhao Hongrun felt somewhat helpless. Being cornered in such a manner was genuinely unpleasant. Then it's settled? Settled. That night, when the emperor of Wei, Zhao Yuansai, returned to the Megong of Wu Guipin. She transformed from her previous gentleness and began to chastise Zhao Hongrun like the other 9 concubines, leaving the emperor both astonished and bewildered. Is that rebellious son truly intent on completely offending his brother's and sister's mother? As the mother of Zhao Hongzhao, Wu Guipin's words proved more impactful than those of the other concubines, despite the fact that they, too, were mothers to princes or princesses. At this point, the emperor of Wei began to feel a headache coming on. Frankly, if it were merely one concubine complaining about 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun, he could easily ignore it. At worst, he could refrain from visiting her quarters for a few days. However, when most of the palace's concubines began to voice their grievances against that rebellious child, it left the emperor in quite a predicament. Even for the sake of peace, he could not possibly sleep in the Zhuanggong Hall, could he? That rebellious child has a truly malicious heart. In the Zhuanggong Hall, the emperor of Wei could not help but vent his frustrations in front of the 3 ministers. Malicious, you say? The 3 ministers exchanged glances bemused. Setting aside the first victim, Chun Shuqian, who brought her troubles upon herself, the other concubines were innocently caught in the crossfire, each having been embroiled in disputes with 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun. Initially, they found the situation rather peculiar, but upon hearing the emperor's words, clarity dawned upon them. To directly sever a son's financial support is akin to removing the fuel from the fire. To incite a group of the emperor's women to whisper in his ear, thus irritating him, is tantamount to burning bridges. When weighed against one another, it is indeed challenging to determine which tactic is superior. What do you think I should do? The emperor of Wei appeared somewhat anxious, for if this continued, he might never enjoy a peaceful night again. Should he truly sleep in the Zhuanggong Hall? While Shen Shuqian's Ningxiang Palace would always be a refuge, her physical condition was hardly suitable for intimacy. It would hardly suffice to engage in idle conversation with 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun each night before parting ways. Would it? The emperor, too, had physiological needs. Perhaps he should summon 8th Prince and give him a scolding? Lin Yuyang suppressed a chuckle, as if he were strategizing for the emperor. However, in truth, his suggestion was merely a probe into the emperor's current sentiments and his attitude towards 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun. Not appropriate. The emperor shook his head, angrily retorting, summoning him for a reprimand at this time would signify my defeat. That rebellious child acts with such cleanliness, using Chun Shuqian's name as a shield, preventing me from grasping any incriminating evidence against him. Otherwise, with such misconduct, he would surely find himself confined to the ancestral halls for reflection. And Wu Guipin? Lin Yuyang still struggled to comprehend why even the mother of 6th Prince Zhao Hongzhao would criticize 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun. Logically, this esteemed concubine, nearly on par with the empress, should not have been offended by the 8th Prince. Reflecting on Wu Guipin's stance, the emperor of Wei too found it somewhat perplexing, as she repeatedly insisted, even if Chun Shuqian had any faults, 6th Prince should not act against propriety, disrupting the Yoji Palace. This seemed to reproach Zhao Hongrun. Yet the matter had already concluded, and the emperor had decided to let bygones be bygones, wishing to minimize the situation. Wu Guipin's revival of past grievances, while displeasing the emperor, did not provide any grounds for holding Zhao Hongrun accountable. Is it merely my illusion? I can't shake the feeling that Wu Guipin intentionally sought to vex me last night. The emperor of Wei pondered inwardly, observing his troubled countenance. The Grand Eunuch Tong Xian found himself wanting to remind him. Yesterday, 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun visited Yafeng Pavilion to see 6th Prince Zhao Hongzhao, and it was precisely that night that 6th Prince's mother began to chastise 8th Prince. If there were no hidden motives, Tong Xian would not believe it for a second. Nevertheless, he chose silence, for during his interactions with 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun, he realized that this prince was remarkably opinionated and astute, possessing an unyielding stubbornness that would not relent until he achieved his goals. If his objectives were not met, 8th Prince would not easily acquiesce. And even if this matter were resolved, it might give rise to other complications. It was perhaps better to grant him his wishes early to restore tranquility within the palace. With that thought, Tong Xian boldly interjected, "Your Majesty, why not grant 8th Prince's request?" What? The emperor was taken aback by Tong Xian's audacity to speak up at such a moment, snorting coldly as he replied, "Do you think I have lost? I dare not suggest such a thing. I merely believe that 8th Prince is quite headstrong and never compromises. Yesterday, he intentionally offended Wu Guipin, and tomorrow he will likely provoke the empress. At that point, the palace may indeed be thrown into chaos. He dares. The Emperor of Wei retorted angrily. But what if he actually does? Tong Xian pressed on, braving the moment. That day in Chun Shuqian's Yoji Palace, 8 Prince said before everyone. His Highness remarked that according to the ancestral laws of the Wei, as long as he does not commit the unforgivable sins of usurpation or rebellion, he need not fear the consequences of his actions. The worst fate he could expect would be confinement by the imperial clan. Even if the emperor were to disfavor him and demote him to a commoner, he could still live a life of wealth and prosperity. The imperial family would never allow a descendant of the Ji and Zhao bloodlines to languish in the streets or perish in a foreign land. Even in death, they would ensure that his remains were returned to the imperial tomb, for his veins flowed with the noble blood of the Daweis, Ji, and Zhao clans. The emperor fell silent. In times past, had he been unfamiliar with this young man's temperament, the emperor might have been incensed. Feeling frustration at the audacity of the 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, who seemed to take his lineage for granted. Yet, now that he understood Zhao Hongruan's disposition, the emperor sensed that this statement did not reflect arrogance. Rather, it indicated a profound indifference to the possessions he currently held, displaying little concern for the emperor's favor or the throne's legitimacy. Perhaps the 8th prince's true aspiration lay in becoming a wealthy merchant. The emperor sighed with resignation. Who would have thought that among the princes, the 2 most talented, Zhao Hongzhao, the 6th prince, and Zhao Hongrun, the 8th prince, would both show no interest in the throne. Thus, the emperor felt no qualms about offending the empress, nor did he concern himself with the potential disdain that might arise from this matter. He experienced an inexplicable sense of loss, yearning to foster a closer relationship with Zhao Hongrun, a son with whom he had previously had little interaction. Regrettably, it seemed that nurturing this paternal bond would not be a swift endeavor. At present, Zhao Hongrun appeared indifferent to his father's feelings. As a father, this was indeed a disheartening defeat. At this juncture, Yuziki timely interjected, "Your Majesty. The principle of teaching according to one's abilities and guiding by circumstances is essential for nurturing talent. Though you may be anxious about the 8th prince's development, in the long run, this approach may not enhance the father-son relationship. It could breed resentment instead." "Your words are misguided," Lord Lin Yuyang came to retort. "While the 8th prince is undeniably brilliant, it is also true that he possesses a rebellious spirit. Should he be allowed to run rampant without guidance, we may lose a pillar of strength for the Dawei. If the instruction is inadequate, it would be better to refrain from teaching altogether." "How do you know the teaching would be inadequate? Does Lord Lin possess confidence in his ability to educate the 8th prince? I may not be as clever as His Highness, but I have lived for decades and have gleaned some wisdom." As the 2 ministers debated fervently, the emperor found himself increasingly vexed. Truth be told, he did not wish to release Zhao Hongrun from the palace, not because he sought to discipline him, but rather because he had grown fond of this spirited prince. He was acutely aware that once Zhao Hongrun was allowed to roam freely outside the palace, it would become exceedingly difficult to see him again. Just as the emperor was engulfed in his worries, the grand eunuch Tong Xian cautiously spoke up, "Your Majesty, there is a matter that has long puzzled me." "What is it?" The emperor, already in a foul mood, felt irritation rising. Tong Xian's words rendered the entire Chue Gong Hall silent. The left minister Lin Yuyang and the right minister Yuziki exchanged astonished glances, momentarily at a loss for words, while the chancellor He Xiangshu's narrowed eyes widened in surprise. As for Emperor Zhao Yuansai, he stared at Tong Xian, his expression a mix of bewilderment and anticipation. Several times on the verge of speech, but hesitating. "I lament the loss of my imperial garden, my fish pond, my golden-scaled fish, my purple bamboo, my tear bamboo, and the expenses incurred in restoring the inner treasury of the Yoji Palace." Suddenly, the emperor felt a pang of heartache. He realized that had Tong Xian voiced this suggestion earlier, the treasures he cherished would not have been squandered by his unruly son. Nor would Zhao Hongrun have caused chaos in the Chue Gong Hall, instigating much disturbance among the palace's concubines. "Ah, Tong Xian, Your Majesty has an instruction. I want you to listen closely. In the future, should you have any valuable suggestions, speak up sooner." The emperor slammed the dragon table, his voice a low roar. Within the Chue Gong Hall, the emperor's exasperated outburst echoed. The second battle of the father-son conflict concluded with the son victorious. Chapter 23. Out of the Palace. Ladies and gentlemen, we have triumphed. The following day before noon, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Wenzhou pavilion, startling the imperial guards patrolling outside, who exchanged bewildered glances. What? What victory? Why worry about that? It's the 8th Prince's Wenzhou pavilion. Murmuring among themselves, the guards continued their patrol, oblivious to the commotion. Meanwhile, inside the Wenzhou pavilion, the 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun tightly gripped a bronze token in his left hand, exhilaratedly pumping his fist. Before him stood 10 loyal guards: Mu Qing, Xin Yu, Wei Jiao, Zhu Heng, Gao Qua, Zhong Zhao, Elmu, Zhu Gui, He Miao, and Zhou Pu, all of whom wore expressions of fervent excitement. They had endured. They had finally persevered. It mattered not that his father had still not permitted him to leave the palace. It was inconsequential that his mother had summoned him to Ningxiang Palace for a stern reprimand and commanded him to apologize to the various concubines in the coming days. Nor did it concern him that they had yet to receive the monthly stipend befitting a prince and that their funds were dwindling. What truly mattered was that they had won. They could finally leave the palace. The 10 guards raised their arms in unison, their faces brimming with enthusiasm. Change your clothes. We are leaving the palace. A flurry of activity ensued as they donned ordinary attire procured from the inner palace, discarding any items that might reveal their identities. And they triumphantly passed through the palace gates, departing from Bianjing Palace. The main entrance of Bianjing Palace faced Jinyang Street, a thoroughfare that officials traversed to enter the palace, seldom trodden by common folk. Thus, there were few pedestrians on the street. The narrow alleys and corridors of Jinyang Street connected the residences of court officials, including the 5 princes who had already left the palace. It is no exaggeration to say that those residing near Jinyang Street were either wealthy or noble, representing the true elite of the capital. Chengdu venturing further south along the street, one would find various government offices, such as the main administrative offices of the 6 ministries and the subordinate offices belonging to the 24 departments. These institutions divided the social landscape of Chengdu into the southern and northern sections. Those in the northern district were predominantly the affluent and powerful of Chengdu, while the southern district was home to ordinary citizens, except for those with unique preferences. As they reached Cheyang Cross Street, the atmosphere transformed into one of bustling activity. Shops lined both sides of the street, with vendors and citizens nearly filling the thoroughfare. Chaoyang Street was renowned as the most vibrant and prosperous street in Chengdu. As a native of the capital, Shen Yu enthusiastically introduced this bustling street to his prince. Although he had seldom had the chance to stroll along it since being summoned to the imperial clan in his teens, his familiarity with the street was sufficient to serve as a guide for the inexperienced Zhao Hongrun. How delightful! Standing at the intersection, Zhao Hongrun surveyed the throngs of citizens. He observed elderly men with gray hair, children with braided hair, burly men, and dapper young gentlemen. Most importantly, he finally spotted young women. Quite lovely. Ah, your highness. Young master, look over there. Indeed, you have an eye for beauty, Zhong Zhao. Young master, look at that one. She's also quite charming. Goodness. Zhu Heng, what are you looking at? Stay there. You nearly blinded this young master's eyes. I think it's quite good. Don't you agree, young master? Look over there. All right. This group of people squatting at the entrance of a narrow alley, discussing and admiring the young and beautiful women in the crowd. It's no wonder. After all, both Zhao Hongrun and his guards had previously been confined within the palace, deprived of such opportunities. While there are many beautiful young women within the palace, would they dare to gaze upon them so recklessly? After years of a monotonous existence, today he finally felt alive again. Crouching at the entrance of the alley, observing the young women on the street for over an hour, Zhao Hongrun sighed with satisfaction. Such trivial matters brought him an immense sense of fulfillment. It was astonishing to him that his outlook on life had become so cheap. However, his sentiments were met with general agreement from his guards. The restrictions within the palace were indeed excessively stringent. Young master, what shall we do next? After watching for over an hour, Guard Gao Qua felt it was enough and couldn't he help but ask, where next? Upon hearing this question, Zhao Hongrun was momentarily at a loss. He had often contemplated where to go once he left the palace, but now that he was truly out, he found it difficult to adapt. The outside world was utterly unfamiliar to him. How about hunting? Zhao Hongrun suggested hesitantly. He had always yearned for the thrill of the hunt, yet in previous years, only the grown princes were permitted to participate in the Great Wei Emperor's hunts. while young ones like Zhao Hongrun were not even allowed to watch, under the pretext of ceremonial rules that deemed it ominous for young princes to witness bloodshed. To hell with that. Perhaps next time, Zhao Hongrun thought, feeling a bit disheartened. All in all, this could be considered a limited form of freedom. Why not go for some drinks? Suggested guards Zhu Guwei and He Miao. Although the palace did not restrict princes and their guards from drinking, the beverages provided were rather mild and slightly sweet, clearly fruit wine. Zhao Hongrun's guards, all in their 20s, brimming with youthful vigor, found it unappealing. Even Zhao Hongrun felt little from it. Finally out of the palace, they naturally desired some genuine strong liquor. As the two spoke, the other guards felt their throats dry, yearning to down a barrel of strong liquor and savor the fiery warmth it brought. Unfortunately, Zhao Hongrun held little interest in drinking. He preferred to quietly observe the young women passing by in the street, which helped normalize his perspective on life, shielding him from the subtle poison of the handsome eunuchs and his half-sisters within the palace. Seeing their master indifferent, the guards felt a twinge of frustration. They couldn't just abandon him to go drink without him. Suddenly, Mu Qing had a clever idea and whispered, "Young master, I know a place where you can drink and admire beautiful women, and they're not only lovely, but also skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting." Upon hearing this, Shen Yu's expression changed slightly, and he reprimanded Mu Qing in a low voice, "Mu Qing." But it was too late. Mu Qing's words quickly turned into an unshakable thought in Zhao Hongrun's mind. "Are you referring to a brothel?" As soon as this was said, half of the 10 guards changed their expressions, especially the more composed Lu Mu, Wei Jiao, and Shen Yu, who shot Mu Qing stern looks as if silently condemning him. "How dare you tempt His Highness to such places?" Under their stern gazes, Mu Qing sheepishly closed his mouth. However, Zhao Hongrun's mind became lively. "I have never been to a brothel." Shen Yu's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Young master, this is a scandalous affair. If the family or the elders find out, the consequences would be unimaginable. If I don't say anything and you don't say anything, who will know?" The guards exchanged glances. Worse yet, Zhao Hongrun's remark, "Have you never thought of experiencing it for yourselves?" ignited a hidden desire within them. If we must die, then so be it. The guards exchanged determined glances, resolutely siding with their master. "First, let us settle the money issue." Lu Mu, in charge of finances, pulled out a money pouch from his pocket, revealing a meager sum of silver coins, glancing at the eager crowd. A mere handful of silver was hardly enough for their expenses. Wei Jiao's sigh only dampened their spirits further, extinguishing the flame of anticipation. At that moment, Zhao Hongrun chuckled and said to Mu Qing, "Mu Qing, bring it out." The guard's eyes instantly sparkled. Who didn't he know that the calligraphy and paintings of the 6th Prince Zhao Hongzhao were highly esteemed by the scholars and beauties of the capital, rare in circulation and thus exceedingly valuable. "Where did you get this, young master?" "Hee, that's a secret." Meanwhile, 6th Prince Zhao Hongzhao stood before his chamber, Yafeng Pavilion, contemplating the walls adorned with his prized calligraphy and paintings, feeling as though something was missing. He muttered in confusion. Chapter 24. A waterside pavilion. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Hongrun and his companions emerged from a particularly exquisite curiosity shop on Chaoyang Street. Their spirits lifted as they now possessed money. Even so, Zhao Hongrun could still sense from the shopkeeper's demeanor that he had been overcharged. Later, he learned that his brother, the 6th Prince Zhao Hongzhao, renowned in the capital from a young age for his charm and scholarly brilliance, was highly sought after by the talented men and women of the city. Countless aspiring scholars longed to attend Zhao Hongzhao as poetry gatherings, and many young ladies dreamed of forming a bond with this prince. Unfortunately, Zhao Hongzhao's elegant poetry gatherings were not open to just anyone. Even the relatives of high-ranking officials needed sufficient talent to receive an invitation. Thus, the scholars and beauties of the capital viewed being invited to Yafeng Pavilion for a poetry gathering and witnessing the 6th Prince's masterpieces as the epitome of sophistication, eagerly promoting his works, leading to their immense fame and desirability among wealthy collectors. Regrettably, as the most favored prince of the current Great Wei Emperor, Zhao Hongzhao neither lacked money nor wished for his creations to be tainted by commercialism. Consequently, aside from gifting a few pieces to close friends, his works rarely circulated in the capital, causing their prices to soar year by year. In rough terms, An unmarried prince's monthly stipend was about 70% of that of a first-rank court official, approximately over 500 taels, with an annual income of around 6,000 taels. For ordinary citizens, this was undoubtedly a staggering sum, as the yearly living expenses for a family of several in the capital barely amounted to 100 taels. 6,000 taels could sustain them for 60 years. However, for princes living in the palace, a monthly income of over 500 taels was not significant, as even casually rewarding a palace eunuch required 5 to 10 taels. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother to assist. Additionally, there were expenses for maintaining their chambers, purchasing new attire, and supporting their guards, which collectively amounted to at least 500 taels a month, leading to most princes requiring private assistance from their mothers to maintain their elevated status. 600 taels of silver, even in the largest 50-tael ingots, weighed as much as a 6 or 7-year-old child. Therefore, at that time, Zhao Hongrun exchanged a quantity of 5 and 10 taels of silver ingots with the shopkeeper, only taking a few 20 and 50 taels. This was because 5 and 10 taels were the most commonly used denominations in the market, and their smaller size made it easier for the guards to carry them. Otherwise, it would be akin to asking El Mu to bear 600 taels of silver alone, which is comparable to carrying a 6 or 7-year-old child around. Over time, even though El Mu was a robust young man in his early 20s, it would be overwhelming. By splitting the amounts, each guard could carry between 10 to several dozen taels of silver, significantly alleviating El Mu's burden. Xinyu, you're a local of Dalian. Do you know where the most famous establishment in the capital is? The most famous brothel, perhaps? Xinyu, though reluctant to lead his prince to such a place, felt he had no choice since Zhao Hongrun had already made the decision. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "There seems to be a rather well-known one along the Dojiang Canal. The Dojiang Canal is a man-made waterway dug by human hands, which directs water from a nearby river into the city of Chengdu-Dalian. As this area is part of the capital of the Great Wei, the river is referred to as Dojiang, while the canal is known as Dojiangchu. The canal serves multiple purposes. It not only connects to the outer moat, but is also the primary source of drinking and domestic water for most of the city's populace, holding significant importance in Chengdu-Dalian. To protect the canal's water, the Ministry of Justice of Great Wei even enacted relevant laws, forbidding the disposal of waste into the canal and bathing or frolicking in its waters. Dojiangchu, I know where it is." Mu Qing was eager to lead the group, but Zhao Hongrun interrupted him. "Not so fast." Zhao Hongrun waved his hand, speaking with apparent depth. "Let us wander around the city first and shake off any tails." The guards paused, instinctively glancing around. During this time, Shen Yu quietly inquired, "Your Highness, could there be people from the Neishi Jian following us?" "Huh." Zhao Hongrun smiled lightly. While he was uncertain if there were indeed people from the Neishi Jian tailing them, upon reflection, today was their first outing from the palace, and his father, the current emperor of Great Wei, would logically dispatch someone from the Neishi Jian to secretly monitor their activities. If the emperor were to learn that they had ventured into the brothel district, it would be disastrous. "Take the alley." Shen Yu, the implicit leader among the guards, whispered, and the guards understood, swiftly leading their prince into a narrow alley. Sure enough, shortly after they entered, a few men dressed as ordinary citizens appeared across the street, each lacking the masculine vigor typical of young men, easily identifiable as eunuchs from the palace. The older leading eunuch furrowed his brow as he glanced at the now deserted alley, commanding in a hushed tone, "Split up and search." Several young eunuchs nodded, some proceeding along the main street, while others entered the alley they had just vacated. Approximately half an hour later, Zhao Hongrun and his party emerged from a different alley, blending into a bustling street full of people. If there was truly someone following us, they should have been shaken off by now, Xinyu muttered to himself, feeling somewhat insecure, as tracking and counter-tracking were not their forte. Better to be cautious, Wei Jiao advised quietly. As they spoke, the remaining guards frequently surveyed their surroundings, their gazes sharp, as if attempting to identify any palace eunuchs hidden among the crowd. Their peculiar behavior drew the attention of the passers-by, prompting Zhao Hongrun to roll his eyes in exasperation. "Enough, enough. The more you act this way, the more likely we are to be found. Stay calm." To err on the side of caution, they traversed several lively streets and quiet alleys before feeling confident they had evaded any pursuing eunuchs. Finally heading toward the establishment by the Dojiang Canal that Shen Yu had mentioned. As they walked, Zhao Hongrun gradually noticed a shift in the crowd around them. He recalled that earlier, on Choyang Street. The populace had been diverse, with both young and old, male and female. However, the current street was predominantly male, featuring elegant young noblemen and affluent individuals dressed in fine silks, with hardly any young women in sight. What a delightful fragrance! What flowers are these? Among the guards, the more robust Chu Hung sniffed the air, astonished. Flower fragrance? No, this is the scent of rouge. Inhaling the subtle yet enticing aroma of the rouge, Zhao Hongrun felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, accompanied by a vague restlessness. This is precisely what I yearn for. Xinyu, Mu Qing, Mu, follow me. The others will enter in groups. Due to the conspicuous nature of their party of 11, Zhao Hongrun only took Xinyu, Mu Qing, and Mu with him, while the remaining guards temporarily followed Wei Jiao's lead. After arranging everything, Zhao Hongrun led Xinyu, Mu Qing, and Mu toward the alluring locale he had long admired, yet had never had the opportunity to visit. A feng shui xie? Upon catching sight of the building's plaque from a distance, Zhao Hongrun couldn't help but feel surprised. He had expected such establishments to bear names like So-and-so Garden or So-and-so Pavilion, but was taken aback by its elegant name. Let me share a little knowledge due to the brevity of words. First, the term Qinglu originally referred to luxurious and exquisite residences, also representing noble households. Thus, only those of high standing could be termed as Qinglu. While the meaning is similar, it connotes a higher status compared to the more commonplace brothels, akin to a grand banquet or opulent entertainment venue. Additionally, let me clarify the distinction between Chong and Ji. The character Chong is composed of female and prosperous, signifying the lively streets. Thus, from a literal perspective, it indicates women who solicit customers on the streets, implicitly referring to those engaged in physical transactions. In contrast, Ji comprises female and skill. At first glance, it may not be clear, but if one interprets Ji as half of skill, understanding becomes easier. Simply put, it refers to women of talent. Note, skill literally means craftsmanship. In other words, Ji is a more refined term than Chong, denoting women skilled in the arts. Of course, this skill does not pertain to intimate prowess, but rather to accomplishments in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Hence, it is no surprise that women in Qinglu are often referred to as misses, as this term historically denoted the daughters of wealthy families. If this explanation is still unclear, one may search for renowned courtesans of the Song dynasty. Many were accomplished in various arts, albeit with tragic fates. Finally, to summarize the distinction between women in Qinglu, if one is attracted to your talent and sleeps with you, that is a Ji. If one is attracted to your wealth and sleeps with you, that is a Chong. Chapter 25 of Feng Shui Xie, Part 2. At this moment, a smiling attendant noticed Zhao Hongruan's party of 4 and approached them warmly, inviting them inside. Those who work in this field have keen eyes, despite Zhao Hongruan's ordinary attire. He remains a prince residing freely in the depths of the palace, exuding an undeniable aura of authority in his every gesture. Moreover, accompanied by Xinyu, Mu Qing, and Mu, who were all carefully selected guards in their 20s, robust and sharp-eyed, it was evident they were not mere commoners. Please, welcome. The attendant smiled broadly, ushering Zhao Hongrun and the others inside. Mu was quite pleased that the ghost servant did not look down upon them due to their attire. Casually, he retrieved a silver ingot weighing 10 taels from his bosom and tossed it into the servant's arms. In the palace, it was commonplace to reward a minor eunuch with such an amount for errands. However, they were now outside the palace, and when the turtle servant realized that the gratuity he received was indeed a 10-tael ingot, his eyes sparkled with joy, and he was even more convinced that these gentlemen must be of noble lineage. The quartet, under the turtle servant's guidance, settled down in the hall, causing Mu to furrow his brow. He was somewhat displeased as he surveyed the surroundings, which were filled with self-proclaimed talented youths and wealthy men with prominent bellies. As the esteemed 8th Prince of Wei, how can I sit in the same hall as these commoners? Mu thought to himself, displeased, and voiced his concern. Is there not a private room available? The turtle servant, upon seeing this, quickly inferred that these gentlemen were indeed newcomers unfamiliar with the rules of the establishment. Just as he was about to explain, Mu produced a 50-tael silver ingot from his robe and declared, "Arrange for a private room and have the most beautiful maidservant attend to us." Indeed, a wealthy patron. The turtle servant's eyes gleamed at the sight of the ingot. Yet a troubled expression crossed his face. Esteemed sirs, our establishment's rules do not allow guests to choose the maidservants. Rather, it is the maidservants who select their patrons. What? Upon hearing this, Elmu's anger flared. How can noble Prince of Wei allow a group of courtesans to pick and choose? He slammed the table and rebuked. You dare. The turtle's servant trembled in fear and quickly explained, Please do not be angry. Esteemed sirs, look around you. Everyone here follows the same custom. Zhao Hongrun turned to observe the surroundings and noticed the hall was filled with well-dressed young men and several portly wealthy patrons, all drinking and enjoying themselves without any maidservants attending them. The awkwardness of Elmu's outburst drew the attention of those around, who regarded them with disdainful glances, making Zhao Hongrun feel a flush of embarrassment. He quickly whispered, Elmu, lower your voice. Yes. Elmu seemed to realize something, his expression turning somewhat sheepish. Before entering, he had attempted to handle matters on behalf of his prince, not expecting to provoke the scorn of the others in the hall. Indeed, this young master seems to be the true authority. Seeing that Zhao Hongrun's single remark had silenced the previously irate Elmu, the turtle's servant respectfully explained to Zhao Hongrun, Esteemed young master, it is not that I wish to make things difficult. It is simply how our establishment operates. If you can win the heart of any maidservant, you will be introduced to the private rooms on the second or third floor. I see. Zhao Hongrun understood now that this was not an ordinary establishment of ill repute, but one of higher standing and decorum. He inquired how he might attract the attention of the maidservants to be invited upstairs. Listening to the authoritative tone in Zhao Hongrun's voice, the turtle servant dared not dismiss him. He quickly replied, The maidservants will send a serving girl with a prepared question to the hall. If you can answer it to the satisfaction of the maidservant, you will naturally be invited upstairs. Oh, Zhao Hongrun nodded, then suddenly pointed discreetly at a portly, slightly balding gentleman in the distance, murmuring, I cannot discern any scholarly traits in that gentleman. According to your explanation, he has little hope of going upstairs. What's he doing here? In response, Zhao Hongrun exchanged glances with Elmu, who understood and placed a tin-tail ingot gently on the table. The silver was cold, yet held tightly, it warmed the heart. With the young master's additional gratuity, the turtle servant showed no hesitation, quickly pocketing the silver and subtly gesturing to imply money, whispering, Not every maidservant seeks a man of intellect. Only those of higher status do so. After all, this is Chengdu de Liang, where there are many sons of wealthy families. Even the maidservants hope to encounter a well-to-do and learned gentleman to redeem them, even if merely as a concubine. It is certainly better than the alternative. Do you not agree? And what of those who have given up hope? Do they go to any lengths to earn their own freedom? Zhao Hongrun interjected plainly. The turtle servant could only smile wryly. All right, I understand. Tell me, which of your maidservants is the most beautiful? The Qing Gizi. Shen Yu interjected, unable to tolerate the thought of unchaste women mingling with their prince. Zhao Hongrun glanced at Shen Yu, but chose not to comment further. The turtle servant pondered briefly before replying. That would be Miss Su from Chui Shaoxian. Oh, what's her name? Zhao Hongrun asked with curiosity. The turtle servant lowered his voice. Young master, it is considered improper to inquire about the names of the maidservants here. They rarely disclose their true names. Why? You see, the maidservants find themselves in this line of work through unfortunate circumstances, and it brings shame to their families. Who would wish to reveal their true names? I see. Chui Shaoxian. I will remember that. The turtle servant continued. Though Miss Su is said to possess exceptional beauty and talent, she is usually quite aloof with our guests. If young master possesses great knowledge, that would be advantageous. Otherwise, before he could finish, Mu Qing interjected with displeasure. My master is certainly well-versed in knowledge. Do you need to elaborate? Yes, that is excellent. Elmu muttered under his breath, feeling disgruntled at having to part with such a sum for trivialities. The wine is hardly remarkable either. Mu Qing sniffed the wine in the jug, wrinkling his brow. You compare it to what is served in the palace? Shen Yu slightly shook his head, pouring a cup of tea and offering it to Zhao Hongrun, whispering, Young master, this tea is quite good. Perhaps you would prefer it instead. Zhao Hongrun nonchalantly nodded. After all, he was not here merely to drink, but to behold the beautiful maidservants of this establishment, just like those seated around him. If he sought to indulge in drink, 30 taels would suffice to intoxicate him in a tavern. During his leisurely tea, Maidservants from upstairs frequently descended to pose questions to the esteemed guests in the hall. Meanwhile, the turtle servants promptly distributed wooden trays, each containing ink, paper, and writing brush for answering questions. Is this questioning merely a gimmick? Zhao Hongrun felt a wave of disappointment. Nonetheless, he refrained from picking up the brush, content to sip his tea while the self-proclaimed talented youths hurriedly attempted to answer. He was waiting for the question from Miss Su of Chui Shaoxian. After an indeterminate period, a maidservant from Chui Shaoxian finally appeared, holding a piece of paper as she stepped onto the second-floor corridor, facing the guests in the hall and slowly unfurling a painting. Zhao Hongrun looked up and saw that the painting depicted a group of white cranes frolicking in the water, with the most prominent crane standing on one leg, preening its feathers. The painting is well done, but alas, it lacks the lifelike quality one would hope for. The lines are poorly defined. The crane should appear slender to convey an ethereal spirit, yet this one is rather plump, reminiscent of a bumbling goose. It pales in comparison to my sixth brother's work. As the sixth prince Zhao Hongxiao had also painted cranes, Zhao Hongrun could not help but draw comparisons, resulting in a silent shake of his head. He did not consider whether he had truly lost his senses by comparing the artwork of the sixth prince Zhao Hongxiao. It is well known that his elder brother's calligraphy and paintings command a staggering price of 1,000 taels in the capital. If the young lady Su from Chui Shaoxian possessed such talent, would she still be here? Nevertheless, Zhao Hongrun felt a tinge of disappointment as he observed the group within the hall fervently praising and extolling the painting. To his surprise, the young maid did not present the artwork for their evaluation, but instead posed a rather amusing question. Miss Su inquired, "Why does the crane stand on one leg while the other is curled?" Instantly, the hall fell silent. Yet, Zhao Hongrun found himself intrigued. This was quite interesting, he thought, glancing at the others in the hall. In stark contrast to his demeanor, the seemingly suave young gentlemen and scholars shook their heads and sighed softly. What was this? It appeared that Miss Su from Chui Shaoxian had no intention of receiving guests today and deliberately posed such a challenging question. Perhaps fortune might favor them. They might just get lucky. The young scholars and gentlemen in the hall sighed as they penned their answers, which were then sent to the maid by the turtle servant. Young master, Shun Yu presented a wooden tray before Zhao Hongrun, knowing that His Highness was awaiting Miss Su's question from Chui Shaoxian. Otherwise, given His Highness's brilliance, how could he have failed to answer the previous questions that were exceedingly simple for him? Meanwhile, Mu Qing could not refrain from offering advice to His Highness. The reason one leg stands and the other curls adds to the ethereal quality, does it not, Your Highness? Unexpectedly, Zhao Hongrun cast him an amused glance and swiftly inscribed a line on the white paper that left them stifling laughter, subsequently signing his own name, Jiang Run. Chapter 26. The Crane's Inquiry. On the third floor of the elegant pavilion Chui Shaoxian, Miss Su reclined by the window, her arms resting upon the sill as she gazed dreamily at the clear waters of the Dujiang Canal outside. After a long while, she sighed deeply. It was undeniable that the turtle servant had not exaggerated. This solitary Miss Su, viewed from the side, could be deemed a rare beauty of the mortal realm. Her flowing black hair cascaded down, her skin as fair as snow, and her features, resembling exquisite jade, bore a slight frown. Her bright eyes sparkled, and her pupils, like delicate water, rendered her countenance as picturesque as a painting, captivating and enchanting. The door creaked open, and the attending maid hurriedly entered, lifting the gossamer curtain to step into the inner chamber, placing the answer sheets from the guests on the table before turning to gaze at the entranced Miss Su. Miss Su turned her head, and her beauty coupled with her slightly languid demeanor even stirred the heart of the maid. Miss, you truly are the most beautiful within this elegant pavilion, the maid sincerely complimented. Miss Su responded with a faint smile, her tone as calm as still water. Mael, do you know that beauty is Yang Yanda, originally referring to a plump lamb? In ancient times, lambs were raised in pens, and when esteemed guests arrived, the host would slaughter the fattest lamb for a feast. I'm not much different from those lambs awaiting slaughter. Miss, that is precisely your flaw. The maid chastised with a hint of maturity. You confine yourself within these walls all day. How can you possibly meet the wealthy and powerful in the capital? Look at the Yu Zhu Xian on the second floor. That young Lady Wang is not even half as beautiful as you, yet she has managed to attach herself to a wealthy patron. From what I've gathered, That patron has already spent thousands of taels on her and seems intent on redeeming her to take her as a concubine. Being a concubine in a wealthy household may not guarantee a better life, Miss Su replied with a calm smile. To transition from belonging to this pavilion to belonging to another person, what difference does it truly make? There must be some hope, Mississippi. You cannot possibly remain here for a lifetime, can you? If you could connect with a powerful figure in the capital, it could change your fate. The maid implored. Miss Su glanced at Mael and gently shook her head, murmuring, finding someone who understands my heart in this lifetime is no easy task, especially in a place like this, where virtuous individuals would never come. Regardless, you should at least consider it. You might encounter someone who understands you today, the maid encouraged, pulling out a sheet from the stack of papers, her eyes lighting up. Miss, I think this person has written quite well. The crane is a spiritual being of heaven and earth, excelling above all. It raises its neck to cry and spreads its wings to dance. Can you explain why the crane stands on one leg? Miss Su inquired indifferently. Then I shall not choose him. Set him aside. The maid hesitated, cautiously suggesting, Miss, you are not intentionally posing a question that no one can answer, are you? Why do you think so? Because, Miss, you have not met anyone in half a year. Upon hearing this, Miss Su fell silent for a moment. Looking out the window as she murmured, I would say that the crane stands on one leg to avoid the other leg sinking into the mire. What do you mean? Miss, I do not understand, the maid asked, perplexed. It is better that you do not understand. If one day you come to comprehend this saying, that would be unfortunate. Mael nodded, seemingly grasping the essence, and examined the answers of the guests below. Regrettably, after reviewing over a dozen sheets, none reflected the thoughts within Miss Su's heart. This did not surprise her. She merely gazed out the window in a daze. Suddenly, Mael burst into laughter, not knowing what she had seen. Misu, momentarily turned to her with curiosity, only to hear the maid, unable to contain her mirth, exclaim, Miss, this person is so amusing. He said, the reason a crane stands on one leg while the other curls is that if both legs are curled, it would kneel down. Even this sorrowful Miss Su could not help but feel a flicker of joy upon hearing those words. Noticing Miss Su's expression, the maid tentatively asked, Miss, shall we meet this person? Rarely hesitant, Miss Su contemplated. Perhaps we should meet. He might be a wealthy and handsome young master. The maid seized the opportunity, encouraging her. Considering he has made you smile, it has been ages since you last laughed. Resolute, Miss Su decided, then let us meet. What is this young master's name? Jiang Run. With the name dropped, the maid joyfully rushed out, bounding to the second floor's pavilion, calling out, Who is Jiang Run, young master? Miss Su from Chui Shao Xian requests your presence. In an instant, the hall erupted in astonishment, and all present wore expressions of shock. Who did not know that since Miss Su's nameplate was hung here half a year ago, she had never met anyone alone? Who would have thought she would break this precedent today? Jiang Run? Isn't that our prince? A richly dressed young gentleman spat, his eyes filled with jealousy. Initially, Shun Yu, Mu Qing, and El Mu harbored resentment towards that Miss Su, deeming her blind to overlook their esteemed prince. Yet, upon reflection, they suddenly realized that Jiang Run was none other than the alias their prince had just adopted. As they stood in astonishment, Zhao Hong Run gradually rose, his sleeves billowing as he clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an air of nobility as he strode towards the staircase leading to the second floor, declaring, It is I. The assembly was left in utter disbelief at the sight of this lad, seemingly no older than 14 or 15, receiving such distinguished recognition. The maid, Xiao Luer, was particularly flabbergasted, her mouth agape as she beheld Zhao Hong Run. She had hoped that the Miss Su she served would ascend to the ranks of the affluent and powerful in the capital, thus her persistent encouragement. Little did she expect that the intriguing gentleman who had answered the questions was not only poorly attired, but also younger than herself. In her frustration, Xiao Luer felt compelled to reprimand him, thinking, what is this immature brat doing here, meddling in matters that do not concern him? You are Jiang Run? Xiao Luer confirmed again, still struggling to accept the reality. Indeed, Zhao Hongrun affirmed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luer let out a resigned sigh and, rather dismissively, said, Follow me. The young lady wishes to see you. Perhaps sensing that Zhao Hongrun did not resemble a wealthy heir, she was less inclined to treat him with enthusiasm. However, when she led Zhao Hongrun to the Chui Shao Xian on the third floor, she discovered that in addition to him, 3 others had accompanied them. What are you doing here? Xin Yu frowned and asserted, "The three of us are responsible for protecting the young master. Wherever he goes, we shall follow." Young master? What sort of nobleman dresses so poorly? It seems that even if he is indeed a noble, he cannot be of any affluent lineage, Xiao Luo remarked, tilting her head as she scrutinized Zhao Hongrun. "No, he is only to meet Miss Su." In response, Zhao Hongrun turned to Xin Yu, suggesting, "Xin Yu, why don't you wait for me in the hall?" "Absolutely not." Xin Yu shook his head, stating firmly, "One of us must accompany the young master at all times." It was absurd to consider abandoning their prince. The purpose of their existence as guards was to protect him. "How about this, Mu Qing? You accompany the young master inside while El Mu and I stand guard outside." The trio of guards convened and reached a consensus. Given the gravity of the situation concerning the safety of the crown prince of Wei, such principles were non-negotiable. At least one guard must always remain with Zhao Hongrun, ensuring he remained within sight, while the others would not stray too far, for this was foundational to their duties. "Then it is settled," Mu Qing nodded, disregarding Xiao Luer's protests. He opened the door to Cui Xiao Xian, saying, "Please, young master." "You." Xiao Luer, exasperated and desperate to stop them, was interrupted by Miss Su's gentle voice from within. "Luer, do not obstruct them. Since these are Jiang Gongzi's personal guards, they may enter." "Very well," Luer pouted, sulking as she said, "Since the young lady has spoken, you may enter." Xin Yu, Mu Qing, and El Mu remained silent, following Zhao Hongrun into the room, where they positioned themselves at the windows behind the door and in a corner, effectively encircling the space. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongrun gazed in astonishment at the paintings adorning the walls. Cranes, an abundance of cranes. Chapter 27. Miss Su, a melodious and graceful tune began to waft through the sheer curtains. Zhao Hongrun turned to look, but through the translucent veil, he could only vaguely discern a graceful figure, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her attire resembling the hues of dawn. As she played the zither, her posture appeared slightly languid, embodying serenity and gentleness. This scene compelled Zhao Hongrun to lift the delicate curtain to glimpse the enchanting visage of this ethereal lady. However, he refrained from acting impulsively, instead choosing to stand quietly, hands clasped behind his back, listening intently. In his perception, Miss Su seemed to be playing a melody akin to a gently flowing stream, its waters calm and unhurried, maintaining the same tune throughout, evoking a sense of tranquility. Yet, beneath that tranquility lay an underlying uncertainty regarding the stream's destination, particularly at the conclusion of the piece, where the diminishing notes suggested an endless journey. When the performance concluded, silence enveloped the room. The young lady remained quiet, seemingly awaiting Zhao Hongrun's appraisal, while he hesitated to speak, unsure of how to express himself. What on earth was that? Zhao Hongrun furrowed his brow, pondering the significance of the melody that had reminded him of an interminable stream. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" Xiao Luer, sensing his silence, felt a surge of displeasure. "What should I say?" Zhao Hongrun replied. "Naturally, you should praise the young lady's playing," Luer responded, her tone matter of fact. "But the issue is, her performance was merely mediocre. Not to mention my sixth royal brother. Even any musician from the palace would surpass her." He muttered under his breath, then nodded and said, "Well, it was decent." Behind the curtain, Miss Su furrowed her brow upon hearing his words, having invested considerable effort into her performance, only to receive a lukewarm assessment. "It seems this young master has some knowledge of music," Miss Su remarked coolly. "Are you upset?" Zhao Hongrun found amusement in her reaction and casually suggested, "If Miss Su wishes to hear, I can also perform a piece, though I have one request." "What request?" Zhao Hongrun raised a finger to the sheer curtain, smiling as he said, "If I win, I would ask Miss Su to remove this curtain. I am not accustomed to conversing with someone through a veil." "If you win?" Miss Su's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Very well, let be as you say. Luer, hand my zither to this young master." In the brief moment she lifted the curtain, Zhao Hongrun caught a fleeting glimpse of Miss Su's true beauty, indeed breathtaking. Unfortunately, the moment was too brief to appreciate fully. "Umph, I do not believe you can play better than the young lady," Luer huffed indignantly. Zhao Hongrun smiled serenely, offering no rebuttal. He noticed drinks placed upon the table before him, so he settled down cross-legged and positioned the zither across his lap. After tuning the strings, Zhao Hongrun began to play with an air of composure, To Miss Su's astonishment, he was performing the exact piece she had just played, almost flawlessly. How could this be? Miss Su was taken aback, realizing that this melody was one she had composed in her leisure, and thus, no one should have known it. The only explanation was that he had memorized her composition in its entirety. No, he altered it. Miss Su listened intently, sensing that Zhao Hongruan's rendition was gradually increasing in tempo, transforming the previously calm stream into a rushing torrent. As the pace quickened, it felt as if the stream had merged into a river, the waters surging forth with renewed vigor. Miss Su could not help but fret over whether her beloved zither could withstand such vigorous playing, fearing the strings might snap. However, the strings held firm. Yet her heart remained in turmoil, as Zhao Hongruan's rapid playing hinted at an impending culmination. What could it be? Miss Su involuntarily clenched her fists, her entire being taut with anticipation. At this moment, Zhao Hongruan's performance on the qin continued to accelerate, the melodies reaching greater heights. When the music ascended to a certain pitch, he suddenly pressed down hard on all the strings. With a resounding thud, the piece came to a dramatic conclusion. Is this the sound of water cascading over a waterfall? Miss Su envisioned the magnificent spectacle of the surging river plunging down the falls. After a lengthy pause, she exhaled softly and gently instructed, "Elvire, lift the gauze curtain." Surprised, Elvire glanced curiously at the smiling Zhao Hongruan before gradually raising the curtain. At this moment, Zhao Hongruan finally beheld the true visage of Miss Su. Her features were exquisite, her skin as fair as snow. Indeed, she resembled a celestial beauty. Gazing at this ethereal woman, Zhao Hongruan promptly cast aside all his previous thoughts of charming little eunuchs and enchanting princesses. While he greedily etched this beauty into his mind, lest his aesthetic sensibilities be sullied by trivial distractions, Miss Su stared at him in a daze, her expression one of astonishment. He is so young. No. This young Master Jiang cannot merely be described as young. He is plainly a mere child. Are you young Master Jiang? The choice of the surname Jiang was made with careful consideration. Firstly, the surname Zhao was out of the question, as everyone knew it belonged to the royal family of the Great Wei. Secondly, Zhao Hongruan had initially contemplated adopting the surname Ji, for Ji is an ancient name associated with the Great Wei's royal lineage. However, this posed a risk in the city of Chun, where any association with the Ji family might reveal his true identity, which would be highly detrimental to him. Thus, he ultimately chose Jiang, as it is also an ancient surname, common enough to avoid immediate suspicion. Consequently, he omitted the character Hong, which represented the legitimate royal lineage of the Great Wei, and opted for Run, thus becoming Jiang Run. Miss Su opened her mouth, slightly bewildered, and inquired, "May I ask your age, young Master Jiang?" "No need for courtesy. I am 14. 14? Miss Su pondered. At what age did you begin learning the qin? Well, he mentioned 7 or 8 years old. He referred to his time spent at the palace school, which not only taught the prince's literature, but also the arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, painting, etiquette, and comportment. The palace school had dedicated instructors or etiquette officials for every aspect. Otherwise, how could one say that the princes led some of the most arduous childhoods in the Great Wei, with scarcely any semblance of a carefree youth? Miss Su calculated in her mind, realizing she had studied for about 6 years, which made her somewhat more accepting of his experience. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhao Hongruan blithely added, "I did not study for 6 years. I only learned for half a month." "What? You must be joking," Miss Su exclaimed, her lips pursed in disbelief. As if sensing her thoughts, Zhao Hongruan chuckled, "I have no interest in the arts. I'm merely needed to get by. In truth, I find playing the qin rather tedious due to its many rules. Why did you play for me? Is it because my performance was so dreadful?" Miss Su felt a tinge of disappointment, for who would have expected that after years of practice, she would fall short of someone who had only studied for a fortnight? "Oh no, it is unrelated to you. I merely wish to see you." "Oh, a servant below informed me that you were the most beautiful among those in the water pavilion, so I wanted to see you. Well, compared to your qin playing, your beauty far surpasses it." Zhao Hongruan assessed Miss Su while nodding appreciatively. Under Zhao Hongruan's unabashedly fervent gaze, even though she was aware he was merely a 14-year-old child, Miss Su could not help but feel her cheeks flush. His gaze was so intense, as if he had not seen a woman in years. This realization confirmed her suspicions. Although the concubines in the palace were all stunning women, they belonged to the emperor of the Great Wei, and Zhao Hongruan could hardly fixate on them. excluding the consorts and the palace maids who dared not show themselves before him. Zhao Hongruan's options were limited to the handsome young eunuchs and his half-sisters. None of these choices were particularly suitable. After being scrutinized for quite some time, Miss Su could no longer bear it and finally asked young Master Jiang, "Why do you keep staring at me?" "Because you are beautiful." Miss Su's lovely eyes widened in surprise, momentarily forgetting her flushed complexion. Is this considered teasing by a 14-year-old boy? Chapter 28. Miss Su, Part 2. You little rascal, do not stare at my lady. Seeing Zhao Hongrun unabashedly gawk at Miss Su, Elver, who already held a slight disdain for him, stood up in indignation. My lady has already shown you her talent, and you've heard her music. You should leave now. She pushed Zhao Hongrun, attempting to usher him away. After all, her intention was to help her lady find a wealthy and influential young master to rely on, and in her eyes, Zhao Hongrun was far too young and did not appear to be from a prosperous family. Given this, what purpose did it serve to keep him around? Leave? I refuse. Casting a glance at the young maid, Zhao Hongrun retorted, I have at least spent 50 taels of silver. I cannot be sent away without having seen enough. You all must earn silver far too easily here. Only 50 taels? You little brat, how bold you are. Little brat? You, a 14-year-old child, dare call me that? I am 16, you know. Oh, is that so? Zhao Hongrun stood unfazed before her, directly exposing the fact that Elvier was a head shorter than him. There was no helping it. The palace's ample provisions led to the princes developing faster than ordinary children. You infuriate me, Elvier exclaimed in exasperation, tugging at Zhao Hongruan's sleeve. Witnessing this scene, Miss Su found it both amusing and perplexing. Quickly intervening, Elvier, do not be rude. Step back. At Miss Su's command, Elvier reluctantly ceased her actions and asked with some displeasure, My lady, how much longer will you keep this mischievous boy? How long? Miss Su mused, considering that since he was an invited guest, it was improper to send him away. She could not help but glance at Zhao Hongrun. Hey, I am not leaving. Seeing Miss Su look his way, Zhao Hongrun quickly added, After all, it is 50 taels. I have barely just arrived. You all earn silver too easily. Miss Su could not help but chuckle at his words and gently inquired, Then may I ask what else young Master Jiang desires? Zhao Hongrun pondered for a moment before pointing at the wine on the small table before him. How about you join me for a couple of drinks? Miss Su furrowed her brows at this suggestion, thinking to herself, what kind of young master is this, so keen on such things at such a young age? She politely declined. I'm not skilled in drinking. Not skilled in drinking? Then that is no issue. You can serve the wine, and I shall drink. Miss Su's displeasure grew. She thought, does he take me for one of those courtesans? After considering, she replied, Thank you for your understanding. But that is not the custom here. What a ridiculous place. Zhao Hongrun muttered discontentedly, then turned to Miss Su and asked, So, Miss Su, what would make you willing to join me? Upon hearing this, Miss Su was momentarily taken aback as she pondered how to dismiss this persistent young guest when Zhao Hongrun clapped his hands in realization and proposed, How about this? We just competed in sheen playing, so now let us compete in painting. If you lose, you must come and drink with me. How does that sound? Compete in painting? Miss Su felt a flicker of interest, wondering if this young Master Jiang was not only skilled in the qin, but also proficient in the arts of painting. How do we compete? She inquired. Zhao Hongrun surveyed the surroundings, glancing at the heat too hanging on the walls, and with a smile remarked, I believe I have a fair understanding of Miss Su's artistry. Thus there is no need for her to exert herself. What nonsense is this? Is he mocking the white cranes I painted? Witnessing what she perceived as a veiled insult to her cherished works, Miss Su felt a surge of indignation and her tone turned frosty. Lur, fetch the brush and ink. Yes, Lur replied, retrieving the brush, ink paper, and inkstone from the inner chamber, placing them solemnly before Zhao Hongrun on the small table. No paper is needed. Zhao Hongrun waved his hand and, facing the rear wall, casually tore down all the he-tu that adorned it, indifferent to whether they were damaged, tossing them aside carelessly. How rude can you be? These were painted with great devotion by my lady. Lur exclaimed in frustration, hastily gathering the discarded paintings. Observing this scene, Miss Su's heart simmered with anger. Perplexed by Zhao Hongruan's intentions, he then took the brush and, with remarkable ease, began to paint directly onto the pristine wall. In mere moments, he deftly sketched a white crane, poised to take flight, its form so emaciated it seemed almost skeletal, Yet this only served to emphasize the ethereal grace of the creature. What is this? Miss Sue clenched her fists. What she just witnessed? In the blink of an eye, there emerged a spirited crane, standing on what she had deemed muddy ground. Its neck arched as it called out, ready to soar toward the rising sun, appearing vibrant and alive. With a few swift strokes, Zhao Hongrun inscribed a line on the left side, each character executed with a flourish that evoked images of dragons and phoenixes. The crane calls in the 9 marshes, its voice resonates in the heavens. Upon completing this phrase from the Shi Jing regarding cranes, Zhao Hongrun casually tossed the brush aside and turned to look at Miss Sue. Thump, thump, thump. As she gazed at the painting, Miss Sue felt her heart racing. Can he truly understand my sentiments? Her body tensed involuntarily, and her alluring lips pressed together tightly. Her gaze remained fixed on the crane, poised to ascend toward the sun. Even with 1 foot mired in mud, can it still call out to the heavens, soaring through the skies? Miss Sue turned her eyes toward the sun, which emerged amidst the clouds, her heart pounding fiercely. Is he likening me to this crane? Could he be the sun destined for me? Her thoughts spiraled, and her cheeks began to flush. Why did he specifically choose this line? Miss Sue's voice quivered slightly. It felt as though the phrase "the crane calls in the 9 marshes," its voice resonates in the heavens, pierced her heart like a sharp spear, making it impossible for her to maintain her usual composure. What could be causing her agitation? Zhao Hongrun wondered about Miss Sue's sudden excitement, shrugging as he said, I believe this line possesses the most grandeur. Do you not agree, Miss Sue? Grandeur? Startled by his words, Miss Sue's heart sank, waves of disappointment rising within her. He does not understand. After all, he is merely a 14-year-old child. How could he possibly comprehend? With a sigh echoing in her heart, Miss Sue slowly rose and gracefully approached the small table before Zhao Hongrun, kneeling down across from him. Observing Miss Sue at such close proximity, even Zhao Hongrun, accustomed to the palace's beauty, felt a twinge of astonishment. She was indeed a vision of loveliness, radiant like a precious gem. Gazing at the youthful gentleman before her, Miss Sue's curiosity deepened. How long had young Master Jiang studied painting? Surely not just half a month? While pouring Zhao Hongrun a drink, she inquired with genuine intrigue. Painting? I have studied for 3 months. Zhao Hongrun replied, settling down. 3 months to achieve such skill? A hint of bitterness washed over Miss Sue's heart. Yet she managed to smile, perplexed as she asked, why did you study the zither for only half a month, yet devote 3 months to painting? There is, of course, a reason, Zhao Hongrun said, having taken a sip from his cup. What reason might that be? Miss Sue asked, curiosity piqued. Zhao Hongrun gazed intently at her, and then, with a playful smile, replied, if you share a few drinks with me, I shall reveal it. Miss Sue glanced at the sun depicted on the wall, then looked at Zhao Hongrun's cheerful countenance, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, Lur, bring another cup. Lur's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this 14-year-old scamp could elicit such behavior from her mistress. Yet, as her lady had spoken, she had no choice but to pout and fetch an additional cup from the inner chamber, placing it before Miss Sue. Miss Sue poured herself a drink, then cast a lively glance at Zhao Hongrun. Noticing his unwavering gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly. She took a sip, the liquid touching her lips before she paused. Zhao Hongrun watched this moment, feeling an electrifying thrill coursing through him, invigorated and exhilarated. Perhaps this was what they meant by the intoxication of wine without the effects of drunkenness. I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. Young Master Jiang can now share with me, Miss Sue said, feeling the heat rising in her face as Zhao Hongrun continued to gaze intently at her. Very well. I shall tell you, he replied. The reason I studied painting is to capture beautiful scenes like this one. He gently lifted a strand of Miss Sue's cascading hair, speaking with ease. Miss Sue stiffened, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at him in disbelief. How I'd just been playfully teased by him again. Chapter 29, Miss Sue, Part 3. He is somewhat different from those other boys. Miss Sue did not feel anger at Zhao Hongrun's uninvited touch upon her hair. Rather, she sensed that his gaze, though ardent, lacked the lewdness that characterized the intentions of those who would strip her bare. Confucius once said, food and lust are innate to human nature. The true essence of this statement reflects the desire to witness beauty, a fundamental human inclination. In simpler terms, it suggests that people often judge based on appearances. However, The essence of beauty is not synonymous with lewdness. True beauty is something to be admired from a distance. And crossing that line transforms appreciation into lust, signifying greed and a desire for complete possession. Though Zhao Hongruan's gaze remained fixed upon her, it was one of pure admiration, devoid of ulterior motives, which is why Miss Su did not feel anger. Instead, she found herself intrigued, wondering how this young Master Jiang seemed as if he had not encountered a woman in years. Pour the wine, pour the wine, pour the wine. For a considerable time, the two remained silent, Zhao Hongrun engrossed in admiring the exquisite beauty before him, frequently requesting her to refill his cup. It must be said that the wine poured by Miss Su carried a unique flavor. However, his actions left Miss Su both amused and exasperated. "Hey, how long will you keep this up?" Lur interjected, unable to contain her frustration. "My lady has already poured you over a dozen cups. What do you take her for?" Miss Su remained silent, merely watching Zhao Hongrun. It was not anger that consumed her. Rather, it was bewilderment that this young Master Jiang chose to remain utterly silent, regarding her as merely an object of admiration. Although his gaze lacked any lasciviousness, such an aloof demeanor from a beauty was still somewhat difficult to accept. "Am I merely a decoration?" Young Miss Su lamented inwardly. It was worth noting that the painting of the soaring crane on the wall, created by Zhao Hongrun, had profoundly touched her heart. Thus, even if Zhao Hongrun had not truly grasped her innermost thoughts, she could not help but feel a desire to learn more about this young Master Jiang before her. Yet, to her surprise, he was exceedingly dismissive, preoccupied with admiring her beauty while neglecting any verbal exchange. "Do you not realize how excessive this is?" Zhao Hongruan's remark left both young Miss Su and her maid, Green, in disbelief, pondering who was truly being unreasonable. Despite their differing thoughts, both young Miss Su and Green found themselves amused by Zhao Hongruan's audacious accusation. "How dare you say we are excessive? My lady is not a tavern servant to perpetually serve you drinks," Green retorted indignantly. "Because she lost," Zhao Hongrun stated. "What is so remarkable about your crane painting? It is as frail as a twig, ready to topple with the slightest breeze. My lady only showed you leniency due to your youth." His words incited further indignation from Green, who continued, "Pouring you a cup was a courtesy. Who would have thought you would be so shameless, treating my lady as if she were a tavern lackey?" Green's tirade caused young Miss Su to blush slightly. For anyone with a modicum of artistic skill could discern that Zhao Hongrun's crane was on an entirely different level from her own work. It was the distinction between a celestial crane and a mundane one. Observing young Miss Su's flushed cheeks and embarrassed expression, Zhao Hongrun refrained from exposing her discomfort and instead curiously inquired, "What do you wish for?" Green tilted her head, scrutinizing Zhao Hongrun for a moment before suddenly asking, "Hey, do you possess wealth?" Such a direct question. Zhao Hongrun chuckled softly. "That depends on how much you inquire about." 100,000 taels of gold, Green proclaimed haughtily. "If you can procure that sum to redeem my lady, she would gladly serve you drinks for a lifetime. But do you have it? Zhao Hongrun furrowed his brow slightly. Noticing his frown, young Miss Su felt a pang of anxiety, as if she wished to prevent any misunderstanding, and softly scolded Green, "Do not speak nonsense." She lowered her head, feeling a deep sense of shame. Yet, Green remained unrepentant, pouting as she said, "My lady, what is wrong with saying this? Which of the young ladies in the building does not consider such matters? Shouldn't one seek a suitable wealthy gentleman while still a courtesan, rather than preparing to remain here for a lifetime?" "I see," Zhao Hongrun mused, coming to a realization. However, while he understood her perspective, he found Green's exorbitant demands somewhat amusing. 100,000 taels of gold would equate to over 100,000 taels of silver, a value that even a lady made of gold would hardly possess. "About 150 taels of gold," he muttered to himself, suddenly hearing Zhao Hongrun's statement. Both young Miss Su and Green were puzzled. At this moment, Zhao Hongrun examined young Miss Su closely and explained, "I meant that young Miss Su likely weighs around 50 jin. Even if crafted from gold, it would amount to no more than 150 taels of gold, translating to less than 2,000 taels of silver. I could manage that." Indeed, 2,000 taels of silver was approximately 4 months' worth of Zhao Hongrun's royal stipend. Not too much. Yet not too little. "Bah, you are only worth 2,000 taels." Before young Miss Su could respond, Green angrily retorted, "Have you not heard that beauty is priceless? Just the other day, a wealthy young man offered 5,000 taels to redeem my lady, and the steward of the building did not even glance in his direction. However, as she spoke, she began to view Zhao Hongrun in a slightly different light. For his casual mention of 2,000 taels suggested that his family background might not be as humble as she initially presumed. Nevertheless, 100,000 taels still seemed excessive. What kind of debt did young Miss Su owe this establishment? Wait, does this imply you wish to redeem me? Young Miss Su was taken aback, raising her gaze to Zhao Hongrun. The more she studied his youthful face, the more awkward the situation felt. He was 14, and she was 20. The notion that a 14-year-old boy intended to redeem her, a 20-year-old woman, seemed inherently peculiar. After all, in young Miss Su's eyes, this young Master Jiang was merely a child. Could his words hold any weight? However, gazing into Zhao Hongrun's earnest eyes, she found her heart racing despite her attempts to dismiss the notion. I am uncertain of the specifics. I should inquire with the steward of the building. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Well then, Zhao Hongrun mused, go ahead and ask. If it is within my means, I shall certainly assist. He understood that women in such unfortunate circumstances typically bore little debt when sold to brothels, but the issue arose when attempting to redeem them. If the establishment could not profit significantly, they would undoubtedly cling fiercely to their claim. That was the crux of the matter. Of course, the question of how to ensure young Miss Su's well-being after her redemption was also a concern. He could not simply conceal her within the Wenjiao pavilion. Such an act, if discovered, would lead to severe consequences. However, if he were to neglect the matter altogether, Zhao Hongrun could not help but feel a twinge of affection for the gentle and serene young Miss Su, as she perfectly embodied the type of woman he admired. Yet, even so, he did not take the matter too seriously, recognizing that the words of a 14-year-old child lacked credibility. It was not a matter of doubting his financial capability. For those who could casually mention such sums were often affluent young masters. The real concern was whether he could provide her a suitable future. Her age and background were significant issues. Because of this, young Miss Su did not take his words to heart. She merely found this young master rather amusing. Young Miss Su, I must take my leave, Zhao Hongrun said, rising and bowing to her before calling to his attendant, Elmu. Elmu understood and retrieved from his satchel 8 neatly arranged silver ingots, each worth 50 taels. 400 taels, Green exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that a guard dressed as an ordinary citizen would carry such a sum. However, upon witnessing this scene, young Miss Su felt less pleased. Biting her lip, she whispered, is young Master Jiang belittling me? This marked the first time she met Zhao Hongrun's gaze with unwavering intensity. Zhao Hongrun appeared to perceive the resilience and dignity in her eyes, aware that she had misunderstood him. He chuckled and clarified, did I not mention my intention to assist? You may keep this to settle matters with the steward of the building. Even the purest crane may find itself pecking through the mud for sustenance. Young Miss Su trembled at his words, staring in disbelief at Zhao Hongrun's retreating figure, her emotions tumultuous. Had he guessed? What had he discerned? Meanwhile, Green was gleefully collecting the silver ingots, rubbing them against her cheeks with an expression of greed. Young Miss Su paid no heed to her maid, lost in thought as she gazed at the painting Zhao Hongrun had created, her mind drifting as she contemplated the rising sun amidst the clouds. After a long while, she let out a soft sigh. In the midst of the 6 seasons, in the imperial palace's Chue Gong Hall, the grand eunuch Tong Xian bowed his head to report to the emperor. Your Majesty, did the 8th prince anticipate that I would dispatch an inner court attendant to follow him, resulting in our losing track of him? The emperor of the Wei interrupted casually. Tong Xian lowered his head in acknowledgement. It is not surprising that the rebellious child would guess this. The emperor replied coolly, tomorrow, increase the number of personnel. I wish to know what he does each day upon leaving the palace. Yes, Your Majesty. The next day, Consort Shun sent her personal maid, Xiao Tao, to summon Zhao Hongrun to Ningxiang Palace. A few days prior, Zhao Hongrun had deliberately offended the palace's concubines to compel the Wei emperor to permit him to leave the palace, which led Consort Shun to accompany her unruly eldest son to apologize to each of those concubines. Fortunately, Consort Shun had lived a life of tranquility and had not made enemies among the palace's women. Moreover, these concubines were not foolish. Upon hearing that the Wei emperor reluctantly granted the travel token to the 8th prince Zhao Hongrun, They quickly understood and felt no resentment. After all, aside from Chen Shuyuan, none of them had suffered any real loss. Now that Consort Shen personally led Zhao Hongrun to apologize, their grievances dissipated. Once the resentment faded, the concubines found Zhao Hongrun increasingly agreeable, especially since Chen Shuyuan had long held sway over them. And now, due to Zhao Hongrun, she was increasingly neglected by the Wei Emperor, which pleased them immensely. Even Lu Shui, who had been the first to be angered by Zhao Hongrun, could not help but praise him after Consort Shen's visit. "Sister, what are you saying? Hongrun seems quite a good child in my eyes." Lu Shui was the mother of the third prince, Xiang Wang Zhao Hongjing. It is hard to imagine that as the mother of a married prince, she could not suppress Chen Shuyuan, indicating the latter's significant standing in the emperor's heart. "Runner, you seem to be in good spirits today, or are you concocting some mischievous scheme?" Upon returning to her Ningxiang palace, Consort Shen could not help but inquire, for she felt that Zhao Hongrun appeared unusually docile, even after being asked to apologize to the concubines without any protest. "Mother, how could I dare entertain any mischief?" Zhao Hongrun grinned. "You are hard to read." Consort Shen beckoned him to sit beside her, curious. "Where did you go upon leaving the palace yesterday? Tell me." I did not go anywhere." Zhao Hongrun hesitated, half-truthfully replying, "I merely strolled through Chuyang Street. It was quite lively there, far more entertaining than the palace." Consort Shen kindly cautioned, "The outside world is not like the palace. You must be careful. Also, as a prince, you must not engage in any unbecoming behavior." "Understood," Zhao Hongrun replied, helplessly before bowing to take his leave. "Oh, aren't you going to stay and dine with me?" "No, I am heading to Six Brothers Pavilion first." With that, Zhao Hongrun dashed away like the wind. "This child, is it really necessary to be in such haste to leave the palace?" Consort Shen shook her head in exasperation. She misunderstood, thinking Zhao Hongrun was eager to exit the palace, while in reality, he was merely hurrying to the elegant pavilion of Sixth Prince Zhao Hongzhao. Upon seeing Zhao Hongrun, the little eunuchs quickly bowed in greeting. "No need for formalities. Where is Sixth Brother?" Zhao Hongrun asked, feigning ignorance. He appeared to wander aimlessly in the hall, yet he was secretly searching for his next target, keen to discreetly swipe a painting without attracting his sixth brother's attention. Soon, he identified his goal. Taking advantage of the little eunuch's distraction, he stealthily removed a painting, rolled it up swiftly, and concealed it within his garments. "Your Highness, may you walk slowly." Surrounded by the little eunuch's respectful farewells, Zhao Hongrun left with great delight. "Your Highness, the eighth prince just departed." As Zhao Hongzhao entered the hall, a small eunuch reported. "Hongrun?" Zhao Hongzhao paused slightly, perplexed. "Where is he?" Oh, Zhao Hongzhao furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat puzzled. After all, this was the second consecutive day that his eighth brother, Zhao Hongrun, had sought him, yet they had missed each other both times. Contemplating this, he turned to head towards the rear hall, but after a few steps, he abruptly halted, oddly retreating a few paces, scanning his surroundings in confusion. "Your Highness, what is the matter?" his guard Fei Wei inquired. Zhao Hongzhao, also feeling perplexed, surveyed the area for a while before shaking his head in confusion. "Is it just my imagination? It feels like something is different." Shaking his head, Zhao Hongzhao proceeded inward. His guards exchanged glances, equally baffled. Meanwhile, having changed clothes, Zhao Hongrun led a group of guards out of the palace, simultaneously exchanging another of his sixth brother, Zhao Hongzhao's artworks for silver. Employing the same tactic, he wandered through the city for a considerable time until he felt he had successfully evaded any pursuers. Zhao Hongrun then directed Shunyu, Mu Qing, and El Mu to a nearby waterside pavilion, instructing the remaining 7 guards to continue their stroll in the city to ensure no one was tailing them, after which they were free to enjoy drinks at a tavern. He introduced himself to a waiter, and shortly afterward, the maid Green Air from the Quizio pavilion upstairs hurried down to greet Zhao Hongrun. Perhaps due to the 400 tales from the previous day, Green Air's attitude towards Zhao Hongrun had noticeably improved. As she escorted him up to the 3rd floor, she slyly glanced at the bulging backpack on El Mu's shoulder. Her heart filled with delight upon seeing its fullness. Zhao Hongrun could only shake his head in silent exasperation. "Miss, young Master Jiang has arrived," Green Air announced, and soon after, the voice of Miss Su called from within. Entering the room, Shunyu, Mu Qing, and El Mu resumed their positions from the previous day, sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed in repose. Zhao Hongrun, however, was taken aback by the walls of the room, as he noticed the previously abundant crane paintings had all been removed. Where have those paintings gone? Zhao Hongrun inquired with curiosity. Miss Su glanced at him helplessly and replied, "It is fortunate that young Master Jiang inquired. Those cranes from my humble paintings would never dare show themselves again, having long hidden away." "Ha!" Zhao Hongrun chuckled, glancing down at the small table before him, surprised to find that the wine vessels and cups they had used the previous day were not prepared today. Just as he was about to speak, Miss Su quietly requested, "Young Master Jiang, do remain here. I prepared some drinks." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongrun looked up to see that Miss Su had indeed set out drinks on the table in her inner chamber. Additionally, there was a chessboard. "Are you still upset about yesterday's loss?" Zhao Hongrun sat down across from her, amusingly asking. "So confident, are you?" Zhao Hongrun looked at Miss Su and mischievously stated, "If I were to tell you that my greatest skill among the arts is chess, would you still be so confident?" "Eh." Miss Su's eyes widened in disbelief. "I do not believe it." After pondering for a moment, Miss Su still could not accept that a 14-year-old child could be proficient in the arts. "Do not believe it? Then let us see. But first, what happens if you lose?" Gazing into Zhao Hongrun's eager eyes, Miss Su felt her cheeks flush as she lowered her head and softly replied, "Then what would young Master Jiang suggest? I truly wish for you to join me in drinking, not merely to touch the wine with your lips. Is that all?" Miss Su exhaled a sigh of relief, and Zhao Hongrun gazed at her in astonishment for quite some time, asking, "What do you think? I assumed it was merely a drinking affair as well." Miss Su, her fair neck tinged with a rosy hue of embarrassment, flustered, replied, "Since Master Jiang is so confident, then I shall take the initiative. As you wish. To prevent you from being disgruntled in defeat, I shall allow you 3 pieces." Zhao Hongrun poured himself a drink. Miss Su glanced at Zhao Hongrun in surprise, and with a quick flick of her eyes, she placed her pieces on the 4 corners of the chessboard. "You are quite the trickster," Zhao Hongrun said, bemused, shaking his head as he chuckled. "Alas, it is all in vain. You shall ultimately lose." Hearing such arrogant words, Miss Su felt a surge of indignation. Resolutely determined to make this presumptuous young man experience the taste of defeat. Thus, she racked her brains, concentrating intently, contemplating each move for a long while. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongrun seemed to be preoccupied with sipping his drink and admiring her beauty, dropping pieces on the board without a second thought. Remarkably, despite this, Zhao Hongrun emerged victorious, and by a significant margin. How could this be? Miss Su was utterly dumbfounded. "Drink up." Zhao Hongrun poured her another glass and presented it to her. After glancing at the chessboard and then back at Zhao Hongrun, Miss Su had no choice but to take the cup, slowly drinking under his unwavering gaze. Perhaps she truly was not good at drinking, for even though it was merely a cup of light wine, a rosy flush adorned her cheeks, and her beautiful eyes grew softer, more enchanting. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Hongrun sincerely marveled. Indeed, a beauty intoxicated is a rare sight in this world. Chapter 31. An unexpected guest. Thus, as days passed, Zhao Hongrun visited the waterside pavilion daily, not for any other reason but to coax Miss Su into drinking. For this lady, who was not adept at drinking, not only did her manner of drinking delight Zhao Hongrun, but her softened gaze and rosy cheeks when intoxicated left him in silent awe of her unparalleled beauty. Miss Su, feeling quite helpless, realized that no matter what strategy she devised, this 14-year-old young master was always one step ahead, his intelligence astonishing her. It is worth noting that during this time, Zhao Hongrun stealthily took the calligraphy of his 6th elder brother, Zhao Hongzhao, selling it at a curiosity shop on the street, and gave all the proceeds to Miss Su, hoping she would use the money to redeem herself. "Why not save it for your redemption?" Zhao Hongrun inquired, puzzled. Miss Su gazed at him with a hint of melancholy, shaking her head. "If you wish to assist me, I appreciate your kindness, but even if I were to be redeemed, I have no family in the capital, and, being alone, where could I go from this waterside pavilion?" Zhao Hongrun fell silent. This was something he could not assist her with. Providing her a place to belong? That was no easy task. Although he had resolved to fight for her in the future, he understood that as a prince, he had no freedom of choice in marriage. His married brothers, whether willing or not, had ultimately wed the daughters of high-ranking officials, and those princesses already married had become pawns of political alliances, either marrying the offspring of military generals or being given to foreign lands. The children of the imperial family had never had the possibility of free marriage. She thought to herself, although the direction of her infatuation was rather peculiar, it was undeniable that Master Jiang was quite smitten with her. Perhaps he would come to seek her daily in the future. Thus, she decided to save the remaining money to prepare him some delectable dishes. If one were to say that he was quite enamored with her, it was evident in his punctuality at dusk, as he would leave without fail, unlike certain other men with ulterior motives who would wish to stay the night. Yet if one were to say he was not smitten, he did visit her daily, requesting her company for drinks, claiming he enjoyed watching her when intoxicated. Could he be a wealthy young master with a strict upbringing, sneaking out? Observing Zhao Hongrun and the 3 royal guards clad in unremarkable garments of common folk, and recalling his punctual departure before dusk, Miss Su surmised, setting aside the age difference. She was quite content with Master Jiang. After all, his intellect far surpassed hers, and his family background seemed promising, likely capable of redeeming her. Unfortunately, the age gap was substantial. He was 14, and she was 20, a full 6 years apart. This significant divide left her with no expectations, viewing Zhao Hongrun merely as a dear little brother, albeit one who persistently concocted ways to tease her into drinking to the point of inebriation. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the room. Who is it? The maid Green called out. Moments later, a servant's voice responded, I apologize for disturbing Miss Su. A young master, surnamed Luo, wishes to see her. Miss Su paused, slightly taken aback. Having spent these recent days with Zhao Hongrun, she had not engaged with visitors as before, and she did not expect someone to come seeking her. Zhao Hongrun, intrigued, asked, Is it acceptable to refuse? Miss Su smiled as she explained, This waterside pavilion treats us women quite well, as long as we pay a daily fee. They do not mind whether we entertain guests or not. That is indeed favorable. Zhao Hongrun nodded, thinking that with such arrangements, he could provide her with some silver now and then, without worrying she would have to entertain guests she did not wish to host due to financial constraints. However, at that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase outside the elegant chamber, and suddenly, the door to Cui Shaoxian was pushed open with force. A distinguished guest? I am quite curious to see who this esteemed guest is. Accompanied by a cold laugh, a flamboyantly dressed young man barged into the room, his expression unfriendly as he swept his gaze across the interior. This man had thick eyebrows and bright eyes, his features relatively handsome. Yet his face bore an air of arrogance, as if everyone in the world were obliged to heed his command. Behind him, several household servants aggressively blocked a flustered turtle servant, evidently trying to prevent this young Master Luo from entering. Yet they were unsuccessful. Zhao Hongrun could not help but frown. Whispering to Miss Su, Do you recognize him? Miss Su slightly shook her head, indicating that she did not know this person. Yet, young Master Luo paid her no mind, casually shoving her aside. Green, indignant, attempted to rush forward but was stopped by young Master Luo's guards. At that moment, young Master Luo's attention fell upon Miss Su, who was drinking with Zhao Hongrun. Her enchanting visage when intoxicated instantly captivated him. So, you must be Miss Su. Indeed, a beauty of unparalleled charm, he exclaimed. Noticing the gaze directed at her, a flicker of disdain crossed Miss Su's eyes. After all, young Master Luo's gaze was starkly different from Zhao Hongrun's, filled with lewd desire. Just as she was about to ask young Master Luo to leave, Zhao Hongrun raised his hand to stop her, speaking first, Excuse me, young sir. Shouldn't we adhere to the principle of first come, first served? Miss Su has been occupied these past few days. I kindly ask you to seek someone else. Miss Su was momentarily taken aback, quickly understanding that Master Jiang was concerned her speaking might provoke animosity from the other party. Thus he preemptively spoke on her behalf. This thoughtfulness warmed her heart. A distinguished guest? Is it you? Young Master Luo scrutinized Zhao Hongrun, observing a mere commoner dressed boy in his teens, then burst into laughter, a little brat still wet behind the ears, thinking he can indulge in flower wine and seek the company of women? Young man, I shall overlook your transgressions for the sake of this lady. Depart swiftly. As he spoke, noticing that Zhao Hongrun showed no inclination to rise, he furrowed his brow and approached Zhao, seemingly intent on lifting him and casting him outdoors. Yet, before he could take but a few steps, a hand rested upon his shoulder. It is you who should leave. With a cold snort, Shin Yu grasped the shoulder of the young Master Luo, applying just enough pressure to elicit a pained yelp from him. Master, Young master. The household guards of young Master Luo, witnessing their young master in distress, immediately rushed forward. Their faces contorted with fury, throwing punches at Shunyu without a moment's hesitation. Unfortunately for them, their adversaries were Shunyu, Mu Qing, and El Mu, three individuals trained in martial arts by the esteemed Zhong Fu. If they could not handle this group, how could they be entrusted with the duty of protecting a prince? Unsurprisingly, the assailants were swiftly subdued by Shunyu and his companions, brought down with just a few blows. How dare you brazenly commit violence? Seeing his household guards, who were dressed as ordinary citizens, felled by these three men, young Master Luo's composure began to falter, and he called out in haste, "I am Luo Rong. My father is Luo Wenzhong, the left minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Do you dare strike me?" Zhao Hongrun silently shook his head in disbelief. However, the expression of Miss Su shifted slightly, as it was understandable. After all, the title of left minister was indeed quite formidable to common folk. Yet for Zhao Hongrun, he knew precisely who that was. To contend with lineage? It would not be an exaggeration to state that, had Zhao Hongrun revealed his identity, not only would this young Master Luo tremble, but even his father, the esteemed left minister, would be compelled to kneel and beg for mercy. For Zhao Hongruan's father was none other than the sovereign of the Great Wei. The problem lay in the fact that revealing one's true identity in such a place could lead to confinement within the Zhongfu, a fate from which even Zhao Hongrun would find it difficult to escape. It was indeed a dilemma. How could he compel this fellow to depart without exposing his true identity? Zhao Hongrun pondered. Meanwhile, Shun Yu, Mu Qing, and El Mu awaited Zhao Hongrun's instruction, ready to act should their master command them to strike, regardless of this young man's lineage. The room fell into an expectant silence. Chapter 32. An unforeseen calamity. Just as Zhao Hongrun was deep in thought, a well-dressed, middle-aged man entered the room with a measured gait. "Who dares to cause trouble in my establishment?" It was Su Shang, the steward. Miss Su's expression shifted in surprise upon seeing him, and she quietly warned Zhao Hongrun, "This is the head steward of the establishment." Indeed, the middle-aged man surveyed the room and offered a respectful bow to both Luo Rong and Zhao Hongrun, introducing himself in a humble tone. "I am Su Shang, entrusted by the owner of this establishment to manage this place." Young Master Luo Rong, in a fit of anger, retorted, "So you're the steward? What manner of business is this? Allowing ruffians to assault my attendants in the capital, is there no law?" He reiterated his lineage. "My father is a minister in the court." Steward Su furrowed his brow, glancing down at the groaning attendants sprawled on the floor before shifting his gaze to Shun Yu, Mu Qing, and El Mu. A hint of surprise flickered in Su Shang's eyes, not because he discerned their true identities, but because the nonchalant demeanor of these three vigorous young men, despite their apparent disregard for the violent act, seemed incongruent with their common attire. To strike down the attendants of a minister's son without a hint of panic indicated that their backgrounds were not ordinary. Casting a glance at Zhao Hongrun, who remained calm, Su Shang inquired, "What is your honorable name, young sir?" "Jiangrun." Zhao Hongrun returned the gesture with a bow. Su Shang pondered this name, but despite ruminating, he could not recall any noble lineage in the capital by that name. However, Zhao Hongruan's poise and composed demeanor only heightened Su Shang's wariness. Misu, seemingly misinterpreting the situation, hurriedly defended Zhao Hongrun. "Steward Su, this matter does not pertain to young Master Jiang. He is my esteemed guest, and I was engrossed in conversation with him when young Master Luo intruded and spoke disrespectfully, thus precipitating this incident." Young Master Luo, upon hearing this, fumed in anger and shouted, "You wretched servant, you are distorting the truth." "Steward Su, these two are clearly consorting inappropriately." Just as he was about to continue, his voice faltered, for he noticed Su Shang glaring at him coldly. "Young Master Luo, Miss Su is a lady of this establishment. Her choice to entertain a guest is entirely her prerogative and concerns no one else. Since she has willingly chosen to be with young Master Jiang, I must ask you to leave." "You." Young Master Luo's face flushed with fury as he gritted his teeth. "My father is a minister in the court." Su Shang's eyes glinted with a hint of derision, and he replied coolly, "Miss Su has stated that she's occupied with her guest and cannot attend to you. Young Master Luo, if you do not mind, I can assist you in finding another lady who is available. This impoverished wretch is deemed a guest. I demand this maid to accompany me." Young Master Luo spat bitterly at Miss Su. You wish to expel me? Su Shang's words left young Master Luo in shock, incredulous as he exclaimed, My father is a minister in the court. You dare to dismiss me? Zhao Hongrun regarded Steward Su with curious interest, contemplating the identity of his employer, while young Master Luo appeared increasingly agitated, pointing an accusing finger at Su Shang and seething. Just you wait. To this threat, Su Shang remained unperturbed, stating indifferently, I advise young Master Luo to inquire further, lest your esteemed father provoke individuals beyond his means to offend. As he uttered these final words, his gaze bore a chilling intensity, rendering young Master Luo's countenance pale. With a deep glare at Su Shang, young Master Luo cast a scornful look at Zhao Hongrun and Miss Su before storming out, his household guards hastily rising to follow him. At this moment, Zhao Hongrun stood and respectfully bowed to Su Shang. Thank you, Steward Su, for your timely intervention. I am profoundly grateful. It must be noted that Steward Su has indeed rendered Zhao Hongrun a significant service. Not at all, Su Shang replied, glancing at Miss Su, who wore a grateful expression. Smiling inwardly, he returned Zhao Hongrun's bow. Young Master Jiang is a man of propriety, and our establishment only welcomes those who adhere to decorum. Is this a warning? Zhao Hongrun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly assured. Rest assured, Steward Su, I am indeed a man of propriety. Steward Su, take care. Miss Su hastily interjected. Thank you. Although not overly concerned, Zhao Hongrun still expressed his gratitude, recognizing the goodwill extended to him. She was astonished at the formidable backing of their establishment, and, upon reflection, began to feel a twinge of worry for Zhao Hongrun. Fear not. I have Xinyu and the others to protect me, Zhao Hongrun assured with a smile. Now, let us continue our game of chess. By the way, Miss Su, your current score is 0 wins and 9 losses. Upon the mention of winning or losing in chess, Miss Su became somewhat discontented. Through her personal experiences, she gradually realized that this young gentleman was indeed as formidable in chess as he claimed, and playing against him felt akin to being bullied. How about I let you have 6 pieces? Miss Su blushed and stammered. 6 pieces? Would you prefer 10? Zhao Hongrun retorted with annoyance. Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond. Then I shall concede outright. Zhao Hongrun cast a glum glance at the chessboard and nodded. Well, let us proceed then. With that, he bid farewell to Miss Su. Is it that time again? It seems his household imposes strict discipline. Miss Su silently sighed and softly advised, Young master, take care. Remember what Steward Su said. You must be cautious in the coming days. All right, I understand. However, unexpectedly, as he led Xinyu, Mu Qing, and Elmu away from Yifang Shui Xie, they were abruptly confronted before they could exit the alley. Without a doubt, it was the infamous Luo Gongzi, Luo Rong, who had blocked their path. Young Master Jiang, how have you been? Luo Rong's face was painted with a mocking smile. Zhao Hongrun slightly furrowed his brow, for he noticed that Luo Rong was accompanied not only by his personal guards, but also by several officers clad in dark uniforms. The caps of these officers prominently bore the inscription Dali, officers from the Dali Temple. Just as Zhao Hongrun pondered this, an officer dressed as a foreman, under Luo Rong's signal, approached Zhao Hongrun and his companions, coldly stating, You are Jiang Run, correct? Come with us to the Dali Temple. Xinyu, maintaining his composure, stepped in front of Zhao Hongrun and asked in a solemn tone, May I inquire what crime my master has committed to warrant the involvement of the Dali Temple's officers? Let's talk, just take them away. The foreman snapped impatiently, and immediately dozens of officers closed in. Xinyu, Mu Qing, and Elmu, upon witnessing this, glowered and shielded their master. This is troublesome, Zhao Hongrun frowned. It was crucial to understand that these officers hail from the Dali Temple, the primary law enforcement agency in the capital. Should he allow Shun Yu and the others to clash with these officers? The next day, the news would spread throughout the capital, escalating the situation. Curious onlookers would wonder who had the audacity to confront the officers, and inevitably, it would lead back to him, the ninth prince Zhao Hongrun, resulting in scandalous gossip about a royal indulging in illicit activities, tarnishing the imperial family's reputation. At that point, the family of Zhongfu would not let him off lightly. This was assuming he could escape unscathed. Worse still, the officers were armed, while Shun Yu and the others were defenseless. In such a scenario, facing dozens of officers, it would be miraculous if they emerged unscathed. It is known that if suspects resist arrest, the officers from the Dali Temple have the authority to execute them on the spot. Realizing this, Zhao Hongrun calmly whispered, Xinyu, you three leave. Xinyu understood his master's intention, which was for them to break free and seek assistance from the palace, to bring the imperial guards for rescue. Although summoning the guards would draw attention, it could at least provide a cover, as the guards were known for their discretion. Mu Qing, you go. Xinyu exchanged a glance with Elmu. Mu Qing understood and promptly fled. There was no time for hesitation. He needed to reach the palace before his master faced suffering at the Dali Temple. Thus, Zhao Hongrun, Xinyu, and Elmu willingly surrendered, while Mu Qing seized the opportunity to escape. One has fled, Luo Gongzi, the foreman flattered Luo Rong. At this moment, Luo Rong appeared oblivious to the grave calamity he had instigated and showed little concern for Mu Qing's escape, casting a triumphant glance at the captured Zhao Hongrun and sneering coldly. I understand. During this time, Zhao Hongrun was perplexed. How could Luo Rong, the son of the Minister of Personnel, Luo Wenzhong, manage to mobilize the officers from the Dali Temple? This question lingered until the three of them were taken to the prison of the Dali Temple. It turned out that the prison warden, Pei Kai, was an old classmate of Luo Rong's father, and Luo Rong referred to him as uncle. Thus, their families shared a close relationship. Initially, Luo Rong intended to take revenge on Yifang Shui Xie, but a warning from the steward, Su Shang, made him wary. After sending someone to inquire, he learned that the benefactor behind Yifang Shui Xie was of considerable influence, far beyond his capacity to offend, leading him to abandon his vengeful thoughts. If Yifang Shui Xie was untouchable, it meant that Miss Su from Chui Xiaoxian was also beyond his reach. Consequently, the only target left for venting his frustrations was Zhao Hongrun. Thus, he sought out the Dali Temple and found his father's old classmate, Pei Kai, leveraging their connection to assemble a group of officers, waiting at the alley's entrance of Yifang Shui Xie to apprehend Zhao Hongrun. As for the subsequent actions, it was merely a matter of concocting a baseless charge against Zhao Hongrun. While he would not be executed, he would certainly receive a severe reprimand. After imprisoning Zhao Hongrun, Xinyu, and Elmu in the interrogation chamber, Pei Kai dismissed the others and scrutinized Zhao Hongrun and his companions, confirming their appearances as common folk, devoid of any signs of wealth or power, before pulling Luo Rong aside and advising him in hushed tones. Nephew, do not let this escalate to the point of causing a death. Otherwise, it would be a considerable trouble for me. It is well known that the legal system of the Great Wei has strict regulations regarding life and death. Any case involving fatalities must be reported to the Ministry of Justice for re-evaluation. The Dali Temple only holds the authority for adjudication and temporary detention, with final processing still requiring transfer to the Ministry of Justice. Therefore, if a detainee were to die for no reason while in custody, the warden would bear significant responsibility. Rest assured, uncle, I shall merely teach that boy a lesson, Luo Rong quickly reassured. That is good. Pei Kai nodded, relieved that as long as no death occurred, all be well. He waved his hand, dismissing the rest, leaving only his trusted confidant among the guards. After the others had departed, Luo Rong became emboldened. He picked up a whip as thick as a finger from the table laden with torture instruments and cracked it menacingly against the ground. As he anticipated, the youthful figure before him displayed a flicker of fear. Now you know to be afraid? Too late. Luo Rong mocked with a cold smile. Unbeknownst to him, the expression in Zhao Hongrun's eyes was not one of fear, but of disbelief. Indeed, Zhao Hongrun found it hard to believe that the Dali Temple, known for its impartial enforcement of the law, was engaged in such despicable acts. Abusing power for personal gain and daring to employ torture was utterly lawless. Is this truly the Dali Temple? Zhao Hongrun coldly remarked. I would have thought it was a den of filth. Warden Pei Kai frowned at this and shouted, Impudent! How dare you slander the Dali Temple? No, it is not slander. Rather, it is you, sir, who are undermining the Dali Temple's reputation for impartial justice. You there! Silence him. Whether out of guilt or anger, Warden Pei Kai ordered the guards to gag Zhao Hongrun. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongrun cast a cold glance at Luo Rong, smirking. Strike me if you dare. This act of yours against a royal prince is a crime punishable by death. Pei Kai was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Zhao Hongrun's icy eyes, feeling a flicker of doubt within. Meanwhile, Luo Rong paid no heed to such subtleties and mockingly exclaimed, "Who do you think you are? You lot! Strip him of his garments." With a desperate fervor, Shun Yu and Lu Mu shouted, their eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. But alas, their mouths had been gagged long ago. In the glaring presence of the onlookers, Zhao Hongrun was deprived of his upper garments, revealing a gold chain around his neck. A prison guard, taken aback, stared at the gold chain, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. However, with Pei Kai, the jail supervisor, present, he dared not keep it for himself and dutifully handed it over to Pei Kai. Upon grasping the chain, Pei Kai immediately felt its substantial weight, indicating it was crafted from high-quality gold. He nodded to himself, scrutinizing the chain closely, deducing that it must be a longevity lock gifted to the young man by an elder, for the young man's name was elegantly engraved upon it. Hongrun. A sudden shiver coursed through Pei Kai as he examined the longevity lock again, horrified to discover that the front bore the name Hongrun, while the back was inscribed with a prominent character, G. Pei Kai's heart sank. It is well known that Ji is a noble surname associated with the royal family of the Great Wei, and Hong signifies the generational name of contemporary princes. The implications of these three characters combined were painfully clear. Pei Kai felt darkness envelop him. Raising his head, he saw Luo Rong poised to strike the 14-year-old boy with a whip. He urgently called out, "Nephew, hold on." In that instant, Pei Kai felt as if he were standing on the precipice of disaster, for if that whip fell, as stated, they would all be doomed. "Uncle, what is it?" Luo Rong asked, puzzled as he looked at Pei Kai. Pei Kai cast a terrified glance at Zhao Hongrun and pulled Luo Rong out of the cell. Once they reached a secluded area, Pei Kai, drenched in sweat, said to Luo Rong, "Nephew, you have caused a grave calamity, an unimaginable disaster." "What do you mean, uncle?" Luo Rong's confusion deepened. Glancing at the longevity lock in his hand, he scrutinized it closely and turned pale, stammering, "That boy he is. We must hurry." Luo Rong, now in disarray, knew well the weight of private imprisonment of a royal. Behind him followed a court official clad in formal attire, undoubtedly his father, Luo Wenzhong, a minister in the bureaucracy. Compared to Pei Kai, Luo Wenzhong appeared much calmer. He gestured toward the cell and asked, "Is he still inside?" "Of course not," Pei Kai replied, his face a mask of despair. "How could I dare enter?" Luo Wenzhong pondered for a moment and said, "This matter cannot be rushed. We must find an unoccupied cell to discuss this carefully." Pei Kai nodded fervently, leading the Luo father and son to a deserted cell. After checking the surroundings, Pei Kai cautiously closed the door and lamented, "Brother Luo, what should we do about this? Inflicting punishment on a prince is a heinous crime." Upon seeing the longevity lock and learning that his son had captured its owner in the Dali Temple, Luo Wenzhong's anger flared, and he struck his son hard, hastily rushing to the Dali Temple, unaware of the specifics of the situation. With disaster looming, Luo Rong dared not conceal anything and recounted the events to both Luo Wenzhong and Pei Kai, who exchanged worried glances. "The eighth prince clearly did not wish for conflict with you. Alas, you, unfilial son, sought to provoke him." After hearing the full account, Luo Wenzhong's fury intensified, wishing he could strike his wayward son again. Perhaps noticing that one side of Luo Rong's face had already swollen, Pei Kai compassionately advised, "Brother Luo, blaming your nephew now will not help. We should instead consider how to remedy this. We cannot keep him imprisoned in the Dali Temple indefinitely. Your nephew mentioned that while capturing the eighth prince, someone managed to escape, likely one of the royal guards. In times of crisis, the royal guards have the authority to call upon the imperial guards, and soon enough, the palace guards will surround our Dali Temple. By then, it will be too late." Luo Wenzhong glared at his son, saying with a tone of exasperation, "Do you think I am not anxious? This unfilial son has caused a calamity of immense proportions." Feeling the weight of his father's fierce gaze, Luo Rong, in a panic, suggested, "What if we seek reconciliation?" The eighth prince changed his attire, disguised himself, and ventured into the entertainment districts. He clearly fears exposure of his identity. Perhaps we can negotiate a settlement regarding this incident, as the prince's presence in such places is hardly noble. That is a commendable idea. Pei Kai's eyes lit up. Luo Wenzhong looked at his son with a hint of surprise, his anger slightly abated. "Your suggestion is indeed sound, but you have already offended the eighth prince. Even if he chooses to reconcile now, he may come to settle scores later. Can you contend with the prince? Then what should we do?" Pei Kai and Luo Rong exchanged glances. Luo Wenzhong stroked his beard and calmly stated, "If the situation is dire, we must act decisively." "Kill him?" Luo Rong gasped in shock. "Fool!" Luo Wenzhong scowled at his son, exclaiming, "Do you wish for our family to be exterminated? Then what do you propose, Brother Luo?" Pei Kai asked awkwardly, as his fleeting thoughts mirrored those of Luo Rong. "The only viable course of action is to establish the eighth prince's wrongdoing, thus allowing us to extricate ourselves from this predicament." He then whispered a few plans to Pei Kai and Luo Rong. "Is that feasible?" Pei Kai asked, furrowing his brow. Luo Wenzhong sighed. "As of now, this is our sole option." As evening approached, Emperor Zhao Yuansai of the Great Wei remained within the Chui Gong Hall. "Your Majesty," the chief eunuch Tong Xian quietly entered, noticing the emperor practicing calligraphy at his dragon table, and called softly, "Is there news?" The emperor continued his writing, coldly snorting, "Speak. I am curious to hear what could be worse than a prince indulging in the entertainment districts, something that might astonish me further." Tong Xian awkwardly laughed a couple of times before lowering his voice to say, "Moments ago, the royal guard Mu Qing, who is by the eighth prince's side, urgently mobilized 500 imperial guards. According to intelligence from the palace, it appears the eighth prince has been ensnared in a plot, imprisoned in the Dali Temple." The emperor stared at Tong Xian, dumbfounded, and after a long pause, he realized his lapse in composure, placing down his brush with a dry laugh. "Ah, this is intriguing. That scoundrel has committed a misdeed?" "Not all. According to my sources, the eighth prince has merely visited a waterside pavilion to meet a girl named Su, without any wrongdoing." The emperor pondered for a moment, his expression indifferent as he inquired, "If that is the case, why would the Dali Temple apprehend him? It is known that the eighth prince has offended someone. Who could that be?" "The issue does not lie there," Tong Xian said with a bitter smile, tentatively asking, "Your Majesty, do you wish to intervene?" The emperor found this amusing, casting a glance at Tong Xian and replying calmly, "Isn't that scoundrel known for his cleverness? I trust he can handle this matter without your unnecessary interference. Simply keep watch." "Ah, how can this be acceptable? Proceed as I instructed," the emperor commanded, leaving no room for dissent. In an instant, Tong Xian's expression changed drastically, and without a thought for persuasion, he hurriedly feigned ignorance and bowed his way out of the Chui Gong Hall. Meanwhile, within the Dali Temple, Luo Wenzhong, Luo Rong, and the jail supervisor Pei Kai were devising strategies to remedy the impending crisis. Within the confines of the prison cell, a flurry of guards frantically poured liquor into the mouths of Shun Yu and El Mu, two members of the Zhongwei. They pinched their noses and disregarded all reason as they forced the strongest and most potent alcohol down their throats, causing both men to cough and gasp, compelled to consume one jar of strong liquor after another. Outside the cell, Chief Guard Pei Kai inquired with concern, "Is this acceptable?" Beside him, Luo Wenzhong calmly replied, "A drunken fool's testimony is not to be trusted. Let us intoxicate these two to the point of oblivion and then dispose of them somewhere discreet." Pei Kai nodded in understanding. At that moment, a messenger hurried in, calling out from a distance, "Lord Pei, a group of imperial guards has inexplicably breached Arteli Sea and is conducting a forcible search. Here they come." Luo Wenzhong and Pei Kai exchanged glances. Steeling himself, Pei Kai said to Luo Wenzhong, "Brother Luo, you should exit through the rear gate. I will hold them off for a while." He then summoned the head guard. "Sun Jun, I am at your service." Sun Jun approached, flanked by two guards supporting the semi-conscious or drunken Zhao Hongran. "This matter is entrusted to you." "Understood." Sun Jin nodded, signaling the Luo family to follow him through the back door of Dali Sea. As they departed, he instructed the guards to drag the heavily intoxicated Shin Yu and El Mu away. Watching them disappear into the secret passage leading to the rear of Dali Sea, Pei Kai took a deep breath, steadied himself, and swiftly left the prison, proceeding towards the front hall of Dali Sea. Upon arrival, he found a front hall in disarray. The officials, bewildered by the sudden chaos, stared in shock as a group of imperial guards stormed in, conducting a thorough search. "I am Shun Gui, the chief judge of Dali Sea. May I ask who is in charge here and why you are searching my premises?" A dignified official stepped forward, his voice stern. Before he could finish, Mu Qing, the personal guard of Zhao Hongran, entered with a grim expression, barking, "Silence. Search every corner and leave no stone unturned." "Yes." The imperial guards responded in unison, disregarding all else as they surged into various rooms. Observing the scene, Pei Kai felt a chill of fear. Moments later, The Imperial Guards returned to report. Nothing. 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 Impossible. Mu Qing's face was filled with suspicion as he furrowed his brows and asked, "Did you search thoroughly?" At that moment, an Imperial Guard commander approached and whispered, "We have checked everywhere except the prison." Without hesitation, Mu Qing commanded search. Under the watchful eyes of the bewildered Li Si officials, a pack of fierce Imperial Guards charged into the prison, searching cell by cell. Such a display left not only the officials but also the guards dumbfounded, and even the prisoners within were left whispering in trepidation. Seeing this, Chief Guard Pei Kai discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had managed to escort the 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun and his 2 guards out through the back door beforehand. Otherwise, if they had been discovered, the consequences would have been dire. No, the Imperial Guard commander shook his head when he reached Mu Qing. How could this be? Mu Qing murmured to himself, for he had witnessed his master being taken away by the guards of Li Si. How could they not find him? Gather all the guards from the estate. I want to identify each one. The Li Si officials exchanged glances, and someone quietly remarked, "Several lords have already returned to their residences. Who can be in charge at this moment? Is Chief Judge Shun Gui and Chief Guard Pei Kai? What on earth has transpired to alarm the Imperial Guards?" Shun Gui questioned, bewildered. Until clarity was achieved, Mu Qing chose not to divulge the truth, merely stating, "This matter is not for you to concern yourselves with. Just bring forth all the guards remaining in the estate for me to identify one by one." Shun Gui looked at Mu Qing, who was dressed like an ordinary commoner, then at the commander of the Imperial Guards who obeyed his every word. Filled with suspicion, he instructed his subordinates to summon all the guards to the hall for Mu Qing's identification. After all, as long as they survived this night, tomorrow's events would surely clarify the situation. Meanwhile, following Luo Wenzhong's instructions, Sun Jun had casually disposed of the drunken guards Shun Yu and El Mu in a secluded corner. "Sun Jun, I entrust everything to you. If you succeed in this matter, I shall reward you handsomely." Outside a secluded pavilion, Luo Wenzhong spoke sweetly to Sun Jun. "Rest assured, Lord Luo, I will handle this matter," Sun Jun replied with a sly grin. Quickly, he and his 2 trusted guards changed out of their uniforms into ordinary attire. Then, at Sun Jun's signal, the 2 guards supporting Zhao Hongrun led him towards the pavilion. At this time, the pavilion was still brightly lit, as it was a place of indulgence, with many young lords seeking pleasure. "Gentlemen, please." A servant noticed Sun Jun's group and greeted them with a smile. Sun Jun appeared to be a frequent patron of such establishments. Even if he had not visited this particular pavilion before, he understood the etiquette. Seeing the servant approach, he said, "My master is acquainted with one of the ladies here." "Oh, which lady is that?" Sun Jun had heard from Luo Wenzhong, so he replied, "It is Miss Su from Chui Shaoxian." The servant's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized Zhao Hongrun, who was being supported by 2 guards. "So it is young Master Jiang. No wonder." As Miss Su had not seen guests for some time, yet she welcomed young Master Jiang 2 days in a row. "What has happened to young Master Jiang?" "Sure." Sun Jun made a gesture for silence, discreetly slipping a handful of silver into the servant's palm, and whispered, "My master is drunk and insists on seeing Miss Su." The servant chuckled inwardly, concealing the silver, and replied quietly, "Miss Su said yesterday that if it is young Master Jiang, there is no need to announce him. Please." "Gumin, thank you." Sun Jun exhaled in relief, as he and the 2 guards unobtrusively helped Zhao Hongrun upstairs, heading directly to the 3rd floor of Chui Shaoxian. Inside Chui Shaoxian, Miss Su was preparing to rest when she suddenly heard a loud knocking at the door, leaving her puzzled. Green, go see who it is. Green, confused, opened the door and saw the unfamiliar Sun Jun, who rudely inquired, "Who are you? Is this the fragrant pavilion of Miss Su?" "Yes," Green nodded, still bewildered. At this, Sun Jun swiftly struck her down with a hand chop, rendering her unconscious. "Green, who is it?" Miss Su, having heard the commotion, got out of bed to take a look, just in time to see the 2 guards bringing Zhao Hongrun inside. Young Master Jiang? Unaware of the events that had transpired, she thought Zhao Hongrun had indeed been harmed and hurried over. Suddenly, she halted, realizing that the individuals accompanying Zhao Hongrun were not the usual attendants. Xin Yu, Mu Qing, and El Mu. At that moment, Sun Jun stepped forward and struck her down with another decisive chop, then inserted a thumb-sized pill into the mouths of both her and Zhao Hongrun. Placed them on the bed. The 2 guards nodded. each lifting Miss Su and Zhao Hongrun to the bed in the inner chamber. They then fetched a rope to bind the unconscious Green and stuffed a cloth into her mouth, hiding her away in a corner cupboard. With everything arranged, Sun Jun led the two guards out of the room, leaving only Zhao Hongrun and Miss Su inside. Unbeknownst to the reasons behind it, their complexions grew increasingly flushed, and their breaths became muddled and chaotic. This was acceptable. Outside a secluded water pavilion, Luo Wenzhong observed Sun Bantu and others emerging from within, offering a subtle nod with a smile. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed necessary to engage with that Miss Su, did it not? Luo Rong found himself lingering on the beauty of Miss Su, reluctant to let go. Foolish child, in the face of imminent disaster, you still dote on beauty. Luo Wenzhong let out a cold snort and turned his gaze back to the water pavilion, murmuring, the eighth prince, Zhao Hongrun, is said to be notoriously unruly, lacking the emperor's favor. Now, he has committed such a scandalous act. Once the news reaches the clan tomorrow, this matter will no longer concern you. Our Luo family may yet escape this calamity. Luo Rong merely pouted, feeling disheartened and hesitant to speak further. Chapter 35. The clan's involvement with a soft murmur. Before she could fully open her eyes, she was surprised to discover that her entire body felt fatigued and sore, as if she longed to languidly recline without a care in the world. Strange, I feel particularly weary today. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she opened her eyes only to find a figure nestled in her embrace, soundly asleep. In that instant, a chill swept through her entire being. Her limbs felt icy, and an indescribable fear and panic surged within her heart. It was then that she recognized the person in her arms. Him? Young Master Jiang? Oddly enough, upon realizing it was him, a sense of relief washed over her, and the fear that had gripped her heart began to dissipate, replaced by a perplexing confusion. Her mind buzzed, as if a multitude of bees were buzzing around, stirring up her thoughts. She bit her lip, her expression complex, as she gazed at the sleeping young Master Jiang, who unconsciously drooled onto her fair, snow-like skin, causing her cheeks to flush as if set ablaze. His sleeping posture is quite poor, resembling that of a child. Miss Su felt a mix of shame and indignation, wanting to extricate herself from Zhao Hongrun, but he clung to her like an octopus, rendering her immobile. Indeed, he is but a child, unable to move. Miss Su ceased her struggles and helplessly regarded Zhao Hongrun's still youthful visage. As Zhao Hongrun slept soundly, he smacked his lips and instinctively wiped the drool from his mouth, then slowly opened his still bleary eyes. His gaze met hers, their eyes locked for what felt like 5 or 6 breaths. And Miss Su noticed the confusion in young Master Zhang's eyes shift from bewilderment to astonishment. What are you doing here? Zhao Hongrun's face was a mask of disbelief. At that moment, a surge of anger filled Miss Su's heart, a wave of inexplicable resentment flooding her being. She bit her lip, glaring at him in silence. Zhao Hongrun, bewildered, glanced around, his complexion gradually shifting to one of discomfort as he realized he was not his own quarters, Wenzhou Pavilion, but rather in Miss Su's Chui Shaoxian. Could it be that I awakened incorrectly, leading to this illusion? He muttered, closing his eyes once more. Miss Su could not comprehend his words, merely watching him with a blank expression. After a while, Zhao Hongrun cautiously opened his eyes again, and a chill of dread coursed through him as he noted that the surroundings had not changed. He remained in the Chui Shaoxian with Miss Su still firmly in his embrace. How'd I end up here? Miss Su, in her anger, felt an overwhelming urge to end the existence of this shameless scoundrel, as Zhao Hongrun's tone suggested that she had abducted him. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, a sudden, urgent knocking resounded from outside the door. Miss Su's heart raced. She truly had no idea how this situation would resolve, and Zhao Hongrun's expression darkened, for his memories began to return, revealing that he should have been in the Dali Temple's prison last night, not in Miss Su's fragrant chamber. Neither dared to respond to the knocking at the door. At that moment, the door burst open with a loud crash, and a finely dressed man strode in, his expression stern. After glancing around the outer chamber, he walked straight toward the inner chamber and immediately spotted Zhao Hongrun seated on the bed. Miss Su gasped and instinctively covered her head with the bedding. The man glanced at the figure hiding under the covers and met Zhao Hongrun's gaze with a piercing stare, producing a token from his breast pocket that gleamed in Zhao Hongrun's line of sight. Zhao Hongruan's heart sank as he clearly saw the character Zong engraved on the bright yellow token. Young master, please come with me. The man spoke in a commanding tone. The Zongfu's personnel? Zhao Hongruan felt a wave of dread wash over him, his expression shifting to one of unease. At this point, he realized he had been ensnared in a trap. The man added, I will wait for you outside. With that, he turned and left. Only then did Miss Su dare to cautiously peek out from beneath the covers, observing the pallor on Zhao Hongruan's face. Realizing for the first time that this usually amiable young Master Jiang appeared somewhat intimidating. Who is he? Zhao Hongruan remained silent, merely dressing with a pensive demeanor. At that moment, he too felt a sense of chaos within. Hearing the man's words, Miss Su's anxious heart calmed slightly as she nodded, watching him disappear from her sight. Upon opening the door, the man was indeed standing outside, accompanied by a squad of individuals in plain attire. If Zhao Hongruan's instincts were correct, these robust young men, similar in stature to Shun Yu and his companions, were likely soldiers belonging to the Zongfu, specifically the Yulin army. This unit, personally trained by members of the imperial family of the Great Wei, consisted entirely of soldiers' sons who had sacrificed themselves for the empire, boasting an unparalleled loyalty that set them apart from any conventional military force within the Great Wei. Note, the guards surrounding the princes are selected from the Yulin army. Whenever a prince turns 10, the top 10 trainees from that year's Yulin army selection are chosen as guards, while the rest are integrated into the Yulin army. Let's go, sir. Zhao Hongruan was uncertain how to address the official from the Zongfu, who was likely a cousin of his, 10 or more years his senior. The man seemed to sense Zhao Hongruan's hesitation and nodded in understanding. We shall discuss everything at the manor. Please, please. Zhao Hongruan offered a wry smile. As the door closed behind him, Zhao Hongruan was taken away by the man, who was likely his cousin, along with the Yulin soldiers. Leaving Miss Su alone on the bed in Chui Shao Xian, lost in thought, though she was unclear about the unfolding events. She could discern from Zhao Hongruan's expression that the situation was serious and complicated. By the way, where is Elvier? 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 Miss Su called out repeatedly. At that moment, she faintly heard a muffled whimper emanating from somewhere within the room. Hastily, she donned her attire, descended from the bed, and rescued Elvier from the confines of cupboard. Elvier, how did you? Seeing Elvier bound by ropes and gagged, Miss Su was at a loss for words and quickly knelt to loosen the bindings. What? Elvier, being merely a 16-year-old girl, overwhelmed by her ordeal, buried her face in Miss Su's embrace, weeping and blaming herself. Miss, it was my fault. I couldn't protect you, leading to that beast's humiliation of you. I always knew he was no good. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Miss Su retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. Elaire wept more fiercely, exclaiming, I heard everything. At once, Su Gunyang felt an overwhelming blend of shame and indignation. He, young Master Jiang, was framed. Even now, you still speak up for him? I can clearly see he is not a virtuous man. As Elaire cursed vehemently, she empathetically helped Su Gunyang tidy the unsightly bedding. Catching a glimpse of the sheet stained with faint traces of blood, Su Gunyang, suppressing her embarrassment, murmured, This must not be discarded. Of course it will not be discarded. Elaire replied, carefully folding the sheet with a fierce determination. I still need to settle accounts with that scoundrel. That is not what I meant. Su Gunyang said with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongruan, accompanied by his cousin, had departed from a nearby pavilion and boarded a carriage that had been prearranged, heading straight to the ancestral hall. In Zhao Hongruan's memory, the ancestral hall was a rigid and traditional place. It did not concern itself with the reasons behind one's transgressions. If a prince committed an offense that contravened the ancient laws of the Great Wei or brought disgrace to the Zhao royal family, the hall would administer appropriate punishment. This was precisely why, even for a bold prince like Zhao Hongruan, who dared to speak back to the emperor of the Great Wei, the ancestral hall instilled a sense of trepidation within him. The emperor was a wise ruler, magnanimous in spirit, whereas the inflexible, obstinate elders of the royal clan within the hall, dare to argue with him? Not even the emperor could save you. As expected, upon entering the ancestral hall, Zhao Hongruan had no opportunity to explain himself and was swiftly subjected to punishment. Prince Ba, Hongruan, has shown disrespect for the laws and disregarded the rules of the clan. As a prince, he has failed to maintain his dignity and shall be confined for 7 days and required to copy the clan regulations 100 times before he could utter a word of defense. Zhao Hongrun found himself confined in a dim, empty room within the ancestral hall, forced to sit cross-legged, facing a calligraphy piece inscribed with the words "Calm the mind," under the watchful eye of an inspector. For a full 7 days, aside from mealtimes, he was compelled to remain in that position, unable to move. Even the slightest shift would provoke a hefty stick, as thick as an arm, to strike his shoulder as a warning. For any prince, this was an unbearable punishment. Moreover, apart from Zhao Hongrun, Shen Yu and Elmu, who had been intoxicated by strong liquor, were also located by the ancestral hall as personnel and thrown into the same small dark room. The difference was that the two, still inebriated, could sleep soundly, occasionally muttering in their dreams, while Zhao Hongrun was left rigid, unable to move unless he willingly invited another blow to his shoulder. The Luo family father and son, right? And that Dali C prison officer, Pei Kai. Just wait. After 7 days, within the palace of Ningxiang, led by the 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun, 10 individuals, including Mu Qing, Shen Yu, Wei Jiao, Chu Heng, Gao Kua, Zhong Zhao, Elmu Zhugue He Miao, and Zhou Pu, knelt in the hall, heads bowed as they endured the relentless scolding from concubine Shun. Like ostriches, none dared to lift their heads, shrinking down in submission. Nearby, the emperor of the Great Wei, Zhao Yuanci, savored his meal while watching the spectacle with a gleeful expression, relishing the drama unfolding before him. With indignation, concubine Shun furrowed her brow and reprimanded. "What am I to say to you? You are all the bodyguards of Runner, his trusted aides, and should work together in unity. You ought to counsel Runner. Shinyu, you have greatly disappointed me." Shinyu remained silent, his head bowed. "Wei Jiao," concubine Shin called out. "Here." The bodyguard Wei Jiao shrank back. "And you, what am I to say to you? Should you be constantly by Runner's side? 7 of you ran off to drink in the city, and you were unaware of your master's predicament. Wei Jiao, Chu Heng, Gao Kua, Zhong Zhao, Zhu Gui, He Miao, and Zhou Pu lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. After all, the bodyguards were akin to the prince's closest kin, and in a sense, concubine Shun was their surrogate mother. Who would dare to speak against their mother's admonitions? And you, Mu Qing? Mu Qing trembled in fear. You indeed possessed the audacity to mobilize 500 imperial guards to storm the Dali Sea, turning it upside down. Do you know how many officials from the Dali Sea have been investigating this matter these days? Mu Qing remained silent, head downcast. At this moment, Zhao Hongrun, kneeling at the forefront, could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. "Mother, I was framed this time. It has nothing to do with them. The most infuriating part is you." Slamming her hand on the table, concubine Shun exclaimed in anger, "A dignified prince, yet you show such a lack of self-respect. Wandering into brothels. Is this how I have raised you? I did not. Do you dare to retort?" Zhao Hongrun sullenly closed his mouth. Observing this scene, the emperor felt a sense of satisfaction, mockingly stating, "Hongrun, your mother is scolding you. You must not speak back, do you understand?" Zhao Hongrun seethed with anger. Yet seeing concubine Shun's furious countenance, he dared not retort at this moment, feigning ignorance. Witnessing this scene, the emperor's heart swelled with joy. How many times had this unruly 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, been defiant and audacious before him, concocting various vile schemes that left the emperor seething with rage, yet unable to retaliate? And now, did this scoundrel dare to speak back? With a long sigh, concubine Shin gently admonished, "Runner, you are a prince of the Great Wei, but is your conduct worthy of a prince?" "It is not," the emperor chimed in. "Do you know how deeply disappointed your father and I are?" "Utterly disappointed." The emperor sighed, shaking his head. "Will you dare to do such a thing again? Will you dare?" The emperor seemed to relish the opportunity to reprimand his son. Zhao Hongrun, feeling a surge of indignation, recognized that his father was retaliating against his earlier actions. However, seeing concubine Shun's furious demeanor, he dared not retort, especially considering her poor health. "I will not dare again," Zhao Hongrun obediently replied, lowering his gaze. Seeing him so compliant, concubine Shun's anger gradually subsided, while the emperor, beside her, wore a radiant smile, as if his spirit had been rejuvenated. After chastising her eldest son, concubine Shun instructed for the meal to be prepared. As it seemed, the emperor intended to dine in Ningxiang Palace, which was a delightful prospect. Concubine Shun had no ulterior motives. Rather, she hoped to strengthen the bond between Zhao Hongrun and the emperor, especially after the recent turmoil of their father-son conflict that had caused her much distress. One was her husband, the other her son. Even though concubine Shun had never contemplated her son seizing the throne, she could not bear to see their relationship strained. Thus, after lunch, she feigned fatigue, leaving the rest of the time for Emperor Zhao Yuanzi and the 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun. Regrettably, her good intentions went unrecognized by Zhao Hongrun, and as soon as she departed, the smile vanished from his face. The father and son exchanged glances. Was it truly appropriate for a sovereign to abandon the heavy responsibilities of state affairs merely to witness his son's embarrassment at the hands of his mother? In response to his son's subtly mocking words, the emperor remained unfazed, chuckling. As you would say, one must occasionally adjust their mood, right? Zhao Hongrun, gnashing his teeth in frustration, retorted, "Father, why do you find this amusing?" The son merely acted rashly and was framed. To the emperor's surprise, upon hearing these words, his smile only broadened. "Ah, it is precisely because you have been wrong that I find such delight." Zhao Hongrun cast a disapproving glance at the emperor, thinking to himself, what kind of father speaks in such a manner, as if he relishes the misfortunes of his own son? At that moment, however, the emperor gradually reined in his smile, speaking with a hint of profundity. "Even my prized steed may stumble at times. Hongrun, do you know why you triumphed over me recently?" Noticing a change in the emperor's expression, Zhao Hongrun felt a weight in his heart and slowly shook his head in response. Zhao Hongrun was momentarily taken aback. "Surely, it cannot be that you admire him? In my view, Luo Wenzhong executed his scheme exquisitely, leveraging the power of the clan to chastise you while keeping himself unscathed. Such cunning is indeed worthy of our Great Wei's ministers." "Wait, father, your words seem quite peculiar. Generally, when a son suffers, shouldn't the father defend him?" The Emperor of Wei regarded his son with amusement, teasingly responding, "Why should I defend you? It is your lack of capability that led to this, not my concern. I instead admire that Luo Wenzhong. He possesses both audacity and strategy, far surpassing you, who merely resorts to petty tricks and squanders my cherished possessions." The thought of his valuable collectibles being mishandled by his own son weighed heavily on the emperor's heart, particularly that peony he had nurtured himself. "Since you have spoken so plainly, I shall have to rely on myself." Zhao Hongrun bowed respectfully to the emperor and remarked with a knowing tone, "Surely, the Ministry of Personnel has more than one official? If that is the case, it will be prudent for you to prepare a few suitable candidates for me." With that, Zhao Hongrun bowed again and took his leave. As he glanced back at the departing figure of the 8th prince, and then surreptitiously observed the enigmatic smile on the emperor's face, the chief eunuch Tong Xian lowered his head, hesitant to interject. Tong Xian, proceed to the Chue Gong Hall. Yes. After departing from the Ningxiang Palace, the Emperor of Wei made his way directly to the Chue Gong Hall. Inside, the 3 ministers of the Central Secretariat, He Xiangshu and others, were already aware of the emperor's visit to the Ningxiang Palace, so they were not surprised. They were merely puzzled as to why the 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun had been subjected to the clan's discipline. But seeing that both the emperor and the clan were keeping this matter under wraps, they prudently refrained from inquiring further, instead engaging in silent speculation. "Yes, let it be him." The emperor raised his hand to point at a name on the list. "Minister of Personnel, Luo Wenzhong." The 3 ministers simultaneously looked up at the emperor, their expressions revealing their confusion. It is essential to note that while the imperial examinations are a significant affair concerning the selection of officials for the Wei dynasty in the coming years, it is not necessarily the case that the Minister of Personnel must oversee them. After all, the minister is responsible for the overall evaluation and assessment of officials, a task that is quite burdensome. Therefore, the main supervisor of the examinations is generally selected from the left or right assistant ministers of the Ministry of Personnel. Yet unexpectedly, this year, His Majesty has appointed a minister. Could it be that this reflects the emperor's favor? Does this Luo Wenzhong possess exceptional achievements? Lin Yuyang and Yuziki exchanged glances, both puzzled yet reluctant to ask further. Indeed, let us appoint Minister of Personnel Luo Wenzhong as the chief examiner for this year's imperial examinations. Furthermore, does His Majesty have any dissatisfaction regarding this year's examinations? Under the watchful gaze of Chief Eunuch Tong Xian, a faint, elusive smile appeared on the emperor's face. "This year, let one of my sons serve as an assistant examiner. After all, my unaccomplished sons must eventually engage with these matters." A prince as an assistant examiner? The three ministers exchanged glances, realizing this had never occurred before. What does His Majesty intend? The seasoned and prudent minister, He Xiangshu, furrowed his brow as he looked at the emperor, deep in thought. Meanwhile, within a lavish mansion in the capital city of Daliang, a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man was admiring a jade ornament in his hand. At that moment, a servant rushed in and reported, "Master, we have discovered that the Lady Su Ran is the 8th Prince Zhao Hongruan's acquaintance. According to Su Shang and those from the clan, the 8th Prince has had a falling out with Luo Wenzhong's son, Luo Rong." Zhao Hongrun chuckled. "Have Su Shang remove the nameplate of that Lady Su Ran. No one is to disturb her." Yes. Chapter 37. Preparation. It was nearly impossible to swallow the indignation brewing within. In the Wenzhou pavilion, the loyal guard Mu Qing expressed his outrage with fervor. "It is not merely a matter of difficulty. It is utterly unacceptable." The guard Wei Jiao interjected. Originally, Xin Yu, El Mu, and Mu Qing had accompanied the 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun to meet the Lady Su at the lakeside pavilion, while they were tasked with diverting the palace spies. Afterward, they planned to find a place to enjoy a drink, a splendid arrangement indeed. However, they never anticipated that someone would conspire against their prince in their absence, leading to a reprimand from the consort Shun. It was simply infuriating. A mere minister of personnel possesses such audacity, not only indulging his son but also devising such schemes. Had it not been for the prince's current favor with the emperor, he would have truly fallen into that fellow's trap. The guard Gao Kuo expressed his lingering fear. Indeed, had Zhao Hongrun not been favored by the Emperor of Wei, he would have faced severe punishment in the past. And amidst the emperor's heavy penalties, how could Zhao Hongrun find the time to retaliate against the Minister of Personnel Luo Wenzhong? To make matters worse, due to being excessively intoxicated, their testimonies ultimately failed to gain the clan's credibility, resulting in Zhao Hongrun bearing the unfounded accusation of laxity in discipline. The guards nodded in agreement. Thus, Zhao Hongrun sent them out of the palace to gather information regarding Minister of Personnel Luo Wenzhong, while he himself, accompanied by Shun Yu and El Mu, made their way to the lakeside pavilion. After all, dealing with Luo Wenzhong's matter would not be resolved in a day. Before that, Zhao Hongrun felt it necessary to provide an explanation to the Lady Su, perhaps due to the absence of the other guards. Shun Yu and El Mu could no longer restrain themselves, their faces flushed with shame as they confessed, "Your Highness, we..." Feeling the reassuring grip on his shoulder and looking into Zhao Hongruan's trusting gaze, Shun Yu and El Mu were deeply moved, nodding vigorously. Well, at last, they had regained their composure. "By the way, how was the wine at the Dali Temple?" "Honestly, the wine was quite good. It was just unfortunate that we were forced to drink it under duress. We didn't even have the chance to savor it before we were inebriated." The master and his two attendants laughed heartily as they gradually departed the palace towards the lakeside pavilion. Not good, miss, it's terrible." At that moment, Lady Su was seated before her vanity, staring blankly at her reflection in the mirror, when she noticed her maid, El Air, rushing in and asked in confusion, "What is it, El Air?" Lady Su instinctively furrowed her brow. To speak honestly, this was not good news. According to the rules of the brothel, any lady who had committed herself to the establishment would have her name or title inscribed on a bamboo plaque, which was then displayed on the wall of the brothel's first floor, informing patrons of the ladies available. Once a lady's plaque was removed, it signified that she could no longer receive guests. Typically, this only occurred when a lady was favored by a powerful patron and the brothel acknowledged the arrangement. This served as a form of protection and a message to other patrons that the lady was no longer available. Now that Lady Su's plaque had been removed, it indicated that she had caught the eye of someone important, someone whom even the lakeside pavilion would not wish to offend or would like to befriend. This left Miss Su feeling somewhat anxious. Could it be him? The thought of Zhao Hongrun flashed through her mind, as he was not only the first guest she had received at Yifang Shuexia, but also the first man in her life. However, upon further contemplation of this rather stirring notion, she found herself feeling slightly disheartened. Indeed, in Miss Su's eyes, Zhao Hongrun could undoubtedly be regarded as an exceptionally talented scion of a wealthy family. Though he was 6 years her junior, he was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, far surpassing her in skills, and she could not fathom how he had acquired such talents. Yet, the problem lay in the fact that this young gentleman did not appear to hail from a family of high status, even if his family was affluent. It certainly did not reach the level of nobility. It must be said that Miss Su was mistaken, for in her understanding, if Zhao Hongrun truly came from a prestigious lineage, he would not have tolerated that Luo Rong at his age. He would have likely presented his family background to deter the latter. However, Zhao Hongrun did not do so, leaving Miss Su unable to deduce that he was indeed the distinguished guest capable of signaling friendliness from Yifang Shuixia. If it is not him, then who could it be? Miss Su's heart sank, feeling heavy and oppressed. At that moment, she heard the indignant scolding of L.A. from the outer room. "Shameless little apprentice! How dare you come here?" "Who?" Just as a flicker of confusion crossed Miss Su's mind, she was both surprised and delighted to hear Zhao Hongruan's voice. "Shameless little apprentice? How have I provoked you? Why is he here? Is he all right?" Without a moment to spare, Miss Su hurriedly stepped from the inner room to the outer chamber, her heart racing as she gazed at Zhao Hongruan, who was being pushed out by L.A. "L.A., do not be rude." Perhaps fearing Zhao Hongruan's ire, Miss Su swiftly admonished L.A.'s impolite behavior. However, her voice captured Zhao Hongruan's attention, and their gazes inadvertently met for an instant. At once, Miss Su felt her cheeks grow warm, while Zhao Hongrun seemed to share in the awkwardness, scratching his face. "Miss, how can you still protect this scoundrel?" L.A. questioned in disbelief. "Do not speak nonsense. Quickly go prepare tea." "Oh." Under Miss Su's command, L.A. pouted but went off to brew tea, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Hongrun before departing. Once L.A.'s figure vanished from sight, Miss Su lowered her head and softly invited, "If young Master Jiang does not mind, perhaps we could move to the inner chamber." Today, she appeared less composed than usual, exuding an unintentional allure that caused Zhao Hongruan's heart to flutter, leaving him restless. "Xinyu, Elmu, please wait for me outside." Upon receiving her command, Xinyu and Elmu exchanged glances and frowned. Logically, after such a significant incident, they should not leave their master for even a moment. Yet, witnessing the expressions of Miss Su and their master, they instinctively felt it best to refrain from interfering at this juncture. Understood. Xinyu and Elmu wisely exited the room, standing guard outside. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongrun had slowly walked to the inner chamber at Miss Su's invitation. Upon seeing the bed, both felt a sense of awkwardness, for just 7 days prior, they had embraced each other naked upon it, engaging in all that could transpire between a man and a woman. As they sat across from each other at a small table, neither Zhao Hongrun nor Miss Su spoke, unsure of how to begin. This awkwardness lingered until L.A. entered with a teapot, after which Miss Su seized the opportunity to break the silence under the pretext of serving tea. "Thank you." Zhao Hongrun accepted the teacup and took a sip. Although he had come to provide Miss Su with an explanation, he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Miss Su who took the initiative to steer the conversation. "Those who took young Master Jiang away that day, do you know who they were? Did they pose a threat to you?" "They were a cousin from my family," Zhao Hongrun replied vaguely. "Ah." Miss Su blinked in surprise, curiously inquiring, "How did he know you were here?" As she spoke, she seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing slightly. Zhao Hongrun intended to say he had been set up, but upon reflection, he realized that the true victim in this situation was Miss Su before him. So he refrained from mentioning the setup to avoid leading her to any unfavorable conclusions. Because someone informed him. Informed? Young Master Jiang is a local? "Ah, I am indeed a local of this Chengdu de Liang." They chatted for a while, skillfully avoiding any mention of that fateful night, which gradually restored a warm atmosphere between them. "Miss Su, I came this time intending to offer you an explanation, but to be honest, I'm somewhat flustered and unsure of what to convey." Upon hearing this, Miss Su's heart sank as she lowered her head and gently replied, "Young Master Jiang need not feel obligated to explain or promise anything to me." Zhao Hongrun quickly realized she had misunderstood and hurried to clarify, "Miss Su, you are mistaken. That was not my intention. In fact, my parents have already learned of your situation." "Huh?" Miss Su could not help but exclaim, feeling flustered, her complexion paling. "What do your esteemed parents know?" "Everything." Zhao Hongrun sighed, glancing awkwardly at Miss Su. Immediately, her face flushed with a mix of crimson and pallor, revealing her nervousness. Then, "May I ask what they said?" "They scolded me for it." "It has nothing to do with you. My parents merely remarked that I often consider myself clever, but fail to act wisely in critical moments." Fortunately, Zhao Hongrun had clarified in advance. Otherwise, Miss Su would have overthought the matter. "Did they not say anything else?" "Not at this moment." "Ah." Miss Su exhaled in relief. For being 6 years older than Zhao Hongrun, her greatest fear was being labeled a shameless woman seducing their son. Now that she heard Zhao Hongrun say his parents had yet to comment, she felt she could finally breathe a little easier. Then, Miss Su's heart raced as she bit her lip, softly asking, "Young Master Jiang, you shall decide, for I am here." Then, I shall take my leave. Allow me to see you off." Zhao Hongrun's promise stirred Miss Su's heart significantly. After all, aside from their age difference, Zhao Hongrun was well-versed in the arts, though youthful. He possessed an impressive demeanor. Even when his temperament occasionally appeared peculiar, he remained an excellent choice for a husband. Miss Su found it difficult to pinpoint any flaws. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that he was her first man. Nevertheless, regardless of his youth, Zhao Hongrun understood the importance of shouldering responsibilities, which warmed Miss Su's heart. Currently, her greatest concern was Zhao Hongrun's family's perception of her, as her background was not particularly distinguished. Although she was a Qingguan, she could not escape some people's prejudiced views. Additionally, the matter of Yi Feng Shui Xie removing her plaque caused her much anxiety, fearing that some noble might emerge to claim Zhao Hongrun. Yet, unexpectedly, even though Yi Feng Shui Xie had removed her plaque, the noble she speculated had taken an interest in him had yet to appear, leaving her puzzled. Could it be that her connection to him was not the reason? As Miss Su let out a slight sigh of relief, a moment of contemplation caused her heart to tighten once more. If there were no third party involved, then there could only be one explanation. The family of that young Master Jiang exerted their influence to ensure that Yi Feng Shui Xie suspended her card. The implications are self-evident. To put it bluntly, she is now the woman of young Master Jiang, and naturally, his family would not wish for her to be entangled with another man. In fact, Miss Su is more inclined toward this outcome. As the saying goes, a virtuous woman does not marry two husbands, if it were not for various objective reasons. Which woman in the world would not hope to be devoted to her first man for life? At least Miss Su is willingly so. However, the family of young Master Jiang had not made an appearance during this period, leaving her unable to speculate on the reasons behind their actions in having Yi Feng Shui Xie suspend her card. Perhaps young Master Jiang's parents merely viewed her as a plaything for their son. Whenever she considers this possibility, she cannot help but sigh in dismay. Let drag on. After all, he is only 14. As for the status of a legitimate wife, Miss Su has given up hope. Even the title of a concubine would suffice for her satisfaction. Of course, this is contingent upon young Master Jiang's parents accepting her, a woman from the brothel. Unbeknownst to her, young Master Jiang's parents are none other than the current emperor of the Great Wei and the consort Shun. These two have not intervened in their son's affairs, and the one who caused her card to be suspended is someone else entirely. After a day or two, Zhao Hongrun did not visit Yi Feng Shui Xie again, but instead entrusted Mu Qing to deliver some silver to Miss Su, ensuring that his woman had funds to deal with the establishment's management. After all, Zhao Hongrun could not have anticipated that someone had secretly aided him, allowing his woman, Miss Su, to be treated like a princess at Yi Feng Shui Xie, with no one daring to offend her. "Miss Su, my young master has entrusted me to convey a message. Recently, he has been under strict supervision at home, preventing him from going out. Hence, he has no opportunity to meet you in the short term." When Mu Qing met Miss Su, he relayed Zhao Hongrun's entrusted words. In fact, Zhao Hongrun was already taking measures against the minister of the Ministry of Officials, Luo Wenzhong. However, this was a matter he preferred not to disclose to Miss Su to spare her unnecessary worry. Thus, he claimed to be under strict supervision at home. Yet, Zhao Hongrun could never have imagined that this very excuse would lead Miss Su to entertain some unfortunate thoughts. Strict supervision at home? Miss Su's heart indeed sank. "Please trouble this young man to deliver this sachet to your young master and tell him that, regardless of the circumstances, I shall not hold any grievances against him. He owes me nothing." Saying this, Miss Su handed a purple brocade sachet to Mu Qing. In the Great Wei, gifts exchanged between men and women predominantly consist of sachets, handkerchiefs, and jewelry. If there is a certain relationship, the woman often personally sews sachets, coin purses, or other small carry-on items for the man to express her feelings. This particular purple brocade sachet was crafted by Miss Su herself, and according to custom, it not only contains some fragrant herbs, but also a strand of her hair, tied in a knot hidden within the sachet, the meaning of which is self-evident. Zhao Hongrun, being an astute individual, immediately discerned from Mu Qing's description of Miss Su's expression that she had misunderstood once again. After some contemplation, Zhao Hongrun decided to recreate the image of Miss Su as he first beheld her, with her flowing hair cascading down while she played the qin gracefully, and instructed Mu Qing to deliver it to Miss Su without delay. He believed that this painting would suffice to appease her for a while, until he resolved the matter with Luo Wenzhong. As expected, upon receiving the painting from Mu Qing, Miss Su, unable to dwell on her grievances, embraced the scroll with joy. Thus, for the time being, Miss Su's situation was resolved, allowing Zhao Hongrun to focus his attention on strategizing against Minister Luo Wenzhong. Concerning how to handle Luo Wenzhong, Zhong Wei Gao Qua had gathered some intelligence. Your Highness, for this year's imperial examination, His Majesty has appointed Luo Wenzhong as the chief examiner and proposed that a prince accompany him. This is a splendid opportunity. The imperial examination, or Keiju, is an excellent avenue for the children of humble origins to ascend the ranks of officialdom. Zhao Hongrun had heard of this matter. He knew that the Great Wei held an imperial examination every 3 years to recruit talented young individuals, promoting them to official positions based on their academic performance. It is not an exaggeration to say that the imperial examination is of paramount importance to the rise and fall of the Great Wei. What surprised Zhao Hongrun was the emperor's suggestion of a prince accompanying the examination. What does this mean? Is father granting me an opportunity to deal with Luo Wenzhong? But does he have other intentions? Zhao Hongrun could not help but harbor some doubts. He could not fathom the true thoughts of the emperor of the Great Wei. It is worth noting that, compared to seeking revenge on Luo Wenzhong, Zhao Hongrun was even less willing to be used by his father, a notion he found utterly intolerable. After all, in their ongoing father-son conflict, each had achieved a victory, and whenever he thought of his father laughing heartily while Consort Shen reprimanded him in the Ningxiang Palace, Zhao Hongrun felt a swell of frustration. However, not long after, he received news that the prince accompanying the examination mentioned by the emperor was, in fact, limited to the princes who had not yet left the palace. In other words, the emperor's action was merely to allow Zhao Hongrun's elder brothers to engage with state affairs, completely excluding him from consideration. This revelation infuriated Zhao Hongrun, prompting him to head directly to the Chue Gong Hall. Given that the outcome of the second round of their father-son conflict had been determined, with the emperor defeated and the princes victorious, the Chue Gong Hall was no longer a forbidden place for Zhao Hongrun. Eighth prince seeks an audience. As the outer palace guards announced, Zhao Hongrun could no longer wait for the emperor's permission to enter and boldly stepped inside. However, the emperor appeared displeased, frowning as he said, "Hongrun, I have not yet permitted you to enter. Why did you barge in? Do you not understand etiquette?" Such trivial matters did not concern Zhao Hongrun. He approached the dragon table and inquired, "I hear that father has appointed Luo Wenzhong as the chief examiner for this year's imperial examination and wishes for a prince to accompany him." "Indeed, this is the case. Why do you ask?" Zhao Hongrun pondered for a moment before responding, "I humbly request to serve as the accompanying prince to alleviate father's burdens." The 3 ministers, He Xiangxiu, Lin Yuyang, and Yu Ziki, looked up in bewilderment, unable to comprehend that this playful prince would actually be willing to contribute to the state and share the emperor's burdens. "To alleviate my burdens? How charmingly you phrase that. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions?" The emperor cast a sidelong glance at his son and replied coolly, "You have yet to leave the palace. Our Great Wei's ancient laws stipulate that princes who have not left the palace are prohibited from meeting court officials or having any contact with them. Are you not aware of this?" "Indeed, there exists such a regulation in the Great Wei, which is why the 6th prince Zhao Hongzhao and the subsequent princes Zhao Hongyin, Zhao Hongrun, and Zhao Hongxian are not known to the outside world. People are only aware of their existence without knowing what they look like. This regulation is unjust. How bold of you to criticize the ancient laws." The emperor rolled his eyes and retorted, "No matter what you say, I will not permit it. Is state affairs a matter for jest? Not permissible? Truly not permissible. Not even a concession? Not at all." The emperor stated with exasperation. Zhao Hongrun pouted. "Then I shall remain here and not leave." "Surely not." Again, the chancellor He Xiangxiu and the left minister Lin Yuyang exchanged wry smiles. Seeing this, the emperor snorted coldly. "Even if you resort to childish antics, it will not work. Where's the childishness? I merely find it unfair. Why should father dismiss my aspirations without a moment's thought? The emperor frowned. What are you trying to say? After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Hongrun grinned. How about we draw lots? Whoever is chosen will serve as the accompanying prince. Everything is dependent on fate. If it is not destined for the crown prince to take on the role of the supervising prince, he shall have no words to offer. Drawing lots? This lad must be planning to cheat during the process. The emperor's mind was clear as he gazed intently at Zhao Hongrun, saying with a hint of dispassion, "You wouldn't resort to any underhanded tricks, would you, Hongrun?" "Not at all," Zhao Hongrun replied with an innocent smile. After a long pause, the emperor of Wei slowly nodded. "Very well. Let us determine the supervising prince through a drawing of lots. I am eager to see what tricks you may conjure." Chapter 39. Drawing lots. The following day, the emperor summoned his 9 sons once more to the Wendy Hall, except for the 7th Prince Hongyin and the 9th Prince Hongxian. The remaining princes had already surmised the purpose of their father's summons, the unprecedented matter of the supervising prince for this year's imperial examination. Although the supervising prince held little authority, merely overseeing the examination process, it was undeniable that the examination was a matter of national significance for Wei, providing an excellent opportunity to engage with officials from the Ministry of Personnel. Consequently, the princes with ambitions for the throne eagerly eyed this opportunity, hoping to cultivate relationships with certain officials, such as the Crown Prince Taizi Hongli, the 2nd Prince Yong Wang Hongyu, the 3rd Prince Yang Wang Hongjing, the 4th Prince Yin Wang Hongjiang, and the 5th Prince Qing Wang Hongxin. These princes had assumed their father would confer the decision on the supervising prince after deliberating with his ministers. Thus, they had spent the past few days building connections with influential court officials, as these princes had already been conferred titles, unless they blatantly engaged in factionalism. The emperor tended to overlook their attempts to win over court ministers. However, none anticipated that the emperor would ultimately decide to select the supervising prince through a drawing of lots, which left the 5 princes feeling quite disheartened after their efforts to cultivate connections. Nonetheless, they could accept this outcome, except for the Crown Prince Hongli, who felt particularly aggrieved. Ordinarily, the Crown Prince Hongli would be the most likely candidate for the role of supervising prince, unless exceptional circumstances arose. The other 4 titled princes would have little chance of securing this opportunity unless the emperor intended to designate a new heir. What puzzled the princes most was the sudden inclusion of the 8th Prince Hongrun, despite having heard that the candidates for the supervising prince did not include the 7th Prince Hongyin, the 8th Prince Hongrun, or the 9th Prince Hongxian. At that moment, the emperor revealed the reason behind this shift, explaining that the 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun had been persistent and troublesome, which ultimately compelled the emperor to alter his decision. Little 8? The surprise was evident among the princes, especially for the 6th Prince Zhao Hongzhao, for they had always perceived their 8th brother as a carefree individual with little interest in serious matters. How had he suddenly changed? It is said that little 8 was confined to the ancestral hall for 7 days recently for reasons unknown. Could this be related? The 2nd Prince Yong Wang Hongyu glanced at Zhao Hongrun with a puzzled expression. Recently, Zhao Hongrun had been framed by the Minister of Personnel Luo Wenzhong and had spent the night at the fragrant pavilion of a certain Sioux girl, only to be taken away by the ancestral hall's personnel. This incident had not been disclosed by the officials or the emperor, leaving the princes only aware that their 8th brother was confined for reasons unknown, which they could not ascertain. The 3rd Prince, Xiang Wang Hongjing, also regarded his 8th brother with a contemplative look, quietly calculating his thoughts. Among the princes vying for the throne alongside the Crown Prince Hongli, Yong Wang Hongyu and Xiang Wang Hongjing were widely recognized as the most likely contenders to supplant the Crown Prince. They were not particularly concerned about their 8th brother's involvement, as Zhao Hongruin's nonsensical poem recited in the Chue Gong Hall made it abundantly clear that he had no aspiration for the throne, much like the 6th Prince Zhao Hongzhao. Thus, he hardly posed a threat to the 4 titled princes. By contrast, the Crown Prince Hongli's countenance darkened noticeably. It was no wonder. Had it not been for Zhao Hongruin's unexpected interference, his chances of being selected as the supervising prince would have been significantly higher. Now, however, his prospects had dwindled to a mere fraction, prompting the Crown Prince to cast a displeased glare at Zhao Hongrun. At this moment, Zhao Hongrun was entirely focused on the drawing of lots and did not notice that his actions had displeased the Crown Prince. Yet Yong Wang Hongyu and Xiang Wang Hongjing were keenly aware of it. The two princes exchanged knowing glances. The emperor had written the names of the 9 princes on 9 slips of paper, and the grand eunuch Tong Xian carefully folded and shuffled them on the dragon table. As the emperor prepared to draw one of the slips, the princes, eager for the supervising position, tensed up, silently praying for their selection. Just then, Zhao Hongrun suddenly interrupted the emperor, saying, "Father, this is unfair." The other princes gazed at Zhao Hongrun in astonishment, surprised that he would voice such a statement. However, recalling his earlier antics to escape the palace for leisure, they found it understandable. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the princes, the emperor showed no signs of anger, but instead wore an expression of impatience. "What is unfair now? Did you not suggest drawing lots?" Zhao Hongrun stepped closer to the dragon table and, cupping his hands in explanation, stated, "I do not mean to say that drawing lots is unfair. What I imply is that in this manner, how can I be certain that father has not secretly noted the slip with my name and intentionally chosen not to select it? Is this a challenge to father?" The expression of the princes shifted slightly, realizing this brother had audaciously questioned their father. Yet to their surprise, the emperor remained unfazed, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What do you propose?" "I humbly request that father place these 9 slips in an opaque box, mix them thoroughly, and then draw from it. That would be fair, would it not, father?" The emperor frowned at Zhao Hongrun, visibly annoyed, but ultimately conceded. "Fine. To put your mind at ease, I shall do as you say." With that, the emperor glanced at the grand eunuch Tong Xian, who understood the cue, bowed, and stepped away from the dragon table. He scanned the wooden racks in the windy hall and spotted a black-purple box on one of the shelves. Cautiously, he brought it over and placed it on the dragon table. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Hongrun felt an immense sense of relief. For this box was the one he had hastily commissioned the Ministry of Works to prepare the previous night. He understood that the emperor would not summon them to the Chue Gong Hall, where the 3 ministers handled state affairs, but rather to the Wendy Hall, a place for the emperor's repose. Therefore, he had instructed the guard Mu Qing to stealthily place this box there, to ensure secrecy. Zhao Hongrun had even spent over 100 taels of silver to bribe the guards stationed outside the Wendy Hall, compelling them to keep this matter confidential. Do not be misled into thinking this was an ordinary box. In fact, it was a meticulously crafted wooden box with a hidden compartment. At first glance, it appeared inconspicuous. Yet inside, there was a concealed compartment containing 9 slips of paper that Zhao Hongrun had prepared in advance, all neatly folded. The only distinction was that these 9 slips bore his name, Hongrun. He had refrained from writing Zhao Hongrun, as it was customary not to include surnames when addressing members of the royal family. At this moment, Tong Xian had placed the 9 pieces of paper into the wooden box and closed the lid, thereafter gently shaking the box a few times. "Are you satisfied?" inquired the emperor. Zhao Hongrun smiled faintly and cupped his hands, asking, "May I have the royal child draw?" The emperor cast an inscrutable glance at Zhao Hongrun and gestured for him to proceed. Seeing this, Zhao Hongrun stepped forward. To be honest, he harbored some anxiety regarding his father's potential refusal to allow him to draw. For within that box were not merely 9 pieces of paper written by the emperor, but 18 in total. 9 were penned by the emperor, while the remaining 9 were Zhao Hongrun's imitation of the emperor's notes. To switch their places, he needed to operate a concealed mechanism at the base of the box. Before the watchful eyes of the assembly, Zhao Hongrun feigned to shake the box again, ostensibly to disturb the papers within, while in reality, he merely aimed to activate the mechanism to replace the emperor's 9 papers. Once his preparations were complete, Zhao Hongrun set the box on the table, opened the lid, and reached inside, retrieving a piece. "Huh? It seems fortune favors the royal child," he exclaimed, revealing the paper inscribed with Hongrun. "What a coincidence!" The other princes exchanged glances, inwardly lamenting that had they known, they too would have drawn. However, a few of the more astute princes had begun to suspect the authenticity of this drawing. Yet given that the box had been casually taken from the Wendy Hall, they hesitated to voice their doubts. Nonetheless, although they remained silent, an enigmatic smile crept across the emperor's face. "Draw another." Instantly, Zhao Hongrun's smile grew somewhat forced. "What's wrong?" "Draw another," the emperor said, gazing at Zhao Hongrun with a nonchalant tone. "Are you afraid of drawing another paper with your name on it?" Zhao Hongrun awkwardly replied, "Father, how could you say that? This paper is written by you. How could all of them bear the royal child's name?" That may not be the case, the emperor remarked lightly, reaching into the box himself. Since you won draw, I shall draw one for you. As he did, the emperor pulled out another piece, and indeed, it bore the name Hongran. Only then did the other princes come to the realization. This little rascal had cheated. Casting a glance at the expressionless Zhao Hongran, the emperor decided to remove all the papers from the box, unfolding each one to reveal that they were all inscribed with Zhao Hongruan's name. Who would have thought you possessed such skill in mimicking my handwriting? How long have you practiced? The emperor scoffed. With his ruse exposed, Zhao Hongran shrugged and replied, Did it really require practice? Your writing is not that exceptional. I learned it with just a glance. This impudent child dares to provoke me even at this juncture. The emperor spat, clearly displeased. Let us draw again. Thus, the drawing commenced anew. The mechanism-laden wooden box was discarded, and the grand eunuch Tong Xian instructed a young eunuch to fetch a box specifically designed for drawing lots, lest they fall victim to trickery once more. Within a short while, the young eunuch returned with a box, which Tong Xian meticulously examined to confirm its ordinariness before placing it upon the dragon table and reinserting the 9 papers written by the Great Wei Emperor. Well then, shall we draw again? Casting a glance at the downcast Zhao Hongran, the Great Wei Emperor could not help but smile, teasing. Why not try drawing another paper with your name on it? Zhao Hongran frowned at his father, indignantly responding, What is the hurry, father? Am I not allowed a moment of hesitation? As he grumbled, he swiftly exchanged the paper he had touched with the one concealed in his sleeve, continuing to feign a morose demeanor before finally drawing a piece. It must be said that Zhao Hongran played his part convincingly. Although he knew the paper in his hand bore his name, he pretended to be indecisive, as though he feared the name inscribed was not his own. Tong Xian, unsuspecting, took the paper and carefully unfolded it. It is the 8th prince. He then displayed the paper to everyone, revealing the name Hongran. Is it truly me? Zhao Hongran feigned surprise, patting his chest repeatedly. Unfortunately, the Great Wei Emperor did not seem impressed. A clever ruse indeed, but alas, it lacks finesse. With a slight smile, the Great Wei Emperor seized Zhao Hongran's hand, probing his sleeve. Sure enough, he retrieved the genuine drawing paper from Zhao Hongran's attire. Pinching the paper between his fingers, the emperor mockingly asked, Hongran, can you guess what this is? Although Zhao Hongran maintained his composure, inwardly he lamented. He had long known that ordinary tricks could not deceive this sagacious father of his, which is why he had devised a method of duality, deliberately exposing the ruse of the mechanized box while pretending to be at a loss, all in hopes of lowering his father's guard. However, he had not anticipated that the emperor would ultimately see through his ploy. Is my father truly intent on thwarting my participation in the examinations? Zhao Hongran murmured softly. The Great Wei Emperor found amusement in his son's predicament, lightly replying, Your methods are crude. Who can you blame? Go on, I have already granted your chance. It seems my father is deliberately trying to prevent me from participating in the examinations. Having been seen through by the emperor, Zhao Hongran had no further recourse. All he could do was gamble on luck, hoping to draw his name from the 9 papers. Observing Zhao Hongran's glum demeanor, the other princes found it somewhat amusing, with a few even whispering among themselves, wondering why this child believed he could outsmart their father. 8th brother, why do you insist on participating in the examinations? The 9th prince, Hong Xian, looked puzzled at his elder brother, unable to comprehend why he would go to such lengths to secure a position as the royal monitor. At this moment, he had already prepared for the worst. Even if he did not obtain the royal monitor's position, he would find a way to attend the examinations regardless. This drawing was conducted under the watchful eyes of the Great Wei Emperor. As the other princes observed closely, the emperor slowly unfolded the paper. To his surprise, even Zhao Hongran felt a twinge of anxiety. Suddenly, he noticed the emperor frowning slightly. Could it be? Zhao Hongran's heart raced as he observed his father not only frowning, but also tilting his head slightly to glance away. Could it really be? A look of apprehension crossed Zhao Hongruan's face. At this moment, he genuinely worried that his father was playing a trick on him. However, it has become evident that the Emperor of the Great Wei does not seem to be jesting with him. After a fleeting glance, he reluctantly uttered his name. The designated supervisor for this examination is Hongran. Yea, observing the Emperor's hesitance, Zhao Hongran clenched his fists in excitement. Is this for real? The several princes, who had already taken their leave, exchanged puzzled glances, silently contemplating whether divine intervention might be at play in this instance of cheating. Unfortunately, Wang Hongyu, with a barely perceptible sigh of regret, shook his head. Beside him, Wang Hongjing also sighed with disappointment. Yet, after a shared glance, they exchanged a subtle smile. In their eyes, or rather, in the eyes of the four princes who had already left the palace, excluding the crown prince, the fact that the supervisor position had not fallen to the crown prince was acceptable, regardless of whom it went to. Moreover, this position was awarded to their eighth brother, who had no intention of vying for the throne. Only the crown prince Hongli appeared displeased, furrowing his brow at the triumphant Zhao Hongrun, though he said nothing. "Ha ha, it seems heaven is indeed on the side of my son. Had I known this would happen, my son would have needed to go through such efforts." The saying to gain an advantage yet act coy likely pertains to Zhao Hongrun at this moment. Witnessing his father unravel his schemes twice, yet still end up as the chosen supervisor, Zhao Hongrun felt an overwhelming sense of relief, especially upon seeing his father's helpless expression. "Threaten? Ha! Fear not, father, for my son shall dutifully fulfill the responsibilities of the supervisor. Father, I shall take my leave to prepare." After bowing to the emperor,
Zhao Hongrun left the Wendy Hall humming a cheerful tune, observing the eight princes' jubilance as he departed, and then glancing at the emperor's unwavering expression.
the Grand Eunuch Tong Xian lowered his head. He lacked the courage to reveal the truth. Indeed, having stood beside the emperor at that moment, he clearly saw that the name on the paper drawn was Hong Zhao. The one truly selected was the sixth prince, Hong Zhao, not the eighth prince, Hong Run. Yet, for reasons of his own, the emperor spoke a falsehood, intentionally announcing Zhao Hongruan's name. More accurately, regardless of which prince the emperor had drawn, he would have called out Zhao Hongruan's name. "Father, we shall take our leave now." The princes, aware of the emperor's steadfast expression, bid their farewells. Although they all hoped to be the chosen one, they understood that, given the circumstances, there was little they could do. Ultimately, they remained preoccupied with thoughts of the throne and could not act as nonchalantly as Zhao Hongran before the emperor. One by one, the princes, including the equally displeased crown Prince Hongli, took their leave. With the hall now devoid of people, Tong Xian astutely took care of the aftermath for the emperor. He burned the papers in the candlestick to eliminate any evidence. "Did you see that?" the emperor asked quietly. Tong Xian, slightly trembling, replied softly, "Yes." "Keep it to yourself," the emperor said with a tone that brooked no dissent. "Yes." Tong Xian secretly let out a sigh of relief. Only those who are frequently by the emperor's side understand the peril of being close to power. Having attained his current position, Tong Xian was well aware that some matters must remain buried within. No one could divulge them, especially given the emperor's prior warning. "Let us proceed to the Zhuigong Hall," the emperor of the Great Wei commanded. "Yes." Tong Xian bowed respectfully. Chapter 41. The imperial examination. The provincial examinations typically occur in autumn, overseen by the local government offices. Since the founding of the Great Wei by its first emperor in the land of Sanchuan, the nation has evolved over centuries into 6 prefectures, from north to south. They are Shandong Nanjun, Hedong Jun, Sanchuan Jun, Song Jun, Yingbei Jun, and Nanyang Jun. Among these, Shandong Nanjun and Yingbei Jun border the northern Han and southern Shu, respectively, having historically been embroiled in continuous conflicts and can only be considered minor prefectures, while the others are major ones, including the newly established Song Jun following the Great Wei's conquest of the Song Kingdom. It must be noted that being appointed as the chief supervisor for this examination, which encompasses over 2,600 candidates, is indeed a tremendous honor. At least, this is how Lord Luo Wenzhong, the Minister of Personnel, perceives it. Reflecting on this matter, he cannot help but express his astonishment at the capriciousness of fate for just 7 or 8 days prior. His son Luo Rong had inadvertently offended the 8th Prince Zhao Hongran, nearly jeopardizing the entire Luo family. Yet, astonishingly, a mere week later, the emperor has appointed him as the chief supervisor for this year's examination. Could this be what is referred to as fortune following calamity? On March 26th, in the 16th year of the Hongda era, the first day of the examination, Luo Wenzhong arrived early at the Ministry of Personnel's main office. To commemorate this special day, he donned a brand new official robe. Upon entering the main office, he encountered numerous officials coming and going. His colleagues all extended their congratulations. This brought him great joy, as historically, the chief examiners had always been the left and right assistants of the ministry, and he, a mere minister, had never had the opportunity to lead. In the past, he would have been just one among the 16 supervisors, lacking the distinction or qualifications of an esteemed chief supervisor. After sitting for a moment in the front hall of the ministry, the 16 officials appointed as supervisors gradually arrived. These officials held ranks similar to Luo Wenzhong, all being ministers, with a few exceptions being chief officials. While the ministerial ranks are generally seen as being neither high nor low, there are only 16 ministers throughout the ministry. Furthermore, not all ministers have the chance to participate in the examination. Occasionally, one or two unfortunate or fortunate individuals, burdened with pressing affairs, miss the opportunity to present themselves before the students, leaving their duties to subordinate officials. After exchanging pleasantries with his colleagues, Luo Wenzhong, as the chief supervisor for this examination, felt obligated to inquire about the preparations for the event. In truth, the preparations had long been completed, and he was well aware of this. His questions were merely formalities meant to showcase his current status and to encourage his fellow ministers to adopt a more respectful attitude towards him during this examination. Gentlemen, I have been fortunate enough to be selected by His Majesty as the chief supervisor for this examination, and I feel a tremendous sense of responsibility. If there are any oversights during this period, I hope my colleagues will assist me. Not all. Lord Luo speaks too highly of himself. It is our duty. So rest assured, Lord Luo. The officials responsible for supervision uniformly expressed their support. Although they had previously been on equal footing, now that Luo Wenzhong had been appointed by the emperor as chief supervisor, they naturally acknowledged him as their leader. Even if there were some underlying jealousy, it would not be revealed, for they were seasoned officials who understood the intricacies of court life. By the way, this year, His Majesty has also appointed a prince to serve as a supervisor. Is this known to everyone? One of the supervising officials inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, the officials of the ministry felt somewhat puzzled, as it had never occurred in previous examinations for a prince to take on such a role. It was hard to believe that there was nothing amiss in this situation. Perhaps it was due to the persistent issues of cheating in past examinations. One official bluntly revealed the underlying truth. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the room turned somewhat somber. Being part of the ministry, how could they be unaware of the instances of cheating in examinations? It is not an exaggeration to say that perhaps more than half of them are, to varying degrees, implicated in this matter. Some are driven by the pursuit of wealth, others by the desire to solidify connections, and still others by the wish to care for their kin and students. While their actions may not be overtly brazen, they often extend a modicum of consideration, even to officials who are not directly involved, who sometimes choose to turn a blind eye. After all, they are colleagues within the same Ministry of Personnel, encountering one another regularly, and there is little need to treat each other as adversaries. Moreover, on occasion, by being lenient, they can reap the benefits of connections and financial gain. Why not take advantage of such opportunities? Yet, there remains uncertainty regarding which prince is serving as the supervising official. One officer inquired with a hint of confusion. It should be His Highness the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, came the reply. Not necessarily. It could also be His Highness the Yong Wang or the Xiang Wang. With no means to investigate matters within the palace, they could only conjecture. After exchanging a few words, the chief examiners for the imperial examination made their way to the examination venue. During this time, a few colleagues discreetly slipped several pieces of paper into Luo Wenzhong's hands while no one was watching. Luo Wenzhong, maintaining a calm demeanor, tucked the papers away. This scene may have caught the attention of other officials in the Ministry of Personnel, but they all chose to feign ignorance. For if their assumptions were correct, the names written on those papers likely belonged to the offspring of the affluent and powerful families participating in the examination, who had entrusted these officials with the task of providing covert assistance. Of course, it cannot be said that the scions of the nobility lack scholarly merit. In fact, as exemplified by the scholars invited by the sixth prince, Zhao Hongzhao, to his elegant poetry gathering, they were predominantly the sons of prominent families in the capital, each well-versed in literature and poetry, far from being mere dissolute youths. It is a matter of buying peace of mind. Take Luo Wenzhong, for instance. His son Luo Rong is also set to participate in this examination, and he too must seek the goodwill of his colleagues, requesting their assistance, even if his son, while somewhat arrogant, possesses genuine talent. The examination venue is located at the Confucius Temple in Daliang, administered by the Ministry of Personnel. Originally established for the children of officials from the 6 ministries to pursue their studies, it serves as an educational institution akin to the Imperial Academy and the Ancestral School, catering specifically to certain offspring. However, during the examination period, the Confucius Temple temporarily halts its educational activities to serve as the examination site presided over by the Ministry of Personnel. At this moment, all personnel related to the examination have gathered within the Confucius Temple. In addition to a chief examiner and 16 invigilators, there are also several clerks, numerous officials, and hundreds of bailiffs and soldiers borrowed from the Dali Temple, the Department of Justice, and the City Gate Supervisory Office, tasked with maintaining order throughout the examination. The invigilators, including Luo Wenzhong, are among the last to enter, as the mundane matters do not require their esteemed presence. Such tasks are left to the clerks and assistants beneath them. Upon arriving at the main hall of the Confucius Temple, they found the hour still early and decided to rest momentarily in the main hall. Once the hour of C arrives, they will officially commence this year's examination, allowing the candidates waiting outside to enter the examination hall. However, they were taken aback to discover that a richly dressed young noble was already seated within the hall, his identity obscured by a somewhat ludicrous mask. Yet, the guard behind him were formidable. Each of the 10 guards donned dark armor, armed with waist knives, their piercing gazes exuding an air of authority. "Who might you be?" Luo Wenzhong inquired, his brow furrowing. As soon as he spoke, the young noble raised his hand to reveal a resplendent golden token, identical to the one presented by the Grand Eunuch Tong Xian in the Yoji Palace, bearing the emperor's decree. Seeing this, the 16 invigilators immediately understood and knelt before the golden token. Undoubtedly, this individual must be the prince dispatched by the emperor to oversee the examination, though they were uncertain which prince it was. "Rise," commanded the young noble with a nonchalant wave of his hand, his eyes glinting with a hint of amusement as they met Luo Wenzhong's. Perhaps noticing the curious gaze directed at him, Luo Wenzhong, perplexed, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and inquired, "Might I ask which prince you are?" The noble chuckled lightly, gradually removing the mask from his face and smiling as he said, "Luo Wenzhong, do you not recognize this prince?" As the mask slipped away, revealing his true visage, Luo Wenzhong's expression shifted dramatically. "Zhao Hongrun. How could it be the 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun?" Luo Wenzhong was aghast to realize that the very prince sent by the Emperor of Dawei to oversee the examination was none other than the 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun, whom he had recently conspired against, leading to his imprisonment within the ancestral residence. Upon glancing at the guards behind the 8th prince, Luo Wenzhong felt a chill run down his spine, for he recognized Shen Yu and El Mu, 2 of the imperial guards, glaring at him menacingly. How could this be? Why is it him? Luo Wenzhong's mind raced, for he believed that the 8th prince Zhao Hongrun was of little importance to the emperor and deemed dispensable. It was precisely for this reason that Luo Wenzhong had dared to conspire against him, believing that such an inconsequential prince would face severe repercussions for any impropriety, such as spending a night in the company of certain Miss Su. How could it be possible that within a mere 7 or 8 days, this 8th prince had escaped the confines of the ancestral residence and transformed into the supervising prince for the examination? It was utterly inconceivable. In the midst of the bewildered gazes of the other 16 invigilators, Zhao Hongrun slowly rose and strolled to stand before the visibly troubled Luo Wenzhong, murmuring with a smile, "Thank you for your previous assistance. Let us engage in a second round, Lord Luo." Luo Wenzhong's countenance darkened, leaving him speechless. Chapter 42. Unveiling. I never expected the supervising prince to be the 8th prince. 8th Prince Hongrun? Is he not still under the age of 15? Was it not stated that unbetrothed princes are not permitted to engage in any court matters? Why was it specifically the 8th prince? Was it not said that this notoriously unruly 8th prince has never been valued by His Majesty? Why would His Majesty permit this prince to oversee the examination? The 16 examiners exchanged puzzled glances. Thus, not only Luo Wenzhong, but even the 16 officials from the Ministry of Personnel could not comprehend how the 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun's standing in the emperor's esteem had risen significantly over the past month, as he was repeatedly praised as a prodigy. Otherwise, it is unlikely that Luo Wenzhong would have dared to conspire against this prince. What astonished the 16 officials even more was witnessing Luo Wenzhong's gradually darkening expression upon seeing the 8th prince. They were utterly mystified at Zhao Hongrun's gesture, Everyone took their seats in the front hall. Ordinarily, the main seat would be occupied by Luo Wenzhong, the chief examiner, but Zhao Hongrun took it without a word, comfortably assuming the position of authority. This left the examiners somewhat unsettled, yet upon reflection, they acknowledged that he was, after all, a prince, and his sitting at the head was not inappropriate. Around the hour of C, the Confucius Temple commenced admitting the scholars for their examinations. Zhao Hongrun, then, rose to accompany the 17 examiners for inspection. As the students were ushered in, the clerks in attendance needed to search each candidate individually to ensure they were not concealing any unauthorized materials, colloquially speaking, such as cheat sheets. During the inspection, Zhao Hongrun donned the comical mask once more, recognizing that overseeing the examination could be a thankless task, and he deemed it prudent to avoid being publicly recognized in the future. Furthermore, it is conceivable that among the scholars, there exist some affluent young gentlemen, frequent visitors of Yifang Shueixia. Should they happen to glimpse Zhao Hongrun's true appearance, it would undoubtedly complicate his future clandestine meetings with Miss Su at Yifang Shueixia. Considering these circumstances, Zhao Hongrun instructed Mu Qing to procure a mask, which, though not an extravagant item, was merely a trifle purchased for a few coins at the markets of Nanchang, akin to a child's plaything. Strange. The scrutiny is quite stringent this year. Yet, why have incidents of malpractice persisted in previous years? Could there be officials from the Ministry of Personnel involved? To what extent is this rigor? So much so that even the provisions carried by the scholars must undergo examination. Zhao Hongrun personally witnessed a servant tearing apart the dry buns of a scholar to check for contraband. How can one eat under such conditions? He muttered under his breath, unwilling to consume buns that had been manhandled. Let us inspect the examination rooms, he suggested to the proctors accompanying him. As the prince spoke, the proctors dared not disobey, and promptly one of them led the way. The so-called examination rooms, also known as the examination pavilions, refer to the venues where scholars participate in the imperial examination. These are small, cramped chambers, measuring 5 feet in length, 4 feet in width, and 8 feet in height, enclosed on 3 sides by walls, with one side serving as the entrance. Upon arrival, scholars must undergo another body search before they are permitted to enter their designated rooms. Moreover, once a scholar has entered a room, the responsible official will secure half of the door with a lock, signifying that during the examination period, the scholar is confined to this space, whether for testing, resting, or attending to personal needs. I have long heard that the environment of the examination halls is exceedingly rudimentary. I had not anticipated it to be this dire. Zhao Hongrun peered into one examination room and observed a mere platform, akin to a bed yet hardly qualifying as one, constructed of bricks, covered with a simple straw mat, upon which lay a thin quilt tossed carelessly. Zhao Hongrun harbored doubts regarding the amount of cotton within that quilt. Aside from this, the examination room contained 2 wooden buckets, one filled with clean water and the other empty. After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to pursue the reason for the empty bucket. Beyond these items, the only furnishing in the room was a wooden plank that hardly constituted a table, presumably serving as the scholar's examination desk, accompanied by a long bench beneath it. This is exceedingly shabby. It resembles a latrine. It is hard to fathom that distinguished talents like Lin Yuyang and Yu Ziki took their first steps toward an official career here. Zhao Hongrun shook his head in dismay, well aware that Lin Yuyang and Yu Ziki, who now held esteemed positions within the Chui Gongdian, were themselves born of humble origins, having endured the same brutal examinations. At that moment, another scholar occupied the room, observing Zhao Hongrun as he peered in. After all, Zhao Hongrun was not clad in the distinctive 3-clawed dragon robe that signified a prince. Instead, he wore a flamboyant garment of red and purple brocade, complemented by a ludicrous mask that contradicted his opulent attire. Thus, the scholar was puzzled regarding Zhao Hongrun's identity. It was no wonder, for at the tender age of 14, Zhao Hongrun was notably shorter than adult men, yet he was surrounded by 10 royal guards and 17 proctors of the examination, making his status unmistakably significant. "Your Highness?" the scholar exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, fully aware of what the title entailed. At that moment, Zhao Hongrun pointed at the scholar and inquired, "Have you prepared provisions?" "Why, yes," the scholar stammered. Zhao Hongrun glanced at the scholar's parcel on the makeshift table, which contained the previously inspected dry buns, and frowned. Is it truly the case that the imperial examination is conducted under such abysmal conditions? Furrowing his brow, Zhao Hongrun turned to ask, what expenditures did the Ministry of Personnel report to the Ministry of Revenue regarding this year's examination? The countenance of the proctors from the Ministry of Personnel immediately shifted, revealing their discomfort. Huh. Zhao Hongrun let out a non-committal snort, stating coolly, by dusk today, provide me with a detailed account of all expenses incurred thus far for this examination. I shall verify with the Ministry of Revenue. The proctors exchanged looks, and at that moment, Luo Wenzhong spoke in a grave tone. Your Highness, this action is against protocol. As far as I am aware, you are merely an accompanying proctor and have no authority to interfere with our ministry. Zhao Hongrun shot Luo Wenzhong a cold glance before bursting into laughter and proceeding forward. So it seems that the 8th prince is merely a paper tiger? Luo Wenzhong sighed in relief, recognizing that he had taken a considerable risk in defying Zhao Hongrun, as the matter he addressed bore significant implications. The other officials from the Ministry of Personnel shared in the relief. Lead the way, Zhao Hongrun commanded. This prince wishes to take a look. Luo Wenzhong, left with no alternative, guided Zhao Hongrun to the examination room of his son, Luo Rong. At that moment, Luo Rong was resting against the wall of the chamber, wrapped in a quilt, and upon seeing his father's entourage, he quickly stood up. Father, what brings you here? Luo Wenzhong's expression darkened as he replied sternly, in the examination hall, there are only proctors. There are no father-son relations. You must address me as sir. Confused. Luo Rong complied. Scholar Luo Rong pays respects to Lord Luo. No sooner had he spoken than a round of applause erupted nearby. Haha, Lord Luo is indeed impartial. Truly commendable, a model for proctors. It stands to reason that if the chief proctor, Lord Luo, cannot maintain integrity, how could those beneath him? Who is this person? Their voice sounds so familiar. Luo Rong pondered, about to inquire, when he suddenly noticed 3 individuals glaring fiercely at him. Upon closer inspection, his expression changed dramatically. For the fierce glares came from the royal guard Shun Yu, El Mu, and Mu Qing. Today, these 3 were no longer dressed as common folk. Each donned armor and bore swords at their waists, exuding a commanding presence that rendered Luo Rong pale. Could it be that he is? Luo Rong thought in trepidation, casting a fearful glance at the elegantly attired figure beside his father, who wore a mask. Your Highness speaks too highly of me. As the chief proctor, I must uphold strict self-discipline. Well said. Zhao Hongrun applauded, yet suddenly shifted the conversation, smiling as he continued. In that case, I presume Lord Luo will not hesitate to ensure that this prince is even more meticulous in supervising his son. Am I correct? He gestured towards Luo Rong and bluntly declared, You, step forward. This prince wishes to search you. As he finished speaking, Shinyu had already procured a key from the nearby official, unlocked the examination room, and pulled Luo Rong out. What are you doing? Luo Rong exclaimed in panic. After all, he was no fool and could easily deduce that Zhao Hongrun sought retribution. At that moment, Luo Wenzhong stepped in front of Luo Rong, maintaining a composed demeanor as he stated, Your Highness, my son has already been searched. Oh, is that so? Yet this prince did not witness such a thing. Luo Wenzhong had just asserted the need for discipline. Why do you obstruct this prince from searching your son? Could it be that he truly conceals contraband? Zhao Hongrun feigned astonishment. This is quite concerning for a chief proctor. Luo Wenzhong found himself a loss for words, fully aware that Zhao Hongrun was deliberately targeting him, yet unable to retort. After all, should it be established that his son harbored contraband, not only would Luo Rong face consequences, but he himself might also be stripped of his official garb. Very well, Your Highness, proceed with the search. As soon as the words left his lips, Shun Yu and the others began to search Luo Rong roughly, leaving no corner of the examination room unexamined. Regrettably, there were no hidden contraband either on Luo Rong or within the examination room. Are you satisfied, Your Highness? Luo Wenzhong inquired with a stern expression. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Luo Rong, chuckling, Strip him of his clothing. Who knows if the young master has inscribed the 4 books within his garments? Upon glancing at the scholars entering the vicinity, Luo Rong's complexion turned pale. Chapter 43. A Debt Repaid. Your Highness, the Minister of Personnel, Luo Wenzhong, could no longer contain his indignation. However, Zhao Hongruan's voice remained as relaxed as ever, What is the meaning of this, Lord Luo? Who can guarantee that the young master has not inscribed the 4 books within his clothing? Oh, of course, I believe the young master would never do such a thing. Yet it remains a possibility, does it not? As the chief examiner, it is your duty to mitigate such possibilities. We cannot allow anyone to suspect favoritism on your part. Can we? Thus, the more rigorous your oversight of the young master, the more respect you will command. Wouldn't you agree? Turning to the surrounding guards, he casually inquired, "What are you waiting for?" Shun Yu and the others exchanged knowing smirks, and swiftly stripped, Luo Rong down to his undergarments. Exposed before the crowd, Luo Rong felt a mix of shame and fury, yet the fierce gazes of the guards stifled any rebellion within him, compelling him to endure this humiliation. "Your Highness, it seems he has not inscribed anything," Shen Yu declared after inspecting the discarded clothing. Hearing this, Zhao Hongrun pointed at the remaining garment on Luo Rong's body, smiling. "But what of this? So ruthless?" Even the guards were taken aback by Zhao Hongruan's merciless words. However, recalling that the Luo father and son had previously conspired against His Highness, leading to their own unjust punishment, they cared little and proceeded to strip Luo Rong completely bare. This is outrageous, simply outrageous. As he witnessed his son, pale and naked on the ground, Luo Wenzhong's beard trembled with fury. "Your Highness, this act is an affront to decorum. I shall certainly report this to His Majesty." "Afraid of you? Huh?" Zhao Hongrun silently scoffed, but still felt compelled to utter the expected pleasantries. "What is your intent, Lord Luo? I am merely assisting you in establishing a reputation for impartiality. Are you implying that, as the chief examiner, you intend to ease oversight of the young master?" "That would not do." Luo Wenzhong, his face a mask of anger, hesitated, ultimately refraining from countering Zhao Hongrun as remarks. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "The facts demonstrate that my son bears no contraband and has not inscribed the 4 books on his clothing. What will your Highness say to this? This proves that you have educated him well, a cause for celebration indeed." Zhao Hongrun responded nonchalantly, bowing slightly to Luo Wenzhong, nearly inciting the latter to a fit of rage. Fuming with indignation, Luo Wenzhong had intended to engage in a thorough discourse with the 8th prince. Yet with his son still naked on the ground, he could only suppress his fury and state in a low voice, in that case, "May we have my son's clothes returned?" Of course, Zhao Hongrun shrugged, a malicious smile creeping onto his face. "However, prior to that, allow me to first provide you with the explanation you just mentioned." With that, he sauntered over to Luo Rong, turning to the nearby scholars and proclaiming, "Dear scholars awaiting examination, listen closely. This young master, Luo Rong, is the son of the esteemed chief examiner, Lord Luo Wenzhong. To dispel any rumors of favoritism, the upright Lord Luo has chosen to scrutinize his own son diligently, truly a commendable act of integrity. Lord Luo's actions unequivocally reflect his disdain for corruption in examinations. I sincerely admire this, and I urge all scholars in attendance to emulate the example set by Lord Luo and young Master Luo. Any acts of examination fraud will be met with severe repercussions." Listening to Zhao Hongrun's words, the Luo father and son felt as if they might faint. Was Zhao Hongrun praising them? It was clear he was intent on their ruin. Initially, the scholars were unaware of who had been stripped bare, but now, thanks to Zhao Hongrun's declarations, they all knew it was Luo Rong, son of the chief examiner. In 3 days' time, once these examination candidates exited the testing hall, this incident would undoubtedly circulate throughout the capital, and indeed, across the entire realm of Wei. By then, who would remember why Luo Rong had been stripped? Most would regard the incident as a source of amusement. Just observing Luo Rong's expression of despair and fury was telling enough. Yet, despite Zhao Hongruan's righteous tone, Luo Wenzhong, seething with anger, found himself at a loss for words. This child is truly ruthless. The 16 examiners were taken aback, realizing that although the 8th prince was young, he was not to be trifled with. His intellect and cunning were formidable. "Proceed inside," indicating for Shun Yu to return the clothing to Luo Rong. Zhao Hongrun cast a fleeting glance at the latter. At that moment, Luo Rong dared not meet the varied gazes of the surrounding scholars. Clutching his garments and hastily retreating into the examination room, "Lord Luo need not be so courteous, for I have always enjoyed aiding others." "Courteous? Am I being courteous with you?" Luo Wenzhong retorted, a bitter laugh escaping his lips, filled with unrestrained animosity. He had thought this matter concluded, but unexpectedly, Zhao Hongrun pointed at Shunyu and Elmu, instructing to assist thoroughly. Shunyu, Elmu, please bring a bench and sit here observing young Master Luo. Ensure no one can accuse Lord Luo of favoritism. Understood. Shunyu and Elmu smirked maliciously, and after Luo Rong had scurried into the examination room, they brought a bench to sit at the door, glaring at him with malevolent intent. They had resolved to ensure that whether during the examination or in moments of respite, they would not allow him any peace, watching him with fierce eyes, intent on making his experience unbearable. What enmity lies behind this? The 16 examiners silently observed the scene, exchanging glances filled with unspoken sentiments. Just then, they noticed Zhao Hongrun turning to them, his tone firm as he reiterated, "Remember, by dusk today, provide a detailed account of the expenses incurred thus far for this examination, to be presented to me." With a cold glance directed at the examiners, Zhao Hongrun then proceeded forward with the other 8 guards. Luo Wenzhong's eyes narrowed, his face turning a shade of green with fury, mixed with a hint of solemnity, as he humiliated the Luo father and son while leaving them with no recourse. Zhao Hongrun felt a sense of satisfaction, alleviating some of the resentment he had harbored since being stripped of his clothing in the Dali Temple prison. It was indeed the first time in his life as a prince of Wei that someone had forcefully stripped him. How could he not take the opportunity to teach Luo Rong a lesson? He believed that with this incident alone, coupled with Shunyu and Elmu's unwavering watch over Luo Rong, the young master would likely return from this examination thoroughly defeated, unless he possessed an extraordinary mental fortitude. After all, how could one focus on an examination with the humiliation of being stripped bare lingering in their mind? To understand, the punishment imposed by Wei for candidates engaging in examination fraud is exceedingly severe. At the lightest, one may face a prohibition from taking the examination for a complete cycle, rendering their current results void and barring them from participating in the subsequent test 3 years hence, thus wasting 6 precious years. At the harshest, one may be exiled and conscripted into military service, descending into the status of a military prisoner, forced to toil for a decade or more at the borders of Wei. However, Zhao Hongrun did not choose this path. After all, the concept of rules has been instilled in him since childhood, carrying immense weight. Even his father, the esteemed emperor of Wei, must adhere to these rules. Otherwise, Zhao Hongrun would never have compelled his father to concede during their second conflict. What constitutes rules? They are the principles, the baseline for conduct, serving both to constrain others and oneself, and they are the essential criteria for judging success or failure under similar conditions. For instance, 2 individuals playing chess without rules would find themselves unable to play at all. Amplifying this notion, in the absence of rules, society and the entirety of Wei would descend into chaos. In Zhao Hongruan's current situation, the rule he upholds is to dismantle the Luo father-son duo without endangering their lives, as they had not previously harbored murderous intentions against him. This is the essence of the rules. Now that he has dealt with Luo Rong, Zhao Hongrun contemplates targeting Luo Wenzhong next. Although the initial incident stemmed from Luo Rong, it was undoubtedly Luo Wenzhong, an astute veteran of the bureaucracy, who orchestrated the plot against him. Zhao Hongrun does not believe that the arrogant and presumptuous Luo Rong could have conceived the idea of employing others to eliminate him with the aid of the clan's influence. Moreover, had Zhao Hongrun not been favored by the emperor at that time, the clan would likely have imposed stricter penalties, and he might have found himself imprisoned within the clan as confines. Even Zhao Hongrun must concede that Luo Wenzhong's strategy was indeed clever. Had he not been the one ensnared, he might have admired the man. Yet, regrettably, he was the victim of that treachery. The adage, "a gentleman takes revenge," even if it takes 10 years, does not resonate with Zhao Hongrun. 10 years is far too long for him. He demands recompense within days. He has already resolved to strip Luo Wenzhong of his official robes, at the very least demoting him from his position as a Longzhong in the Ministry of Personnel, relegating him to the ranks of obscure officials, where he must endure for another decade or 8 years. However, the challenge lies in how to remove Luo Wenzhong from his post in the Ministry of Personnel, a conundrum that weighs on Zhao Hongruan's mind. After all, he perceives Luo Wenzhong as a man of profound cunning, as evidenced by the man's cold demeanor while observing his son suffer humiliation without confronting him. Zhao Hongrun reflects deeply, sensing that there are likely discrepancies in the financial expenditures reported by the Ministry of Personnel regarding this examination. However, whether this matter can serve as leverage to unseat Luo Wenzhong remains uncertain, as it could escalate into a significant issue. Chapter 44. Hidden Corruption, Your Highness. Here is the detailed expenditure report from the Ministry of Personnel regarding this examination. In the afternoon, an official from the Ministry of Personnel delivered the expenditure report into Zhao Hongruan's hands. Evidently, Zhao Hongruan's retaliation against Luo Rong that morning was perceived by the supervisors from the Ministry of Personnel as a warning to deter others. Zhao Hongruan chose not to address this. Thank you, my lord. You may return to your duties. Yes. The Ministry of Personnel official took his leave. Observing this, Zhao Hongruan began to meticulously examine the stack of reports. At that moment, he sat alone in a side chamber of the Confucius Temple, accompanied only by 8 members of his own way, aside from Shun Yu and El Mu. As the saying goes, one does not concern oneself with matters of governance when not in a position of authority. Presently, as a supervisor, Zhao Hongruan should ideally be monitoring the examination conditions of the candidates, investigating any potential instances of fraud. However, the temple housed over 2,600 candidates, and with only himself and 8 Zongwei, it was utterly implausible to simultaneously oversee all of them. It would be impossible even if he ran himself ragged. Thus, Zhao Hongruan chose not to rush into investigating fraud. After all, his primary objective was to deal with Luo Wenzhong. As for the issue of examination fraud, he would see if any clues emerged. Should he happen upon any evidence, Zhao Hongruan would not hesitate to rectify the examination process for Wei. For the stability of the entire realm would ensure his own security as a prince, making his aspiration to become a laid-back king all the more attainable. He lifted a nearby teacup and took a few sips before casting his gaze back at the report in hand. As he suspected, the ministry's report indeed contained fabrications. 46,300 taels. Zhao Hongruan shook his head slightly. According to the report, the Ministry of Personnel had submitted a request to the Ministry of Revenue for a total of 46,300 taels of silver, intended for the renovation of nearly 3,000 examination rooms within the Confucius Temple. This also included the facilities within the rooms, the candles distributed to candidates, and allowances for the officials and auxiliary personnel involved in the examination. The details were meticulously enumerated, seemingly without issue. However, having witnessed the extreme simplicity of those examination rooms firsthand, Zhao Hongruan could not believe that the ministry had genuinely spent such a significant sum on their renovation. Was a single set of bedding worth 10 taels? Surely this was a jest. Zhao Hongruan found it unfathomable that the thin, almost threadbare bedding, exuding a musty odor as if it had not seen sunlight for an untold duration, could be valued at 10 taels. It is worth noting that Zhao Hongruan, when requesting a brand new, well-stuffed quilt from the inner palace, would scarcely part with a mere few taels. Gao Qua, Zhong Zhao, you two go investigate. I want to know the source of these bedding materials. Go to the ministry's storeroom, offer some silver to the workers there, and persuade them to speak. If they refuse to divulge information, even for silver, handle it as you see fit. Understood. The Zongwei, Gao Qua, and Zhong Zhao clasped their fists in acknowledgement and departed. At this juncture, Zhao Hongruan tucked the report into his robe and, accompanied by the remaining 6 Zongwei, exited the side chamber of the Confucius Temple. Heading towards the examination rooms, Zhao Hongruan curiously approached one of the examination rooms and leaned in to glance at the examination paper of a candidate. Noticing something amiss, the candidate looked up, astonished to see Zhao Hongruan, masked and enigmatic, causing him to feel somewhat apprehensive. Observing this, Zhao Hongruan calmly stated, "Continue with your writing. I merely wish to observe the examination questions." Upon hearing this, the candidate relaxed and resumed his rapid writing. The first day's examination is on the 4 books? After a brief glance at the questions, Zhao Hongruan moved on. What are the 4 books? The 4 books, also known as the 8-legged essay, impose the strictest constraints, mandating that all vocabulary and references must be traceable in classic texts or historical records, forbidding any fabrication or descriptions of frivolous matters. The examination question set by the Ministry of Personnel this time is, Confucius said to Yin Yuan, when employed, act, when not employed, conceal. Only you and I possess this disposition. This phrase originates from the Analects in the chapter Shu Er, wherein Confucius speaks to his student Yin Yuan. indicating that when the state utilizes your abilities, you should manifest your talents according to your own principles. When the state does not employ you, you should withdraw your ideas and aspirations. It appears that only you and I possess such cultivation and disposition. In Zhao Hongruan's perspective, this question lacks difficulty. Anyone who can recite Shu air in its entirety would easily grasp its meaning. The challenge lies in how to craft a narrative using the sage's words to expound upon this viewpoint. Confucius said to Yan Yuan, when employed, act. When not employed, conceal. Only you and I possess this disposition. The sage's actions and concealments are appropriately nuanced, awaiting capable individuals to subtly demonstrate them. The sage's conduct is indeed not easily regulated. It begins with Yan Yuan, and thus can be articulated. Therefore, it is particularly stated that one's lifetime experiences may only yield a couple of pathways for others to discern, and it is rare to find one who can avoid exhausting themselves in the process. When one attains a level of self-assurance, they may find themselves solitary without companionship, alone without conversation. Is this not the essence of self-satisfaction? And how fortunate I am to have the opportunity to converse with you. Indeed, the candidate writes well. As Zhao Hongrun ambled along, he intermittently glanced at the examination scripts of the scholars. Some displayed remarkable eloquence, and even Zhao Hongrun found himself humbled by their prowess, for he held no interest in such matters. Conversely, others penned their thoughts in a chaotic manner, mechanically regurgitating the words of sages without a hint of personal insight. What merit was there in claiming to speak for the sages when one merely borrowed their words? Among them, he encountered an eccentric who audaciously translated a sage's saying as, Confucius remarked to Yan Yuan, that which is useful is practical, while that which is not must be concealed. Only those like you and I, who grasp this principle, embody the true spirit of gentlemen in the world. Zhao Hongrun was utterly astounded. What does it mean to say that only those who understand the entirety of this principle are considered gentlemen? Is it truly acceptable to translate so boldly? He watched in disbelief as the eccentric scholar concluded his translation, disregarding any further writing to indulge in wine and chicken, as if celebrating his own achievements. Zhao Hongrun was nearly rendered speechless. Surely, this fellow is merely here for a 3-day jaunt at the examination? The world is indeed full of wonders. Observing the scholar's lavish crimson brocade robe, he shook his head and walked away. In his estimation, the scholar was most likely the offspring of a local dignitary or wealthy merchant, merely visiting the capital. And how could someone of such caliber dare to participate in the examination? I wonder how much he paid for a spot in the provincial examination. Shaking his head, Zhao Hongrun dismissed the eccentric scholar from his mind, indifferent to such individuals, for he was certain this one would not make the list. Besides gauging the level of the examinees, Zhao Hongrun was also discreetly attentive to the issue of examination malpractices. However, from what he observed, there seemed to be no irregularities. It appeared that all the scholars were diligently answering questions and writing their essays. How curious! Could it be that allegations of examination malpractices are mere fabrications? Or is it possible that some officials from the Ministry of Personnel are involved? Zhao Hongrun pondered silently. In his view, examination malpractices could be categorized into two types. One where the examinees cheat independently, and the other where they bribe examiners to collude in deceit. Any malpractice would inevitably fall into one of these two scenarios. Regarding independent cheating, it usually involved clandestine possession of materials. Yet the officials at the Confucius Temple were notoriously strict about this, so it was unlikely any transgressions would go unnoticed. In other words, if malpractice had been rampant in previous examinations, it could only imply the involvement of certain officials from the Ministry of Personnel. Such collusion, to be frank, was difficult to uncover, as it involved numerous parties, from the proctors to the officials at the Confucius Temple, including clerks and attendants, any of whom could be co-conspirators. As long as the parties involved remained silent, it would be challenging to gather evidence. One ought not to underestimate the value of a cotton mattress, for after some manipulation, it could yield several taels of silver. Given that there were over 2,600 scholars, this amounted to nearly 20,000 taels, a considerable sum indeed. It seems the court lacks an oversight institution, such as the Yushur Tai. Relying solely on the Ministry of Personnel for self-regulation is quite laughable. That day, Zhao Hongrun documented his reflections and intended to present them to the emperor in due course. Chapter 45. Interference from the Eastern Palace. The arrival of 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun caused considerable distress for the chief examiner, Luo Wenzhong. How could he not perceive that this prince had come with a purpose? Initially, he even harbored doubts about the emperor's rationale for appointing him as the chief examiner, especially given that he had only recently assumed this role, and the 8th prince, with whom he had a grievance, had been designated as the royal companion examiner shortly thereafter. Could it be that His Majesty is aware of my scheme against the 8th prince? This thought troubled Luo Wenzhong, for his audacity to plot against Zhao Hongrun stemmed from the belief that the prince was overlooked by the emperor. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so boldly. That day, Luo Wenzhong discreetly summoned his household servant, instructing him to cultivate connections with the eunuchs of the purchasing office, hoping to glean some insights. Although the eunuchs of the purchasing office were regarded as low-ranking within the palace and had little opportunity to access confidential matters, for Luo Wenzhong, this was his sole means of obtaining information from within the palace. By dusk, his servant returned with news, and Luo Wenzhong suddenly realized that the position of royal companion examiner had been determined by lot, which did not imply any favoritism from the emperor towards the 8th prince. According to the small eunuch, the emperor had twice exposed the 8th prince's attempts at deceit during the drawing of lots. The absence of favoritism relieved Luo Wenzhong, for he was not one to challenge the emperor. To be blunt, if the emperor wished to have him executed, it would be but a word away. However, the 8th prince remains a difficult figure. Though he had spent some silver, he felt it worthwhile to receive snippets of information from the eunuchs of the purchasing office. After all, they had clearly informed his servant that the 8th prince Zhao Hongrun was not, as rumored, disregarded by the emperor. On the contrary, during the past month, the emperor's treatment of him had been surprisingly lenient, even allowing the rebellious prince to kindle a bonfire in the imperial garden using precious bamboo to roast a golden-scaled fish without reprimand. This widely known incident within the palace struck Luo Wenzhong like a thunderclap. What did this signify? It indicated that the 8th prince Zhao Hongrun was not as insignificant as the rumor suggested. Rather, he enjoyed the emperor's favor. While Luo Wenzhong would not have cared to offend a prince who was genuinely overlooked by the emperor for the sake of preserving his own family standing, the predicament arose when the prince was, in fact, highly regarded by the emperor. To complicate matters further, the 8th prince was not only favored but also cunning and resourceful. In his presence, he had publicly humiliated Luo Wenzhong's son, Luo Rong, leaving him speechless with his sharp wit, and despite his simmering anger, he found no opportunity to retaliate. What to do? Luo Wenzhong sighed as he sat in his quarters. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock at the door surprised Luo Wenzhong. He was merely resting in the guest room of the Confucius Temple. Who could it be? With curiosity, he rose to open the door. Ah, Master Fan? Luo Wenzhong was taken aback to find that it was none other than his colleague and fellow examiner, Master Fan Su, from the Ministry of Personnel. Although they shared the same title of Longzhong, there were distinctions between them. The ministry was divided into 4 divisions: Wenshuan, Caogong, Yinfen, and Jishuan, each with 4 Longzhong, all of equal rank, yet one held the title of Silang, the head of the division. Master Fan Su was the head of the Caogong division. While both were part of the same ministry, they had not interacted much in the past. Are you also here to rest, Master Fan? Luo Wenzhong inquired politely. For although he was the chief examiner, the other held a slightly higher rank, and it was prudent to show a measure of courtesy. Master Fan closed the door behind him and, looking at Luo Wenzhong, said in a lowered voice, I specifically came to seek you out, Master Luo. To find me? Luo Wenzhong was somewhat astonished. Master Fan gestured for him to sit and, lowering his voice, asked, from what I observed today, it seems you have a grievance with the 8th prince? May I inquire as to the cause? Luo Wenzhong fell silent. Even without his disclosure, the 16 examiners present had noticed the tension. Nevertheless, he hesitated to reveal anything, as plotting against the prince was no trivial matter. If discovered, it could lead to significant troubles. Noticing Luo Wenzhong's reluctance to speak, Master Fan feigned concern, saying, after all, he is a prince. Offending him may bring you considerable trouble. Master Luo. Luo Wenzhong furrowed his brow upon hearing those words, raising his head to glance at Fan Su, and solemnly remarked, Lord Fan, your visit here cannot merely be for jesting with me, can it? I wonder what counsel you may offer. Fan Su smiled faintly and lowered his voice, saying, I merely wish to illuminate a path for you, Lord Luo. You are an astute individual, and should comprehend that relying solely on yourself may prove insufficient to withstand the challenges posed by the eighth prince. Have you considered seeking refuge? Seeking refuge? Luo Wenzhong's pupils constricted slightly at this suggestion. Given his prior offense against the eighth prince, Zhao Hongruan, Fan Su's implication that he could provide protection likely pointed toward a certain prince. Has Fan Su already ventured into the realm of succession disputes? Luo Wenzhong exhaled deeply, remaining silent. Historically, any minister embroiled in the conflicts of royal succession faced dire consequences unless they endeavored to assist the prince they supported in ascending the throne, thus elevating themselves alongside him. Therefore, until the political landscape within the court became clearer, prudent individuals would refrain from hastily choosing sides, for a misstep could lead to ruin, leaving no room for a favorable outcome. It was better to forfeit opportunities than to recklessly court danger, a sentiment shared by most courtiers regarding the intricacies of royal succession. Yet, it was undeniable that some sought to align themselves with a new sovereign, aspiring to become loyal retainers. Noticing the rejection evident on Luo Wenzhong's face, Fan Su gently urged, "What concerns you, Lord Luo? Is there anything more pressing than the current predicament?" The phrase current predicament struck a chord with Luo Wenzhong, for indeed, what could be more paramount than addressing the harsh realities imposed by eighth prince Zhao Hongruan? With a clenched jaw, Luo Wenzhong inquired, "Which prince do you refer to?" To his knowledge, aside from Crown Prince Hongli, the voices supporting Prince Yong Hongyu and Prince Yang Hongjing were also significant, making these three the most likely candidates for future sovereignty. If Fan Su were loyal to one of them, Luo Wenzhong felt it was worth the gamble. The Eastern Palace. Fan Su uttered a word that filled Luo Wenzhong with unexpected delight. The Eastern Palace? I did not anticipate it would be the Crown Prince. A look of joy swept across Luo Wenzhong's face. After all, while both Princes Yong and Xiang were commendable choices, they paled in comparison to Crown Prince Hongli, who was the current heir apparent, possessing commendable virtue and talent. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the probability of the Crown Prince ascending the throne was the greatest. Having made up his mind, Luo Wenzhong respectfully bowed to Fan Su. Little did he realize that Fan Su's suggestion to seek the Crown Prince's protection was merely a ruse. For Fan Su had already intended to involve Crown Prince Hongli, especially since 8th Prince Zhao Hongruan had begun scrutinizing their affairs, an unfriendly signal indeed. As for Luo Wenzhong, he was merely an afterthought in this scheme. Securing Luo Wenzhong's allegiance will surely please His Highness the Crown Prince. Fan Su departed with satisfaction. That very night, he discreetly relayed messages to Crown Prince Hongli, informing him of 8th Prince Zhao Hongruan's brazen interference in their Ministry of Personnel's affairs, even mentioning the public humiliation of Luo Wenzhong's son, Luo Ron. Undeniably, upon learning that Fan Su had managed to secure Luo Wenzhong's support, the Crown Prince felt considerable delight. After all, the officials of the Ministry of Personnel were notoriously cautious, reluctant to take sides in succession disputes. Thus, the Crown Prince had to devise ways to win over the lower-ranking officials within the ministry, as their positions, while not high, still wielded influence. Without exceptional circumstances, their aspirations to ascend could only be achieved by aligning with a new power, rather than waiting for their superiors to pass away. The Crown Prince summoned his bodyguard Feng Shu and instructed, "Go to the Confucius Temple and convey a message to the 8th Prince," urging him to respect his boundaries and refrain from meddling in the Ministry of Personnel's matters. Furthermore, subtly remind him of Luo Wenzhong, advising him not to push matters to an extreme, for Luo Wenzhong is ultimately a subject of our Great Wei. Feng Shu furrowed his brow at these words and hesitated, stating, "Your Highness, the 8th Prince is not one to be trifled with. He even dares to confront His Majesty. I believe His Majesty currently holds the 8th Prince in high regard, and offending him over such trivial matters may not be wise. Are you suggesting that I abandon someone I have painstakingly endeavored to win over within the ministry? No. My humble opinion is that the ministry is rife with turmoil, and there are many corrupt individuals. Even if the 8th Prince investigates, it may not lead back to the Crown Prince. However, should you wish to protect Luo Wenzhong while knowing the 8th Prince intends to target him, your intervention may not be prudent. What do you understand?" Crown Prince Hongli retorted, visibly displeased. Luo Wenzhong is an official in the Ministry of Personnel's Examination Division. The chief official, Kai Huan, has always been ambivalent toward me, and I suspect he leans toward the second Prince Hongyu. If I can secure Luo Wenzhong as support, he will help me keep an eye on Kai Huan. Should it turn out that Kai Huan is indeed aligned with the second prince, I can find a way to remove him and elevate Luo Wenzhong to the chief position. At that point, the examination and selection divisions, the two most critical departments in the ministry, will be firmly under my control. As long as I hold these two departments tightly, I need not fear the second prince's attempts to win over other officials within the ministry. Do you understand? Before Feng Shu could offer further counsel, Crown Prince Hongli interrupted. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Just convey my message to the 8th prince. Understood. The following day, Feng Shu visited the Confucius Temple and relayed the Crown Prince's words to 8th Prince Zhao Hongrun, who frowned repeatedly. What does this mean? The Crown Prince wishes to protect Luo Wenzhong? After Feng Shu departed, Zhao Hongrun began pacing within the temporary resting quarters. Is Luo Wenzhong aligned with the Crown Prince's faction? That cannot be. If Luo Wenzhong were truly an ally of the Crown Prince, he would not have resorted to such underhanded tactics to resolve his son's grievances with me. He must have been coerced to act as he did. Is Luo Wenzhong a recent recruit of the Long Emperor's faction? Is there really someone from the Crown Prince's side in the ministry? Zhao Hongrun chuckled to himself as he paced with his hands clasped behind his back. What is amusing, Your Highness? One of the guards asked, puzzled. It was well known that the guards had been apprehensive that their prince might erupt in anger upon hearing the Crown Prince's veiled warning against interference in the ministry's affairs. It appears that the Crown Prince is not having an easy time either, Zhao Hongrun mused. Despite being the Crown Prince, he must lower himself to win over the officials of the ministry for the sake of that position. He is indeed facing considerable hardship. After all, both Prince Yong and Prince Yang were garnering significant support within the court. If the Eastern Palace fails to win over some officials, it is hard to predict what the future holds, the guard replied with a laugh. Indeed, these individuals are living quite difficult lives. Zhao Hongrun remarked with a shake of his head. As for me, I live quite freely. The guards exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile. It was uncertain whether having such a prince was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Your Highness, with the Eastern Palace now intervening, should we still investigate? And what of Luo Wenzhong? One guard inquired, unable to contain himself. Zhao Hongrun shrugged dismissively. What connection do I have with that Crown Prince? Just because he states he will not intervene, does that mean he truly will not? Who does he think he is? But he is the Crown Prince, the guards replied, somewhat bewildered. Still, Your Highness, it is not wise to offend the Crown Prince, Guard Zhu Gui cautiously advised. Zhao Hongrun snorted lightly, offering no further comment. Undeniably, the bond among the imperial brothers is rather tenuous, for these siblings inevitably become fierce rivals in the contest for the throne. Even Zhao Hongrun, who harbors no ambition for usurpation, regards his half-brother, the 9th Prince Hongxian, merely as a brother, while the others are but unfamiliar strangers sharing the same bloodline in his eyes. Oh, now he must also consider the 6th Prince Hongxiao, whose elegance in speech and unpretentious demeanor render him a favorable impression. In urgent situations, he can serve as an invisible benefactor. As for the other elder brothers, Zhao Hongrun would only admit to his lack of familiarity with them. Indeed, take Crown Prince Hongli and Prince Yong Hongyu, for instance. Both are of the same age, now 25, while Zhao Hongrun is merely 14. When Hongli moved to the East Palace to assume his role as Crown Prince, and Hongyu was conferred the title of Prince Yong, Zhao Hongrun was but a child. If Feng Shu, who is associated with the 6th Prince Zhao Hongxiao, conveys his brother's intentions, Zhao Hongrun might consider it. As for the Crown Prince of the East Palace, he would rather not. Thus, Zhao Hongrun dismissed the words of the Crown Prince's attendant, Feng Shu, from his mind and instructed his own attendants to investigate any matters pertaining to the imperial examination. At this point, he is well aware of the considerable chaos within the Ministry of Personnel, yet his role as a mere observer of the examination limits his authority, preventing him from intervening in the affairs of the ministry. However, one thing is certain. He will not overlook the various issues exposed during this examination, nor will he spare any attention for Luo Wenzhong. As for the Crown Prince, if he must offend him, so be it. He is merely an elevated stranger. What vexes Zhao Hongrun is that his attendants, Gao Qua and Zhong Zhao, seem to have been noticed by the ministry personnel during their activities yesterday. Consequently, when he summoned the two to draft a statement with the custodian of the ministry's storeroom, he discovered that the custodian had been reassigned. with no knowledge of his new whereabouts. The newly appointed custodian appeared to be an uninformed newcomer. Has someone in the ministry noticed anything? Upon hearing this disconcerting news, Zhao Hongran furrowed his brow. Although the dilapidated cotton mattresses in the storeroom remain, the absence of human witnesses allows the opposing party to claim that the mattresses have deteriorated due to prolonged exposure to moisture, thus failing to substantiate any allegations of misconduct within the ministry. Never mind. Let us first investigate the matter of examination malpractice. Suppressing his displeasure, Zhao Hongran led his 8 attendants towards the row of examination rooms. Their first destination, naturally, was the examination room of Luo Rong. It must be noted that attendants Shun Yu and El Mu are quite formidable. They have kept watch over Luo Rong for an entire day and night, their unwavering gaze causing Luo Rong to squirm uncomfortably, filled with trepidation. Zhao Hongran found great satisfaction in this. Without hesitation, he assigned Mu Qing and Zhu Hong to continue the watch while he dismissed Shin Yu and El Mu to rest in the side hall of the Confucian temple. For their bloodshot eyes revealed their fatigue, and they were indeed quite intimidating. After sending Shin Yu and El Mu away, Zhao Hongran continued to inspect the examination rooms with the remaining 6 attendants. To his astonishment, he had yet to uncover any trace of examination malpractice. In his eyes, all the scholars within the rooms were diligently answering questions, while the proctors, clerks, and attendants who frequently patrolled appeared to be conducting their duties properly, with no signs of any malpractice evident. Could it be that the rumors of examination malpractice are entirely unfounded? Zhao Hongran privately shook his head. In his view, considering that this issue has historically posed a threat to examinations, it must not be without basis. Thus, the question arises, how do these individuals execute their malpractice? How frustrating. My brother was once a master of examination cheating, aiding countless individuals, and now I cannot even grasp a single lead. Zhao Hongran felt a comical sense of late realization. How do we cheat back then? Writing notes, passing answers, impersonating others? Suddenly, Zhao Hongran recalled that the method for admitting scholars into the examination halls at the Confucian temple involved calling names. A responsible official would call out a scholar's name, and that scholar would enter the examination hall bearing a form of identification akin to an admission ticket. In other words, the possibility of substituting candidates is quite viable. With this thought, Zhao Hongran immediately instructed one of his attendants to request the scholar's household registration details and ages from the ministry. While continuing his inspection, Zhao Hongran noticed a candidate in the room to his right staring intently at him. Zhao Hongran approached discreetly. To his surprise, he found that this candidate seemed to have already completed the examination. He looked up to gauge the time. The second examination of the second day had only just begun. Yet this candidate had finished? Could this be another exceptional scholar? Zhao Hongran cast a glance at the examination questions before this student. Following the 4 books from the previous day, today's examination pertained to the 5 classics: the Book of Songs, the Book of Documents, the Book of Rites, the Book of Changes, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. Each of these classics corresponded to 5 examination papers, from which scholars were typically required to select 2 for their responses. The young scholar before him had chosen the Book of Songs and the Book of Rites. Zhao Hongran held little interest in the Book of Rites, as it is a required reading for most scholars and one of the key texts of Confucian thought. However, he was intrigued by the fact that this scholar had chosen the Book of Songs as his other option. He seems quite confident in poetry. Zhao Hongran couldn't help but smile. After all, poetry, especially that which possesses elegance and depth, requires inspiration. It cannot simply be conjured at a moment's notice. Does he truly believe himself to be a master like Li Tai Bai? Curious, Zhao Hongran leaned closer to observe the poetry being composed by this scholar, and to his astonishment, he was genuinely impressed. In the water, crystal curtains, the pillow of the partridge warms dreams, willow by the river like mist, geese fly beneath the waning moon. The autumn hue of lotus threads is faint, human surpassing the scattered cuts. Twin temples separated by fragrant red, the jade hairpin dances in the wind. The little hills overlap, golden light flickers. The clouds of hair wish to cross the fragrant snow of the cheeks, reluctant to rise and paint the butterfly eyebrows to delay grooming and washing. The mirror reflects flowers before and after the floral visage intertwines. New embroidered silk robes, twin golden partridges, jade stove incense, red wax tears. dimly illuminating the autumn thoughts in the painted hall. Thin green eyebrows, clouded hair, the long night makes the quilt and pillow cold. The parasol tree, rain at the third watch, does not speak of the bitter parting. One leaf, one sound, drips down the empty steps until dawn. Gazing at these three poems, Zhao Hongrun felt a surge of emotion. What talent this fellow possesses! Yet why does it feel so awkward? Why is it all about describing the fragrant chambers of women? Zhao Hongrun examined this scholar closely and found him to be handsome, with a hint of frivolity in his demeanor, resembling a dandy flitting among flowers and moonlight. Indeed, a peculiar talent. It is remarkable that such refined poetry would be chosen. Although he inwardly lamented, Zhao Hongrun nonetheless took note of the scholar's name. Wen Qi. In chapter 47, continuing the candle, Zhao Hongrun regarded the young scholar, who was also gazing back at him, with a hint of surprise. He observed that the other was indeed quite young, perhaps only 16 or 17. It was difficult to fathom that someone of such tender age could shine in the provincial examination and secure a place in the capital's examination. One cannot underestimate the youthful talents of our Great Wei. But why is he looking at me? What are you observing? Zhao Hongrun inquired with curiosity. Yet the scholar named Wen Qi merely smiled and shook his head, his serene demeanor imparting an air of inscrutability that left Zhao Hongrun feeling intrigued. After some contemplation, Zhao Hongrun cautiously inquired, "Are you speculating whether I am the proctor here, or are you questioning my genuine intent to address the issue of examination fraud?" Upon hearing this, Wen Qi appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. "It seems I have guessed correctly," Zhao Hongrun responded with a knowing smile, lowering his voice to ask, "There is no need for you to ponder my identity. It suffices for you to know that I am sincerely intent on tackling the matter of deceit in the examination. What do you think? Do you have any suggestions?" Wen Qi scrutinized Zhao Hongrun for a moment before suddenly pointing to his mouth and then slowly shaking his head. "A mute?" Zhongwei Zhou Pu murmured in astonishment. Just as his words fell, Wen Qi rolled his eyes in silence, gesturing to the table before him and again shaking his head. "I see now. Candidates in the examination hall are prohibited from whispering," Zhao Hongrun realized, for he had been somewhat perplexed earlier, pondering how the local government would assign an examination quota to a mute. The regulations of the Great Wei state clearly stipulated that individuals with physical disabilities were not permitted to hold official positions, likely to preserve the image of the office. Moreover, this student named Wen Qi did not appear to be a scion of a noble family, as his attire suggested a background of modest means rather than affluence. Noticing that the scholar could not speak, Zhao Hongrun chose not to press further, casting a brief glance at him before attempting to depart. However, unexpectedly, Wen Qi, after observing him for a moment, suddenly raised his hand and pointed at a nearby bowl. Zhao Hongrun followed the direction of his gesture and was surprised to discover that it was merely a bowl meant to hold candles. Given that lit candles could melt and potentially cause a fire hazard, every examination room within the Confucius Temple was equipped with such a bowl for candle placement. "Is it the bowl, or are you referring to the candles?" Zhao Hongrun asked, eyeing Wen Qi with suspicion. The latter smiled at him, an expression that seemed to imply he had already hinted at the answer and believed Zhao could deduce it. "The candles, perhaps?" Zhao Hongrun regarded the scholar intently, his expression wavering as he departed. "Your Highness, the officials refused to provide the household registration details of the examination candidates, claiming that your request contravenes regulations and constitutes overreach." Gao Kuo reported, somewhat vexed. "They refused to provide them?" Zhao Hongrun was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the situation. "Who are you referring to?" The examiners he mentioned referred to the 16 examiners composed of officials from the Ministry of Personnel. Is this truly the case? Zhao Hongrun was surprised, as he recalled that after he had made an example of Luo Rong the previous day, those 16 proctors had shown him considerable respect and deference. Shortly thereafter, delivering the financial report regarding the examination expenses he had requested. Yet, merely one day later, their attitude had shifted once again. Could it be due to the prince's influence? Zhao Hongrun pondered, connecting the dots. "Ah, I see now. Have they found a patron?" The surrounding officials exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain if they understood the implications of Zhao Hongrun's statement. "Your Highness, if the Ministry of Personnel refuses to provide us with the candidate's household registration information, how can we investigate? If they refuse to provide it, then so be it," Zhao Hongrun replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. After all, The officials from the Ministry of Personnel were correct. He was merely a prince and had no official capacity within the ministry to demand such records. Should he insist, it would indeed be an overreach, and both the officials and Luo Wenzhong could use that as grounds to counter him, which was hardly worth the trouble. Thus, it appears we must commence our inquiries from the candles hinted at by Wen Qi, Zhao Hongrun directed. Go, Guo. Procure a small booklet and gather the names of those 16 officials from the Ministry of Personnel. Make sure to document them all. The rest of you, continue with the examination. Understood. Gao Kuo replied with a respectful nod. It was on this day that the fabled book of the Eighth Prince, which would instill fear throughout the court and beyond, was first introduced, leaving many in trepidation upon learning their names were inscribed within its pages. In the hours that followed, Zhao Hongrun seemed to forget his weariness as he diligently patrolled the rows of examination rooms, all the while keenly observing the candles and their bowls on each candidate's desk. He gradually noted that the number of candles varied among the candidates, as did the thickness of the wax in the bowls. When the price of white wax was mentioned, Zhao Hongrun felt a surge of frustration. What kind of white wax costs 1 tael per stick? It turned out that the examination officials distributed 3 sticks of white wax to each candidate, which was generally sufficient. However, there was no guarantee that some candidates would not wish to answer questions during the night or suddenly feel inspired to revise their daytime responses. Regardless of the reason, the Ministry of Personnel only supplied 3 sticks of wax, after which additional sticks cost 1 tael each. For instance, if a candidate had ample funds and decided to light 1 stick after another at night, could one fault him for it? After all, he valued this examination and was willing to review his answers repeatedly. What could one say to that? Zhao Hongrun found it difficult to comprehend this system when he spotted a small official carrying a basket filled with white wax sticks not far away. Go, summon him over, he instructed. Yes, Zhong Wei and He Miao nodded and promptly brought the small official to him. Zhao Hongrun curiously selected a stick of white wax from the basket and examined it closely, finding nothing amiss. It was simply an ordinary stick of wax. Could it be that this student named Wen Qi is toying with me? Zhao Hongrun thought, feeling somewhat displeased. He waved the small official away, allowing him to continue his work while he contemplated the young man's actions, increasingly suspicious that Wen Qi might be playing a trick on him. Suddenly, Zhao Hongrun's peripheral vision caught sight of something unusual. It was the second examination room to his left, where he observed that the desk had no candles left. Yet the candidate inside was ignoring the small official selling candles and instead waved him away. Zhao Hongrun stared for a moment, his suspicions growing. He quietly approached, discreetly studying the candidate. The young man wore a garment of silk with a white base and blue trim, his features refined, clearly indicating he hailed from a wealthy family and was not accustomed to hardship. You have run out of candles on your desk. Why not purchase a few more? Zhao Hongrun ventured to ask. The candidate assessed Zhao Hongrun from head to toe, although Zhao's face was masked. The luxurious attire he wore and the 5 armored guards accompanying him unmistakably suggested he was of significant standing. Are you the proctor? The candidate seemed unconcerned with the prohibition against casual conversation within the examination hall, responding to Zhao Hongrun's inquiry. Is this accent local? Are you a scion of a prominent family from this Chun capital, Daliang? Zhao Hongrun pondered briefly before replying, Indeed. But I can also choose to scrutinize you with utmost rigor. Zhong Zhao, Zhu Gui, go fetch a stool, and from this moment on, keep a close watch on this gentleman's every move. Yes. The 2 officials bowed and departed. In that instant, Zhao Hongrun perceived a flicker of panic in the candidate's eyes. What are you doing, Proctor? The young man stammered. I was merely joking with you. There is no need for such anger. This fellow is suspect. The candidate hesitated before speaking. My reasoning was thus. Since it is daytime, purchasing candles seems pointless. It would be better to wait until nightfall. Nightfall? Is there still someone selling candles, then? Zhao Hongrun gazed at the student, intending to inquire further, but suddenly felt it unwise. So he feigned understanding, nodding in acknowledgement. Ah, I see now. Having uttered these words, he hastened a few steps forward, accompanied by his entourage, in pursuit of the previous candle seller, beckoning him to a secluded spot. Will you still be selling candles here after nightfall? The little clerk looked at Zhao Hongrun, bewildered, and shook his head, replying, After nightfall, another group takes over. We are responsible for the daytime, and they for the night. Very well, you may leave. Yes. As the clerk departed, a flicker of suspicion crossed Zhao Hongrun's gaze. If that Wen Qi is not toying with me, The mystery must lie within those candles of the night. How intriguing. I shall take my chances. Chapter 48. The Continuation of Candles, Part 2. Around the hour of you, another group of clerks arrived to sell candles to the candidates. They too carried 2 baskets of white wax, inquiring one by one with the candidates in their respective rooms. Communication required no words. A nod or shake of the head sufficed. The candidate who had been intimidated by Zhao Hongrun during the day seemed to be anticipating this batch of candles. Finally, the clerk approached him, waving the white wax in front of him, seemingly asking if he needed any. The candidate glanced at him and silently gestured. His gesture was rather peculiar. He extended his left index finger while spreading his right hand, seemingly indicating a need for 6 candles. Upon seeing this gesture, the clerk appeared to understand, handing him 1 candle from the left basket and then retrieving 5 candles from the other, placing them sequentially on the examination table. The candidate glanced at the candle taken from the left basket, positioning it to the right of the 5 candles. He then casually selected 1 from the 5, placing it in the bowl, and gestured for the clerk to proceed. Understanding his intent, the clerk retrieved a flame and lit the candle for him. After the clerk left, the candidate resumed his position at the examination table, seemingly engrossed in contemplation. 1 candle could burn for approximately half an hour, and the candidate lit each of the 5 candles consecutively, which took a little over 2 hours. Before long, it was nearing the hour of Z, quite late indeed. Within the Confucius temple, most candidates had curled up on the stone beds, resting atop thin, soiled cotton mats that exuded a faint musty odor. However, some candidates remained awake, including the one in question. At this hour, even the proctors holding torches seldom ventured here, and most nearby students had already settled down. It was at this moment that he finally picked up the last candle, which seemed to harbor some secret. Yet, outwardly, it appeared no different from the previous 5. With a soft snap, the candidate broke the lower half of the candle. The anomaly lay within the interior of the candle's lower half. He listened intently, ensuring the surroundings were quiet, and swiftly extracted a very thin rolled piece of paper from the section where the wick was usually placed, roughly the thickness of a chopstick's tip. Carefully, he unfurled the paper, which expanded into a palm-sized sheet. On it, someone had inscribed an abundance of minuscule characters with a fine brush. Should any other candidates catch a glimpse, they would surely gasp in astonishment. For this paper clearly contained the answers to the day's examination questions. Seeing that no one was paying attention, the candidate quickly transcribed the tiny characters onto his answer sheet, finishing in no time. He then set the paper alight over the candle flame, swiftly placing it in the bowl, and shattered the hollow lower half of the candle, adding it to the bowl as well. The paper quickly burned away, leaving only the soft, pliable candle liquid. He pressed the hardened candle fragments into the thick layer of wax. When the last candle burned out, the flowing wax covered the liquid in the bowl, solidifying into a substantial, opaque white wax block, erasing all evidence. Thus, the candidate lay down on the stone bed, awaiting the examiner's arrival the next morning. A flawless act of deception, seamlessly executed. Little did he know, above him, on the roof of the examination room, a small tile had been removed, and a pair of eyes silently observed his every move. It wasn't until the candidate lay in an uncomfortable position and fell into a deep sleep that those eyes vanished. Shortly thereafter, the owner of those eyes stealthily approached the side hall of the parents' temple and roused the slumbering 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun. Indeed, the owner of those eyes was Wei Jiao, the prince's bodyguard. Accompanying him were several other guards, whose task was to provide cover for Wei Jiao, ostensibly patrolling the area, but in reality ensuring that no one noticed Wei Jiao crouching on the roof. To this end, Wei Jiao had donned dark attire suited for stealth. "Bring me a basin of clean water," Zhao Hongrun yawned as he awoke. Immediately, a guard scooped some water from a nearby bucket into a basin. Zhao Hongrun approached the basin, splashing his face with the icy water, gradually rousing his drowsy eyes. One could not help but marvel at the meticulousness of this cheating method, which left him astounded. From the means of passing the answers to the timing of the deceit and the ultimate destruction of evidence, Zhao Hongrun felt as though he had lived an inconsequential life. He pondered to himself. In his judgment, the act of cheating within the examination venue was not solely the work of that candidate. Among the more than 2,600 candidates, there must have been similar incidents of deception, though he had yet to uncover them. From the method of cheating, Zhao Hongrun deduced that there were likely numerous accomplices involved. Firstly, There had to be individuals responsible for writing the answers, the ones who inscribed the minuscule characters on that paper, and certainly they were not alone. It was only logical. If the cheating candidates wrote the same answers, they would be exposed. Secondly, the clerks selling candles could merely be intermediaries, but they were likely acting under orders from those above them, suggesting that the true orchestrators might be the examiners themselves. What is His Highness contemplating? Guard He Miao inquired curiously. Zhao Hongrun cast him a puzzled glance. What I mean is, since we have caught them red-handed, why not report them? Where's the evidence? Zhao Hongrun retorted. Isn't the evidence, He Miao began, only to realize mid-sentence that the evidence of such cheating was promptly destroyed, rendering it impossible to secure any incriminating evidence. What about those clerks distributing the candles? Guard Zhou Pu smugly interjected. Hearing this, Zhao Hongrun smiled and shook his head. Do you not understand the concept of sacrificing the pawn to protect the king? Even if you apprehend those clerks distributing candles, what then? As long as those officials assert that their subordinates acted independently, even with the clerks' testimonies, it would be unlikely to implicate them. Let's not forget, they have the crown prince backing them. What if we intercept that batch of questionable candles? Guard Shinyu, still groggy from sleep, frowned and asked. That could work, but it lacks sufficient impact. Zhao Hongrun replied. Then a peculiar smile crept across his face as he murmured, If we are to play, let us play grandly. The guards exchanged glances, perplexed by their prince's intentions. As Zhao Hongrun regarded his loyal confidants, he did not hold back his intentions, beckoning the assembled Zonwei to draw closer. He whispered his plans to them, leaving each one of them wide-eyed, their faces revealing a mixture of astonishment and eager excitement. Go and prepare, he commanded. Yes, without delay. The Zonwei dispersed to make the necessary arrangements, while Zhao Hongrun returned to his bed, not out of laziness, but because he needed ample rest to sustain the entirety of his ambitious scheme. He remained in slumber until the sun had climbed high in the sky, awakening leisurely thereafter. The first order of business upon waking was to accompany Tu Zonwei to the examination venue, where he took advantage of the proctor's presence to memorize the questions for the final examination. The last exam consisted of Chun Lu, which involved strategic questioning, broadly categorized into 5 themes: case analysis, construction, public welfare, finance, and music bureau, with each category featuring 2 case studies. Candidates were required to respond to the topics they felt most confident about, with no restrictions on the answers provided. Naturally, the more topics one answered correctly, the broader their choices for official positions in the future. Conversely, answering only one category would severely limit their options to that specific department. Beyond this, no further restrictions existed. Meanwhile, the other Zonwei had prepared ink, brushes, and paper. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hongrun focused on the public welfare category and began to write rapidly on the paper. After a careful review and minor adjustments, he set down his brush. Bring me the mouse hair brush, he instructed. A Zonwei quickly handed over the delicate brush and laid out a series of meticulously cut, palm-sized sheets before him. For several hours, he wrote without pause. It is worth noting that inscribing tiny characters with a mouse hair brush was an exceedingly laborious task. By the end, his right hand was so fatigued it could scarcely be lifted. That will suffice. Upon completing the final copy, he set the brush aside and instructed Zonwei Gaokua and Zhongzhao. You two must take these to the Ministry of Works immediately. Have the artisans there replicate the white wax and conceal these papers within it, ensuring they are ready for me before dusk. Understood. Gaokua and Zhongzhao, fully aware of their master's grand scheme, carefully wrapped the papers in cloth, concealing them within their garments as they quietly departed the Confucius temple. Imagine the spectacle of hundreds of candidates producing identical answer sheets in the examination hall. Zhao Hongrun mused with a malicious grin, shaking out his sore right arm. Chapter 49. The Candle's Continuation, Part 3. Now, let us have an explanation, gentlemen. That evening, on the 3rd day of the examination, Zhao Hongrun and his Zonwei confronted the few clerks responsible for selling white wax. There were only 4 of them. In front of these apprehensive individuals, Zhao Hongrun casually took a piece of white wax from each of their baskets and broke them apart, revealing the hidden mechanism within. The pallor of the clerks' faces betrayed their knowledge of the situation. In a swift motion, the Zonwei moved forward to cover their mouths. After all, Zhao Hongrun had merely drawn the clerks into a secluded corner under various pretenses, and any outcry would arouse suspicion and jeopardize his entire plan. Silence. You should understand that the officials in the examination hall orchestrate this fraud. The penalty for such actions can range from exile to execution. Do not presume that those high-ranking officials who directed you can save you. The four clerks exchanged fearful glances, acutely aware of the consequences they faced. Now, I shall provide you with a way out. Zhao Hongrun instructed one of the Zongwei to produce prepared ink, paper, and an inkstone, speaking softly to the clerks. If you're willing to confess and sign your names, and assist me with one more task, I will not only ensure your safety, but also reward each of you with 100 taels of silver. Consider your families. Why burden them with the consequences of your superior's misdeeds? The clerks looked at one another, realizing they were akin to fish on a chopping block, devoid of options. After a few shared glances, they hesitantly nodded, signing their confessions and pressing their thumbs and forefingers into the ink to mark their names with fingerprints. Excellent. It appears you are all astute individuals. Zhao Hongrun signaled for the Zongwei to dry the confessions, then addressed the clerks. You should be aware of my identity. If I say I can protect you, I can. After you assist me with one more task, I will return these confessions to you along with your silver. However, should any of you betray me, he warned with a chilling tone, this confession is sufficient to ruin your families. The clerks nodded in agreement. One of them, with his head bowed nervously, stammered, We wouldn't dare deceive your highness, but what is it that you wish us to do? Replace the white wax you were using for fraud with this, he instructed, and distribute it to those candidates in need during the examination, just as you did in the previous days. Remember, do not let me down, or you know the consequences. As Zhao Hongrun spoke, several Zongwei holding the confessions intentionally waved them in front of the clerks. The clerks understood. Yes, we understand, they replied, nodding vigorously. What are you waiting for? Go. Yes. Yes. The clerks hastened to exchange the white wax, carrying baskets filled with the specially prepared wax and ordinary wax, returning to the examination rooms as if nothing had occurred, distributing the wax to those who required it. With the damning confessions in Zhao Hongrun's possession, they dared not entertain any other thoughts. As he had persuaded them, the examination fraud was merely the directive of their superiors. They had never intended to commit such acts. Now that the situation had escalated, there was no need for them to take the fall for those above them. The higher-ups took the silver and favors, while they faced ruin. What sense did that make? After about an hour, the four clerks had nearly completed distributing the special wax, with only a few pieces remaining. Zhao Hongrun estimated that the number of candidates engaged in the examination fraud would undoubtedly exceed 100, especially as the strategic questioning on the third day was relatively straightforward. Not every candidate attempting fraud required answers for that day, as the most challenging portion had been on the first day as 4 essays, a detail Zhao Hongrun had yet to grasp. Well done. If this goes smoothly, I will recommend you to another government office, and you will no longer need to fear retaliation from your superiors. I will fulfill my promise by this time tomorrow. Zhao Hongrun's assurance brought joy to the clerks. Yes, yes, they responded cheerfully as they departed. With this, Zhao Hongrun made his way to the examination room of the candidate named Wenqi. At that moment, Wenqi lay on the stone bed, caught between wakefulness and slumber. Zhao Hongrun approached and gently tapped on the table. Upon seeing Zhao Hongrun, Wenqi blinked and noticed Zhao Hongrun nodding in acknowledgement. He paused momentarily, then smiled faintly, shaking his head in amusement. The bond of gentlemen is as light as water. Neither took the matter to heart, and it would be years before they met again. The night passed without incident. Zhao Hongrun retired to his quarters in the side hall of the Confucius Temple, while his Zongwei, apart from two who remained vigilant by his side, wandered aimlessly between the examination rooms. The intention was not to capture those fraudulent candidates, but rather to observe the dynamics of the examination hall. After all, they could not ensure that Zhao Hongrun's plan would unfold smoothly. Zhao Hongrun slumbered deeply, not awakening until the sun had ascended high in the sky the following day. At this time, all the candidates had submitted their final examination papers and were departing the examination hall in groups. Zhao Hongrun made his way directly to the main hall of the Confucius Temple, where the chief examiner, Luo Wenzhong, along with 16 other examiners and several responsible officials, were set to review the examination papers. It was evident that the officials of the Ministry of Personnel no longer harbored the same dread towards the eighth prince. In fact, although they noticed Zhao Hongrun entering the main hall with 10 royal guards, few greeted him, feigning intense concentration on their grading. Zhao Hongrun paid them no mind. instead taking the decor of the main hall. Regarding the examiner's grading process, it is stipulated that candidates' answer sheets, referred to as MJN, cannot be directly marked by the examiners. This rule is in place to prevent fraud, ensuring that examiners cannot identify relatives or recognize students' handwriting or any special marks that might influence their grading. Therefore, upon collection, the answer sheets are transcribed by designated clerks, who create identical copies known as ZHJN, complete with corresponding numbers linked to the original, which are then submitted for evaluation by the 17 examiners. With over 2,600 candidates across 3 examinations, this meant that nearly 8,000 needed to be transcribed, a monumental task for the clerks involved. Indeed, those officials had toiled all day without completing the transcription of the first day's answer sheets. As the sun began to set, both the clerks and examiners, weary from their exhaustive day, finally laid down their pens and prepared to dine at the temple's mess hall. Their fatigue was palpable. Should His Highness also dine? Perhaps he should join us, suggested one royal guard, his face a mask of indignation. Luo Wenzhong sneered dismissively, departing with the officials of the Ministry of Personnel. The guards, incensed by Luo Wenzhong's contemptuous demeanor, exchanged knowing glances, secretly mocking him. Let us see how long your laughter lasts. Zhao Hongrun, unperturbed by Luo Wenzhong's provocation, led his guards to the mess hall for a meal. Given the presence of clerks and officials in the main hall, he felt secure that no mischief would occur at this time. When the fatigue of the night set in, he even brought over 2 chairs to the corner of the main hall and fell into a deep slumber. What is this boy thinking? Luo Wenzhong mused, casting a glance at Zhao Hongrun, who was sound asleep in the corner. To him, it seemed that the 8th prince had not uncovered any wrongdoing within the Ministry of Personnel, yet why did he appear so unconcerned? This puzzled him. The grading of the examination papers continued tirelessly, and by the 4th evening after the examinations concluded, the clerks finally finished transcribing the 3rd set of answer sheets. The royal guards, deprived of sleep for several days, quietly awakened Zhao Hongrun from his slumber in the corner of the main hall. A clerk responsible for transcription wore a look of confusion as he muttered, "Why does this paper seem what is it?" Another clerk turned to look at his colleague, perplexed as he compared 2 students' answer sheets. To their astonishment, they discovered that the 3 answer sheets they held were eerily similar, virtually identical. What has happened? Zhao Hongrun had approached them unannounced, a smile on his face as he observed their bewilderment. Upon receiving the news, the imperial guards swiftly secured the entire Confucius temple, detaining the chief examiner, fellow examiners, and the clerks, officials, and attendants involved in the examination. The 17 examiners were escorted overnight to the gates of the imperial palace. At that moment, the emperor of the Great Wei, Zhao Yuansai, was in the Ningxiang palace of the Empress Shen Shufei. Due to Zhao Hongrun's influence, the empress had risen significantly in the emperor's esteem, yet her frail health meant that the emperor's nightly visits were mostly spent reminiscing about the childhood antics of his sons. The 8th Prince Hongrun and the 9th Prince Hongxian, with little intimacy involved. Nonetheless, the emperor was content with these visits, and today was no exception. However, not long after he had settled into slumber, he was roused softly by the grand eunuch Tong Xian. "Your Majesty, an incident has occurred at the Confucius temple. Speak softly." The startled emperor gestured for silence to Tong Xian, glancing at the sleeping Empress Shen Shufei, adjusting her covers carefully before rising from his bed. Tong Xian had brought the emperor's dragon robe, aware of the empress's delicate health and her tendency to awaken easily during the night. Thus he spoke in hushed tones. "It appears that the 8th prince has summoned the imperial guards to seal off the Confucius temple, as over 100 identical answer sheets were discovered among the candidates' submissions. What a remarkable feat." The emperor's face lit up with satisfaction upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak further, he heard the empress give a soft murmur, indicating she was stirring. Immediately, the emperor signaled to Tong Xian for them to leave the Ningxiang palace quietly. They slipped outside into the courtyard. "That boy has indeed exceeded my expectations. Tong Xian, what are those individuals?" "Oomph." The emperor chuckled softly. To have over 100 identical student answer sheets in one examination is an astonishing act of fraud. How could I not interrogate this matter immediately? Have the imperial guards escort them to the Chuegang Hall and summon the Minister of Personnel and the assistant ministers? Yes. After issuing his orders, the emperor adjusted his dragon robe, inhaled deeply, and donned an expression of righteous indignation as he made his way to Chuegang Hall. By the time he arrived, It was just before the hour of high. The chief examiner, Luo Wenzhong, and his 16 fellow examiners were already kneeling before the dragon table in Shuigong Hall. Nearby, Zhao Hongrun and his 10 royal guards looked on with glee. As the emperor entered the hall, his eyes fell upon the comical mask adorning Zhao Hongruan's face, nearly eliciting laughter from him, which he barely suppressed as he took his seat at the dragon table with a stern countenance. With a resounding thud, the emperor's hand struck the table, akin to a blow to the hearts of the 17 examiners, causing them to shudder in fear. The emperor's voice was dark as he questioned Luo Wenzhong. You are the chief examiner, yet you claim ignorance in the face of over 100 identical answer sheets appearing in this examination. The already pale Luo Wenzhong turned an even whiter shade, kneeling and unable to lift his gaze. This humble minister was unaware. Unaware? You are the chief examiner. How can you not know of this? The emperor's voice thundered, sending tremors through Luo Wenzhong. What of you all? Are you also unaware? He directed his inquiry at the 16 fellow examiners, who remained silent, heads bowed in shame. We are guilty, the 17 examiners spoke in unison, confessing their wrongdoing. The emperor took a deep breath, closing his eyes in contemplation, as if awaiting something. The entire Shuigong Hall fell into a profound silence, where none dared to breathe loudly, except for Zhao Hongrun, who yawned one after another. After a considerable time, a young eunuch hurriedly entered, reporting, Your Majesty. The Minister of Personnel, Hime, Left Deputy Minister Qi Jiang, and Right Deputy Minister Qin Mi seek an audience outside the hall. Admit them, the emperor coldly commanded. The young eunuch bowed and withdrew. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 50s, accompanied by 2 robust officials in their 40s, rushed into the hall. Upon seeing the group of officials kneeling before the dragon table, their expressions revealed a hint of helplessness. Without further ado, they knelt before Luo Wenzhong. We ministers Hime, Qi Jiang, and Can Mi pay our respects to your majesty, they spoke in unison. You may rise, the emperor gestured, allowing the minister of personnel and the 2 deputy ministers to stand. Thank you, your majesty, they responded, straightening up, bowing respectfully, their gazes firmly fixed downward. He Qing, the emperor addressed. Present, Hime replied. You presided over this examination, and I have always placed my trust in you. However, this time, you have greatly disappointed me. I accept my guilt, Hime implored, falling to his knees once more. The emperor gazed at the minister of personnel and stood up, lifting a thick stack of examination papers from the dragon table. He walked slowly to Hime, scattering the papers before him, and stated in a deep voice, Under your supervision, over 100 nearly identical examination papers emerged during a single examination. What do you have to say for yourself? Kneeling on the ground, Hime picked up several sheets and examined them closely. Indeed, he discovered that although the handwriting varied, the content was alarmingly similar, with some being virtually identical. The aged minister of personnel turned slightly, casting a glance at Luo Wenzhong and the other officials behind him, and murmured, I have failed in my duties. I beseech your majesty to punish me. As he finished speaking, the left deputy minister Qi Jiang and right deputy minister Qin Mi also knelt, offering their apologies. Although you 3 did not directly oversee this examination, you nonetheless hold culpability for oversight. I shall reduce your salaries by half for 6 months. Do you have any complaints? Your majesty is benevolent. The 3 ministers quickly expressed their gratitude, recognizing that such a penalty was quite lenient. However, the emperor then turned his gaze toward the 17 examiners, including Luo Wenzhong, and scolded them harshly. As examiners, how could such shocking fraud occur under your watch, bringing ridicule upon the imperial examinations of our Great Wei? What do you have to say for yourselves? Your majesty, spare us. The 17 examiners pleaded, bowing repeatedly in desperation. Oomph. The emperor scoffed, surveying the group of kneeling officials with cold disdain. I do not believe you are unaware of this matter. Perhaps some among you have knowingly broken a law. Tomorrow at court, I shall refer this matter to the Dali Si for thorough investigation. Furthermore, He Qing, he added, I deem the internal affairs of your Ministry of Personnel chaotic. You are to immediately rectify them. As for the re-examination, that shall be handed over to the Ministry of Rights. What do you think? Hime's heart sank as he heard the emperor's words. He cautiously raised his head to glance at the emperor, who was fixated on him. Understanding dawned upon him, and he lowered his head in submission, saying, I shall obey. The examination matters will be transferred to the Ministry of Rights. Zhao Hongrun too, was taken aback, perplexed about whether the examination was only temporarily assigned to the Ministry of Rites or if it would henceforth be under their jurisdiction. That very night, the emperor issued several decrees. First, he established the Yushi, responsible for inspecting officials, patrolling counties, correcting judicial matters, and maintaining court decorum. Second, the Personnel Ministry's examination department would no longer oversee the political evaluations and promotions of officials above the 5th rank in the capital and localities. This duty would now fall to the Yushi. Third, the Personnel Ministry's document selection department would cease to manage the recommendations and appointments of officials above the 5th rank, which would now be jointly decided by the Zhongshu Sheng and the Yushi. Fourth, the examination matters would be entirely transferred to the Ministry of Rites. As for Luo Wenzhong and the other 16 examiners, they were immediately handed over to the Imperial Guards for detention pending investigation. As Zhao Hongrun listened to the successive imperial edicts that seemed to dismantle the personnel ministry, he increasingly felt that something was amiss. This did not strike him as a hasty decision from the emperor. Rather, it appeared to be a meticulously considered plan. What puzzled Zhao Hongrun further was the fact that the emperor did not delve into whether Luo Wenzhong and the other 16 examiners had engaged in bribery or fraud, as if he were merely using this incident to undermine the entire Ministry of Personnel. Could it be? He thought uneasily, and his expression darkened. Just then, the emperor, having simply dealt with the examination fraud, approached him and quietly whispered, "Well done. Yet this battle I have won. Remember, at present, your record stands at 1 victory and 2 defeats." After saying this, he gently patted Zhao Hongruan's shoulder and laughed as he exited the Chue Gong Hall. "Ha ha ha." From the side, the Grand Eunuch Tong Xian glanced at the stunned 8th Prince, Zhao Hongrun, and then at the beaming emperor, as if he could still hear the emperor's murmurs from that day in the Chue Gong Hall. The Ministry of Personnel is far too powerful. With a hint of regret, he cast one last look at Zhao Hongrun before following the laughing emperor. Your Highness, Your Highness." Noticing their master's unusual expression, the palace guards quickly surrounded him, only to find their prince gripping his fists tightly, his youthful face flushed crimson. "Ah!" A piercing scream of frustration echoed throughout the Chue Gong Hall. The emperor, hearing this desperate cry from afar, felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. Such a shout brings me unprecedented delight. Chapter 51. Reflections the following morning. During the court assembly, when the Minister of Personnel voluntarily presented his request to reform the ministry, all the court officials were taken aback. Subsequently, not only did the emperor agree to the elder minister's proposal, but he also significantly weakened the entire Ministry of Personnel, a turn of events that left the court officials in disbelief. The Ministry of Personnel, as the most powerful department among the 6 ministries, had historically controlled the selection, promotion, evaluation, and oversight of officials in Wei, undeniably holding the top position among the ministries. Yet, following the issuance of an imperial decree, the esteemed Ministry of Personnel was thoroughly cast down, reduced to a status on par with the other 5 ministries, losing its unique standing altogether. In contrast, the newly established Yushi has become the hottest topic of interest, for its functions can be seen as directly usurped from the Ministry of Personnel. Additionally, the Ministry of Rites emerged as the second beneficiary of this incident, having acquired the authority to oversee the examinations. It is anticipated that the local examinations conducted in Wei will henceforth be directly managed by the Ministry of Rites, leaving the Ministry of Personnel with no involvement whatsoever. The Ministry of Personnel has suffered a significant blow. The remaining 5 ministers and deputy ministers of the 6 ministries exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Just one day prior, the Ministry of Personnel reigned supreme, wielding authority unmatched by the other 5 ministries. Yet, in the span of a single night, this giant among ministries had not only been toppled, but also ensnared in a quagmire. Indeed, the newly established Yushi primary task will be to collaborate with officials from the Ministry of Personnel to rectify its internal affairs, including reviewing the 17 examiners who are already detained in the Dali Sea. It seems the Ministry of Personnel will not rise again for at least 2 to 3 years. The other 5 ministers and deputy ministers could not help but revel in a sense of schadenfreude. After all, the former position of the Ministry of Personnel was excessively exalted, appearing to overshadow the other 5 ministries, and now this once dominant giant had been dragged into the mire. Even among colleagues, many held a sense of glee at this misfortune. Faced with their seemingly comforting yet probing remarks, Hime, the Minister of Personnel, could only force a smile. The Minister of Personnel, Hime, was acutely aware that the significant cheating during the imperial examinations and the chaotic internal systems of the ministry were merely pretexts for the emperor's intent to diminish the power of the ministry. He even began to suspect that the emperor had initially appointed Luo Wenzhong as the chief proctor of the examinations to exploit the enmity between the 8th prince, Zhao Hongran, and the ministry to uncover the existing frauds and other hidden issues, thereby using these as a pretext to order a reorganization of the ministry and strip it of nearly half its authority, transferring it to the newly established inspectorate. He may have confirmed that the chief examiner, Luo Wenzhong, and his son, Luo Rong, harbored grievances against Zhao Hongran. Otherwise, how could the normally aloof 8th prince take an interest in the examinations and the affairs of the ministry? Understanding this, he may dared not plead for the ministry, for he realized that this failure was not due to Luo Wenzhong or Zhao Hongran, but rather the will of the current Emperor of Wei, who deemed the ministry too powerful. Subsequently, news of over 100 identical answer sheets from the ministry's examinations inevitably spread, causing an uproar among the candidates awaiting results in the capital. Yet, before any protests could arise, the court issued a new decree. The emperor proposed that the Ministry of Rites reopen the examinations. Indeed, it merely called for the Ministry of Rites to resume the examinations without explicitly addressing the handling of the proctor or investigating the fraudulent candidates involved. This left many perplexed. Their confusion stemmed from a lack of understanding of the emperor's intentions. Who could have imagined that he cared little for punitive actions against individuals? What he desired was merely to weaken the ministry as a whole. This disparity in perspective led to a gap in understanding. It was evident that the Emperor of Wei was in remarkably good spirits, which was hard to fathom given the serious fraud case that had emerged in court. And he even appeared particularly jovial. It seems the victor is His Majesty. The 3 ministers of the Central Secretariat exchanged glances, inwardly lamenting their thoughts. The abilities of He Xiangxiu, Lin Yuyang, and Yu Ziki, who had been elevated by the emperor, were undoubtedly unquestionable. In fact, they had sensed something amiss days prior. For instance, the unprecedented promotion of an obscure official to chief proctor of the examinations and the unprecedented consideration of appointing a prince as a proctor, ultimately bestowed upon Zhao Hongran, raised suspicions. Were these seemingly coincidental events truly mere coincidences? Now, they understood that behind it all was the emperor, manipulating through the grievances between Luo Wenzhong and Zhao Hongran, deliberately inciting the prince to interfere in the examinations presided over by the ministry, and afterwards using the ensuing scandals to further weaken the ministry. The current emperor skillfully turned all those involved into pawns for his agenda, including the 8th prince himself. This must be a blow to His Highness. Lin Yuyang and Yu Ziki exchanged glances, ruefully smiling to themselves. While a timely admonition of the 8th prince could be beneficial, this method seemed rather harsh. During the midday meal, the Grand Eunuch Tong Xian reported the latest movements of Zhao Hongran to the emperor. Your Majesty, the 8th prince has left the palace. Where has he gone? The emperor already had an answer in mind, knowing his son had a romantic interest outside the palace. Has he gone to see that Miss Su? The emperor smiled slightly, fully aware that his maneuver would allow his obstinate and proud son to experience defeat. Thus, he had ordered Tong Xian to have the palace eunuchs monitor Zhao Hongruan's movements since last night, lest the proud prince succumb to despair. After all, the last words he had spoken to his son carried significant weight. Convey my edict. The 8th Prince Hongran performed admirably in the examinations, assisting the court in uncovering the fraud, and should be rewarded. Effective immediately, his monthly stipend from Wenzhou Pavilion is restored. Is this a case of a stick followed by a sweet date? Tong Xian chuckled wryly, subtly warning, Your Majesty's goodwill may be misinterpreted as an insult by the 8th prince. However, it was uncertain when that troublesome boy would recover. This blow was surely substantial. Do you know he deliberately taunted him last night? Tong Xian found the situation amusing yet exasperating. Meanwhile, the 8th prince, Zhao Hongran, had indeed arrived at a waterside pavilion for a clandestine meeting with Miss Su from Chui Shaoxian. Her heart brimmed with joy at Zhao Hongruan's visit after several days, as he was the first man in her life, and women often hold a unique affection for their first love, despite the 6-year age difference. Notably, Following the previous incident involving the abduction of their prince, the guards dared not stray far from him this time, accompanying Zhao Hongrun to Cui Shaoxian with 10 guards. This display of protection momentarily astonished Miss Su. Fortunately, she gradually surmised that her little man likely hailed from an illustrious background, and thus did not mind the 10 guards surrounding him. She gave her maid, Lu'er, some silver to prepare a banquet for Zhao Hongruan's guards outside, while inviting him to the inner chamber, where she had also arranged a modest meal. Has the matter you mentioned previously been resolved? After the meal was served, Miss Su graciously filled Zhao Hongruan's cup with wine, noticing he seemed somewhat downcast and dejected. It has been resolved. Zhao Hongrun lay back on the inner chamber's rug, hands behind his head. Just as Miss Su perceived, he indeed felt somewhat low. Undeniably, he had achieved his goal of intervening in the examinations. Luo Rong's prospects were certainly bleak since his father, Luo Wenzhong, had been implicated in the fraud. And even if he were to retake the exam, the officials of the ministry would not allow Luo Rong's name to appear. As for Luo Wenzhong, he was likely to be ousted from his position as a minister, with the best-case scenario seeing him starting anew as a low-ranking official, or worse, being exiled to serve in a remote location. Should misfortune strike, should the inspectorate uncover his direct involvement in the fraud, he might even face the loss of his official status, with the possibility that both father and son could be stripped of their noble titles. Considering all this, the only one yet unscathed by Zhao Hongruan's retribution was Pei Kai, the deputy minister of the Court of Judicial Review. However, Zhao Hongrun suddenly found himself disinterested in pursuing further vengeance against Luo Wenzhong. He had lost, inexplicably yet convincingly, in the third round of the father-son conflict, without any awareness of the battle's commencement or conclusion. Feelings of disappointment and dejection were inevitable, yet beyond these emotions, Zhao Hongrun experienced a peculiar sensation. I wonder what it feels like to manipulate everything from behind the scenes, to control all. Quietly sipping his wine while listening to the melodies played by Miss Su to soothe the spirits, Zhao Hongrun felt a subtle yet distinct stirring within his heart. In the weeks that followed, Zhao Hongrun visited Cui Shaoxian daily, drinking wine and listening to Miss Su's progressively refined melodies, all the while silently contemplating the gains and losses from the recent father-son conflicts. Perhaps out of a desire to comfort his son, the Emperor of Wei not only restored the monthly stipend for Prince Zhao Hongrun at the Wenzhou Pavilion, but also turned a blind eye to his visits to the lively establishments of the realm. Perhaps the Emperor believed that the best remedy for a man facing setbacks was the solace offered by a woman. However, this tacit approval did not advance the relationship between Zhao Hongrun and Miss Su. On the contrary, following their intimate encounter, they became somewhat awkward around each other. Even a fleeting glance could lead to an uncomfortable silence between them. Perhaps neither of them was prepared to transition from confidence to something deeper, especially considering their 6-year age difference, which was a rather significant and undeniable issue. Setting that aside, they interacted quite well, gradually opening their hearts to one another, sharing laughter, and their bond blossomed. However, an unfortunate event occurred on the 28th day of the 4th month in the 16th year of Hongda. Just as Zhao Hongrun was preparing to leave the palace for a secret meeting with Miss Su, he was intercepted by his 6th elder brother, Zhao Hongzhao. Upon seeing the enigmatic smile on his brother's face, Zhao Hongrun felt a sense of foreboding. As expected, the first words from Zhao Hongzhao's lips left him speechless. Hongrun, it seems that several paintings have gone missing from my quarters. What do you think about this? Such a thing has occurred. Zhao Hongrun feigned innocence. To his dismay, Zhao Hongzhao instructed the guard Fei Wei to produce several scrolls, which, upon inspection, turned out to be the very paintings that Zhao Hongrun had secretly sold outside the palace not long ago. Hongrun, do these paintings look familiar to you? The 6th prince asked with an amused expression, after glancing at the scrolls in Fei Wei's hands and then back at the smiling Zhao Hongzhao. Zhao Hongrun quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of surrender, pleading with his elder brother to be lenient. Prince Zhao Hongzhao, however, took no offense at the misdeeds of his 8th brother, understanding that Zhao Hongrun had been enduring hardships since their father had cut his stipend. It was not unreasonable for him to resort to dubious means. Furthermore, Zhao Hongzhao had not come to demand compensation for his losses. Next month, on the 5th day of the 5th month, I plan to host a literary gathering at the Elegant Wind Pavilion for some talented youths from Chengdu and Liang to discuss poetry. Would you grace us with your presence, dear 8th brother? Zhao Hongzhao waved a painting teasingly in front of Zhao Hongrun, eliciting a roll of the eyes from the latter. You seem well prepared, brother, Zhao Hongrun replied with a wry smile. To be honest, he had no interest in his sixth brother's so-called literary gathering, especially on the 5th day of the 5th month. It is known that on that day, Chengdu and Liang would be bustling with activity, climbing heights, dragon boat racing, and hanging lanterns, a day meant for revelry and enjoyment. Zhao Hongrun had initially intended to take Miss Su along for a day of fun. I simply cannot be absent on the 5th day of the 5th month, Zhao Hongrun replied awkwardly. Oh, come now, is that so? Very well then, he surrendered, acknowledging that he could not bear the burden of over 2,000 tales of debt. Zhao Hongzhao, satisfied with this response, handed the painting to the guard beside him, smiling as he said, Very well, I shall await your esteemed presence, eighth brother. Zhao Hongrun rolled his eyes in silence. But brother, according to the traditional arrangements, the emperor will summon us to Wunda Hall on the 5th day of the 5th month, will he not? Indeed. It was customary for the emperor of Wei to host a family banquet at Wunda Hall on that day, inviting all the concubines and princes to dine together. After the meal, the emperor would lead everyone to a high platform to admire the colorful lanterns adorning Chengdu and Liang. In previous years, Zhao Hongrun would merely make a brief appearance before the emperor and then quietly slip away to enjoy his own pursuits, even if he could not leave the palace. This year, however, having acquired a token allowing him free access to the palace, he had planned to show his face before the emperor and his brothers and then sneak out. Yet, with his sixth brother's interference, those plans were evidently dashed. Rest assured, dear brother, my poetry gathering is scheduled for after the lantern viewing. Father has permitted me to invite several talented individuals from the capital to join the banquet. They will sit at my table, and afterward, we shall proceed to the elegant Wind Pavilion for poetry and lantern appreciation, Zhao Hongzhao concluded, his face glowing with enthusiasm. It seems I have no chance of escaping the palace. Zhao Hongrun sighed helplessly. By the way, Zhao Hongzhao's expression shifted as he furrowed his brow. Hongrun, have you crossed paths with the Eastern Palace lately? The Crown Prince? Zhao Hongrun blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Zhao Hongzhao glanced around and lowered his voice. I don't know the specifics, but I do know that the Eastern Palace has presented a complaint to Father, claiming that you have been neglecting your studies in favor of wandering outside the palace, which is unbecoming of a prince. Zhao Hongrun was somewhat taken aback. After all, he had been shuttling between Wan Zhao Pavilion and Yifang Shui Xia, primarily visiting his mother, Shun Shu Fei, and secretly meeting with Miss Su, hardly paying attention to palace affairs. Moreover, the emperor had not reprimanded him for this behavior, so Zhao Hongrun was unaware that the crown prince was nursing grievances against him. As for the crown prince's resentment, Zhao Hongrun was not surprised. After all, the crown prince Hong Li had attempted to gather a group of officials in the Ministry of Personnel, only to find that half of them had been dismissed by the censors during the imperial examinations. This meant that all the effort he had invested in the ministry was in vain, and it was no wonder he felt frustrated. Thus, Zhao Hongrun did not worry that the crown prince could pose any significant threat to him. In his view, the crown prince's anger was merely temporary, as he was not a direct competitor in the struggle for the throne. It was unlikely for matters to escalate to a serious confrontation. In any case, be cautious in the coming days, and do not provide any ammunition for them. After some idle chatter, Zhao Hongzhao took his leave. The 5th day of the 5th month arrived, and Zhao Hongrun rose early. After bathing and dressing in his quarters, he first led his guards to Ningxiang Palace to pay respects to his mother, Shun Shu Fei. Ordinarily, he should have first gone to Wunda Hall, or Chue Gong Hall, to greet his father before visiting his mother. However, Zhao Hongrun was unconcerned. In his view, there were plenty of princes to pay their respects to the emperor, and whether he was present or not made little difference. Yet, at his mother's side, only he and his brother Hong Xian would be visiting. Unfortunately, his preference for his mother over his father earned him a reprimand from Shun Shu Fei. After exchanging only a few words, she dismissed him from Ningxiang Palace, instructing him to proceed to greet the emperor. Unable to defy his gentle yet firm mother, Zhao Hongrun took his guards and headed to Chue Gong Hall. Regrettably, the spirited palace maiden still dared not approach Zhao Hongrun, the unwed prince, and could only steal glances from a distance before hastily retreating in groups. As he walked, Zhao Hongrun suddenly spotted a figure standing in the palace corridor ahead. Clad in splendid attire with hands clasped behind his back, The figure was smiling as he watched Zhao Hongrun approach. What brings the Prince of Yong here? Even though Zhao Hongrun had no prior acquaintance with the man, he felt compelled to step forward and pay his respects. Hongrun, I see you. He greeted the Prince of Yong. To his surprise, the man seized Zhao Hongrun's arm just as he was about to perform a deep bow, grinning as he said, "It is not the second prince, but rather the Prince of Yong, is it not?" Indeed, this person was Zhao Hongrun's second elder brother, Prince Yong Hongyu. To speak candidly, he had little to no interaction with his second imperial brother throughout the year, exchanging scarcely a few words. However, observing the warmth in the second imperial brother's demeanor toward Zhao Hongrun, it was evident that he was uncharacteristically enthusiastic, leaving Zhao Hongrun feeling somewhat flattered and bewildered. We are, after all, brothers, sharing the same bloodline. Why should we allow a mere title, Wang Yong, to distance the bond of brotherhood between us? Remarked Wang Yong Hongyu with a smile. Zhao Hongrun cast a perplexed glance at this second imperial brother, unable to fathom his intentions. It is worth noting that Wang Yong Hongyu was not to be compared with the sixth Prince Hong Zhao, for he was a formidable contender in the fierce competition for the throne. Zhao Hongrun had no desire to entangle himself too deeply with him, lest he be drawn into the turbulent waters of imperial rivalry. Yet, the courteous treatment from this second imperial brother made it difficult for him to leave. Thus he accompanied him to the Chue Gong Palace. When did the second imperial brother enter the palace? Why did you not pay respects to father and concubine Shi? Zhao Hongrun inquired, knowing that concubine Shi, who had a long-standing discord with Empress Wang, was the mother of this second imperial brother. I was waiting for you. Wang Yong Hongyu replied with a smile. Waiting for me? Zhao Hongrun asked, puzzled. What business could the second imperial brother have with me? At that moment, a glint of mischief flickered in Wang Yong Hongyu's eyes as he whispered, we shall discuss this shortly. Just as Zhao Hongrun was about to inquire further, he heard a soft cough from behind, courtesy of the guard Shenyu. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze and caught sight of the crown Prince Hong Li, surrounded by a throng of people casting a cold stare in their direction, specifically directed at Wang Yong Hongyu, standing beside Zhao Hongrun. How fortuitous, Zhao Hongrun thought to himself, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Chapter 53. The Crown Prince and the Wang Yong. Part 2. This was the treachery within the established rules, commonly referred to as wearing small shoes. Your Highness, Wang Yu, Hongrun, pays his respects to the Crown Prince. Zhao Hongrun and Wang Yong Hongyu approached Crown Prince Hong Li and performed a deep bow. It was apparent that the relationship between the Crown Prince and Wang Yong Hongyu had reached a point of extreme tension as competitors for the throne. While Wang Yong displayed an inscrutable expression, the Crown Prince's gaze towards him was markedly frosty. Oh, a peculiar smile graced the Crown Prince's face as he remarked, Yet I have heard that you have been frequenting the Ministry of Revenue quite diligently. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere grew tense, prompting Zhao Hongrun to glance at Wang Yong Hongyu. Is the second imperial brother's objective the Ministry of Revenue? Zhao Hongrun thought, finding it unsurprising. After all, among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Personnel held the most distinguished position, overseeing the recommendation, appointment, promotion, and demotion of officials in the Great Wei. Following the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Revenue was indeed of utmost importance, controlling the financial inflow and outflow of the entire state. Thus, it was not unexpected for the ambitious Wang Yong Hongyu to devise plans regarding the Ministry of Revenue. A brief silence ensued before Wang Yong Hongyu's light laughter shattered the tension. Your Highness has misunderstood. It is merely that last year's local taxes have been submitted to the ministry. I heard that the officials there have been quite busy these days, and I thought perhaps I could lend a hand, considering the Great Wei is the ancestral foundation of the Ji and Zhao clans. As a prince, it is only right that I contribute in some small way. Despite the grandiloquent defense, Wang Yong Hongyu's delivery lended an air of credibility. At the very least, the Crown Prince could find no fault, only begrudgingly responding. Even so, your visits to the ministry are somewhat inappropriate. It would be wise to refrain from frequenting the ministry in the future to avoid any accusations of overstepping your bounds. Wang Yong Hongyu smiled and replied, Yes. Your Highness's guidance is duly noted. It was at this moment that the Crown Prince turned his attention to Zhao Hongrun. It was evident that the Crown Prince harbored some resentment towards Zhao Hongrun, especially since, over half a month ago, during the civil service examination overseen by the Ministry of Personnel, The crown prince had clearly signaled to his younger brother to refrain from interfering in the ministry's affairs. Yet, Zhao Hongrun had entirely disregarded his admonition, proceeding with the investigation. Now, the results of the examination had revealed a significant cheating scandal, with over 100 identical scripts discovered, leading to the imprisonment of 17 examiners, including the chief examiner Luo Wenzhong. Even now, the newly appointed censor was still investigating the matter. The newly appointed official of the Ministry of Personnel, Luo Wenzhong, could not escape the charge of dereliction of duty, as he was the chief examiner. The shocking scandal at the examination hall would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. The punishment for Luo Wenzhong had already been issued, demoting him to the status of a lowly clerk, a fate that aligned with Zhao Hongruan's previous expectations. His son, Luo Rong, also faced repercussions, being removed from consideration for re-examination due to his father's misconduct, wasting 3 years of his life. However, the most critical issue was the fate of Fan Su, the director of the Ministry of Personnel's Examination Division, who had been aligned with the Crown Prince. Under the strict scrutiny of the censor, Fan Su faced multiple serious charges, including bribery and examination fraud. It was likely that he would be exiled to the frontier as a prisoner. With Fan Su's departure, who would broker relations with the officials of the Ministry of Personnel on behalf of the Crown Prince? Would the Crown Prince himself have to intervene? The very thought filled Crown Prince Hong Li with frustration. At this juncture, the Crown Prince found himself regretting his decisions. Had he known it would come to this, he might have heeded the advice of his guard Feng Shu and abandoned Luo Wenzhong. Had he chosen to forego Luo Wenzhong and signaled Fan Su to cooperate with the thorough investigation, the scandal in the examination hall could have been averted. Yet, regret aside, the Crown Prince's resentment towards his 8th brother remained unabated, particularly since Zhao Hongrun had exposed the cheating scandal despite the Crown Prince's explicit warning. Hongrun, I have heard that you were punished in the ancestral palace last month. What transgression could have warranted such a punishment? The Crown Prince inquired coolly. In truth, the matter had been shrouded in secrecy, with the Emperor deliberately suppressing the details. Thus, only the knowledge that Zhao Hongrun had been detained for 7 days in the ancestral palace was known, without any understanding of the circumstances. Although Zhao Hongrun had been wronged, the Crown Prince's inquiry felt like a fresh wound. Why does your Highness inquire about this? Zhao Hongrun questioned, his expression darkening. After all, they were not alone. The Crown Prince was flanked by a multitude of East Palace scholars, instructors, and attendants, along with a few young eunuchs. While the elder brother had the duty to guide his younger siblings, it was customary to do so privately. The Crown Prince's public reprimand felt like a display of indignation, a culmination of past grievances against Zhao Hongrun. Zhao Hongruan's expression soured, but just then, Wang Yonghongyu discreetly tugged at his sleeve, then turned to Crown Prince Hong Li with a cheerful demeanor. Your Highness speaks truly, but I believe my brother will indeed make some changes. Right, Hongrun? Furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at Prince Yong. Hongyu, his expression cold and noncommittal. The Crown Prince, Hong Li, feeling increasingly displeased, snorted softly and proceeded with a large entourage directly towards the Chue Gong Hall. As he observed the departing figures of this group with an emotionless gaze, Zhao Hongrun waved his hand to break free from the grip of Prince Yong, who had been discreetly tugging at his sleeve, and said with irritation, Your Highness, such actions are rather unbecoming. Upon hearing this jest, Zhao Hongruan's expression darkened further. Just as he was about to erupt, he was taken aback when Prince Yong, Hongyu, actually clasped his hands together in salute, apologizing. Very well, I have indeed overstepped as an elder brother, and I owe you an apology. Surprised that this second royal brother would deign to apologize, Zhao Hongruan's demeanor softened somewhat. Did your Highness wait for me just now for that incident? Coincidence? This seemed far too coincidental. However, Zhao Hongrun, analyzing the situation in his mind, rationalized that it was implausible for Prince Yong to have calculated his arrival alongside the Crown Prince's appearance, considering he had not originally intended to visit the Chue Gong Hall to pay his respects to their father. Even if Prince Yong had anticipated his arrival, could he also have predicted the Crown Prince's timing? The odds were too slim. Yet, if this were merely a coincidence, it was indeed too fortuitous, casting doubt on the notion that it was orchestrated by Prince Yong. Listening to Prince Yong's unremarkable remarks, Zhao Hongrun felt a slight shiver at the back of his neck, sensing an uncanny stroke of luck. At that moment, Prince Yong's self-deprecating sigh caught him off guard. standing with his hands clasped behind him in the corridor. Prince Yong sighed deeply. Zhao Hongrun glanced up at this second royal brother. He had heard of this matter. According to palace gossip, although the crown prince, Hongli, and Prince Yong, Hongyu, were born of different mothers, Empress Wang and Consort Shu respectively, they were brothers born on the same day, albeit not at the same hour. Hongli came into the world just moments earlier, becoming the crown prince, while Hongyu was born slightly later, relegated to the status of an ordinary prince. Their fateful connection had been entwined since the day of their birth. Among the many princes in the court of Wei, the tale of the crown prince Hongli and Prince Yong Hongyu was the most legendary. Once, their mothers, Wang and Shi, were said to have been summoned to the palace at the same time. It was even rumored that Wang and Shi were once close sisters-in-law, united in their efforts to resist the pressures from the other concubines in the palace, supporting each other until they ascended from inconsequential beauties to esteemed concubines. During this time, the emperor of Wei lavished equal affection upon both. Rumors suggested that the births of the two princes were separated by no more than half an hour. Yet, this seemingly insignificant half-hour difference resulted in a stark disparity in their status. Hongli, born first, ascended to the throne as the crown prince, while his mother, Wang, gained the title of empress, ruling over all, whereas Hongyu, having been born a moment later, lost the privilege of being the crown prince and the eldest royal son. Even 25 years later, the situation remained unchanged and tensions only escalated. To be fair, Zhao Hongrun had no desire to be entangled in their affairs. Yet the reality proved that sometimes, even when one does not seek trouble, it comes looking for them. However, given the current situation, Zhao Hongrun was unwilling to pursue the matter further, especially since Prince Yong had already taken the initiative to apologize. Continuing to press the issue would only reflect poorly on him. Did the second royal brother aspire to be emperor? This simple exchange caused the guards trailing behind Zhao Hongrun, including Shunyu, to instinctively shrink their necks in astonishment. They were shocked that Prince Yong had openly expressed his ambition for the throne within the palace. In contrast, the 10 guards following Prince Yong remained remarkably composed, their expressions unchanged throughout. Did he just admit it outright? Not only were Shunyu and the others taken aback, but Zhao Hongrun also displayed a hint of disbelief. While many princes harbored ambitions for the throne, Zhao Hongrun had never heard anyone boldly acknowledge it within the palace walls. Zhao Hongrun seemed surprised. Prince Yong halted his steps and glanced at Zhao Hongrun, smiling as he remarked, "Do you not think, Hongrun, that I am better suited than he to become the ruler of Wei?" "Oh, so you refer to the crown prince as he?" Zhao Hongrun thought to himself, but kept his face neutral, inquiring with a smirk, "It seems my second royal brother is quite confident." Not confidence, but composure. Correcting Zhao Hongrun's phrasing, Prince Yong's eyes flickered with an elusive complexity as he replied coolly, "I know him far too well. Perhaps he knows me fairly well, but I understand him far more thoroughly." "Very well," Zhao Hongrun responded dismissively. Prince Yong was hardly perturbed by Zhao Hongrun's indifference. Suddenly, he turned and asked, "Hongrun, have you heard Kai Huan? Who is he?" Prince Yong smiled mysteriously. "He is the director of the Ministry of Personnel's Literary Selection Department, one of the 17 examiners you had a hand in ruining. The Eastern Palace has been trying to win him over, yet he is loyal to me." Zhao Hongrun instinctively halted, his expression shifting as he regarded Prince Yong. As if sensing his thoughts, Prince Yong assured him, "Do not worry. I am not like the Eastern Palace. I can discern priorities. I will do my utmost to rescue Kai Huan, but given his past misdeeds alongside Fan Su, I cannot guarantee his release from the Dali Temple's prison and restoration to his position. Nevertheless, I will not hold this against you, for I am clear about my priorities." Zhao Hongrun gazed deeply at Prince Yong. "Are you attempting to win me over?" Indeed. Ever since that day in the Wonder Hall, I have been keeping an eye on you. I believe you are not as foolish as you present yourself. Otherwise, how could our father and the sixth brother regard you with such favor?" Zhao Hongrun replied with a faint smile, "I am grateful for your misguided affection, but I am not at all interested in the struggles among the royal brothers." "Oh, I thought you would lend me a helping hand. On what basis?" Observing the earnest expression on his second royal brother's face, Zhao Hongrun found amusement in the situation. Prince Yong, looking at Zhao Hongrun with sincerity, declared, "Because I am more suited to be the emperor of Wei, and I possess the confidence to make Wei prosper." "And what does that have to do with me?" Prince Yong chuckled, narrowing his eyes as he softly stated, the more prosperous the way becomes. The more stable your future as a leisurely prince will be, will it not? Zhao Hongrun felt a jolt of surprise at those words and glanced up at Prince Yong. The situation regarding the Ministry of Personnel's examination demonstrated that the Eastern Palace was not the most benevolent choice for brothers. In this regard, his brother was far more reliable. As he spoke, Prince Yong patted Zhao Hongrun on the shoulder and leaned closer, whispering, "Think it over. Our time is limited." With that, Prince Yong nodded to Shun Yu and the other guards, then led his 10 guards away first. "Your Highness," Shun Yu and the guards gathered around. After a long pause, Zhao Hongrun quietly instructed, "Shun Yu, investigate the background of the second royal brother." The background of the second royal brother, not Prince Yong? Shun Yu was momentarily taken aback before realizing that his master had evidently been swayed. Indeed, Zhao Hongrun had been influenced, at least to some extent. After all, it was a promise from Prince Yong, albeit merely verbal, and who could say what the future might hold? Yet at this moment, it was undeniably an enticing promise. Of course, this did not imply that Zhao Hongrun would align himself with Prince Yong. He first needed to investigate how this second royal brother conducted himself and whether he had engaged in any self-serving actions in order to evaluate his character. Nevertheless, between the Crown Prince Hongli and Prince Yong Hongyu, Zhao Hongrun had subtly begun to lean towards the latter. Will this displease Prince Yong? The guard Mu Qing hesitantly asked. Zhao Hongrun shook his head and said, "Go ahead and investigate openly and honestly. The second imperial brother will not only refrain from obstructing you, but will also cooperate with you, unless his character is not as honorable as he claims." Shun Yu departed with several royal guards, while Zhao Hongrun led Mu Qing, Lu Mu, and others towards the Chue Gong Palace. By the time he arrived at Chue Gong Palace, the other princes had already gathered, and they all bowed deeply to the emperor in a show of filial respect. Throughout the year, during such occasions, the emperor of Wei treated all the princes equally, offering words of encouragement to each one. However, Zhao Hongrun couldn't shake the feeling that the emperor's encouragement towards him was laced with malice. Phrases like "keep up the good work" and "persevere in the face of setbacks" seemed to mock his current record of 1 victory and 2 defeats, causing Zhao Hongrun to grit his teeth in frustration. After this, the princes dispersed to pay their respects to their respective mothers in the inner palace. Zhao Hongrun and his brother Hongxian also left Chue Gong Palace, heading towards Ningxiang Palace. At that moment, Consort Shun had already finished her grooming in the palace and was waiting for her 2 sons. It must be noted that in previous years, due to her lack of favor, Consort Shun's life had been rather difficult, hesitating to spend silver on new garments from the Shandong Bureau, choosing instead to save it for her 2 sons. However, now that her status in the emperor's heart had gradually risen, she no longer needed to spend extra silver, as the emperor would call upon the Shandong Bureau to tailor new clothes for her, considering the paltry number of garments in her palace compared to those of the other consorts. Today, adorned in her newly crafted attire and with a touch of rouge on her slightly pale cheeks, she appeared much more spirited and exuded an added charm. After issuing a few instructions to the maidservants of Ningxiang Palace, Consort Shun, accompanied by her personal maid Xiao Dao and her 2 sons Hongrun and Hongxian, proceeded towards Wendy Hall. The emperor's family banquet on the Duanyang Festival was traditionally held in the front hall of Wendy Hall, scheduled for the time of Wei. However, the princes and consorts typically arrived slightly earlier, around the 2nd or 3rd watch, to avoid being late and facing accusations of disrespecting the established decorum. It should be noted that not all consorts were deemed worthy or willing to attend such a banquet. Some less favored consorts were not even notified by the inner attendants, such as the current consort Chun, who was practically in the same predicament as being cast into the cold palace. Others, who had not borne any children for the emperor, wisely chose to refrain from attending to avoid feeling inadequate amidst others' offspring. Therefore, in simple terms, the so-called family banquet on Duanyang Festival primarily gathered the emperor's children, along with their mothers, the princes and princesses. While it was not forbidden for childless consorts to attend, they often opted out, citing illness as an excuse, to spare themselves the discomfort of watching others' children. As it was a family banquet, the seating arrangement differed somewhat from regular feasts. The emperor's seat was placed closer to the center, directly opposite the entrance of the hall, with the Empress Wang's seat beside him. Behind the emperor, a series of tables were arranged in a fan shape for the consorts. Opposite the emperor's seat, 9 tables were set up in a semicircle for the 9 princes, with the crown prince's seat at the center, while the other princes were arranged on either side in order. behind these 9 princes' seats. Additional tables were also arranged in a fan shape for the prince's royal guards, companions, and trusted aides, with each prince typically having 3 to 4 spots, potentially occupied by the likes of Shun Yu and Lu Mu. The princesses' seats were located on either side, adjacent to the consort seating, clearly indicating that the status of princesses in the palace could not compare to that of princes. Behind the seats of the princes, there were also several additional seats arranged on either side, specifically for scholars invited by the emperor, as well as those accompanying the crown prince. After all, the family banquet was not merely a meal. The emperor would also assess the talents of his offspring. Therefore, for those princes who aspired to please the emperor or vie for the throne, the family banquet was essentially a battlefield. As the hour approached, the chief eunuch Tong Xian entered the hall, announcing the emperor's arrival with a sharp voice. The consorts, princes, and princesses who had already gathered in Wendy Hall, under the guidance of Empress Wang, all bowed in greeting to the emperor. "Everyone, please rise." The emperor of Wei, Zhao Yuanxi, waved his hand with a smile as he walked towards his seat, signaling for everyone to take their seats. However, according to protocol, everyone was only permitted to sit after the emperor had settled in. Once the emperor took his place, facing the princes in the front hall, the consorts, princes, and princesses finally sat down. In all honesty, Zhao Hongrun did not relish attending such family banquets. In his view, the attendees should consist of close relatives, such as Consort Shun, the 9th Prince Hong Xian, and perhaps even Miss Su, while the emperor could come or go as he pleased. However, the banquet before him was filled with too many strangers, lacking the familial atmosphere that he cherished. Notably, Consort Shun and the 9th Prince Hong Xian, the 2 most important family members in Zhao Hongruin's heart, were seated far from him. Consort Shun's place was among the consorts behind the emperor, while the 9th prince was positioned on the opposite side of the prince's table, making it impossible for Zhao Hongrun to exchange a few words with his brother. Instead, the royal guard accompanying him, Wei Jiao, Gao Kua, and Zhou Pu, were visibly excited. How could they not be? This was a family banquet set by the emperor of Wei, an opportunity coveted by many influential figures in the capital who would dream of attending but found themselves without the chance. At such times, they couldn't help but silently rejoice in their status as royal guards, for their connection to the princes allowed them to participate in such events, although the spots were limited and required a lottery for selection. After the emperor took his seat and shared a few heartfelt remarks, expressing hopes for harmony within the family, Zhao Hongrun finally grasped the meaning behind Prince Yong Wang Hongyu's words. Time is short. It turned out that the crown prince's consort, Li, was leading a 6 or 7-year-old child to pay respects to the emperor. The little one even performed a poem in front of everyone, his youthful voice ringing out and eliciting hearty laughter from the emperor, who was visibly delighted. "How old is Yonglu now?" Zhao Hongrun quietly inquired of the 6th Prince Zhao Hongzhao, sitting to his left. The Yonglu he referred to was the little boy beside the emperor at that moment, the child of Crown Prince Hongli, and thus Zhao Hongruin's nephew. Given that Wei placed great importance on legitimate heirs, it was customary for crown princes to have offspring before reaching maturity to ensure the continuity of the royal lineage, while other princes did not face such stringent requirements. 7 years old means he will be 8 this year and can enter the palace for studies, Zhao Hongrun mused to himself. In the palace, princes and grandsons who reach the age of 8 are regarded as small adults, as the chances of early demise decrease significantly at this age, allowing for the cultivation of their talents and the assignment of young royal guards. Both Zhao Hongrun and the other princes had followed this path. In other words, once his little nephew reached 8 years old and officially entered palace studies, those princes, like Yong Wang Hongyu, who harbored ambitions for the throne, would face even greater pressure. By then, their rivals would not only include Crown Prince Hongli, but also the Crown Prince's eldest son, the royal grandson Yonglu. Due to uncertainties regarding whether the emperor would favor the Crown Prince Yonglu, the prospects for Wang Yi and others indeed seem bleak. As the Crown Prince gradually gains the emperor's attention, their days are likely to grow increasingly difficult. Observing the emperor joyfully embracing Crown Prince Yonglu and inviting him to share a seat, only the Crown Prince Hongli maintains a genuine smile, while the expressions of the other 4 princes vying for the throne appear somewhat forced. At this moment, under the discreet signal of the Grand Eunuch Tong Xian, the young eunuchs from the imperial kitchen began to serve the dishes. It is undeniable that Zhao Hongruin's interest in the delectable dishes far surpasses his curiosity about the princes. In his eyes, today's so-called family banquet is merely an opportunity to indulge in a feast. During the meal, the emperor initiated conversation with his sons. Although ancient customs dictate that one should not speak while eating, this principle implies refraining from talking while chewing, rather than forbidding conversation altogether during meals. On the contrary, engaging in dialogue during meals has always been a cherished tradition, especially for families that seldom gather together. If a family struggles to find conversation even at the dinner table, it suggests a lack of communication at other times as well. At this moment, Zhao Hongrun is wholly focused on devouring meat, fish, and pig trotters, only occasionally exchanging hushed words with his sixth brother, Zhao Hongzhao, showing little inclination to participate in the emperor's games. The so-called emperor's game consists of riddles devised by 3 ministers from the Zhongshu province, which Tong Xian reads aloud during the banquet, inviting the princes and princesses to guess. Correct answers yield delightful little rewards. For the princes, these are jade ornaments and pendants, while the princesses receive jade bracelets and hairpins. It is simply a light-hearted game to enliven the atmosphere. However, the princes and princesses demonstrate considerable enthusiasm for it. Perhaps the princesses are particularly fond of the exquisitely crafted jade pieces. Yet for the ambitious princes eyeing the throne, their primary concern lies in gaining favor in front of their father. Counting the participants, it seems only Zhao Hongrun remains preoccupied with his meal, appearing out of sync with the others in the hall. Since the riddles are designed to be simple and considerate of the relatively weaker literary skills of the princesses, the 3 ministers' riddles are generally straightforward, with only an occasional, slightly challenging one. For instance, on the left, 1,000 is insufficient. On the right, 10,000 is excessive. Almost as soon as Tong Xian finishes reading, Zhao Hongrun deduces the answer in his mind. The 6th prince, Hong Zhao, correctly guesses the first riddle. Upon answering correctly, he receives a small jade ornament from a young eunuch and resumes drinking without further participation in the guessing game. After all, one cannot monopolize all the answers. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongrun is disinterested in even attempting a single riddle, as he recognizes that the small rewards are palace-made trinkets, unsuitable for sale. Thus, he finds little purpose in obtaining them. The riddles continue, and in a spirit of camaraderie, the other princes and princesses enjoy a bountiful harvest. Garnering small rewards and praise from the emperor, their faces illuminated with joy. Only Zhao Hongrun remains aloof, unlike Zhao Hongzhao, who smiles while sipping wine, a clear indication of his willingness to yield to his elder brothers and sisters. He solely focuses on his food, exhibiting no interest in the riddles. Observing this, the emperor feels both amused and slightly displeased, as he understands that these simple riddles pose no challenge to the remarkably intelligent 8th prince, Zhao Hongrun. However, the latter's total disregard for the game leaves the emperor feeling somewhat slighted. Hongrun, why do you not participate? The emperor gestures for Tong Xian to pause the riddles and inquires of Zhao Hongrun. Upon hearing this, many concubines, princes, and princesses instinctively turn their gazes toward him. It is noteworthy that in past years, Zhao Hongrun has often been at a place like this, yet the emperor has never inquired before. Today, however, the emperor's inquiry signifies a growing regard for this prince. Hongrun, you should give it a try. Don't be a spoilsport, the 6th prince, Zhao Hongzhao, discreetly urges his younger brother, understanding that the riddles pose no difficulty for either of them. However, he worries that his younger brother's eccentric nature might provoke an unexpected response. Tong Xian, catching on, smiles, and presents the next riddle. Please remain silent while standing aside. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Hongrun quickly provided the answer. Jing. What a swift response. Many in the hall are taken aback, even Zhao Hongzhao displaying surprise, as Zhao Hongrun's speed of deduction rivals his own, showcasing his keen intellect. Congratulations, 8th prince. Tong Xian repeats the customary phrase, signaling a young eunuch to present Zhao Hongrun with an exquisite jade hook. Zhao Hongrun examines the jade hook, noting its superb quality, then discreetly instructs the young eunuch, go exchange this for a bracelet. The young eunuch, perplexed by the 8th prince's request, hesitates but promptly complies, returning with a bracelet for Zhao Hongrun. Is this for concubine Shun? Zhao Hongzhao inquires curiously. Ah, yes, Zhao Hongrun replies, momentarily taken aback, feeling slightly embarrassed as he had initially thought of the young lady Su, with whom he shares a closer bond, not his mother. Zhao Hongzhao observes his brother's reaction with confusion, but chooses not to dwell on it. The emperor, pleased by his son's perceptiveness, refrains from further criticism, though it is evident that some have taken note of the emperor's earlier inquiry regarding Zhao Hongrun. For instance, Crown Prince Hongli finds himself displeased by this turn of events, unable to swallow the situation. Chapter 56 countermeasures. The riddle game soon concluded, with the 9 princes each answering one correctly before yielding the opportunity to the princesses. Given the simplicity of the riddles, answering too many would appear gluttonous and invite scorn from others. Rather than risk this, they graciously allow the princesses to partake, demonstrating their magnanimity. After all, even the talented Zhao Hongzhao has withdrawn. How could the other princes continue to monopolize the riddles without appearing pretentious? Not even they believe themselves to be more talented than Zhao Hongzhao. Thanks to the prince's generosity, the princesses returned with an abundance of rewards, including jade bracelets and hairpins. However, one princess, like the princes, answered only one riddle before ceasing participation. It's her. Zhao Hongrun glances at the princess with a slightly peculiar expression. Noticing his gaze, the princess turns her eyes toward him in curiosity. In response, Zhao Hongrun hurriedly lowers his head, feigning interest in his drink. Meanwhile, the 6th prince, Zhao Hongzhao, coughs softly and signals Zhao Hongrun with his eyes. What is it? Zhao Hongrun gazed at his 6th brother with a hint of confusion, only to notice the latter subtly gesturing for him to look towards the center. Upon turning his gaze, Zhao Hongrun furrowed his brows as he discovered Crown Prince Hongli of the Eastern Palace chastising him before the emperor. Thus, the Crown Prince felt it his duty to educate his younger brother. He expressed a desire for their father to send the 8th brother to study in the Eastern Palace, where the esteemed instructors would undoubtedly enhance the 8th brother's abilities under their guidance. Although he did not hear the entire conversation, the emperor did. With a slight frown, the emperor observed Zhao Hongrun's gaze shift towards Crown Prince Hongli and inquired, Hongrun, your elder brother claims you have recently become increasingly unruly, incurring the family's disfavor. He wishes to have you study in the Eastern Palace, tutored by the esteemed scholars there. What say you? At this, Zhao Hongrun could not help but frown. Is this some sort of trick? He thought. He cast a blank expression towards Crown Prince Hongli, realizing that even without the 6th brother, Zhao Hongzhao's subtle headshake, he understood that outright rejection would be detrimental to him. After all, Crown Prince Hongli's eloquent argument about being the firstborn, yet failing to guide his younger brother, feeling remorse for it, was compelling. If Zhao Hongrun stubbornly refused the Crown Prince's goodwill, he would be tacitly accepting his own ignorance. However, acquiescing would mean relinquishing the freedom he currently enjoyed outside the palace. Regardless of the Crown Prince's motives for summoning him to study, he would no longer experience such liberty. Thus it was decided. Seeing Zhao Hongrun's sullen silence, the emperor made the decision on his behalf. Thank you, father. I shall certainly guide Hongrun well, Crown Prince Hongli responded, satisfied as he took his seat. To his right, Prince Hongyu cast a sidelong glance at Crown Prince Hongli, his expression notably grave. Undoubtedly, the Crown Prince intended to use this situation as a warning. You wish to win over our 8th brother? I shall bring him to my palace's academy, serving both as a warning and an opportunity to draw him closer. Regardless, I shall not grant you your wish. This was the message conveyed through Crown Prince Hongli's gaze towards Prince Hongyu. Yet, Prince Hongyu found himself powerless against this maneuver, for the Crown Prince's rhetoric was indeed persuasive, leaving him without a counterargument. Unfortunately for Zhao Hongrun, he became a victim in the silent struggle between the Crown Prince and Prince Hongyu. His countenance grew increasingly grim. If he had previously leaned slightly towards Prince Hongyu, he was now filled with animosity towards Crown Prince Hongli, who stood as an obstacle to his freedom. It was worth noting that Zhao Hongrun had even dared to oppose his father for the sake of his liberty. Thus, with the Crown Prince's cunning rhetoric hindering his enjoyment of freedom, Crown Prince Hongli had become his adversary. As Zhao Hongrun sipped his fruit wine with an icy demeanor, the emperor discreetly shook his head, surveying the expressions of Crown Prince Hongli and Prince Hongyu. The Crown Prince has miscalculated, the emperor sighed inwardly. However, subsequent events would prove that he had underestimated his 8th son. The family banquet continued, as if the Crown Prince's confrontation with Zhao Hongrun had never transpired. After several rounds of wine, it was time for the princes to present their recent accomplishments to the emperor. First, the highly anticipated 6th prince, Zhao Hongzhao, recited a poem he had prepared for the Dragon Boat Festival feast, his eloquent verses captivating the audience, earning him repeated praises from the emperor. The other princes, though lacking his brilliance, also recited a few poems to contribute to the festivity, while Zhao Hongruan's youngest brother, Hong Xian, recited a heartfelt piece, receiving accolades from the emperor as well. Throughout this, Zhao Hongruan maintained a stoic expression, clearly troubled. Finally, it came time for the crown prince's grand performance. Rising, he proclaimed, "Father, in recent days, I, along with the esteemed scholars of the Eastern Palace, have compiled a new book based on the teachings of our illustrious ancestors. I present it for your perusal." This declaration caused a stir in the hall. Compiling a new book? This was an endeavor to establish a legacy. It is known that Confucianism speaks of the three establishments, which are establishing virtue, establishing achievements, and establishing words. In simpler terms, it refers to behavior, accomplishments, and scholarship, with establishing words wielding the greatest influence in contemporary society. Even if Crown Prince Hongli had taken advantage of the wisdom of the Eastern Palace's scholars to compile this book, should it be released to the world, his reputation would soar to new heights. The expressions of the other princes, who harbored ambitions for the throne, darkened, particularly that of Prince Hongyu. He actually compiled the book? Prince Hongyu clenched his fists instinctively. If the emperor endorsed the crown prince's book and showcased it to his ministers, it would quickly become a prevailing trend in the realm, solidifying the crown prince's status beyond their reach. The other princes looked apprehensively at the Eastern Palace's scholars as they respectfully presented the newly compiled book before the emperor. The emperor reflected with a sense of resignation. To be fair, he did not consider Crown Prince Hongli particularly talented among his sons, yet he could not deny the presence of wise advisors in the Eastern Palace. With this book completed, the crown prince's position would become increasingly secure. The emperor signaled to the grand eunuch Tong Xian, and the hall fell silent, save for Tong Xian's sharp voice reading the crown prince's newly authored book, in contrast to the hushed praises from the concubines and noble officials. Prince Hongyu and the others listened intently, hoping to find a flaw within the text, for this would be their only chance for a counterattack. Unfortunately, since the crown prince had the confidence to present this book, he was assured that his brothers would find no faults within. It is over. Prince Hongyu and Prince Hongjing felt utterly defeated, as their disarray rendered them incapable of identifying any flaws in the work. At that moment, an unexpected voice broke through the silence. "Wait!" Tong Xian's reading abruptly halted, and he looked in confusion toward the source of the interruption. Zhao Hongruan's seat. "Why do you interrupt?" "Hongrun?" The emperor frowned, having been attentively listening himself. After all, beyond the competition among the princes, the accomplishment of his son compiling a book was a source of pride for the emperor. Before the gathered audience, Zhao Hongrun rose from his seat and walked slowly to Tong Xian, retrieving the book from his hands amidst puzzled gazes. He flipped through the pages with remarkable speed, as if reading 10 lines at once, taking in each page in mere moments. After a brief interval, he tossed the book back to Tong Xian. Disdain etched across his face as he remarked, "No wonder it sounds so familiar. It turns out the crown prince has simply found an old book to falsely claim as his own. How audacious! Hongrun, do not speak recklessly." Crown Prince Hongli shouted, incensed, for they had painstakingly compiled the wisdom of their ancestors into this new book. The emperor raised his hand, interrupting Crown Prince Hongli, and asked Zhao Hongrun, "You assert that this book is not the crown prince's original work?" "Indeed, this book was authored by an anonymous writer. Although I may be unruly, I have had the chance to see it," Zhao Hongrun replied. The emperor gazed deeply at Zhao Hongrun and asked calmly, "What evidence do you have?" Zhao Hongrun cast a scornful glance at the furious crown prince and retorted, "Please, father, provide me with paper and brush, and I shall transcribe it from memory." The emperor raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Bring forth paper and brush." Tong Xian immediately commanded the setting up of a new table at the emperor's desk, adorned with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Not wasting a moment, Zhao Hongrun knelt and sat on the mat, taking up the brush to silently transcribe what he referred to as an ancient book authored by an unknown figure. As he wrote, the grand eunuch Tong Xian compared it with a manuscript compiled anew by the crown Prince Hongli, and a look of profound shock gradually spread across his face. "What is it?" the emperor inquired softly. Tong Xian glanced at Zhao Hongrun, who was diligently writing and with great difficulty swallowed before stating, "Not a single word is amiss to this day." "What?" The emperor was immediately taken aback, rising to stand behind Zhao Hongrun, his eyes widening as he observed his son transcribing the entire book. After what felt like a considerable half-hour, Zhao Hongrun completed the last character and casually tossed aside the brush. At that moment, even the emperor was left speechless. For the entirety of Zhao Hongrun's transcription matched the newly compiled book by Crown Prince Hong Li, word for word. Zhao Hongrun, hands clasped behind his back, regarded the astonished crown prince with a faint, cold smile. Such an act of usurping the legacy of our ancestors is truly shameful. It appears the scholars in the East Palace are unworthy to be my instructors. The Grand Window Hall fell into a profound silence. Chapter 57, Talent Beyond Measure. This child possesses the extraordinary ability to memorize and recite with such finesse. He did not believe that Crown Prince Hong Li had the audacity to claim the ancestral writings as his own, falsely presenting them as a new creation. Undoubtedly, this was indeed a collaborative effort of Crown Prince Hong Li and the scholars of the East Palace. In other words, the eighth son, Zhao Hongrun, memorized this book in an astonishingly brief period and subsequently transcribed it in its entirety, accusing Crown Prince Hong Li of stealing the ancestral works. Although he was fully aware of the truth, the emperor had no intention of showing favoritism. I underestimated this scoundrel. I thought he would have to wait a while to counter the crown prince. Casting a discreet glance at Zhao Hongrun, the emperor felt a twinge of regret for Crown Prince Hong Li. He lamented that this eldest son failed to recognize the remarkable talent hidden beneath his brother's ostentation, thereby unwittingly establishing a formidable adversary, along with destroying the opportunity for a decisive statement. This is what is called intricate scheming leading to a missed opportunity. Crown Prince, how do you explain this? The emperor inquired with a calm demeanor. Indicating the manuscript in his hand, he reiterated, your eighth brother Hongrun has presented evidence, claiming that your so-called new book is, in fact, pilfered from the works of an unnamed ancestor. What is your explanation? Before the crown prince could respond, Zhang Shi, the crown prince's tutor seated nearby, abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Your Majesty, that is impossible. It is indeed a new work compiled with the assistance of us, the crown prince's advisors. Such extraordinary talent is unlikely to be found throughout the realm. It must be that the eighth prince memorized the crown prince's new book. Zhang, she pointed at Zhao Hongrun, urgently defending, just now. Your Majesty also witnessed that the eighth prince first perused the crown prince's new book before claiming it was authored by an unknown figure. It must be so. Zhao Hongrun scoffed, disdainfully replying, Sir, do not claim that I did not afford you the opportunity. In the same amount of time, memorize it for me to see. The complexion of Zhang, she shifted between green and white. It is worth noting that Zhao Hongrun had only skimmed the Crown Prince Hong Li's new book for less than the time it takes to consume a cup of tea. Under normal circumstances, memorizing an entire book in such a brief period, and doing so with perfect accuracy, is utterly implausible. However, there remained no alternative explanation. For the new book was indeed compiled by their scholars assisting Crown Prince Hong Li, with every page, line, word, and sentence meticulously considered. It was no theft of ancestral works. It is not surprising that you cannot achieve this, for such feats are beyond anyone's grasp. Zhao Hongrun turned to face the emperor, cupping his hands in salute. The matter is abundantly clear. It is the crown prince who has appropriated the ancestral works as his own. I have not. At this moment, Crown Prince Hong Li seemed to awaken, glaring at Zhao Hongrun with resentment, and respectfully addressed the emperor. Father, please see clearly. This is indeed a new work by your son and the various scholars of the East Palace. I am aware, but the consequences you have sown, I cannot assist you with. With that, the emperor signaled for Tong Xian to present both the crown prince's new book and Zhao Hongrun's transcription to Crown Prince Hong Li. Examine it, and I hope you come to understand the kind of adversary you are currently facing. The emperor silently observed the crown prince. As the crown prince anxiously received the documents and meticulously compared them, his complexion gradually paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This act is indeed treasonous. Prince Yong Hongyu, watching from the side, maliciously added fuel to the fire. Despite maintaining a placid expression, Prince Yong was inwardly amused. This was truly delightful. Both Prince Yong and Prince Xiong silently rejoiced, chuckling at the remarkable talent hidden beneath the seemingly unruly demeanor of Zhao Hongrun. He could not fathom how the new book, painstakingly compiled by him and the scholars of the East Palace, had been transformed into the ancestral works of an unknown figure. He had considered the possibility that Zhao Hongrun could memorize the entire book, yet this hypothesis was simply too shocking to accept. It seemed utterly impossible. If you cannot provide an explanation, then take your seat, the emperor kindly advised. Is this to speak on behalf of the crown prince? Does this scoundrel possess such benevolence? The emperor was somewhat astonished by Zhao Hongruan's defense, but after a moment, he recognized he had not misjudged the character of this scoundrel. Perhaps the crown prince was merely deceived by the scholars of the East Palace. The crown prince believed that it was possible the scholars had pilfered the ancestral works and misled him, and such individuals should not hold the position of advisors in the East Palace. Good heavens! Is this to dismantle all the loyal confidants and attendants around the East Palace? The emperor narrowed his eyes, shocked by the ruthless retaliation of his eighth son. Enough! Ultimately, this scoundrel has prevailed. With this thought, the emperor solemnly stated, "What you say is indeed correct. Hongli, I shall select a day to assist you in choosing advisors for the East Palace. Your Majesty." Crown Princes tutor Zhengxi and several other East Palace scholars hastily knelt. Yet upon seeing the emperor's indifferent gaze, they found themselves unable to utter their pleas. The meaning conveyed by the emperor's calm expression was clear. You have lost. Admirable. Truly admirable. He had initially thought that the eighth prince intended to cease hostilities and grant the crown prince a favor. Had that been the case, Prince Yang's evaluation of Zhao Hongrun would have certainly diminished, having already offended the crown prince and thwarted his grand endeavor. How could he expect the crown prince to spare him due to a few words of kindness? But unexpectedly, Zhao Hongrun not only absolved the crown prince of treason, but also dealt a heavy blow to the East Palace's advisors, effectively expelling those attendants and scholars serving the crown prince. In Prince Yang's view, this was a remarkably astute move. After all, the crown prince was the eldest son and heir apparent, unlikely to be dethroned over such trifles. Rather than striking him down, it was wiser to cast the blame upon the East Palace's advisors, dismantling the intellectual support surrounding the crown prince. This was akin to cutting off the source of power. This is truly a gratifying turn of events. Casting a glance at the day's crown prince, Prince Yonghong, you secretly chuckled. The grand ambitions of the crown prince ultimately devolved into a farcical spectacle due to the deliberate sabotage by Zhao Hongrun. It appears that a few princes have finally come to the realization that their notoriously mischievous eighth brother is likely far more complex than he outwardly presents. For instance, Prince Hongyu has grown increasingly eager to win Zhao Hongrun's favor. Hongrun, have you truly memorized a book? To which Zhao Hongrun vehemently denied. How could the sixth brother say such a thing? I have indeed seen that book. Do you think foolish older brother would believe you? Yes. Guess again. Zhao Hongrun rolled his eyes. The family banquet continued until just before the hour of Su, when the emperor finally led the concubines, princes, and princesses to the high pavilion to admire the colorful lanterns adorning the streets of the city. One by one, the princes and princesses bid farewell to the emperor, as this time was rightly reserved for him and his beloved consorts. Naturally, the crown prince and the married princes were not included, as they had little time to spend with the emperor in the palace and needed to seize every opportunity to win his favor in their quest for the throne. During this time, the sixth prince, Zhao Hongzhao, subtly hinted to Zhao Hongrun, later at Yafing Pavilion. Watching his sixth brother quietly depart, Zhao Hongrun sighed helplessly, for he had already promised to attend a poetry gathering at Yafing Pavilion, despite his utter disinterest. After exchanging pleasantries with his younger brother, Hong Xian, and instructing him to look after their mother, concubine Shun, Zhao Hongrun discreetly left, knowing that his sixth brother was preparing for something at Yafing Pavilion. Zhao Hongrun took his time and wandered through the palace with Wei Jiao, Gao Qua, and Zhou Pu. As they strolled, Zhao Hongrun passed by a courtyard and caught a glimpse of a white figure sitting on a large, oval stone by the pond, lost in thought as she gazed into the water. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the white figure was his half-sister, a princess who had often left him feeling quite troubled upon waking in the mornings. Is it her? What's she doing here? After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Hongrun found himself drawn to her. Chapter 58. Princess Yulong, she is truly beautiful. Zhao Hongrun quietly stood behind Princess Yulong, observing her from a distance of about 10 feet. Yulong was the title bestowed upon this princess, while her true name remained unknown even to Zhao Hongrun. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Princess Yulong held a unique and troubling place in his heart. The courtyard was serene. The beauty was tranquil. Zhao Hongruan's heart gradually settled into a state of calm. An aura of serene tranquility enveloped him, bringing a refreshing sense of peace. After standing for a considerable time, he felt reluctant to disrupt the harmonious atmosphere, yet turning to leave felt unsatisfactory. After much internal struggle, Zhao Hongrun let out a soft cough, as if sensing his presence. Princess Yulong turned her head, her exquisitely beautiful face displaying a hint of confusion as she gazed at Zhao Hongrun, staring at the delicate visage that had frequented his dreams. Zhao Hongrun felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness, his heartbeat quickening. Hello. This was his first time greeting her, despite both residing within the confines of the palace. The look of confusion on Princess Yulong's face deepened. It was hard to imagine that the normally unrestrained Zhao Hongrun, who exuded a mature demeanor in the presence of Su Gu, now felt a wave of awkwardness, his face growing uncharacteristically warm. I am Hongrun. He stammered in introduction. Perhaps noticing Zhao Hongruan's discomfort, Princess Yulong smiled gently, her red lips parting as she softly replied, I know. You are the notoriously mischievous Prince, Hongrun. Zhao Hongrun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he gazed at Princess Yulong's sweet smile, feeling for the first time at a loss for words. Do you need something from me? She inquired softly. Zhao Hongrun scratched his forehead awkwardly, replying hesitantly, I just happened to pass by and saw my sister sitting here, so I came over to say hello. Oh. Princess Yulong displayed a relieved expression. Seizing the moment, Zhao Hongrun took a few steps closer and curiously asked, Sister, why are you sitting here alone? A sudden realization struck him as he remembered that Princess Yulong's mother, Xiao Shumyuan, had passed away many years prior, leaving her to dwell alone in the desolate Yuqiong pavilion, largely forgotten. Indeed, in the imperial court of Wei, princesses held far lesser status than princes, especially those like Princess Yulong who had lost their maternal support. They were akin to drifting weeds. Sister, you seem quite lonely, Zhao Hongrun remarked, settling himself beside her on the oval stone. Princess Yulong looked at him with wide eyes, astonished that this brother, with whom she had no past interaction, would express such familiarity. Noticing her surprise, Zhao Hongrun immediately regretted his earlier inclination to draw close, quickly asking, do you mind if I sit here too? Princess Yulong smiled softly, shifting aside slightly to make room, tilting her head to observe him, clearly accommodating him. Zhao Hongrun discreetly mimicked her seated position on the stone, though his heart raced uncontrollably. Gazing into her eyes, which radiated an unguarded warmth, Zhao Hongrun felt a profound sense of guilt. Yes, Princess Yulong trusted him because he was her half-brother, allowing him this closeness, but his desire to approach her was far from innocent. In truth, this very sister was his first love, a troubling and complicated affection, yet utterly uncontrollable. When did it all begin? With his hands supporting him on the stone, Zhao Hongrun gazed up at the star-studded night sky, memories of the first time he noticed his sister flooding his mind. Ah, the treacherous stirrings of adolescence. He silently chuckled bitterly. Perhaps it was from that moment on that he began to develop these troublesome feelings for her. It was undeniable that Princess Yulong met Zhao Hongruan's criteria for a partner. Gentle and serene, with lustrous black hair. Alas, she was his half-sister. Sighing once more, he could not help but feel the weight of his predicament. Meanwhile, Princess Yulong regarded her oddly behaving brother with confusion. To her, it seemed he had come to engage her in conversation, yet he sat there sighing deeply, as if the burdens weighing on him surpassed her own. The eighth prince appears to be quite troubled, she noted, emphasizing the disparity in status between princes and princesses. Just call me Hongrun, sister. Everyone has their worries. Princess Yulong hesitated before tentatively addressing him by name. Does Hongrun have worries too? A prince as talented as you. Talented? Zhao Hongrun replied with a wry smile. I am, after all, the most notoriously mischievous prince. Who would have thought he would claim to have authored a work of his ancestors? He fibbed without a hint of shame. Is that so? Yet I cannot help but feel that you have indeed memorized that book and recited it word for word, thereby ensnaring the crown prince. Princess Yulong remarked with a playful blink. I possess no such ability, Zhao Hongrun adamantly denied. Noticing his refusal to confess, Princess Yulong simply sighed, her face revealing a hint of envy and melancholy. What troubles you, sister? Zhao Hongrun keenly observed the fleeting sadness on her face. Princess Yulong shook her head. It is evident that Despite the bond of siblinghood, she does not extend her trust to Zhao Hongrun without reservations. This sentiment mirrors the way Zhao Hongrun once regarded the other princes, save for his brother Hongxian. This sense of emotional distance inevitably leaves Zhao Hongrun feeling somewhat uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, he sincerely remarked, "If the elder sister has any concerns weighing on her mind, feel free to share them with me. Perhaps voicing them will provide some relief." Princess Yulong, taken aback, cast a glance at Zhao Hongrun and smiled. There is no real trouble, merely a sense of restlessness. Restlessness? More akin to loneliness, perhaps. Princess Yulong chose to disregard Zhao Hongrun's interjection and gazed thoughtfully at the darkened pond, saying, "Your exploits have become the talk of the entire court. At times, I find myself envious of you, envying your freedom within the palace, be it in the Hall of Supreme Harmony where Father Emperor conducts state affairs, or within the harem. There is no place you hesitate to explore, for Father Emperor is particularly indulgent towards you." Indulgent? Zhao Hongrun vehemently denied such a notion. Is that not the case? Princess Yulong turned her gaze towards him, her smile tinged with bitterness. "You are not a daughter, and do not reside within the inner chambers year-round, save for exceptional circumstances when you are prohibited from leaving. In such a scenario, how could you possibly perceive Father's indulgence towards you? You are a prince, and even among princes, you are rather exceptional. At merely 14 years of age, you are already free to traverse the palace and witness the world beyond its walls. Were the people like outside the palace? Once you reach 15 and formally leave the inner chambers to assume a title, you shall see." At this juncture, Princess Yulong's face radiated with envy. "But elder sister, you are but a year away from your own departure from the inner chambers." Zhao Hongrun recalled that this Princess Yulong was merely a year his senior. She gazed deeply at him, her beautiful eyes betraying no emotion, and calmly stated, "Do you truly comprehend what it means for a princess to leave the inner chambers?" Zhao Hongrun opened his mouth, but quickly closed it, realizing the gravity of her words. Indeed, for a prince, leaving the inner chambers signifies the embrace of freedom, while for a princess, it heralds the sacrifice of her autonomy, either to wed into foreign lands or to marry the offspring of powerful ministers, a mere political alliance. At that moment, still seated upon the stone, Zhao Hongrun grasped her delicate wrist. "Do you wish to leave the palace? Today is the Duanwu festival, and the city's festivities far exceed those of ordinary days." Princess Yulong's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Zhao Hongrun. "If you desire it, I shall whisk you away from the palace," he promised softly, observing her astonished countenance. Chapter 59, Princess Yulong, Part 2, Leave the Palace? Upon witnessing Zhao Hongrun's earnest expression, Princess Yulong felt a flutter in her heart. Yet, contemplating the potential consequences if their escapade were to be discovered, hesitation crept across her face. After all, she was merely a princess. Though perceived as noble by outsiders, in reality, she was but a pawn in high-stakes marriages, her status far inferior to that of princes like Zhao Hongrun. Moreover, she was not a favored princess. What would happen if their actions were to be exposed? The thought of the repercussions caused her to falter. However, Zhao Hongrun's grip on her wrist remained unyielding. "Elder sister, which do you believe to be more regrettable, to lament a deed already done, or to mourn a desire unfulfilled?" Princess Yulong was momentarily swayed, though her expression still showed signs of struggle. Observing this, Zhao Hongrun felt compelled to persuade her, convinced that the long confinement within the palace had truly stifled her spirit, and prolonged isolation could lead to melancholy. Under Zhao Hongrun's gentle coaxing, Princess Yulong ultimately succumbed to her yearning for the world beyond the palace walls, nodding ever so slightly. To maintain discretion, Zhao Hongrun instructed the guards to provide cover, employing various excuses to discreetly escort away the guard stationed outside the One Zhao Pavilion, and temporarily dismiss the young eunuchs within. Change into this. Zhao Hongrun led Princess Yulong into the One Zhao Pavilion, retrieving one of his garments from the wardrobe in the inner quarters for her to don. As she held the male attire in her hands, a faint blush colored her cheeks. To her, even though the clothing belonged to her half-brother, wearing it next to her skin felt exceedingly embarrassing. Fortunately, Zhao Hongrun astutely noticed her bashful expression and, suppressing an awkward gulp, reassured her, "Do not worry, elder sister. Although these garments are mine, they have never been worn. There is no need for concern. I am not repulsed by it." I understand. Now go and change. Are you ready? If the attire Princess Yulong had previously worn exuded an air of pure elegance, then now, clad in Zhao Hongruan's garments, she resembled a dashing young gentleman, albeit with an air of delicate beauty still lingering in her demeanor, her mannerisms leaning towards those of a lady. How do I look? Princess Yulong twirled before Zhao Hongruan, a mix of excitement and shyness evident in her inquiry. Rather effeminate, he replied. It's acceptable, Zhao Hongruan affirmed, giving her a thumbs up while also reminding her elder sister. Observe me. Princess Yulong gazed at him in confusion, only to witness Zhao Hongruan's smile fade. With a flourish of his sleeves, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode purposefully before her. He then raised his right hand, adjusting the cuffs with a flourish, while his left hand remained poised behind his back, executing several gestures that scanned the surroundings. Princess Yulong, being perceptive, quickly realized that her younger brother was instructing her on the demeanor and presence befitting a young man. She mimicked his movements, but regrettably, her imitation lacked the essence, revealing her true identity as a woman beneath the facade. Is this not sufficient? Seeing Zhao Hongruan shake his head in disapproval, Princess Yulong felt a twinge of disappointment, having thought she had executed it quite well. When we pass through the palace gates, elder sister, do your utmost to avoid revealing any telltale signs. After issuing his instructions, Zhao Hongruan summoned his guards, all 10 of whom had already donned the attire of commoners. Learning from the prior experience of Luo Rong, this time, Shun Yu and the other guards chose to disguise themselves as affluent young gentlemen's attendants, each clad in resplendent garments adorned with silver thread, exuding an imposing presence. As Princess Yulong would pose as Zhao Hongruan's guard when leaving the palace, the 10 guards engaged in a game of chance to determine who would remain at Wenjiao Pavilion. The unfortunate individual drawn found himself regretting his name. At this moment, the guards outside the Wenjiao Pavilion had been temporarily dispatched. Thus Zhao Hongruan felt no apprehension. He took Princess Yulong by the hand and stepped outside the pavilion, heading directly towards the palace gates. Upon reaching the gates, which were firmly shut, the commander of the palace guards, aware of Zhao Hongruan's formidable reputation and the favor he enjoyed from the emperor, approached with several guards. Your Highness, the 8th Prince, Commander Jinju knelt, clasping his fists together, and paid his respects with a warrior's bow. Please rise, Commander Jin. Zhao Hongruan gestured for him to stand. After rising, Commander Jin cast a cursory glance at Zhao Hongruan and the familiar faces of his guards, not delving into details, and quietly inquired, Does your Highness intend to leave the palace? He was aware that Zhao Hongruan possessed a token granting him free passage in and out of the palace. Yes, I would appreciate it if you could open the palace gates for me. Commander Jin hesitated, a look of dilemma crossing his face. However, the gates have already been secured for the evening. After some consideration, Commander Jin acknowledged the validity of Zhao Hongruan's request, but added, Nevertheless, Your Highness, I must report this matter afterwards, as it is my duty. I would not hold that against you. Zhao Hongruan gestured towards his guard, Lu Mu. Understanding the cue, Lu Mu stepped forward to engage Commander Jin in casual conversation, discreetly slipping him several silver ingots, a small token of appreciation for you and your brothers, to enjoy a drink after your shift. Thank you. Jinju would not dare to accept the money from others. But the prince's generous reward posed no issue at all, especially when it came from the 8th Prince Zhao Hongruan and his loyal guards, who were well acquainted with the palace. Open the gates, Jinju instructed the surrounding guards. With a rumble, the palace doors opened just enough for Zhao Hongruan and the others to exit in succession. Observing this, Jinju promptly ordered the gates to be closed again. Noticing that their leader did not intend to report the matter immediately, a guard could not help but ask, Commander, should we not report the 8th Prince's departure from the palace? What is the hurry? Jinju glared at the guard. Unfortunately for the 6th Prince, Zhao Hongzhao, he remained at Yafeng Pavilion, eagerly awaiting Zhao Hongruan's presence at his poetry gathering. Unaware that Zhao Hongruan had long since abandoned his elder brother in favor of secretly escorting his sister, Princess Yulong, out of the palace for a delightful outing. One was a brother seeking enjoyment, while the other was akin to a first love. The comparison was hardly fair. I hope that 6th brother does not come to confront me tomorrow, for he can be rather scheming at times. Zhao Hongruan silently mused as he stood at the bustling intersection of Chaoyang Street. Beside him, Princess Yulong, disguised as a man, marveled at the various trinkets displayed on the street stalls, inhaling the delightful aromas wafting from the pastry shops, and simply relishing the vibrancy of the crowded streets. Her exquisitely delicate face radiated genuine joy. "Let us go and enjoy ourselves thoroughly." Zhao Hongrun extended his right hand toward Princess Yulong. A soft, fair hand rested upon his palm. Gazing at her smile, an inexplicable sense of fulfillment surged within Zhao Hongrun. "Very well. Even if Sixth Brother seeks me out to demand answers tomorrow, it will have been worth it." Chapter 60. Princess Yulong, Part 3. During the Duanyang Festival. The curfew had been lifted for 3 consecutive nights, allowing the citizens of Daliang to revel through the night. Nevertheless, the late hours remained far quieter than the daytime. It was undeniable that Princess Yulong's status within the palace was modest, accompanied only by a middle-aged palace maid and a few young maidservants. These maidservants had been frantically searching for their princess since dusk and were nearly beside themselves with worry. Upon returning from her outing, Princess Yulong's face bore a hint of anxiety. Noticing this, Zhao Hongrun could not help but inquire, "Sister, who is Su Gongshi?" As soon as she spotted Zhao Hongrun, she immediately questioned him in an impolite tone. "Who are you? How dare you stand so close to our princess? Did you abduct her?" Chuier, Princess Yulong, fearing Zhao Hongrun's anger, quickly interjected, "This is my younger brother, the 8th Prince Hongrun." "8th Prince?" The maid Chuier's complexion turned pale as she hurriedly knelt in respect, saying, "I apologize, Your Highness, for not recognizing you." Zhao Hongrun glanced at Princess Yulong, who looked concerned and awkwardly at the maid Chuier, and then back at him. He quickly understood that this maid was likely Yulong's close attendant, and that their relationship was quite good. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness," Chuier said, still trembling as she rose and discreetly stole glances at Zhao Hongrun. It was known that familial bonds among siblings in the palace were often quite tenuous, and having served Princess Yulong for so many years, it was her first time witnessing a prince walking closely with the princess. Chuier then whispered, "She is a female official from the Shangyi Bureau sent to serve the princess, and she has always treated the princess rather harshly. Chuier, do not speak carelessly." Princess Yulong seemed to sense something amiss and turned to Zhao Hongrun, explaining, "Hongrun, do not listen to her nonsense. Su Gongshi is merely a bit strict with me. All princesses endure this." "I see. Sister, will you not invite me for a cup of tea?" Zhao Hongrun spoke to himself as he made his way toward Yujing Pavilion. At that moment, the elder palace maid noticed Zhao Hongrun being tugged by Princess Yulong and frowned. "Who are you?" Zhao Hongrun cast a calm glance at the maid, already deducing her identity, and replied coldly, "Zhao Hongrun." Upon hearing his name, the maid's expression changed instantly, and she hurriedly knelt on the ground, observing her panicked demeanor. Chuier could not help but smirk with a hint of schadenfreude. "You're Su Gongshi?" If earlier Zhao Hongrun had spoken politely to Chuier, now he fully adopted the demeanor befitting a prince. It was evident that the female official from the Shangyi Bureau treated Princess Yulong poorly due to her lack of support within the palace. Of course, this was merely Zhao Hongrun's speculation. He needed to verify the truth. Suddenly, his gaze caught Chuier, who was secretly laughing at Su Gongshi, prompting a thought in his mind. He realized that Chuier was clever. Having noticed his good rapport with Princess Yulong, she attempted to leverage his presence to punish Su Gongshi. Although young, she was indeed astute. With that thought, he asked, "Chuier, if I were not here, would sister face punishment?" Chuier looked up at Zhao Hongrun, as if understanding something from his gaze, and answered without hesitation, "Su Gongshi would speak ill of the princess to the Shangyi Bureau, unless what? Unless the princess gives her some silver." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Gongshi, who had been kneeling, scrambled to her feet, pointing at Chuier and angrily rebuking, "You wretched maid, do not slander me." Zhao Hongrun's expression turned cold. "Have I permitted you to rise?" Hearing his icy tone, Su Gongshi trembled all over. Although she had never met the infamous prince, she had heard tales of his notorious deeds, the prince who dared to ruin the emperor's garden and attack Chen Shuwan's Yuji palace. With a thud, Su Gongshi fell to her knees again. "Hongrun," Princess Yulong gently shook her head at Zhao Hongrun, whispering, "Do not cause trouble." Zhao Hongrun glanced at Princess Yulong and playfully asked, "Is Chuier speaking the truth?" Princess Yulong opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, her expression reflecting her discomfort. Seeing this, Zhao Hongrun understood all too well. He felt a surge of anger. The The princess's monthly allowance was already less generous than that of a prince. Yet Yulong sometimes had to bribe female officials due to her occasional indiscretions, lest they report her misdeeds to the Shangi Bureau. However, considering his sister's repeated gestures for him to remain calm, Zhao Hongrun chose to restrain himself. After a moment's thought, he said, "Lu Mu, bring the silver." Lu Mu understood the command and produced 2 silver ingots from his robe, coldly tossing them before Su Gongshi. As the silver rolled before her, Su Gongshi's heart raced with trepidation. Could she accept it? No, she dare not. I know my fault. Su Gongshi repeatedly bowed her head. At that moment, Zhao Hongrun crouched down and neatly placed the 2 ingots before Su Gongshi, softly stating, "Since my sister does not wish to hold you accountable for past grievances, I shall let bygones be bygones. However, should Su Gongshi find herself in need of silver in the future, do not hesitate to come to me, understood?" He spoke slowly, articulating each word clearly. Though his tone held no threat, the underlying meaning made Su Gongshi break out in a cold sweat. "I dare not. I shall never dare again." "Very well. Take the silver." Zhao Hongrun nodded in satisfaction, slowly rising to his feet. He cupped his hands toward Princess Yulong and smiled, saying, "Sister, I shall take my leave now. You should rest early." Princess Yulong exhibited a rather peculiar expression, for it was her first realization that her amiable royal brother could indeed emanate a rather intimidating aura when he grew serious. Suddenly, she recalled XG NGSH, who was still kneeling on the ground, and promptly bent down to assist him. "XG NGSH, please rise." "No need, Your Highness," he replied. His earlier authoritative demeanor vanished, as he clutched the 2 ingots of silver as if they were burning coals, making onlookers feel uncomfortable. "Ah, Your Highness has yet to bathe. I shall prepare the water for you at once." Avoiding Princess Yulong's gaze, XG NGSH hurriedly retreated to YQi NGG. Princess Yulong exhaled a long breath, her expression revealing an oddity. "Chui'er," she said, rubbing her forehead, her face filled with longing. "The 8th prince is truly remarkable." Princess Yulong paused momentarily, yet inwardly agreed with Chui'er's sentiment. "Are you smitten?" she teased her devoted maid. "Should I help you make a connection?" Chui'er pouted in regret, but he is a prince. Hearing this, Yulong couldn't help but smile ruefully, for she understood that whether as a princess or a prince, both were bound by the constraints of arranged marriages, devoid of any true freedom. With the 8th prince's backing, no one shall dare to bully the princess. "But no one has bullied me," she retorted playfully. "By the way, where did you go, princess?" "I shall not tell you." Leaving Chui'er wide-eyed and aggrieved, Princess Yulong giggled as she entered YQi NGG. Perhaps, beneath her layers of melancholy, she was merely an ordinary 15-year-old girl. Chapter 61. The end of May, perhaps due to a late night. ZHOHNGR, and it did not awaken until the sun reached its zenith the following day. He sighed with relief. In his dreams of the previous night, he had envisioned his royal sister, but this time, the images were merely of the joyous escapades he had shared with Princess Yulong outside the palace, devoid of any distressing scenes. The genuine smile of his sister, rather than a figment of his imagination, filled him with a sense of contentment. This was the essence of rational affection, understanding that such feelings bore no future, yet wishing the best for the other and striving to assist her. A rapid series of footsteps echoed from outside his chamber. ZHOHNGR paid it no mind as he donned his garments, for only his 10 royal guards were permitted entry. As anticipated, the guard SHNY entered, only to swiftly shut the door upon noticing his prince dressing. "What is it, SHNY?" ZHOHNGR inquired, noticing the wry smile on SHNY's face. The smile deepened. "Your Highness, the 6th prince is here." "The 6th royal brother?" ZHOHNGR paused, a hint of vexation crossing his features. It was not unexpected, as he had stealthily slipped out of the palace last night with Princess Yulong, leaving his brother HNGZH waiting in vain. "Where is he?" "He is in the front hall, adamant about not leaving until he sees his highness." "Do you think I can escape?" Isash and Es Muskrutwitst. The 6 prince's guards are firmly watching the windows of WNZH Pavilion, and there are others keeping an eye on the back. Should you attempt to escape through the window, it seems there is no way out. ZHOHNGR was filled with despair, but it was understandable, for his brother HNGZH was renowned as a prodigy, excelling in intelligence from a young age. Escaping his grasp would be unrealistic. Very well. I shall humbly accept my mistakes. With a sigh, Hohngr dressed and made his way to the front hall. In WNZHO Pavilion's front hall, the sixth prince, Hohndzho, sat upright, eyes closed, his face taut, clearly displeased. Upon closer inspection, Zhohnggr noted the guards stationed outside, evidently placed there to prevent any escape through the windows. With a resigned sigh, he approached his elder brother, greeting him with a bow. Sixth brother, I apologize for not receiving you properly. You know not to strike a smiling face, do you? Zhohnggh saw through Zhohngrn's facade, rising with a solemn expression. Hngrn, where were you last night? Although Zhohngrn had a good relationship with his elder brother, revealing the truth was not prudent, for princesses were not permitted to leave the palace unaccompanied, and such news would be detrimental to his royal sister. What? You got lost in the palace? No. Hohngrn shook his head, maintaining a grave tone. It was not I who was lost, but my heart. The sixth prince gaped at him, stunned. After a moment, he sighed. Is there no more suitable excuse? Hearing the seriousness in his tone, Hohngrn could no longer suppress his frustration, conceding, All right, I admit my fault. I should not have broken my promise. Please, speak, royal brother. Zhohnggh scrutinized his younger brother, who, based on past experiences, he did not consider to be someone who made promises lightly. Even if reluctant to attend his poetry gathering, Hohngrn would have informed him in advance, never to simply abandon him. Thus, he surmised that last night, Zhohngrn must have engaged in something he deemed more important than attending the gathering. Did you perhaps leave the palace last night? Zhohnggh speculated. Why do you think so? It is evident. Zhohnggh mused, stroking his chin. With whom? With whom? Must it be someone? Zhohngrn. If it were only you, you would have honored your word. In other words, there must be someone else who left the palace with you. Why must I tell you? Zhohngrn's brow twitched slightly. Ashenjixuyen? Impossible. He lacks the courage for such a venture. Could it be a palace maid? Hohngrn, you would be endangering them. No, palace maids would not dare to accompany an unwed prince out of the palace. As Hohngrn grew increasingly alarmed at the prospect of his astute brother uncovering the truth, he hastily interrupted. Could it not be someone from outside the palace? Hohnggh scrutinized him closely, then smiled faintly. Indeed, it must be someone from the palace. Damn it, he guessed it. Watching the moment his brother frowned, his expression turning serious. Hohngrn cursed silently. Zhohnggh departed, satisfied. Once outside WNZHO Pavilion, he cast a contemplative glance toward the quarters of the princesses. FIWI, at your service. Go investigate. Last night, it was only half mentioned. Suddenly, the Hohnggh seemed to realize something and waved his hand. Never mind. It is of no consequence. The guard FIWI gazed at his prince in confusion. What am I doing worrying? Hohngrn knows his limits. Why should I meddle? However, are there any imperial sisters in the court who have a good relationship with Zhohngrn? Who could they be? I am genuinely curious. Undeniably, he harbors a sense of compassion and sympathy for the imperial sisters within the palace, as they possess even less autonomy and freedom than the princes. Alas, like a caged golden sparrow, what a fate to be born into the imperial family. Understanding that Princess Yulong has never had the opportunity to leave the palace, Zhohngrn spared no effort in encouraging her to disguise herself and venture out with him, not for any ulterior motive, but merely to alleviate the profound boredom and loneliness that weighed heavily on her heart. Although Princess Yulong's frowning visage is indeed beautiful, Zhohngrn still hopes for her to wear a joyful expression every day. After Zhohngrn's insistence, the palace historian no longer dared to inquire about Princess Yulong, and her personal maid, Chui'er, who shared a close bond with her, enabled Princess Yulong to sneak out of the palace amidst Zhohngrn's guards during the evening twilight without raising any suspicion. This made it impossible for Zhohngrn to discreetly escort Princess Yulong out of the palace during the day, as the likelihood of exposure to the imperial guard was exceedingly high. After all, Princess Yulong's figure markedly differed from that of the guards. Although she could rely on the cover of night, how could she possibly disguise herself during the day? She hung paintings depicting scenes and architecture from outside the palace in her boudoir, glancing at them daily, which brought her happiness. The final list of scholars, however, surprised Zhao Hongrun. Unexpectedly, the talented scholar Wenqi failed to make the list, his name absent from the roster. Moreover, this year's top scholar in the palace examination was a 19-year-old scholar from a humble background named Ko Zhang, while the second place was taken by a 20-year-old named Luo Sha, also a child of humble origins. He Xin Xian, the 18-year-old grandson of the Minister of State, renowned for his literary talents comparable to those of the illustrious Zhao Hongzhao, was surprisingly relegated to third place in this examination, astonishing many. Both the crown prince and the princes of Yong and Xiang began discreetly courting these young scholars, selecting the most promising among them to enrich their advisory circles. Even the less prominent Yin Wang and Qing Wang sought to recruit aides. For the other princes, this year might be their last opportunity to undermine the crown prince. As once the crown prince's eldest grandson, Yang, turned 8 and entered the palace academy, gradually winning the emperor's favor, their chances of seizing the throne would diminish significantly. As June arrived, the realm of Da Wei remained tranquil, with no significant events occurring in the court. The crown prince Hongli seemed to have come to some understanding, as he had not troubled Zhao Hongrun for an entire month. This unexpected turn of events left Zhao Hongrun somewhat perplexed, especially since he had disrupted the East Palace's plans in Windy Hall during the Duanyang Festival, an act that not only failed to secure the crown prince's position, but also burdened him with the accusation of deceiving the emperor. Furthermore, Zhao Hongrun had dismantled the East Palace's advisory circle, making it hard to imagine they would simply endure this humiliation. Thus, Zhao Hongrun sent his guards to investigate within the palace, and learned that the East Palace had managed to recruit several companions among the scholars following the palace examination, including one named Luo Sha, who had persuaded the East Palace. Luo Sha, the second place in this year's palace examination. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Hongrun was indeed taken aback. However, he was further surprised to find that the promising scholar Wenqi had not made the list at all, and the scholars who did were ones he had hardly noticed. What did this signify? It indicated that the scholars who succeeded in this year's examination were of relatively high caliber. The newly appointed second place scholar being courted by the crown prince did cause Zhao Hongrun some concern, as he currently leaned towards Yong Wang Hongyu. Speaking of Yong Wang Hongyu, one must mention Zhao Hongruin's earlier dispatch of his guard Xinyu to investigate this second prince. As he had anticipated, Yong Wang Hongyu was quite cooperative and showed no signs of concealing his actions. The findings satisfied Zhao Hongrun. This second prince indeed acted with integrity and, while winning over officials from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue, had also made significant contributions, impressing many court officials with his astute insights and suggestions. It was no wonder that he enjoyed a favorable reputation in the court. In contrast, Zhao Hongrun found his third brother, Xiang Wang Hongjing's methods somewhat inscrutable. This prince welcomed guests of all backgrounds into his residence, regardless of social class, and embraced all who sought his patronage as honored guests. It seemed that Xiang Wang harbored considerable ambition. Zhao Hongrun withheld judgment, as he believed that anyone could prove useful at the right moment, regardless of their background. As for the fourth brother, Yin Wang Hongjiang, and the fifth brother, Qing Wang Hongxin, Zhao Hongrun had inquired slightly and learned that Yin Wang was deeply passionate about martial arts, spending his days either practicing weapons in his residence or honing his skills with generals in the military camps on the outskirts of the capital, showing little interest in the literary pursuits of scholars and failing to attract any of the newly successful scholars. In contrast, Qing Wang Hongxin engaged with both scholars and warriors. But unfortunately, his reputation and standing among scholars paled in comparison to those of the crown prince, Yong Wang and Xiang Wang, while his martial prowess fell short of Yin Wang's, resulting in a cold reception at his doorstep. As for the sixth brother, Hong Zhao, there was no need to elaborate. Zhao Hongrun viewed this brother as solely preoccupied with his elegant style poetry society, eagerly recruiting those who excelled in poetry and lyrics. However, as he had yet to come of age and showed no ambition for the throne, he attracted only those of similar temperament, lacking any aspiring scholars. Especially today, when Zhao Hongrun recounted to Princess Yulong his past experience of flying kites with his guards in the palace, nearly causing guard Mu Qing to plummet when the emperor unexpectedly coughed behind them. Princess Yulong laughed heartily, struggling to maintain her composure as a lady. Did none of you see Father Emperor? At that moment, we were all fixated on Mu Qing in the sky. Who could have known Father Emperor would suddenly stand behind us to startle us? Zhao Hongrun shrugged, and then he intentionally omitted the details of the debate in Chue Gong Hall with the three ministers, as he deemed it unnecessary. What about the Xiaoyao Pavilion? Isn't Hongruin's chamber in Wenjiao Pavilion? Princess Yulong inquired curiously. If there had only been a few imperial guards at that time, would you have allowed them to remove the plaque? Certainly not. They would have to be properly dealt with by Shun Yu and the others. Thus, Father Emperor's considerations were indeed correct. Princess Yulong chuckled behind her hand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongrun helplessly remarked, "Which side are you on, imperial sister? Can't you say a word in my favor?" Princess Yulong playfully blinked. The palace halls and pavilions are not to be altered without permission. All right. And then what? Then, it was war. I have heard about that. Upon hearing this, Princess Yulong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly chimed in. It's truly a pity to have caused such chaos in Father Emperor's imperial garden and fish pond, ruining those precious bamboo and golden scales. As she spoke, she cast a sorrowful gaze at Zhao Hongrun, as if mourning the waste of such treasures. Zhao Hongrun offered an awkward smile, sheepishly replying, "I thought it could be a countermeasure, but it instead provided Father Emperor with an opportunity to cut off my monthly allowance." Looking back, it was indeed a miscalculation. Observing Zhao Hongrun reflecting on his past schemes, Princess Yulong felt both amused and exasperated. After a long moment, she seemed to recall something and let out a soft sigh. Ever since the passing of my mother, it appears I have not laughed so freely. Zhao Hongrun was taken aback, as if he too had remembered something, and awkwardly asked, "Sister, I once damaged the front hall of Yoji Palace. You're not angry, are you?" He asked this because Princess Yulong's mother, Xiao Shumyan, was originally the mistress of Yoji Palace. After her death, the emperor moved Chen Shumyan into Yoji Palace. Princess Yulong shook her head gently and replied softly, "I visited Yoji Palace a few years ago, and it has changed significantly. The items my mother used were all discarded by Chen Shumyan, so there is nothing to reminisce about. Moreover, I have heard of Chen Shumyan's character, so I do not blame you." "That is good." Zhao Hongrun breathed a sigh of relief. As the sky gradually darkened, he prepared to take his leave. "Are you leaving now?" Princess Yulong seemed somewhat reluctant and insisted, "Why not wait and have a meal with me before you go? I wish to hear about your experience in the imperial examination supervision. I fear today is not feasible." Zhao Hongrun explained awkwardly, "This year, my mother has invited my brother and me to dine at Ningxiang Palace." "Shin Shufei?" Princess Yulong paused, her expression turning somewhat dejected as she murmured, "I truly envy you brothers, as you can see your mother anytime and converse with her." Seeing her forlorn demeanor, Zhao Hongrun inwardly reproached himself for revealing the truth and hurriedly offered, "Sister, if there is anything you wish to say or discuss, you can always seek me out. Your brother will be at your service." Hearing this, Princess Yulong felt warmth in her heart and a sweet smile graced her face. "Hongrun, you are truly kind." Zhao Hongrun was momentarily stunned, and as he beheld her sweet smile, his heart raced slightly. He quickly excused himself. "Then, I shall take my leave now. Wait." As if remembering something, Princess Yulong hastily called out to Zhao Hongrun, "Hongrun, will you come tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? Is it the 6th day of the 6th month?" "Yes." Princess Yulong nodded in confusion. Touched, she could not help but ask curiously, "The Yafeng poetry gathering?" Zhao Hongrun shrugged. "Yes. It is merely a group of well-fed individuals engaging in lofty discussions, chatting about trivial matters or composing disjointed poems they believe to be profound. Is not as dreadful as you describe. I have heard that those invited by the 6th prince to Yafeng Pavilion are all the young talents of our Chen capital." "Daliang," Zhao Hongrun teased. "What, sister, are you interested?" Princess Yulong shot him a playful glance, and then sighed. "Sometimes I truly envy you for being a man. Even if confined within the palace, you can invite like-minded friends to visit. In the past, I desired nothing more than to gather with the palace sisters for a simple chat, but it was never an easy task." Observing the envy on her face, Zhao Hongrun hesitated slightly and made a decision that would bring both of them regret in the future. "How about I take you along? Is that permissible?" Princess Yulong said hesitantly. "Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" "No worries. I shall call for you tomorrow." "All right." Chapter 63. The gathering, the June Yafeng Poetry Gathering hosted by the 6th Prince Hong Zhao, was set for the 6th day of the month. It is said that on this day, scholars from various regions would take out their treasured books to air them out, preventing insect infestations. Since these books were to be aired, the scholars naturally could not leave, for books were still precious in this era, especially rare and unique collections, which were difficult to acquire. Thus, the scholars would sit among the sun-drenched books, continuing their studies in the shade. Nearby scholars were also airing their books, leading to gatherings where they could discuss knowledge with one another. However, according to Zhao Hongruan's knowledge, this custom did not originate in the Great Wei, but seems to have first emerged in the Qi state before gradually spreading to the Great Wei, becoming one of the scholarly customs widely embraced by the scholars of the Great Wei. On the 6th day of the 6th month, Zhao Hongruan awoke, as usual around the third watch. After rising from his bed and donning a crimson brocade robe, he had his meal in his quarters, Wenjiao Pavilion. And soon after, without much delay, he departed with his attendants. The first stop today was naturally Yuqiong Pavilion. For the previous day, Zhao Hongruan had made plans with his sister, Princess Yulong, to attend the June Yafing poetry gathering hosted by the 6th Prince, Zhao Hongzhao. Since he currently had no means to sneak her out of the palace for leisure, he could only take her to the 6th Prince's gathering to alleviate her boredom. In less than a joss stick's time, Zhao Hongruan arrived at Princess Yulong's sleeping quarters, Yuqiong Pavilion. He and his attendants waited in the front hall while a palace maid was sent to inform her. Shortly after, Princess Yulong emerged from her quarters, accompanied by her personal maid, Chui'er. On this day, Princess Yulong seemed to have made an effort in her appearance, although she wore no extravagant jewelry or makeup. It was undeniable that her natural beauty was striking. Heavenly born with grace, Zhao Hongruan could not help but praise her silently in his heart. "Hongruan, you are here." Princess Yulong greeted Zhao Hongruan. After over a month of interaction, she had gradually come to understand her younger brother's temperament. Her demeanor no longer so restrained as in the beginning. She regarded Zhao Hongruan as a close family member, much like how Zhao Hongruan treated his own younger brother, Hongxian. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hongruan began to tease his sister. "Sister, you look particularly beautiful today." "Not at all." Princess Yulong shot him a glance. Yet her expression was one of delight, revealing that she was not adept at concealing her true feelings. After instructing her maid Chui'er to serve Zhao Hongruan a cup of tea, Princess Yulong hesitated and said, "Hongruan, can I truly accompany you to the 6th Prince's poetry gathering? I feel it may not be proper." Indeed, according to the court customs of the Great Wei, unmarried princes were not allowed any maid to approach them, and unmarried princesses were strictly forbidden from interacting with any males outside their family, or else the royal house and the Office of Rights would impose corresponding punishments. "Do not worry, I have made preparations," Zhao Hongruan reassured her, reaching into his robe and producing an item to place on Princess Yulong's face. "Go take a look in the bronze mirror." Oh, it turned out that Zhao Hongruan had already considered this matter and, after leaving Yuqiong Pavilion the previous day, had dispatched attendants to the Ministry of Works to craft this mask. Perhaps having never received such a novel gift, Princess Yulong gazed into the mirror with curiosity, embodying the demeanor of a young girl. The artisans of the Ministry of Works were remarkably skilled. The mask was exquisitely made, and Princess Yulong felt no discomfort upon wearing it. However, she found it somewhat strange, yet also held a touch of freshness. Delighted by the gift, Princess Yulong was eager to accompany Zhao Hongruan to witness the highly esteemed Yafing poetry gathering in the capital and palace. But she had been worried about potential consequences from the Office of Rights, which had caused her to remain indecisive. Now that Zhao Hongruan had devised a suitable solution for her, she was naturally inclined to accept. "Shall we go now?" Seeing how a mere mask transformed Princess Yulong's indecisiveness into enthusiasm, Zhao Hongruan could not help but chuckle inwardly. Leisurely sipping his tea, he replied, "Yes. However, before we depart, I still suggest you change into the attire you wore that day. After all, there are many eyes in the palace, and being overly conspicuous is ultimately unwise." When she reemerged, she had transformed into a graceful young gentleman. Unfortunately, this graceful princess still exuded the demeanor of a young lady in every gesture. And apart from the novelty, Zhao Hongruan found the sight somewhat awkward. "How do I look? Do I resemble you, Hongruan?" "This hardly resembles my lord." The attendants exchanged glances, unsure of how to voice their opinions, and could only nod in vague agreement, praising her resemblance. "The hour is late, so we shall take our leave to avoid 16th, brother," thinking, I have stood him up. After finishing the last sip of tea, Zhao Hongrun rose to his feet. Observing this, Princess Yulong quickly exchanged a few words with the maid Shui and then followed Zhao Hongrun out of Yuqiong Pavilion. As the group made their way to Yafeng Pavilion, they indeed encountered numerous palace maids and eunuchs. Due to Zhao Hongrun's presence, the maids naturally took the hint and diverted their paths. Even those unable to avoid the encounter momentarily concealed themselves in the garden. Unperturbed by the concern of Princess Yulong's identity being discovered, the small eunuchs posed a bit of a challenge, but fortunately, Zhao Hongrun's notorious reputation in the palace deterred most from daring to look up. Thus, their journey was fraught with little danger. Upon arriving at Yafeng Pavilion, Zhao Hongrun spotted 16th brother Zhao Hongzhao waiting outside the hall, hands clasped behind his back, anticipating someone's arrival. Who else but Zhao Hongrun himself? It is no exaggeration to say he was prepared to rush towards Wunzhao Pavilion at any moment. However, as it stood, Zhao Hongrun remained quite tactful, avoiding inciting the wrath of his exceptionally astute elder brother. From afar, observing Zhao Hongrun leading a robust entourage of guards towards his Yafeng Pavilion, Zhao Hongzhao smiled faintly, intending to step forward to greet him, when he suddenly noticed the female disguised as a male, Princess Yulong, hiding behind Zhao Hongrun, and a flicker of doubt crossed his face. It was no surprise. After all, Princess Yulong possessed an enchanting figure, and even in her male attire amidst Zhao Hongrun's guards, she was strikingly conspicuous, especially with her peculiar mask. Is it possible? Has Hongrun brought her here? Zhao Hongzhao mused inwardly. Though he did not delve deeply into the matter of which Princess Zhao Hongrun had stealthily taken out of the palace to frolic with on the night of the Duanyang festival last month, he had surmised that it was most likely one of the princesses with whom Zhao Hongrun shared a favorable rapport. As he pondered, Zhao Hongrun led Princess Yulong and the guards before his 6th brother, clasping his hands in greeting. Brother. Zhao Hongzhao nodded and couldn't help but direct his gaze towards the now partially revealed Princess Yulong. Zhao Hongrun sensed that his 6th brother had likely pieced together some of the truth, thus he no longer sought to conceal it. He whispered to Princess Yulong, Sister, there is no need to hide. In truth, 6th brother has already surmised as much, and he's a trustworthy person. In fact, Princess Yulong had no intention of hiding anything. Her actions were merely instinctive. Hearing Zhao Hongrun's words, she promptly stepped forward and bowed. Younger sister Yulong greets 6th prince. As a prince who had reached the age of marriage yet postponed it due to the emperor's favor, Zhao Hongzhao was now 18 years old, 3 years older than Princess Yulong, thereby necessitating her to address him as younger sister. Yulong? Is she the daughter of the late Xiao Shumian? How could Hongrun possibly have ties with her? Zhao Hongzhao furrowed his brow in contemplation, a hint of surprise flickering within. After all, as far as he knew, Princess Yulong was not favored in the palace. Throughout the year, there was scarcely any news regarding her, as if her presence or absence within the palace made no difference, rendering her almost invisible. One was a princess never mentioned by the emperor, while the other was a prince increasingly cherished and regarded as a pearl. Zhao Hongzhao found it incomprehensible how these two could be connected. Nevertheless, since it was his younger brother, Zhao Hongrun, who had invited her, even though Zhao Hongzhao felt it inappropriate for Princess Yulong, as a lady, to mingle among them, he could not deny his younger brother this courtesy. Hongrun, Yulong, please. Brother. Please. Chapter 64. The Yafeng Poetry Gathering. The Yafeng Poetry Gathering hosted by Zhao Hongzhao had gradually become a prominent event in the capital of Daliang in recent years. Every young scholar from Daliang aspired to receive an invitation bearing the name Yafeng. However, it was a fact that not everyone could obtain such an invitation, even if they were well-versed in knowledge. It was not due to Zhao Hongzhao's preference for lineage, but rather the constraints of palace regulations. It must be noted that Zhao Hongzhao had not yet taken his leave from the palace, and his residence, Yafeng Pavilion, was situated within the imperial grounds, which meant that many talented outsiders were barred from participating in the poetry gathering, as their backgrounds were unclear and they could not even enter the palace gates. Thus, only local youths from Daliang, or those who had resided in Daliang for a considerable time and had gained some reputation, ensuring they were not suspected of being dubious individuals, could attain this honor and enter the palace to partake in the poetry gathering at Yafeng Pavilion. Due to such stringent conditions, the regular attendees of the 6 Princes Poetry Gathering were essentially the offspring of local dignitaries or the nephews of court officials, who, having been born into respectable families, naturally evaded the scrutiny of the palace guards. Following behind Zhao Hongzhao, Zhao Hongrun and Princess Yulong entered the front hall of Yafeng Pavilion. She could hardly believe her eyes. The same individual could create different landscapes with varied brush strokes and write distinct characters with different calligraphy. The sixth prince was indeed a prodigy. Noticing Princess Yulong standing before him, utterly astonished, Zhao Hongrun could easily discern her thoughts and gently reassured her in a low voice. In truth, not only Princess Yulong, but Zhao Hongrun had also once marveled at the artistic talents of his sixth brother and felt quite overshadowed. Inside the hall, approximately a dozen young scholars of similar age to Hongzhao and Hongrun were already seated, lightly tapping their chopsticks against bowls and cups, loudly reciting verses. Remarkably, their rhythmic tapping was quite harmonious, not at all haphazard. It was evident they were well-versed in musical theory. Thus, even using bowls and cups, they could produce commendable melodies. Gentlemen, Zhao Hongzhao clapped his hands, announcing, "Today we have a distinguished guest joining us." The young scholars present curiously lifted their heads, only to see Zhao Hongzhao ushering Zhao Hongrun forward, smiling as he introduced him. "This is my eighth brother, Hongrun." An immediate chorus of gasps erupted within the hall, emanating from several young scholars, while the others looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend why their companions exhibited such astonishment. It turned out to be the eighth prince, known for the saying that the Eastern Palace's tutors were unworthy of teaching. One young scholar, of similar age to Zhao Hongzhao, promptly stood, bowing to Zhao Hongrun. "On that day at Wendy Hall, Your Highness truly opened our eyes." And who might this be? Noticing the other party was clearly several years older, yet willingly lowered himself to pay respects, Zhao Hongrun was momentarily taken aback, turning to seek clarification from his sixth brother. Observing this, Zhao Hongzhao explained quietly, "This is the legitimate grandson of the Grand Secretary He Xinxian." "The Grand Secretary He Xiangshu's grandson? Ah, He Xinxian. Isn't he the newly appointed third place?" Zhao Hongrun expressed mild surprise and politely returned the greeting. "Not at all. I am unworthy in comparison to young Master He, who ranked third in the recent examinations." This was a sincere compliment from Zhao Hongrun, yet He Xinxian's expression turned slightly awkward in response. Noticing this, Zhao Hongzhao interjected to smooth things over. "Xinxian, do not misconstrue. Hongrun did not intend to mock you. He is unaware of last year's poetry gathering incident." "Mock?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongrun displayed a hint of confusion on his face. Thus, Zhao Hongzhao proceeded to clarify the matter. It turned out that as the legitimate grandson of Grand Secretary He Xiangshu, He Xinxian was not obliged to participate in the imperial examinations so early. Last year, several aristocratic young men aspiring to attend the Yafeng poetry gathering were denied entry due to their inadequate literary skills and reputation, leading to resentment and the circulation of rumors that the poetry gathering was merely a facade, where the sixth prince entertained a few pretentious individuals without any genuine talent. Therefore, as the first young scholar to engage with the sixth Prince Hong Zhao and a distinguished member of the Yafeng Poetry Society, He Xinxian, the grandson of the Chancellor He Xiangshu, took the initiative to participate in last autumn's provincial examination. He aspired to secure the top position in this year's imperial examination, thereby enhancing the reputation of the Yafeng Poetry Society and diminishing the arrogance of those unworthy individuals who were invited to the society yet sought to slander it. However, he did not anticipate that this year's Wei imperial examination would produce two exceptional talents, Ko Zheng and Luo Sha, who ultimately pushed He Xinxian to the third place. It was no wonder that He Xinxian felt a sense of embarrassment. Zhao Hongrun suddenly realized this and smiled reassuringly. "I once accompanied the examination and am aware of the slots available. For you, He Gongzi, to triumph over more than 2,600 candidates and achieve third place is a testament to your extensive knowledge and also reflects well on the Yafeng Poetry Society. Why should you dwell on it?" I also advised him similarly. The sixth Prince Hong Zhao added, "Securing third place among 2,600 candidates is an impressive accomplishment. Xinxian, you should not let it trouble you." As he spoke, Zhao Hongzhao beckoned his brother Zhao Hongrun to sit in an empty seat. He initially intended to reserve a seat for Princess Yulong, but to his surprise, she joined Zhao Hongrun at the table. Observing this, Zhao Hongzhao chose not to intervene further. To be honest, he was uncertain how to introduce Princess Yulong to his companions. Perhaps it was best to leave it as it was. Has Gongzi he already obtained an official position? After sitting down, Zhao Hongrun curiously inquired of the neighboring He Xingxian, who had just bowed to him, leaving a favorable impression. The historical record keeper? Zhao Hongrun paused, puzzled. The newly appointed third place is content to serve as a historical record keeper? The position of a historical record keeper essentially entails transcribing documents, which can be considered a minor role with little authority. Logically, a distinguished scholar like He Xingxian should at least be a record keeper under the jurisdiction of the 24 departments, and, with a bit of networking, securing a position as an assistant official would not be impossible. Who would have thought he was merely a historical record keeper? It is worth noting that the Hamlin Academy has hundreds of record keepers responsible for transcription. While part of the bureaucratic system, they are undeniably minor clerks. My ancestors and Father hope I will serve in the position of historical record keeper for a couple of years first. He Xingxian explained tactfully. Zhao Hongrun suddenly understood and was about to speak when he noticed his older brother, Zhao Hongzhao, leaning in, winking and smiling. In truth, Xingxian is not satisfied. He intends to remain as a historical record keeper for now and retake the examination 3 years hence. With his thoughts laid bare by the sixth prince, He Xingxian's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a sheepish expression. In a way, it is permissible for officials to retake the imperial examination, though it is typically the more ambitious young men who do so. After all, 3 years is a significant amount of time. If He Xingxian were truly dedicated, he could easily rise to the position of assistant official. Why then would he choose to retake the examination? Even if he were to achieve the top rank, it would still only be that of an assistant official. What difference would it make? Ultimately, it comes down to a sense of honor and pride. Unwilling to forego the opportunity to claim the title of top scholar, even if it means splitting his time between service and study. Reflecting on the title of top scholar, Zhao Hongrun could not help but think of the new top scholar, Ko Zheng, from a humble background. Is that Ko Zheng also at the Hamlin Academy? He Xingxian shook his head and replied that Ko Zheng is the newly appointed top scholar, initially designated for the position of assistant official. However, he seems more inclined towards an external appointment. As far as I know, he desires to be appointed as the county magistrate of a certain locale in Shandong. This indicates that Lord Ko is indeed a man of great ambition. Zhao Hongrun was momentarily speechless. As far as he knew, most scholars aspire to serve in the capital of Wei, Chengdu de Liang, rather than take on the role of a local county magistrate. After all, opportunities for promotion are far greater in the capital, where a favorable connection could lead to rapid advancement. Yet, these newly appointed top scholars actively sought positions in local governance, which, as He Xingxian praised, truly reflects a pragmatic individual with genuine hopes for the prosperity of Wei. Before the sixth prince Hong Zhao could interject, He Xingxian quietly remarked, "Is it that scholar Luo Sha? I have heard of this matter." Initially, the Eastern Palace sought to recruit Ko Zheng, but he insisted on an external appointment as a county magistrate. Thus, the Eastern Palace turned to recruit Luo Sha, who subsequently declined the position of assistant official to serve as a companion to the crown prince. I have had some contact with him. He is indeed a well-educated and talented scholar. As he spoke, he noticed Zhao Hongrun gazing intently at him, a look of confusion on his face. I ask you, He Gongzi, is it because both of them declined the assistant official positions that you have followed suit? Zhao Hongrun teased. Upon hearing this, He Xingxian's face turned crimson. It appeared Zhao Hongrun had hit the nail on the head. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Zhao Hongrun and He Xingxian gradually grew more familiar, especially since He Xingxian was the grandson of the Chancellor He Xiangshu, an old acquaintance of Zhao Hongrun, which naturally led to a courteous interaction. However, while Zhao Hongrun was engrossed in conversation with He Xingxian, the other young scholars in the hall felt neglected. One scholar, with a hint of displeasure, spoke up. "Does His Highness the Eighth Prince look down upon us?" The Eighth Prince's apparent disregard for the others interrupted the ongoing dialogue between Zhao Hongrun and He Xingxian concerning the results of the new imperial examination. "Why do you say that?" The scholar frowned and continued. "The Afon Poetry Society values talent and virtue regardless of family background. We, the undersigned, respect His Highness as a royal," and rose to greet him. Yet since His Highness entered the hall, there has been no acknowledgement or even a word exchanged with us. Is this not a sign of disdain? Zhao Hongrun furrowed his brow, reflecting on the scholar's words. He realized that he had indeed been preoccupied with his conversation with He Xingxian and had not acknowledged the others. Thus the scholar's statement held some validity. However, the accusatory tone was unappealing to Zhao Hongrun. "What is your name?" Zhao Hongrun asked with a faint smile. The sixth prince, Zhao Hongzhao, slightly frowned. After all, "What is your name?" was not a polite inquiry. According to etiquette, Zhao Hongrun should have asked, "May I inquire your esteemed name?" or similar respectful phrases, rather than adopting an upper hand tone. The scholar's eyes reflected a hint of anger as he replied, "I am He Song." He Xingxian, likely having heard of Zhao Hongruin's accomplishment from his grandfather, quickly whispered, "This young man is the grandson of Lord He Mei, the Minister of Personnel. He is not a bad character, Your Highness." Zhao Hongrun nodded kindly at He Xingxian and then turned to He Song with a smile. "Very well. He Gongzi, do you wish for me to apologize for my earlier behavior?" He Song was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhao Hongrun would offer an apology, as he was merely displeased with being overlooked. No need for an apology. He Song's defiance seemed to dissipate. In that case, Zhao Hongrun nodded and turned back to He Xingxian, cheerfully stating, "Let us continue our discussion." In stark contrast to He Xingxian's astonishment, He Song was left fuming, speechless as he pointed at Zhao Hongrun in anger. The sixth Prince Hong, Zhao could only smile wryly, rubbing his forehead. Although he knew his younger brother Hongrun had a peculiar temperament, he found himself slightly troubled at this moment. "Your Highness is being too overbearing." He Song took a deep breath, indignantly asserting. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongrun chuckled, pretending not to understand. "Did you not say you did not wish for me to apologize? Then what is the issue? You may continue your conversation, and we shall continue ours." As he spoke, his gaze turned cold, and he said coolly, "With whom I converse is my prerogative. No one has decreed that I must engage with you." Not good. The sixth prince, Zhao Hongzhao, frowned immediately. He had already grasped the temperament of his eighth younger brother, Zhao Hongrun, and he knew that once Zhao Hongrun referred to himself as Ben Dianxiao instead of I, it signified that his brother was quite displeased with the other party. Had I known this, I should have introduced him first. Zhao Hongzhao couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. After all, he had merely refrained from interrupting when he saw Zhao Hongrun conversing with He Xingxian about the top two scholars in the recent imperial examination, thinking it was a matter of courtesy. Little did he know it would lead to trouble. Hongrun, Hongrun. He quickly signaled his eighth brother with his eyes, well aware that once Zhao Hongrun harbored animosity towards someone, he would undoubtedly seek revenge, and someone would inevitably suffer, as evidenced by the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. Casting a glance at his sixth royal brother, Zhao Hongrun snorted lightly and ceased to speak, treating it as a favor to his sixth brother. The scholar He Song seemed to be intimidated by Zhao Hongruin's last glance. Although his face was filled with anger, he refrained from erupting. Observing this, Zhao Hongzhao hastily intervened, saying, "It is my oversight. Please do not take offense. The purpose of the Yafeng Poetry Gathering is to facilitate academic exchange and the appreciation of music. We should not dampen the atmosphere." As he spoke, he frequently exchanged glances with several young scholars in the seating area with whom he had good relations. Zhao Hongrun understood that this scholar would smooth things over out of respect for his sixth royal brother, but it did not mean he truly dismissed the earlier slight. With this in mind, Zhao Hongrun clasped his hands politely and inquired, "How should I address you, brother? Please do not hold my earlier rudeness against me." He smiled as he spoke. The scholar Yang Cheng, witnessing Zhao Hongruin's courtesy, felt all grievances dissipate and wave his hand, saying, "Not at all, if anyone should be blamed. It is He Xingxian for being in close proximity to the water tower first. How can that be my fault?" He Xingxian feigned surprise, causing everyone to burst into laughter. As the saying goes, it takes a crowd to carry the palanquin. The atmosphere, previously a bit tense, had completely dissipated, and they even began to feel that the eighth prince was rather easy to get along with. The only one who remained sullen at the gathering was likely He Song, who, instead of receiving the respect he desired, seemed to have lost the support of his companions, who gradually ceased to back his earlier actions. With jealousy rising, he could not help but interrupt his companions Yang Cheng and others as they praised Zhao Hongrun, sneering. "Can one memorize a book in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea? Ridiculous." The atmosphere in Yafeng Pavilion grew awkward once again. "Brother He, the eighth prince memorized a book of principles from the Eastern Palace in Wendy Hall. This is something we all witnessed. How could it be false?" He Xingxian retorted, displeased. You all were chatting so amiably, of course you would speak for him," He Song scoffed. "And what about me?" Yang Cheng frowned, saying, "I also witnessed it, and can testify to this." The expressions of the young scholars at the table turned peculiar as they regarded He-song. Some shook their heads, while others sneered. Observing He-song picking up a book from the table and defiantly locking eyes with Zhao Hongrun, they silently shook their heads. "What now?" He-song provocatively asked Zhao Hongrun. "If you can recite it, I will acknowledge that you are well-read and unparalleled. Does your recognition hold any value?" Zhao Hongrun chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Shaking his head, he replied, "I never claimed I could memorize a book. I have consistently stated that the Eastern Palace compiled a new book, appropriating the work of an unnamed author." Upon hearing this, He-song looked triumphantly at his companions. Unfortunately, He-Xinxian and Yang Cheng showed no reaction. The notion of the Eastern Palace appropriating literature to deceive the monarch? To them, the eighth prince's words seemed merely an attempt to mislead the uninformed. Would the esteemed crown prince of the Eastern Palace truly resort to actions that would invite censure, if exposed? It was evident that the so-called appropriation was merely a cover for the eighth prince's astonishing gift of memory, a retort against the crown prince's claims. Especially those who had been present at the sixth prince's table, such as Yang Cheng and He-Xinxian, had witnessed the crown prince reproaching eighth prince Zhao Hongrun, making it all the clearer why Zhao Hongrun would utter such statements. It was amusing that He-song believed he had caught the eighth prince in a misstep and was reveling in it. It seems seeing is not always believing. I find it quite astonishing that the sixth prince invited the eighth prince to the Yafeng poetry gathering, He-song remarked, unwilling to relent. His implication was clear. Zhao Hongrun did not qualify to participate in the Yafeng poetry gathering. "And what do you wish to do?" Zhao Hongrun inquired, amused. He-song replied, "I dare to challenge the eighth prince's literary skill." The sixth prince, Zhao Hongzhao, along with Yang Cheng and He-Xinxian, initially intended to intervene. But upon hearing He-song's proposition, they were somewhat intrigued, as they too were curious whether the usually reserved eighth prince, Zhao Hongrun, indeed possessed profound knowledge. After all, despite He-song's arrogance, he was undeniably talented. However, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhao Hongrun simply shook his head, saying not good. At this, the assembly was taken aback. Had the eighth prince actually conceded? So the eighth prince intends to take the initiative, the assembly thought, suddenly developing a sense of anticipation for Zhao Hongrun's novel question. It was apparent that He-song, confident in his own abilities, coldly remarked, "Feel free to ask, eighth prince. If I answer incorrectly, I will leave the Yafeng pavilion with my head held high, and from then on, there shall be no He-song at this gathering." Upon hearing this, a faint smile emerged on Zhao Hongrun's face. "Do not speak so boastfully." Chapter 66. The difficult question as Zhao Hongrun uttered the first three words. The attention of the assembly was instantly piqued. They were exceedingly curious about the novel question posed by the eighth prince. After surveying the crowd, Zhao Hongrun posed his question. "I have an elder sister. Suppose one day I count the number of my brothers and sisters in the palace and find that I have one more brother than sisters. How many more brothers than sisters does my elder sister have?" The assembly was momentarily stunned. It was evident they had never encountered such a question, leaving them momentarily perplexed. However, some among them, upon hearing the term elder sister, had already frozen, staring in astonishment at the Princess Yulong seated to Zhao Hongrun's right. Their faces filled with surprise. "Princess?" Yang Cheng stammered, "Gazing et Princess Yulong." He-Xinxian's eyes widened as well, although they initially found Princess Yulong's demeanor somewhat peculiar. They had not considered this angle until Zhao Hongrun's question prompted them to subconsciously connect it to her identity. "What is everyone doing?" Zhao Hongrun asked, half amused, half exasperated. The assembly, upon hearing this, quickly straightened up, though their glances still occasionally darted towards Princess Yulong. Nevertheless, even half of her face involuntarily sparked their imaginations. Ahem! The sixth prince, Zhao Hongzhao, clearly noticed the subtle movements of his young companions and pretended to cough a couple of times. Only then did the young scholars refocus their attention back to the question posed by Zhao Hongrun, awkwardly looking at him, as it was evident they had not fully grasped the question. Seeing this, Zhao Hongrun repeated the question. The atmosphere in Yafeng Pavilion grew quiet, with everyone calculating the answer to Zhao Hongrun's question. To be frank, the question was not difficult. The challenge lay in the necessity for logical reasoning. Once one could clarify the underlying principles, the answer was simply 11 minus 1, which equated to 3. However, He-song evidently struggled to comprehend the intricacies of the problem. sweating profusely as he pointed with trembling fingers, his expression one of utter helplessness. Since the contest was between Zhao Hongrun and He Song, the assembled scholars refrained from interjecting, as they too likely found it challenging to discern the underlying relationships, especially considering that Zhao Hongrun had intricately woven two verbal traps into the question. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhao Hongrun feigned regret and shook his head. Incorrect. The answer is 3 individuals. He then proceeded to elucidate the correct reasoning, prompting a dawning realization among the scholars present. Meanwhile, He Song, who had listened from the beginning, turned as pale as a ghost, for he had previously boasted that should he err even once, he would leave the Yafeng Pavilion with his head in shame and subsequently be expelled from the Yafeng Poetry Society. Yet here he was, failing to answer the very first question. Serves him right, the scholars thought, shaking their heads discreetly at He Song's ashen visage. Surprisingly, Zhao Hongrun showed no inclination to expel He Song, calmly stating, "Young master, do not be hasty. There are several more questions to come." This elicited a chuckle from the gathered scholars. For the second question, Zhao Hongrun calmly posed. Assume there are 4 households arranged in a line. It is known that the Jia family resides next to the Yi family, and furthermore, the Jia family is not adjacent to the Ding family. If the Ding family is also not adjacent to the Bing family, then which family resides next to the Bing family? Upon hearing this, the scholars felt their minds muddled. Akin to a thick porridge, even the 6th prince Zhao Hongzhao displayed a contemplative expression. As for He Song, his complexion grew increasingly pallid. Undeniably, this question was more challenging than the previous one, requiring the application of the process of elimination to discard each conflicting inference and ultimately arrive at the answer. This was a significant test of logical reasoning skills. Should one's thoughts become chaotic during the process, they would be left utterly lost, forced to begin anew. Scholars like He Song, who had never encountered logical reasoning problems, found themselves unable to even parse the question, let alone solve it. Compounding his plight was He Song's acute anxiety, which hindered the calm analytical ability required to tackle such logical inquiries. Take a guess. He Song furtively glanced at Zhao Hongrun, who wore a smile as if eagerly awaiting his misfortune. Frustrated and anxious, He Song blurted out, "It is the Ding family." Yang Cheng, a fellow scholar engaged in calculations, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Brother the Bing family is not adjacent to the Ding family. The question clearly states that." He Song was instantly flabbergasted. In his state of confusion, he had completely forgotten the question, making a wild guess that was in direct contradiction to the premise. Observing this, Zhao Hongrun gently shook his head and replied, "The answer is the Jia family." He then picked up the prepared brush from the table and wrote the arrangement of the 4 families, Bing, Jia, Yi, Ding, before passing it to the gathered scholars. The scholars examined the sequence, contemplating and nodding in agreement, their expressions reflecting the relief akin to drinking a bowl of ice water on a hot summer day. Meanwhile, He Song, having failed to answer both questions, was growing increasingly restless, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead. For the third question, Zhao Hongrun posed, "If I am the father of someone's son, what is the relationship between someone and I?" Having encountered 2 similar logical questions previously, the scholars gradually began to grasp the approach, with the quick-witted 6th prince arriving at the answer in no time, though it left him feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. In stark contrast, He Song remained fixated on notions of sons and fathers, his thoughts spiraling into confusion, creating a sensation akin to seeing stars. After a moment, Zhao Hongrun remarked, "This question is even simpler than the last. Can young master still not deduce the answer? The answer is quite straightforward. Someone is my son, and I am someone's father." The gathered scholars paused in surprise, some unable to stifle their laughter, though they quickly stifled their mirth out of respect for He Song. Yet, after enduring a series of setbacks, He Song seemed to be in a daze, muttering to himself in a state of shock. 3 questions, and all unanswered. Young master Zhao Hongrun observed with a bemused expression. He Song's face flickered between crimson and pale, and he gritted his teeth, saying in a rough voice, "One more question, Your Highness. Please pose another. I am certain I can answer it." "One more question? On what grounds?" Zhao Hongrun replied with a faint smile. 3 questions have already demonstrated the issue. Have they not? What did young master say earlier? If you answer incorrectly even once, you would leave the Yafeng Pavilion with your head in shame, and be expelled from the Yafeng Poetry Society? He Song opened his mouth, at a loss for words, embarrassment and anger mingling on his face. He clenched his teeth, attempting to retort, "With all due respect, Your Highness, the questions posed are trivial. They are far too simplistic to be worthy of this esteemed gathering." Still stubborn? Zhao Hongrun narrowed his eyes, retorting, "Why did you not voice such sentiments earlier?" "Oh, I forgot. At that time, young master," he was brimming with confidence. Hearing He Song's words, the sixth prince Zhao Hongzhao and the other young scholars exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. To them, winning was winning, and losing was losing. There was no justification for blaming the questions after a defeat. Such sentiments were clearly excuses made in the wake of failure. Consequently, even the young scholars who usually maintained a favorable relationship with He Song cast disparaging glances in his direction. He Song noticed the scornful gazes of his former companions, feeling a sense of despair without recourse. How could he have been so boastful, only to falter on 3 questions? Could he genuinely bring himself to leave the Yafone Pavilion in disgrace? If word got out, it would surely be a source of ridicule. The idea of being expelled from the Yafone Poetry Society was even more unbearable. This society was renowned among the young scholars of the Liang, with countless noble scions seeking entry through connections. He Song had only just managed to integrate himself, and now faced the prospect of being expelled due to this incident. How could he possibly accept such a fate? Seeing him drenched in sweat, yet still attempting to argue, Yang Chung kindly advised, "Brother, he recognize the wager and accept the outcome. As scholars, we must be open and upright. Losing is losing. In my view, it would be wise for you to apologize to His Highness. We can intercede on your behalf. Would His Highness truly hold a grudge and expel you despite our pleas? His Highness is a remarkable talent, not one to stoop to such pettiness." This Yang Chung, Zhao Hongrun thought, somewhat surprised. For Yang Chung was not only advocating for He Song, but also elevating Zhao Hongruan's standing with his praises. Zhao Hongrun did not resent this approach. After all, he bore no deep-seated animosity towards He Song. It was merely that He Song's arrogance had been excessive, and he had brazenly challenged Zhao Hongrun, invoking the rules of the Yafone Poetry Society, which was tantamount to inviting trouble. Were it not for the sixth prince's presence, Zhao Hongrun would have relished the opportunity to teach He Song a lesson in decorum. Nevertheless, since Yang Chung had interceded, Zhao Hongrun saw no harm in granting him favor. After all, it was Yang Chung who had first noticed the sixth prince's subtle cues and had stepped forward to diffuse the earlier awkwardness, thus redeeming Zhao Hongrun from the earlier slight. With this in mind, Zhao Hongrun chose not to press further, contentedly sipping his wine, signaling his stance. Upon witnessing this, the gathered scholars at the table developed a newfound admiration for the eighth prince, Zhao Hongrun, and began to urge He Song to relent. However, He Song stubbornly clung to his so-called reasoning, refusing to concede defeat, much to the dismay of the scholars who had previously held him in high regard. And they chose to let him be. Just one more question, He Song thought, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Hongrun. The sixth prince, Hongzhao, looked at Zhao Hongrun with a troubled expression. "It seems, for the sake of my royal brother, we should let him off this time," he signaled to Zhao Hongrun. Seeing this, Zhao Hongrun smiled slightly, shook his head, and sighed, "Very well, in consideration of my sixth brother and all of you, I shall pose a question you are familiar with. If you manage to answer it, I shall pretend I did not hear your earlier remarks." He Song's expression brightened instantly. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Hongrun posed the riddle. A person climbs higher, the higher they go, the heavier it becomes. Guess the word. He Song pondered for a moment, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "It is Dai. As the ancients say, climbing high makes one prone to falling." Such an easy question. It seems Hongrun is indeed showing me favor. The sixth prince, Hongzhao, was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of relief. Yet, to everyone's bewilderment, Zhao Hongrun, seemingly not having heard clearly, replied with surprise, "What? Speak louder." In response, He Song shouted, "Dai." "Good." Zhao Hongruan's face suddenly broke into an unusual smile. "You have won. Please take a seat." Not only was He Song stunned, but the other scholars at the table also wore expressions of confusion. Moments later, the room erupted in laughter, and He Song quickly caught on, his face turning crimson. No wonder Father Emperor dotes on Hongrun and refers to him as a brat. His temperament is indeed quite fierce. The sixth prince, Zhao Hongzhao, chuckled wryly. He realized then that he had been rather naive. Chapter 67. Tong Xian's advice on that day at the Yafeng poetry gathering, the youthful scholars of De Liang finally gained a preliminary understanding of the eighth prince. Zhao Hongrun. If one were to describe him as arrogant, Zhao Hongrun consistently displayed humility, much like the sixth prince, Zhao Hongzhao, who did not carry himself with the airs of royalty and was approachable, engaging well with the other scholars at the gathering. However, should this eighth prince become enraged, his sharpness would emerge, seemingly determined to humiliate anyone who crossed him, as evidenced by the awkward he song during the poetry session. They could not deny that this eighth prince was indeed a mischievous and temperamental royal, but it was also undeniable that he was quite amiable as long as one did not provoke him. Recognizing this, the scholars gradually relaxed, resuming the customary activities of poetry and music, much to Zhao Hongruan's surprise. This group, whom he had initially perceived as merely lofty talkers, also engaged in discussions about the merits and demerits of various state policies. However, these individuals were either still aspiring scholars yet to enter officialdom or minor officials like Xinxian, serving as a clerk in the Hanlin Academy. Thus their voices carried little weight. Nevertheless, they were ambitious individuals. It is a pity that my sixth brother has no interest in the throne. Otherwise, the scholars at the Yafeng poetry gathering could certainly become his strong supporters in the future. Zhao Hongrun mused silently as he observed the members of the gathering. Although he was uncertain about the caliber of the Eastern Palace's attendants and advisors, he recalled that the previous staff had assisted Crown Prince Hongli in compiling a new book, suggesting they possessed considerable ability. Even so, he still believed that the standard of the Yafeng poetry gatherings members could rival that of the Eastern Palace's foundation, albeit their talents remained largely theoretical, lacking practical experience. Yet, considering the esteemed families these scholars hailed from, it was not difficult to surmise the potential energy that the Yafeng poetry gathering could harness. It was unfortunate that the sixth prince, Zhao Hongzhao, regarded the gathering merely as a social event for like-minded scholars, showing no inclination to leverage their strengths in the pursuit of the throne. This elicited a sense of regret in Zhao Hongrun, as he saw both Prince Yong, Hongyu, and his sixth brother, Hongzhao, as capable heirs who could strengthen the Da Wei dynasty. Interestingly, both Zhao Hongrun and Princess Yulong were attending the Yafeng poetry gathering for the first time. Yet their focuses differed. Zhao Hongrun was concerned with the literary caliber and family backgrounds of the participants, while Princess Yulong admired the talents of her similarly aged male peers. Even though the princess was required to be well-educated and skilled in reading, writing, and the arts, her abilities paled in comparison to those of the youthful scholars who treated these arts as mere entertainment. After all, the members of the Yafeng poetry gathering were the elite sons of the influential families of Chengdu de Liang, invited only for their exceptional talent and character. What left Zhao Hongrun speechless was that, although his song bore him no respect, he treated Princess Yulong, who had the courage to express her views on certain topics, with considerable courtesy. Even when the princess made slight inaccuracies in her statements, Hisong refrained from criticizing her. In fact, it was not just Hisong. The members of the Yafeng poetry gathering were generally quite tolerant of Princess Yulong, subtly guiding her with kind corrections. Hisong's demeanor toward Zhao Hongrun was markedly different. This disparity in treatment prompted Zhao Hongrun to roll his eyes, but seeing Princess Yulong appear content, he decided not to dwell on it. Birds of a feather flocked together, and it was evident that this group of scholars was drawn to each other like magnets. As for Xinxian, Yang Cheng, and Hisong, they seemed to harbor some regrets, but they understood that the constraints on the princess were far stricter than those on the princes. The fact that she had secretly attended their Yafeng poetry gathering was already quite bold, and they could not expect more from her. Nevertheless, watching the subtle invitations extended to Princess Yulong for her to attend the poetry gathering next month left Zhao Hongrun bemused, as it was an unmistakable display of preferential treatment. The royal guards, led by Shun Yu, emerged from the side hall, evidently having spent their time drinking during Zhao Hongrun and Princess Yulong's participation in the gathering, appearing rosy-cheeked and spirited, oblivious to how much they had consumed. All are the young talents of our Da Wei, Princess Yulong praised earnestly. Perhaps among her sisters, she was considered accomplished, yet when compared to the sons of scholarly families, she clearly fell short. The poetry gathering had made her acutely aware of the gap between herself and these young men. If only I could host a similar poetry gathering, Princess Yulong lamented. She felt a sense of regret. as the restrictions placed upon princesses were far more stringent than those on princes, making it impossible for her to invite the talented young ladies of the capital as Zhao Hongzhao could. Zhao Hongrun, however, had no intention of dampening her spirits. With an exaggerated tone, he remarked, your ambitions are quite grand, dear sister. Are you planning to invite all the talented women of the capital to Yuqiong Pavilion? If you truly manage to pull it off, do not forget to invite me. I too wish to see the esteemed young ladies of our capital. Although he knew such an endeavor was impossible, Zhao Hongruan's playful tone lifted Princess Yulong's spirits considerably, and she pouted playfully, look at you. Fine. You will be the first guest invited. Then we have a deal. She giggled. He did not linger long in Weiqi Ngg before preparing to visit Nxi Ngg. Recently, he had been frequently moving in and out of the palace, and his visits to Nxi Ngg had noticeably diminished. Consequently, his mother, the Empress Shen Shufei, ordered him to dine at Nxi Ngg during these days, and his younger brother, Hngxuan, was also unwittingly caught in this predicament. However, as Zhao Hngrn emerged from Weiqi Ngg, he was unexpectedly confronted by a familiar figure, Tingxian, the grand eunuch by the side of his father, the Emperor Witnz. From a distance, he saw Tingxian standing with two young eunuchs in Zhao Hngrn's path, which surprised him, as Tingxian was typically inseparable from the emperor. Grand eunuch Ting, Zhao Hngrn initiated a respectful greeting, aware of Tingxian's esteemed position. Yet, he was taken aback by the solemn expression plastered across Tingxian's face. What troubles you? Zhao Hngrn inquired curiously. You two are waiting here, Tingxian instructed his companions before turning toward Zhao Hngrn, lowering his voice. Eighth Prince, may we step aside for a private discussion? What is this mysterious matter? Zhao Hngrn wondered, and instructed his guards to wait, following Tingxian to a nearby garden. After walking a few paces, Tingxian halted, glanced around to ensure their privacy, and then quietly asked, Your Highness, may I boldly inquire if you have been spending time with the Wei princess in recent days? Zhao Hngrn frowned, feeling a surge of displeasure. What do you mean by that? Grand eunuch Ting, clearly noticing Zhao Hngrn's irritation. Tingxian quickly waved his hands in reassurance. I mean no offense, Your Highness. I merely advise you not to grow too close to the Wei princess. This is my loyal counsel to you. What do you imply? Zhao Hngrn's frown deepened. Watching Tingxian's retreating figure, he knitted his brows in thought, realizing that despite his careful arrangements, the matter of secretly escorting the Wei princess out of the palace had been uncovered by the Grand Eunuch. This is rather troublesome. Zhao Hngrn exhaled softly. To be fair, if it were only his own affairs at stake, he would not fear his father discovering them. However, since this issue involved the Wei princess, he felt compelled to tread cautiously, wishing to shield her from any repercussions due to him. The following day, Zhao Hngrn returned to Weiqi Ngg to inform the Wei princess of the situation. Initially, she was overjoyed to see him, but upon hearing the news, her face turned pale with fear. She had been looking forward to attending the upcoming YF poetry gathering with Zhao Hngrn. But now she felt too apprehensive to venture anywhere, resigning herself to remain in Weiqi Ngg, abandoning any hopes of attending. Thus, when the YF poetry gathering arrived on the 7th day of the 7th month, Zhao Hngrn could only attend alone. On that day, as Zhao Hngrn honored his promise to his sixth brother Hngzho by attending the poetry gathering at YF Ngg. The scholars present were disappointed to see him arrive without the Wei princess. Seated beside him, Hngxian could not help but ask, so, will it be difficult for her to come in the future? Something to that effect. Zhao Hngrn sighed slightly. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up at Hngxian, teasing, Why do you seem so disappointed, Brother Xanxian? Hngxian, flustered, waved his hands anxiously. I merely what? Zhao Hngrn grinned mischievously. Hngxian awkwardly smiled, lowering his gaze and falling silent, lost in thought. The atmosphere of the poetry gathering was noticeably subdued, perhaps due to the absence of the Wei princess. Zhao In understood this sentiment. After all, he too had felt little inclination to drink with the guards after sharing a drink with Miss S. Eighth Prince, H.X. Anxian, his face flushed. Pulled Zhao H.N.G.R. in aside and whispered, "Could you do me a favor?" Noticing the awkward expression on H.X. Anxian's face and glancing at the tightly crumpled paper in his hand, Zhao H.N.G.R. in S expression turned slightly peculiar. "What is it? Speak." After wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and hesitating for a while, H.X. Anxian finally handed the tightly clenched paper to Zhao H.N.G.R. in, forcing a smile as he stammered, "Could you possibly help me deliver this letter?" Seeing H.X. Anxian struggling over the phrase deliver, Zhao H.N.G.R. in grew impatient and interjected, "Deliver to my sister?" "Yes, yes." H.X. Anxian nodded instinctively, but upon noticing Zhao H.N.G.R. in S odd expression, he quickly added, "Please do not misunderstand, Your Highness. I merely heard that the Ling princess could not attend the gathering due to palace regulations, and I thought she might feel regret. Therefore, I recorded the poetry and discussions from today as gathering on this paper, hoping it would somewhat alleviate her disappointment." He promptly unfolded the neatly stacked papers before Zhao H.N.G.R. in to corroborate his explanation. Zhao H.N.G.R. in glanced over the papers and found H.X. Anxian's claims to be true. No wonder he had been so preoccupied writing, Zhao H.N.G.R. in mused, shaking his head slightly. "Brother X Anxian, do you have feelings for my sister?" H.X. Anxian was momentarily taken aback, finally noticing Zhao H.N.G.R. in S expression. "To not dare to aspire high suggests you have such thoughts?" Zhao H.N.G.R. in found humor in the situation, though his own feelings were rather complex. After all, he harbored a special sentiment for the Ling princess, and although the disparity in their statuses had gradually dulled this feeling, it was still more significant than his connection with Miss S. H.X. Anxian, the grandson of the esteemed H.N.G.X. and son of the Right Minister of Rights, had a reputable lineage. His family had produced influential officials for 4 generations, and now, with H.N.G.X.'s prominence, he had been elevated to the position of Grand Secretary, serving as a distinguished minister in the court. Thus, the H family's background was certainly of sufficient standing for a princess to consider marriage. Moreover, H.X. Anxian himself was a scholar of considerable talent, comparable to the 6th Prince Zhao H.N.G.Z.H.O., having ranked 3rd in the recent imperial examinations. Remarkably, he was not content with merely this achievement and was diligently preparing for another examination in 3 years while serving in the Hamlin Academy. He was a young man of resilient will. In addition, H.X. Anxian was well-mannered, humble, and kind, excelling in character, literary talent, and ambition, embodying the model of a nobleman raised under strict family discipline. At least, Zhao H.N.G.R. found him quite agreeable. After pondering for a significant while, Zhao H.N.G.R. finally said with a hint of melancholy, "Give it to me. I will deliver it to my sister." H.X. Anxian was overjoyed, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Your Highness." Taking the papers from H.X. Anxian and concealing them within his robe, Zhao H.N.G.R. made his way back to Qi. Listening to Zhao H.N.G.R. recount intriguing tales was now the Ling princess's sole source of enjoyment. Upon arriving at Qi today, ZhohnGr was immediately approached by Princess Ling, who eagerly inquired about the day's poetry gathering. She was keen to learn what the young scholars of her age would discuss or what exquisite poems they would compose. In response, ZhohnGr withdrew a paper documenting the poetry gathering, penned by H.X. Anxian, from his bosom and handed it to Princess Ling, suggesting, "Sister, you may read for yourself." Princess Ling hesitated for a moment, her curiosity piqued by the words on the paper, which she perused with great interest. "It seems you hold a favorable impression of H.X. Anxian. ZhohnGr remarked with a hint of wistfulness, exhaling softly and nodding. "As long as you ask, I shall assist you." "Wait for me a moment, H.N.G.R. she replied. However, feeling that this was morally questionable, ZhohnGr chose instead to stroll about the front hall, observing his surroundings. He smiled, neither commenting nor judging, simply folding the paper neatly, for he was already cognizant of certain matters. As he had anticipated, H.X. N sent another letter, entrusted to Ji Oku for delivery to the palace for Princess Yling. Ji Oku, hesitant to act without permission, brought it first to Zhohngrn. Please deliver it. Zhohngrn waved him off. Having discerned Hxn's affections for Princess Yling, and was not surprised by yet another letter. Days passed, and Zhohngrn increasingly found himself acting as a messenger between Princess Yling and Hxn, exchanging their letters. He did not mind. As long as it brought joy to Princess Yling, he felt it was worthwhile. As their correspondence became more frequent, Zhohngrn gradually sensed that Princess Yling had developed a fondness for Hxn, perhaps even deeper feelings. Although he had anticipated such a development, witnessing Princess Yling's eager anticipation for Hxn's letters made him feel somewhat awkward. In those moments, he would leave the palace to meet with Miss S, sharing drinks and idle chatter, for she was a woman with whom he had shared a more intimate connection. During this time, the chief eunuch Xian was inexplicably keeping this matter hidden from Zhohngrn, until one day, the Emperor of DW, I inquired. I heard from SHFI that recently Hngr has been rushing to Nxing Palace. When asked, he would not speak. Xian, what has Hngr been busy with lately? The Emperor scoffed. That rascal seems to know a thing or two about women. He casually asked, what does he do at other times? Surely, he does not spend the entire day lounging by a waterside pavilion? Nothing much at other times, Xian replied, his voice trembling. I would never dare. The Emperor gazed intently at Xian and suddenly called over a young eunuch who had been attending him, asking, what has the 8th Prince Hngr been up to recently? Has he caused any trouble? Xian, kneeling, was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that the rascal had indeed not caused any trouble. Huh. Get up, Xian. I have been overly suspicious, the Emperor laughed lightly. Xian remained kneeling, motionless, for he understood that the Emperor would eventually piece things together. Yilinji? The Emperor murmured, his expression clouded with increasing displeasure. With a resounding thump, his hand slammed on the dragon table, causing Xian to tremble with fear. Xian, you have grown quite bold. The young eunuch, startled by the Emperor's sudden outburst, fell to his knees in confusion. He could not comprehend why the Emperor was enraged when clearly the 8th Prince had not caused any trouble. Meanwhile, the Emperor glared at Xian, catching his breath before managing to contain his anger, commanding the two young eunuchs, you may leave. The two trembling eunuchs, feeling as if they had received a pardon, hurriedly crawled away from the Chuegong Hall. They were terrified, as they had never witnessed such a fearsome expression from the Emperor, even when the 8th Prince had once damaged the palace garden's ornamental features. After the two young eunuchs hastily exited the hall, the Emperor took a deep breath and scolded Xian, your audacity grows by the day. Xian trembled, repeatedly bowing his head. I am guilty. I am guilty. Hearing the sound of his forehead striking the ground, the Emperor glanced down and saw blood seeping from Xian's brow. A flicker of compassion crossed his eyes as he sighed. Enough, rise. Xian ceased his prostrations, standing anxiously in place. Why conceal this from me? I entrusted you with overseeing the inner and outer palace, not to deceive me. Xian, hearing this, knelt once more, hesitating for a long moment before whispering. I only wish to spare your majesty from hearing about that person again. Are you referring to that vile woman? The Emperor's gaze turned icy. The benevolent father and wise ruler Zhohngrn, transformed into that of a tyrannical monarch, filled with murderous intent. Xian lowered his head, feigning ignorance. The Emperor closed his eyes, breathing deeply, and when he opened them again, the murderous glint had softened somewhat. Stand at ease. Speak the truth. When did that rascal become entangled with Yling? The Emperor asked coldly. Did he approach Yling first? Xian lowered his head. The 8th Prince took Princess Yling in disguise and ventured out to the city for leisure. For the 3 days of due NW? Yes. The Emperor pondered for a moment before smirking. What an affectionate bond between siblings. Seeing Princess Yling alone and desolate, that rascal could not bear it. So he took her out of the palace? Truly audacious. Unbelievably audacious. For for he understood from the emperor's reference to the eighth prince that he would not punish this increasingly favored son. The concern lay with Princess Ling. After a lengthy deliberation, the emperor's words startled Shi-In slightly. HNGR-N is among my most outstanding sons, and I have high hopes for him. Though he is young and mischievous, he is destined to be a pillar of DWI. I do not wish for him to have any entanglements with that Ling. After a moment of reflection, the emperor asked, Ling is 15 this year, correct? Yes, she will be eligible for marriage next year. Next year, the emperor mused, furrowing his brow. Shi-In, draft a royal decree. I intend to arrange a marriage alliance with NNCH. NNCH? Shi-In was taken aback. NNCH, located to the south of DWI, boasted vast territories 4 times the size of DWI, a populous and powerful nation that had been embroiled in conflict with DWI for over a century, making it the most troublesome neighbor to the south. Despite the peaceful and prosperous scenery in CH and DD Liang, the border between WI and CH was rife with persistent warfare, with not a single year of respite in recent decades. Although DWI was not weak, its geographical limitations made it challenging to confront the incursions from CH, resulting in more defeats than victories. However, since CH had another enemy, Q, which did not share a border with DWI, it allowed DWI to withstand the assaults without losing territory. It is undeniable that if the Emperor of DWI could leverage a marriage alliance to forge a bond with CH, it would be beneficial, as DWI had other formidable neighbors, particularly HN in the north, which had long coveted the territories of DWI and HBI. Should a WICH alliance be formed, CH could redirect its military from YNSHUJN to attack Q, allowing DWI to reallocate some forces stationed in the south to focus on the northern incursions from HN. However, the question remains, as far as Shi-In knows, the 8th Prince OHNGR-N shares a close bond with Princess Ling. How could he possibly tolerate the sacrifice of this imperial sister in the name of diplomacy? Contemplating this, Shi-In could not help but advise, Your Majesty, please reconsider. From what I understand, Princess Ling has been corresponding with He Xen, the legitimate grandson of Lord He, the Minister of the Central Secretariat. There may be some romantic feelings involved. The He family's status is quite suitable for the princess. So perhaps Your Majesty could facilitate a marriage between Princess Ling and He Xen. Once married, she would naturally be free from any entanglements with the 8th prince. Are you instructing me on how to govern? The Emperor of WI coldly inquired. Startled, Shi-In quickly knelt and apologized. I would never dare to presume. Yet he continued, I have heard that the 8th prince and princess Ling share a sibling-like affection. If Your Majesty were to marry her off to the state of CH, I fear the 8th prince. Oof. The Emperor of WI scoffed, leaning back in his dragon throne. After a long pause, he calmly replied, Were it not for Ling, marrying her to He Xen would not be an issue. However, it is precisely because of Ling that I do not wish for HNGR-N to have any further connection with her. With that, he cast a glance at Shi-In and imperatively commanded, draft the state letter. Seeing that the emperor's mind was resolute, Shi-In dared not voice further objections and bowed in compliance. Yes, Your Majesty. Wait, remember to keep this matter confidential. Before the envoy from the state of CH arrives, do not let it slip, especially to HNGR-N. I shall obey. A day later, under a veil of secrecy, a state letter was dispatched to the state of CH. As the Emperor of WI had contemplated, the King of CH agreed to the proposed marriage alliance and soon organized an envoy to slowly make their way to the capital of DWI. However, due to the Emperor's deliberate suppression of information, very few in the court were aware of this development. After all, the eunuchs who handled the state letter had been forewarned by the Emperor not to disclose any details. Strangely enough, despite the Emperor's precautions, someone still learned of this news and documented it in a letter, which was specially delivered to HNGR-N's WNZH Pavilion. This occurred around the hour of S on the 19th day of the 8th month, when HNGR-N, still drowsy from sleep, was dressing and awaiting his meal. At that moment, the guard SHNY entered, holding a small wooden box. Your Highness, someone has delivered a letter. Who? ZHOHNGR, and yawned lazily. The messenger did not reveal the sender, only stating that the letter must be reviewed by His Highness personally. Bring it here, Zhongr said, unperturbed, gesturing dismissively. Shny stepped forward and opened the small box. Zhongr reached in, took out the letter, and unfolded it. Upon reading, his expression changed dramatically. He straightened up from his previously relaxed posture. What about the messenger? Zhongr asked in a low voice. Do not disclose who sent it. Zhongr furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before inquiring. Who was the messenger? Was it urgent? Zeta Ohangr snorted discontentedly. The letter mentions that father intends to marry Princess Yling off to the state of Siege. Is that not urgent? This marriage alliance? Shny was taken aback, asking, how could it be Princess Yling? She has not yet reached the age for marriage. It was no surprise that Shny was bewildered. After all, he knew there were other eligible princesses of marriageable age in the palace. Even if a marriage alliance with the state of CH were to occur, it would not typically involve the still unwed Princess Yling. Could it be that someone is deliberately spreading rumors? Is such any bandith? What benefit would there be for anyone to spread such rumors? Zeta Ohangr retorted, rolling his eyes. With a sense of foreboding, Zhongr resolved to inquire with his father, the emperor, to uncover the truth. Just as he was about to head to the Chu Jiying Hall, he suddenly paused, deep in thought. Could it be? Zhongr furrowed his brow in contemplation, then commanded, Shny, immediately investigate whether anyone in the palace or court has learned of this matter. Nodding, Shny set off to gather information. Upon hearing this news, Zhongr felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He did not believe anyone was playing a cruel joke on him. Instead, he leaned toward another hypothesis, that his father, the Emperor of Wei, was dissatisfied with his association with Princess Yling and, for various reasons, intended to marry her off to the state of Siege. The lack of information circulating in the palace and court likely stemmed from the emperor's awareness that Zhongr would oppose such a decision. Hence his intentional suppression of news until the envoy arrived in Diliying, at which point the emperor would reveal the matter in its entirety. By then, even if Zhongr protested, it would likely be to no avail. If this is indeed the case, I must avoid questioning the emperor for now. Zhongr sensed that if this situation were true, his foolish confrontation with the emperor would surely result in his being confined until the marriage alliance with CH was finalized. I must devise a way to probe the situation. After a moment's deliberation, Zhongr formulated a plan. Chapter 70, Probing Without Delay. Zhongr immediately left the palace with his guards, heading straight to the HNLNSH, as it was likely that N, the newly appointed scribe, would be transcribing text there at this hour. Sure enough, Zhongr found in the scriptorium of the HNLNSH, the third-place winner in the recent imperial examination. Who would have thought that this scion of the He family would willingly be among the ranks of numerous scribes? P.S.H.Ling, someone seeks you. At the announcement, all the scribes with the surname He in the scriptorium looked up toward the door. Counting quickly, there were 4 or 5. Seeing this, the announcing official called out again. It is the newly appointed He Ti Nu. Looking for me? N murmured, setting down his work and approaching the door. Upon seeing Zhongr and his guards standing beneath a tree in the courtyard, he was somewhat puzzled. 8th Prince? N remarked, surprised, as it was unusual for Zhongr to send a message to him regarding Princess Yling in this manner, especially with such a show of force. Is there something you need, Your Highness? N asked, using a respectful tone befitting his official status. Zhongr did not respond immediately. Instead, he placed a hand on N's shoulder, guiding him to a secluded corner. There, he retrieved the important letter from his robe and handed it to N. With a look of confusion, N opened the letter and, upon reading, his expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Calm down. What are your thoughts on this matter? Zeta Ohangr prompting N to regain his composure as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. I have not heard of this news. Typically, such significant matters would not go unnoticed in the court. Is it possible someone is playing a trick on you, Your Highness? PX Anxi In responded skeptically. Who would engage in such foolishness? That would be absurd. Zhohnngr In retorted, exasperated. Zhohnngr In was aware that he ex Anxi N's father. He served as the Deputy Minister of Rights, and his grandfather, He Shi Ngx, was a high-ranking official in the Chu Jiying Hall. They were indeed influential figures in the court. However, Zhohnngr In remained doubtful that they would be privy to this matter. After all, if his father, the Emperor of Wei, truly harbored such intentions and deliberately suppressed the news, even He Shi Ngx would find it difficult to learn of it. He ex Anxi In nodded repeatedly, but upon considering the proposal of marriage, he felt somewhat embarrassed. But Princess Wei Elling has not yet reached the age for marriage. Fool! Zhohnngr In retorted impatiently. Can't we arrange a betrothal first? At Zhohnngr In's lack of ambition, he frowned and corrected him. You must show some resolve. What do you mean by discussing this matter? You must persuade old he. If you remain so timid, how can I entrust my sister to you? Inspired by Zhao Hongruan's words, He Xinxian's face flushed with excitement as he vigorously nodded in agreement. He Xiangxiu, who had always cherished his grandson, greeted him with a smile as he entered. Ah, it's Xinxian. Grandfather, He Xinxian said, clasping his hands in a formal salute. Sensing that his grandson had something on his mind, He Xiangxiu set aside his pen and playfully remarked, Could it be that you can no longer bear the atmosphere at the Hanlin Academy? Let me be clear, I shall not assist you in this matter. He Xinxian, upon hearing this, forced a smile and shook his head, saying, Grandfather, you misunderstand. I'm quite content in my role at the Hanlin Academy and have no complaints. Today, I simply wish to request another favor from you. Oh, pray do tell. Gathering his courage, He Xinxian knelt before He Xiangxiu's desk and earnestly implored, I ask you, Grandfather, to act on my behalf and propose to His Majesty for the hand of Princess Yulong. He Xiangxiu was taken aback by this unexpected request, momentarily rendered speechless. You wish for me to propose to His Majesty on your behalf for Princess Yulong? He Xinxian repeated his plea, summoning his courage once more. He Xiangxiu, both amused and exasperated, approached his beloved grandson and helped him to his feet, hesitantly questioning, Xinxian, what is your connection with Princess Yulong? Are you implying that the 8th prince is secretly aiding you by delivering messages? He Xiangxiu stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment. In his view, the 8th prince Zhao Hongrun must have a favorable opinion of his grandson. Otherwise, he would not be delivering messages for him. The crux of the issue, however, was that the girl he wished to marry was a princess, which complicated matters considerably. Princess Yulong? Is she not the daughter of the late Xiao Shumian? He Xinxian was momentarily taken aback and questioned, Grandfather, how is Princess Yulong different from the other princesses? Is it possible that His Majesty favors her above the others? On the contrary, Princess Yulong is not favored. Noting his grandson's confusion, He Xiangxiu stroked his beard and explained this pertains to an incident from over a decade ago. Xiao Shumian was the daughter of General Xiao Bin, who defended the southern frontier of Nanyan. Before His Majesty ascended the throne, Xiao Buiyuan provided tremendous support to him and even promised his daughter to His Majesty. Xiao Buiyuan? He Xinxian was astonished and responded, Grandfather, could it be that you are mistaken? The commander of Nanyan was General Wei Mu. How could I forget? I was the Minister of Personnel at that time. He Xiangxiu shook his head and continued. I remember quite clearly that Wei Mu was appointed as Xiao Buiyuan's deputy after His Majesty's ascension and the successful completion of the martial examination in the 2nd year of Hongda. Upon arriving in Nanyan, Wei Mu discovered that Xiao Buiyuan was not only hoarding troops, but also embezzling military funds, causing several uprisings among the soldiers. Consequently, he discreetly sent a report to Daliang, leading to His Majesty's fury and a decree summoning Xiao Buiyuan to Daliang for investigation. Unexpectedly, Xiao Buiyuan refused to relinquish his military power and incited a rebellion among the soldiers, claiming that the morale in Nanyan was unstable and they could not march to the capital. Rumors also spread that he had secret ties with Beihan and was considering defecting. Enraged, His Majesty dispatched troops to quell the rebellion, and with Wei Mu's covert assistance, Xiao Buiyuan was ultimately captured and brought to Daliang, while the rebellious soldiers were executed. The Xiao family rebelled? He Xinxian gasped in surprise. He Xiangxiu glanced at his beloved grandson and sighed. This incident caused quite a stir at the time. Xiao Buiyuan was notoriously arrogant, relying on his previous support for His Majesty's ascension, and acted as if he ruled his own domain in Nanyang. It is hardly surprising that he met such an end. As for Princess Yulong's mother, He Xiangshu let out a slight sigh and shook his head. I have heard that before Xiao Buiyuan's execution, Xiao Shumian pleaded for his life before His Majesty. However, insurrection is an unforgivable crime, and even though His Majesty had always doted on her, he could not grant her request. Surprisingly, just days after her father's execution, disregarding her relationship with His Majesty and the tender age of Princess Yulong, she took her own life in the Yoji Palace. Took her own life? I thought Xiao Shumian had died of illness? He Xinxian exclaimed in disbelief. He Xiangshu chuckled softly at his grandson's reaction and said, for pleading on behalf of a traitor and failing to secure mercy, disregarding her husband and daughter to take her own life, do you think such disgraceful acts would be allowed to spread within the palace? Rest assured, you must not speak of this matter lightly, for His Majesty harbors deep resentment over it. I understand, grandfather. He Xinxian quickly nodded. Then, regarding Princess Yulong, He Xiangshu furrowed his brow and replied, have you not grasped my point? Princess Yulong is the daughter of Xiao Shumian, and in the eyes of His Majesty, Xiao Shumian is a woman who fails to understand the weight of gratitude and favor, ignoring the affection bestowed upon her by the emperor. In my humble opinion, given your talents and our family status, you should not worry about finding a suitable match. Therefore, do not entangle yourself with Princess Yulong. Seeing that He Xiangshu was clearly unwilling to assist, He Xinxian grew anxious and knelt down to plead, I will marry no one but Princess Yulong. I beseech you, grandfather, to grant me this wish. He Xiangshu found himself in a quandary. Having always adored his grandson, he gently advised, even so, there is no need to rush. After all, marrying a princess is a matter that requires careful consideration. He Xinxian had already received news from Zhao Hongrun and was not inclined to heed He Xiangshu's counsel of careful consideration, persistently bowing his head in supplication. Observing his grandson's urgency, He Xiangshu grew suspicious and asked, Xinxian, as far as I know, Princess Yulong has yet to reach marriageable age. Why are you so anxious? Evidently, He Xinxian was quick-witted, and, after a moment's thought, he concocted a response, falsely claiming, grandfather, you may not be aware, but after the Yafeng Poetry Conference, He Song expressed his admiration for Princess Yulong, and I fear that time might work against us. He Song? The grandson of Minister He Mei from the Ministry of Personnel? He Xiangshu muttered to himself, nodding in understanding. After all, in his view, the He family standing in the court could indeed make it possible for the princess to marry. I implore you, grandfather, to assist me. He Xiangshu saw no other option and reluctantly replied, very well, very well. Tomorrow, I shall inquire about His Majesty's sentiments in the Chue Gong Hall. If His Majesty has moved past the events of that year, I shall take the initiative to propose on your behalf. How does that sound? Thank you, grandfather. He Xinxian bowed deeply once more, his face beaming with joy as he rose to his feet. You, my child. He Xiangshu shook his head in resignation.